Grasping Evil Chapter 871 to Chapter 892. With a flick of Ning Fan's finger, the Mid-Shi Kong Phoenix was captured alive by Ning Fan's bewitching technique. Old Monster 2 stared at the scene with his mouth agape. His heart was filled with shock. The gap between each realm of the Xing Kong realm was huge and it was extremely difficult to skip realms. The gap between Du Zhen and Xing Kong was like heaven and earth. Very few early Xing Kong cultivators could fight against a Mid-Shi Kong cultivator. This was also the reason why Old Monster 2 was defeated by the blue-robed phoenix. It was even more impossible for a Mid-Shi Kong cultivator to capture a Mid-Shi Kong cultivator alive, but Ning Fan managed to do such an unimaginable thing. I'm not dreaming, am I? Old Monster 2 gulped. He could tell that the reason why Ning Fan was able to capture the blue-robed phoenix in a single move was because of a sneak attack and a despicable and shameless bewitching technique. However, even with his millions of years of experience, he had never seen any bewitching technique in this world that was so powerful that it could allow a cultivator like Du Zhen to ignore his cultivation realm and capture Shi Kong. If I obtain this bewitching technique, I'm afraid that I can even capture a peak Xing Kong female cultivator with my current cultivation realm. My Tao isn't plucking and replenishing, but I can plant a restriction on all the female cultivators that I capture and make them into my combat division. If I recruit dozens of female cultivators and train them in a joint attack formation, I'll be able to put up a fight even if I encounter an early thought fragmentation Old Monster. A hint of greed flashed across Old Monster 2's eyes. He was extremely tempted by Ning Fan's bewitching technique, but at the next moment, his expression changed and his body trembled violently. He suppressed his greed and looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly swept over him. He did not conceal his baleful chi and devil might at all. He displayed all the killings he had committed in his life in front of Old Monster 2. The coldness in his eyes immediately made Old Monster 2's heart beat wildly. He was unable to suppress the fear in his heart. From the baleful chi, Old Monster 2 could tell that Ning Fan had killed Profound Human, Profound Ghost, Du Zhen and more than one Xing Kong cultivator. He even killed thought fragmentation. In the cultivation world, there were people who could fake baleful chi and devil might to frighten others. However, the fake murderous chi and demonic might were fake after all. It could only fool cultivators who had just stepped into the third stage of true immortality. It could not fool Old Monster Shi Kong. This man's evil chi and devil might aren't fake. Old Monster 2's breathing became erratic and his whole body was trembling. This person really killed the thought fragments. He killed several Shi Kong. He is not in the middle stage of Du Zhen, absolutely not. He hid his cultivation, so he's at least a thought shatterer Old Monster. Otherwise, how could he have killed Thought Shatterer? No wonder this person could capture a mid-stage Shedding Void cultivator in one move. How is he relying on any bewitching technique? It's clearly a pure suppression of his realm. Like I said, how could there be any bewitching technique in the world that is so powerful that Du Zhen could capture Shi Kong? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I actually coveted a thought-shattering old monster for a non-existent bewitching art. I was really courting death. This person's fiendish aura and devilish might are clearly a warning to me. Old Monster 2 was filled with regret and fear. Ning Fan came to rescue him out of kindness and captured the blue-robed Phoenix Maiden. Why was he so bored? Why did he repay kindness with enmity? Why did he covet Ning Fan? He was simply courting death. Was thought-shattering Old Monster someone that he could afford to offend? Now, he reckoned that he had already angered Ning Fan, the thought-shattering Old Monster. Say. Senior. Old Monster 2 was trembling. He wanted to say something to Ning Fan to appease Ning Fan's anger, but unfortunately, he was interrupted coldly by Ning Fan before he could speak. You are a friend of Senior Xianxia. For his sake, I won't argue with you this time, but there won't be a next time. Having said that, Ning Fan withdrew his fiendish aura and devilish might. With cold eyes, he turned and left the place to help the others. Of course, he didn't know that the baleful might that he deliberately exposed had made Old Monster 2 misunderstand him as a thought-shattering old monster. The reason why he released the baleful might was because he sensed a trace of greed in Old Monster 2's eyes and wanted to warn him. He saved Old Monster 2, but Old Monster 2 became greedy. Ning Fan hated this kind of act of biting the hand that fed him the most. If it wasn't for Xianxia's sake, Ning Fan would definitely teach Old Monster 2 a painful lesson based on his murderous nature. Sure enough, I'm only suitable for killing people, not saving people. Fine, I'll just take it as capturing the cauldron of the Phoenix clan. Ning Fan sighed in his heart. Old Monster 2 heaved a sigh of relief after Ning Fan left, but he still had some lingering fear. He couldn't help but recall what happened half a year ago. That day, he deliberately made things difficult for Ning Fan and even asked Ning Fan to attack him with his full strength. Now that he thought about it, Ning Fan probably didn't use his full strength that day. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive until today. He wouldn't be able to withstand a full-strength attack from thought-shattering Old Monster. Fortunately, I have some friendship with Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me go so easily. I didn't expect that there would be such an ominous star hidden in the team that stole the Qin flower. It's really scary, AI. If it wasn't for the Qin flower, this old man really wanted to turn around and leave this place. I don't want to have anything to do with this ominous star anymore. Unfortunately, the key to the realm of abandoning emptiness is to comprehend how to abandon and empty. This old man has been stuck in the early abandoning emptiness realm for 700,000 years, and I still have no hope of breaking through the bottleneck of the intermediate abandoning emptiness realm. What I lack is the ability to comprehend. Before obtaining the Qin flower, this old man can't leave even if I'm afraid of that ominous star. Old Monster 2 sighed. He shrunk his dwarf-like body into the ground and chased after Ning Fan. Yellow River Maze, North Palace. At this moment, Old Ancestor Iron Cloud had transformed into a 30 meters tall Iron Man. He was holding an iron axe and was fighting with a green-robed phoenix demon girl. The iron axe he was holding was an immemorial divine weapon that was fused with some 8 stars divine iron, making it extremely hard. However, under the attack of the green-robed woman's fiery light, countless cracks had appeared on the iron axe. She was an early abandoning emptiness realm female demon of the Phoenix clan. She seemed to have just broken through to the abandoning emptiness realm not long ago, but her strength was enough to suppress Old Ancestor Iron Cloud. Both of them were early abandoning emptiness realm cultivators. Even though Old Ancestor Iron Cloud was no match for the green-robed Phoenix demon, he wasn't in danger of losing his life yet. However, his strength was already exhausted, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Did Old K's information go wrong? There's actually a abandoning emptiness realm female demon of the Phoenix clan in this Yellow River Maze. This is really scary. This woman had just broken through to the abandoning emptiness realm not long ago, but her strength is already far above mine. The green flame longsword in her hand has clearly been fused with the bloodline power of the true Phoenix clan. That's why it's so powerful. Royal bloodline true Phoenix, huh? What a terrifying bloodline power. Old Ancestor Iron Cloud was waving his giant axe and fighting with the green-robed Phoenix girl. Suddenly, his expression changed and he jumped out of the battle. It was Ning Fan who suddenly appeared between the two of them and joined the battle. As soon as he appeared, he immediately activated his yin-yang demon pupils and released thousands of strands of purplish-black divine light. The divine light was extremely dazzling. It was so bright that Old Ancestor Iron Cloud could not open his eyes. The divine light only appeared for a moment before it was retracted by Ning Fan. After he retracted the divine light, the green-robed Phoenix demon was nowhere to be seen, as if she had been absorbed by the divine light. Ning Fan did not even look at Old Ancestor Iron Cloud. His figure flashed and he left, leaving Old Ancestor Iron Cloud alone with a shocked expression. Hiss. What kind of ability is that? It actually absorbed an early abandoning emptiness realm cultivator. What terrifying power. With the previous lesson, Ning Fan had restrained the power of his chaotic world purple light to a certain extent this time. He did not reveal any trace of it, preventing Old Ancestor Iron Cloud from noticing that it was a bewitching technique. Since Ning Fan had only taken away a female demon who had just stepped into the void shedding space and had the advantage of a sneak attack, even though the Old Ancestor of Iron Cloud was shocked by the power of Ning Fan's ability, he was not as greedy as Old Monster Tuesday. After dispersing the Iron Man image, Old Ancestor Iron Cloud kept his iron axe and sighed. It's all thanks to little friend Ning's sneak attack from the side. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for me to defeat that Phoenix demon with my strength alone. Speaking of which, little friend Ning's ability is really powerful. Unfortunately, his cultivation realm is still a little low. If he were to face that green-robed phoenix demon head-on, he would still be defeated within half of 10 moves. That green-robed phoenix demon is after all abandoning emptiness realm old monster. He would only be defeated by Du Zhen if he was careless. In other words, Ning Fan defeated the green-robed phoenix demon because of his sneak attack and not his true strength. It was impossible for him to defeat the green-robed phoenix demon in a head-on confrontation. This sentence was considered as old ancestor Ironcloud's self-consolation. After all, the green-robed phoenix demon that he could not defeat was captured by Ning Fan, a junior. More or less, he felt a little unbalanced. It was naturally impossible for him to admit that his abandoning emptiness realm was inferior to Du Zhen. However, as soon as old ancestor Ironcloud's voice faded, a mocking laughter came from below the ground. Humph! Is it old monster too? What are you laughing at? You're making me feel annoyed. Old ancestor Ironcloud harumphed. Why do you care what I'm laughing at? I'll laugh whenever I want to. I especially laugh at the ridiculous people in this world. Old Monster 2 let out a strange laugh and continued to use his Earth Escape technique to chase after Ning Fan. Old Ancestor Ironcloud's face darkened, but he was too lazy to argue with Old Monster Tuesday. He let out a deep snort and flew towards the same direction. Of course, he didn't know that Old Monster 2 was laughing because he had underestimated Ning Fan's strength. Could it be that Guan Taiyun's eyes are on the ground? How could he not see Old Monster Ning's strength? He even said that Old Monster Ning would be defeated by the green-robed phoenix demon within 10 moves. Ha ha ha. Will Old Monster Nian Nian lose to a phoenix demon who hasn't stabilized his abandoning emptiness realm? Only you, Guan Taiyun, are so weak that you can't defeat a phoenix demon who hasn't stabilized his abandoning emptiness realm yet. If it's the intermediate shedding emptiness realm blue-robed phoenix that I met, you won't be able to last until Old Monster Ning comes to save you. The Yellow River Labyrinth was a dilapidated labyrinth in the northeast. The four-eyed demon monarch was controlling 45 corpse puppets with true realm cultivation realm, forming a formation to deal with a green-robed phoenix demon woman. The green-robed phoenix demon was an early shedding emptiness realm demon cultivator. She was extremely strong and wasn't someone that the four-eyed demon monarch could fight against. Given the four-eyed demon monarch's strength, controlling 45 corpse puppets was enough to defeat most of the early shedding emptiness realm demon cultivators. However, the four-eyed demon monarch had no chance of winning against the green-robed phoenix demon. As expected of a true phoenix with royal blood, it seems like it's impossible to defeat this woman without using one of the 3 great forbidden corpses. It's a pity that my cultivation base isn't strong enough. If I rashly use the forbidden corpses, I'll definitely suffer a heavy backlash. The four-eyed demon monarch's eyes narrowed and made a decision. Suddenly, he squatted down and slammed his palms heavily on the ground with corpse chi. A black ancient formation that emitted corpse chi immediately appeared on the ground of the labyrinth. A pitch-black ancient coffin slowly rose from the ancient formation. A powerful aura that was comparable to an early shedding emptiness realm demon immediately spread out from the ancient coffin. The aura of a corpse devil? No, it's not a corpse devil. It's just an ordinary corpse puppet. However, this corpse puppet is an early shedding emptiness realm demon monarch. I can no longer underestimate it. The green-robed phoenix demon's expression began to turn solemn. She shook her green fire sword and was about to display some kind of divine ability. Suddenly, she felt a great sense of danger from her back. Without saying a word, she turned around and slashed at her back with her sword. However, she missed her target and only managed to slash a scattered black shadow. The black shadow condensed again and revealed Ning Fan, who was in white robes. He activated his demon eyes and a ray of purplish-black light immediately swept towards the green-robed phoenix demon. The green-robed phoenix demon's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She felt an endless sense of danger from those rays of light. She shook her long sword and tried to slash the rays of light that filled the sky. However, she realized that she couldn't do it at all. At the next moment, she let out a groan and fainted in the divine light, losing her consciousness. When the divine light dispersed, the green-robed phoenix demon's figure could no longer be seen. What a powerful divine ability! The four-eyed man sucked in a cold breath. Even though his cultivation base was not as strong as Old Monster 2 and Old Ancestor Iron Cloud, his strength was far stronger than the two of them. His eyesight was also very sharp. He could tell that Ning Fan had concealed his true strength very deeply with just a glance. Ning Fan captured the green-robed phoenix demon. His eyes swept across the four-eyed man and the 45 true crossing realm corpse puppets. Finally, his gaze fell on the ancient formation on the ground. At the center of the formation light, a black coffin had already risen halfway. However, because of Ning Fan's appearance, the coffin was kept back into the formation by the four-eyed man. Isn't it a corpse devil? A special corpse puppet that was made by imitating the physique of a corpse devil. There are a total of 3 shedding void corpse puppets hidden in that black formation. All of them are early shedding void corpse puppets. Ning Fan did not say a word. His mind was spinning rapidly. With his eyesight, he could tell that there was something fishy about this black formation with just a glance. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. The four-eyed devil monarch cupped his fists at Ning Fan. However, there was no gratitude in his eyes. His expression was as cold as ice. However, Ning Fan was able to sense a trace of kindness from the four-eyed man's chi with the help of the unity of heaven and man divine ability. It was enough to tell that the four-eyed devil monarch actually had a trace of gratitude towards him. As expected, even though the four-eyed devil monarch's attitude was cold, he immediately took out a black jade box and flicked his finger towards Ning Fan. Even though he was a man of few words, it was not difficult for Ning Fan to tell that this jade box was a gift of gratitude from the four-eyed devil monarch. Ning Fan received the jade box and did not open it. He only spread out his spirit sense and scanned the contents of the box. His expression changed slightly. The gift of gratitude in the jade box was a black heart with monstrous devil chi. It was still beating. It was not an ordinary heart. It was the heart of an early shedding void realm corpse devil. The heart of a corpse devil would not beat and it could not beat. However, if there was a corpse devil's heart that could beat, its heart must be a supreme treasure. If Ning Fan has an ancient corpse that could withstand the power of this heart, as long as he places the heart inside, the corpse would immediately turn into an early shedding void realm corpse puppet. It would possess a small amount of spiritual intelligence. After some sacrificial refinement, it would obey Ning Fan's orders obediently and would never betray him for the rest of its life. This item was not a meager gift. Ning Fan had some speculations. Perhaps the corpse puppets of the four-eyed devil monarch were refined from the beating heart of the corpse devil. The reason why this heart was not used to refine the corpse puppets was probably because the four-eyed devil monarch had not found a corpse that was strong enough. Ning Fan was very curious about where did the four-eyed devil monarch get so many beating heart of the corpse devil. Forget it. This is the secret of the four-eyed devil monarch. It's not convenient for me to ask. Everyone has their own past and their own secrets. Ning Fan kept the jade box and gave the four-eyed devil monarch a friendly smile. Then, he turned and left. Ning Fan's principle of doing things was to return 10 times the kindness of others. Since the four-eyed devil monarch had shown him kindness, he would naturally not return it with hatred. He is very similar to me. The four-eyed devil monarch muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. He kept all the corpse puppets and chased after Ning Fan. As soon as he left, Old Monster 2 and the Old Ancestor of Iron Cloud arrived. The eyes of the Old Ancestor of Iron Cloud almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe that the four-eyed devil monarch who was merely at the peak of the Crossing Truth Realm actually had 45 corpse puppets of the Crossing Truth Realm and was suspected to have another shedding void corpse puppet. This four-eyed devil monarch is truly amazing. With so many corpse puppets, even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat him easily. The Old Ancestor of Iron Cloud sighed. Although he was sighing, his words were full of boasting, as if he was telling Old Monster 2 that the four-eyed devil monarch was no match for him. Iron Cloud. Bastard. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. That four-eyed devil monarch has hidden his strength very deeply. Even if you go all out, you won't be able to defeat him. You have overestimated your own strength too much. And the one you can't defeat is Old Devil Ning. As for the reason, you don't have to ask me. I'm too lazy to tell you the truth, and I don't dare to say it. Old Monster 2 let out a strange laugh and left. The Old Ancestor of Iron Cloud snorted coldly. He didn't take Old Monster 2's words to heart and also left. In the central palace of the Yellow River Maze, Fairy Han Wu, who was dressed in blue, was waving streaks of moonlight and standing together with a yellow-robed female demon. The yellow-robed female demon was a phoenix demon. Her cultivation base was already at the middle stage of shedding void. She was a royal bloodline true phoenix. The power of the true phoenix bloodline was used to the extreme by the yellow-robed phoenix woman. It was condensed on the Dao weapon long sword and attached layers of golden demonic fire. Its lethality was rather terrifying. However, even if she went all out, the yellow-robed female demon only had a slight upper hand. She couldn't obtain an overwhelming advantage. What a powerful human female cultivator. She can actually fight against my phoenix sword demonic fire. I see. You are a cultivator of the Northern Heaven vast cold palace. The yellow-robed female demon sent Fairy Han Wu flying with her sword again. Her beautiful eyes became more solemn and her killing intent became stronger. The vast cold palace was a top force of the four heavens. If she could kill a shedding void cultivator of the vast cold palace, it would be a great contribution. Your life, this princess wants it. Heavenly demon technique, phoenix devouring. The yellow-robed female demon activated her demonic force to the extreme. She formed a seal with one hand. Immediately, a void fire golden phoenix appeared in the maze. It opened its mouth and swallowed Fairy Han Wu. Not good. This is the true Phoenix clan's bloodline illusion technique. After Fairy Han Wu was swallowed into the golden phoenix's stomach, her body immediately melted in the golden phoenix's gastric juice. She kept waving her moonlight, trying to break the golden phoenix's body and break free. However, she discovered that the golden phoenix was almost immune to all of her divine abilities. It is indeed a very troublesome illusion technique. However, I'm not good at illusion techniques. So I can only borrow the power of the ancient immortal concubine. Fairy Han Wu's beautiful eyes darkened. Her killing intent gushed out. Immediately, a moonlight rune appeared between her eyebrows. That was originally her life-saving trump card. However, she had no choice but to use it now. Hee, this stupid little girl still decided to borrow my power in the end. Very good. My moon burial finally has a chance to see the light of day again. In the depths of Fairy Han Wu's sea of consciousness, a naked woman was hiding. Her body was shrouded in moonlight. She was waiting for her rebirth. She was waiting for a grand possession. Once Fairy Han Wu borrows her power, she would be able to possess Han Wu's body and return to the world. Just a little more. Immortal concubine Zan Yu's phoenix-like eyes were filled with excitement. At the next moment, that excitement completely turned into rage. Her grand plan of rebirth had been destroyed by someone. Who is it? Who is the one who stopped my grand plan of possession? Immortal concubine Zan Yu's killing intent spread out. Just as Han Wu was about to completely break the immortal concubine's seal, a destructive force immediately spread out from the golden phoenix's body. The golden phoenix was killed with a single strike and shattered into countless illusory lights. It's you. You're the one who broke the illusion technique and saved me? Fairy Han Wu stared at the newcomer in disbelief. Humph. It's a human again. All humans who trespass the Yellow River Maze deserve to die. The yellow-robed demoness pointed her soft finger at the sky and pressed it down on Ning Fan from afar. This press carried an indescribable profundity. Circles of flowing water immediately appeared where Ning Fan stood, drowning his feet and binding them. Is it an illusion technique again? Illusion techniques are useless against me. The Fuli demon star in Ning Fan's left eye suddenly appeared and began to spin rapidly. The illusory flowing water that bound his feet immediately collapsed and dissipated. At the next moment, divine light that blotted out the sky spread out and directly swept towards the yellow-robed demoness head. She immediately revealed a look of shame and anger. She would never have thought that the well-dressed Ning Fan would be despicable and shameless enough to use an enchantment technique on her. Human cultivators are really despicable and shameless people. I'm not afraid of your enchantment technique. Luoxia Pearl, sweep away the clouds here for me. The yellow-robed demoness opened her red lips and spat out a golden pearl that was stained with saliva. It was a treasure that was refined from her natal dragon pearl. It was specialized in suppressing the divine ability of the clouds. After being suppressed by the Luoxia Pearl, the purple clouds that filled the sky could not fall. A treasure that can suppress clouds, huh? I can't underestimate it. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He suddenly put his palms together and uttered coldly, "Sunset technique, net." All of a sudden, the purple clouds that filled the sky immediately dispersed into countless light ropes. They weaved into a net and fell from the sky. Even the Luoxia pearl could no longer block the attack of the net. The yellow-robed demoness could not believe that the Luoxia pearl that had always been suppressing the clouds would lose its effect. Before she could react, she was already trapped by the net. Of course, as the net was too big, Fairy Hanwu was also caught in it. The two mid-shedding Void Realm women's bodies went limp and fell to the ground. Their beautiful eyes were filled with anger and shame. Despicable. Despicable. How dare you use an enchantment technique on me? The yellow-robed demoness fell to the ground and cursed in grief and indignation. However, because of the enchantment technique, her whole body went limp and soft as if there were countless electric currents flowing through her body. Her voice was intermittent and her tone had also become unusually soft. She was obviously angry, but when she spoke, she sounded like she was flirting with her lover. Despicable. Shameless. Quickly let go of me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Fairy Hanwu, who was attacked indiscriminately, felt her whole body go limp and her face was flushed. She panted in a low voice, feeling both comfortable and painful at the same time. Inwardly, she was filled with shock. She was a dignified mid-shedding Void Realm cultivator, but she was completely restrained by Ning Fan's enchantment technique, who was at the mid-Duzhen realm. This enchantment technique was too powerful. It was so powerful that she could not resist it at all. I've lost control of the sunset technique. Ning Fan frowned and muttered to himself. The sunset net was one of the methods of using the chaotic times purple clouds. The chaotic times purple clouds was not just a single ability. The purple clouds that were cultivated could all be turned into a sunset technique to deal with female cultivators. It was extremely powerful and ever-changing. Unfortunately, it was Ning Fan's first time turning the purple clouds into a net. He was still lacking in mastery and this technique was slightly out of control. Fairy Hanwu was also caught in the net. It was a slip, it really was a slip. To be continued. Ning Fan held the ray of light in his hand. With a tug and pull, he directly sent the yellow-robed phoenix demon into the profounding world. That ray of light was much more powerful than the plucking finger and the imprisoning rope. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, it was not difficult for him to capture early and mid-void shedding realm female cultivators by using the ray of light. As for the captured female cultivators, they would definitely not be able to break free from the ray of light with their own strength. Ning Fan gave Fairy Cold Dance an apologetic look. Then, he changed his hand seals and undid the ray of light that bound her body. Only when the ray of light disappeared did Fairy Cold Dance regain some of her strength. She stood up from the ground and the redness on her face faded away bit by bit. However, she was still panting slightly and rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Even though Fairy Cold Dance knew that it was Ning Fan who saved her at the critical moment, she still felt a little conflicted after being affected by the bewitching technique. However, she was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Naturally, she would not do something ungrateful. Little friend, thank you for saving me. This bottle of pills is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. I hope that you will be more mindful when you attack next time. The feeling of being affected by the bewitching technique isn't pleasant. When she thought of how she was affected by the bewitching technique just now, Fairy Cold Dance could not help but blush a little. Ever since she stepped on the path of cultivation, she had not shown such an expression for millions of years. I shouldn't fail again next time. Ning Fan smiled bitterly apologetically and received the pill bottle. His eyes flashed after scanning it with his spirit sense. There was only one pill in the pill bottle, but it had a great background. It was a type of healing divine medicine of the vast cold palace in the northern heaven, 9-flower moon-shaping pill. Even though it was just a 9-revolution silver-grade pill, its medicinal effect was comparable to many 9-revolution golden pills. Therefore, its price was slightly higher than ordinary 9-revolution golden pills. Even though Ning Fan did not lack healing pills, he still accepted the pill as a token of gratitude from Fairy Cold Dance. Along the way, Ning Fan had already captured 5 void-shedding realm female demons alone. Old Monster 2, Ironclad Old Ancestor, Four-Eyed Devil Monarch and Fairy Cold Dance had all gotten rid of the void-shedding realm female demons because of Ning Fan. Only Xianxia was not saved by Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not have the intention to help Xianxia. According to his senses, Xianxia and his men had already ended their battle and were heading towards this place. Sure enough, a few breaths later, Xianxia's laughter was heard. Haha, it's actually the 9-flower moon sculpting pill. TSK, this pill is not ordinary. Little friend Ning should cherish this pill. Nowadays, there are very few emperor pills in the world. The moon sculpting 9-flower pill of the Moon Palace has a medicinal effect that is comparable to the Golden 9 Revolution pill. It can almost be considered as a rare healing medicine in the world. A red light flashed and landed on the ground, revealing the figure of Xianxia. He held a scroll Dao soldier in his hand. Sealed within the scroll were 2 enraged female phoenix demons. Everyone else was being attacked by a single phoenix demon while Xianxia was being attacked by 2 late-stage Shed-Avoid female demons of the Phoenix clan. One of them was wearing a red skirt while the other was wearing an orange shirt. Although the joint attack of the 2 female Phoenix clan demons was powerful, Xianxia was an old monster who was close to breaking through to the thought-fragmenting realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of the 2 Phoenix demons. The 2 female Phoenix demons had already been kept into the scroll Dao soldier by Xianxia. They were trapped inside the treasure and could not escape. What a powerful Dao soldier. Even a peak Shed-Avoid old monster would not be able to escape once he is trapped inside the scroll. Ning Fan's eyes swept across Xianxia's Dao soldier. His expression remained unchanged but his heart was filled with admiration. After Xianxia, the Four-Eyed Devil Monarch, Old Monster 2 and the Old Ancestor of Iron Cloud also arrived at this place. Xianxia's expression became slightly relieved when he saw that no one was injured or killed. When he heard that Ning Fan had captured 5 Shed-Avoid female phoenix demons with his own strength, even Xianxia revealed a surprised expression. As for Old Monster 2, he was the only one who showed a respectful expression towards Ning Fan. Only Old Monster 2 firmly believed that Ning Fan was a thought-fragmenting old monster. He no longer dared to offend Ning Fan. Speaking of which, it's all my fault for getting the wrong information. It's all my fault for causing you all to be in danger. I didn't expect that there would be demon cultivators of the true Phoenix clan appearing in this Yellow River Snow Valley. This was not part of my plan. The battle between us and the demon cultivators of the true Phoenix clan has caused a huge commotion. Most likely, the demon cultivators stationed outside the maze have already been alerted. At this moment, the outside of the maze must have been heavily surrounded by the demon race. Outside the barrier of the Snow Valley, there might be a large group of demon cultivators rushing here to provide reinforcements. We must speed up and leave this maze as soon as possible. Moreover, we must try our best to avoid the confrontation with the demon race and find the Chen tree as soon as possible. The longer we delay here, the more dangerous it will be. Fellow Daoist too, I would like to borrow your earth cave. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia looked at Old Monster 2 with a serious expression. His expression showed that he was determined to use the earth cave. Old Monster 2's face showed a hint of heartache, but he also knew that it was not the time to feel sorry for the earth cave. He took out a jade slip and crushed it. Then, he immediately formed a hand seal with his 10 fingers. The ground beneath his feet began to wriggle. Then, it split into 2, revealing a hole in the ground with a distorted space. Looking at the jade slip that could not be more broken, Old Monster 2 sighed inwardly and was the first to jump into the hole. Xianxia, on the other hand, whispered a few words to the others and jumped into the hole together. At the same time, outside the Yellow River maze, 3 Shikong old monsters with dragon horns on their heads led nearly 1,000 dragon demons to surround the entire maze. The 3 Shikong old monsters looked gloomy as they stared at the maze in shock and anger. According to the vague perception of the 3 old monsters, there were a total of 6 human cultivators in the maze. The lowest cultivation base was Du Zhan and the highest was a peak Shikong old monster. Damn it. Why did this group of human cultivators break into this place? Could it be that they are here for the Chen flower? Indeed. The Chen flower will bloom in another moment, but no one has ever succeeded in plucking the Chen flower. If these humans are here for the Chen flower, it's impossible that they don't know about it. Are they really here for the Chen flower? Humph. Regardless of the purpose of these humans breaking into the barrier, since they are here, we must not let them leave alive. Among the 6 human cultivators, there are 4 Shikong old monsters, 2 early Shikong old monsters, 1 mid Shikong old monsters and 1 peak Shikong old monsters. These people are not people we can deal with. Fortunately, the 7 little ancestors of the Endless Sky Phoenix clan are also in the maze. Besides, they have already come out to fight against those intruders. With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to take down these human cultivators. We just need to guard the maze well and not let those human cultivators escape. Outside the maze, a large number of dragon demons surrounded the Yellow River maze. However, they did not know that the 7 princesses of the Phoenix clan had all been captured. As for Ningfan and the others, they had already left the maze with the help of a secret technique. From the north of the maze, there was a snowy mountain that stretched for millions of li * 500 m per li. The entire snowy mountain was covered by layers of formation light. It was difficult for outsiders to enter the snowy mountain and also difficult to sense the situation inside. In the depths of the snowy mountain, a 10 * 3. 33 m per li crack suddenly appeared on the ground. 6 rays of traveling light flew out from it. They were none other than Ningfan and the others. With the help of Old Monster 2's secret technique, the 6 of them directly sneaked into the inner area of the snowy mountain from the Yellow River maze, avoiding the battle with the demon cultivators. The snowy mountain in the north was cut off by a long blood-red river, making it impossible for them to continue northward. Countless corpses of savage beasts and barbarians were floating in the blood river. Blood chi filled the air and the stench of blood filled the air, forming an airtight forbidden force. Only the ancient monsters could ignore the forbidden force and directly fly across the blood river. People like Xianxia and the others could only fly across the blood river by using some special techniques. On both sides of the blood river, there was an ancient barbarian statue every half li. It was not a beast statue but a human statue. Those barbarian statues were carvings of the same person. However, none of them had a face carved on them. Thus, no one could tell what the original appearance of the barbarian statue was. Unknowingly, when Ningfan saw those barbarian statues, he felt a sense of familiarity from them. The backs of these barbarian statues were very similar to Xianxia. Their backs slowly overlapped with each other. Is all of this just a coincidence? Mist spread above the blood river. Ningfan could hear the faint chanting of a barbarian scripture. The scripture that they were chanting wasn't the barbarian ancestral scripture that barbarians loved the most. It was a barbarian scripture that Ningfan had never heard of before. Vaguely, the scripture seemed to be called Young Barbarian Scripture. This scripture had never been circulated in the desolate land. 6 generations of barbarian destruction, the day of tribulation incinerates the barbarian bloodline. 7 generations of barbarian destruction, the heavens abandons the barbarian, the heavenly Tao of barbarian collapses. Sacrifice the blood of the barbarian firmament 10,000 spirits, the cultivation path of 3 lifetimes, the blood sacrifice of barbarian Ho, the 8th young barbarian Su. Blood sacrifice of barbarian Ho, the 8th young barbarian Su. At the bank of the blood river, Ningfan's eyes slightly narrowed. His gaze swept across Old Monster 2 and the others, but he didn't see any fluctuation of emotion in their eyes. It seemed like the 4 of them didn't hear any chanting from the blood river. Only Xianxia's expression changed slightly, as if he had heard the chanting. His cloudy eyes revealed a trace of sadness. That sadness disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Xianxia's face was expressionless. Ningfan almost thought that the previous scene was just an illusion. Old Monster 2 and the others didn't hear the chanting, but Xianxia and I did. Why is that? Ningfan frowned slightly when he thought of the figures of the barbarian statues. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of uneasiness. It was a premonition of unknown danger. Could there really be something wrong with Xianxia's body? Xianxia took out a compass and calculated for a while. Then, he said to everyone with a solemn expression. The dust flower will bloom in less than 15 minutes. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, quickly take out the barbaric blood pill that I gave you and fly across this blood river. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia was the first to take out the barbaric blood pill and swallow it. Immediately, black runes appeared on the left side of his face and his body emitted a faint red light. At the moment when the red light rose, the restrictive force above the blood river seemed to have lost its effect. Xianxia leaped into the air, ignoring the restrictive force of the blood river and flew towards the opposite bank. Let's take the barbaric blood pill as well. The sooner we fly across this river, the sooner we can see the Dust Tree. Old Monster 2 and Old Ancestor Iron Cloud tried to resist the restrictive force. Thus, they had no choice but to take the barbaric blood pill given by Xianxia and fly across the blood river with the help of the pill. The four-eyed devil monarch and fairy Han Wu also took the barbaric blood pill and flew across the blood river. Only Ning Fan was hesitant. After a moment of silence, he took out a red pill that was similar to the barbaric blood pill and swallowed it. Then, he activated the power of the calamity blood, causing runes to appear on the left side of his face. With a leap, he flew across the blood river. The pill he took was not the barbaric blood pill, but no one knew about it. Since he cultivated the calamity blood in his body, the restrictive force of the blood river had no effect on him. Thus, there was no need for him to take the pill. He pretended to take the pill, but in fact, he was suspicious of Xianxia, seeing that everyone had taken the barbaric blood pill. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile on the other side of the blood river. After crossing the blood river, the Yellow River Snow Valley appeared in front of them. The scenery of this snow valley was almost the same as the snow valley he saw in the first illusion of Duzhen. The only difference was that this snow valley did not have the will pressure of the Lord of Calamity thought. Instead, there were two snow statues standing outside the snow valley. The two snow statues did not show any signs of life. There was a formation in their mouths that constantly blew out wind and snow, causing the entire snow valley to be extremely cold. Even a peak void-shedding realm cultivator would not be able to enter the snow valley easily. Fairy Han Wu, the cold chi here is too strong. I need to borrow your Dao weapon. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Sure. Fairy Han Wu waved her palm and a moonlight mirror that emitted cold chi immediately appeared in her hand. The name of this mirror was the Guang Cold Mirror. It was one of the few Dao weapons that the cultivators of the Guang Cold Palace often cultivated. It was extremely effective in restraining cold chi. Xianxia took the Guang Cold Mirror and struck a few hand seals at it. Then, he lifted the mirror and waved it at the snow valley. The accumulated snow that had accumulated in the snow valley for 10,000 years immediately began to melt. The cold wind that was blowing in the snow valley also disappeared in an instant. We can enter the valley now. Speaking of which, this old man has not returned to this place for millions of years. Xianxia's eyes were filled with disappointment as he walked into the snow valley. Old Monster 2 and the others did not doubt Xianxia's words. After all, Xianxia knew the information about the Dust Tree like the back of his hand. It was not surprising that he had been to this place before. Ning Fan's eyes, however, turned solemn. He could hear a different meaning from Xianxia's words. Xianxia had said the word return, he had not returned to this place for millions of years. The others were coming to the snow valley but he was returning. Ning Fan closed his eyes and sighed, following the others into the snow valley. The ice lake in the snow valley had already melted bit by bit. At the center of the ice lake, there was an ice tree that was rooted at the bottom of the lake. That tree looked like a Bodhi tree but it was not. There were already 40 to 50 white flower buds on the tree. They had yet to bloom but they were already giving off a cold fragrance. That ice tree was the Dust Tree. Those flower buds were the dust flowers that had yet to bloom. Just by smelling the fragrance of the dust flowers, Old Monster 2 and the others immediately felt refreshed. All the pores on their bodies felt refreshed and refreshed. Their comprehension ability had been slightly improved. This flower can really increase one's comprehension ability. Old Man K didn't lie to us. Haha. Once this flower blooms, we will be able to pluck it and consume it. The old ancestor of Iron Cloud said excitedly. Hee hee. Of course, I won't lie to you. After all of you are the tree slaves that I have chosen. Blood seal, lock. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a cold arc. He suddenly made a hand seal and the barbarian blood rune that had disappeared on the left side of Old Monster 2 and the others immediately reappeared. At the moment when the rune appeared, their cultivation base was immediately sealed and they lost control of their bodies. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. With their intelligence, how could they not know that there was something wrong with the barbarian blood pill given by Xianxia? Old man K, what do you mean by this? This joke isn't funny at all. The old ancestor of Iron Cloud was the first to roar. His eyes were filled with rage. K. Old man K, quickly undo this seal. What are you trying to do? Old Monster 2's face turned pale and cursed inwardly. Xianxia, you lied to me. The four-eyed devil monarch roared with blood-red eyes. Xianxia. I am a member of the Guanhan Palace. How dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid that the Guanhan Palace will take revenge on you? Fairy Hanwu was the calmest person among the four of them. Even though she was shocked, she did not panic. Wait. Why is Ningfan fine? Could it be that he is in cahoots with Xianxia? The old ancestor of Iron Cloud suddenly exclaimed. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Ningfan. Those who had consumed the barbarian blood pill were now controlled by the rune and could not move at all. Only Ningfan's body did not show any abnormality and he could still move. You really didn't consume the barbarian blood pill? You really are the person that I like the most. Good. Very good. Xianxia did not seem to be surprised that Ningfan did not consume the pill, but his eyes gradually turned gloomy. Ningfan's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment and his mood became heavier. He regarded Xianxia as his benefactor and senior. If it was possible, he would not want to be Xianxia's enemy. However, today, he found out that Xianxia really had ulterior motives towards them. He was afraid that it would be very difficult for him not to become Xianxia's enemy. Senior, what is it that you are seeking? The dust flower should be just a cover for you to lure us here. Or perhaps, it's a part of your plan. There's still a moment before the dust flower blooms. Junior really wants to know, with your cultivation base, why would you go through so much trouble to scheme against us juniors whose cultivation base is far lower than yours? Ningfan looked at Xianxia calmly without any fear in his eyes. With his ability to protect himself, no one would be able to catch him if he wanted to leave unless an immortal emperor intervened, not even Xianxia. If he wanted to fight, Xianxia might not be a match for him even with his peak Shishuang realm cultivation base. He was not afraid of Xianxia. He just wanted to verify Xianxia's motive from him. If it was possible, Ningfan really did not want to become Xianxia's enemy. He did not want to turn against his benefactor, but if he had to become his enemy, Ningfan would not show any mercy. Hee. Little friend, your courage is indeed extraordinary. I have already revealed my ferocious side, but you still dared to talk to me calmly. You're indeed a person who has achieved the unity of heaven and man. You're not someone that a pseudo-celestial being like me can be compared to. But it's a pity that your cultivation base is still too low. You can't escape from my control. Barbaric art, prison drawing. Xianxia sneered. He pointed his finger at Ningfan and drew at the spot where Ningfan was standing. In an instant, a black and red barbaric light flashed beneath Ningfan's feet. A light prison rose and trapped Ningfan within it. That light prison was so strong that no Shishuang realm could break it. The disappointment in Ningfan's eyes deepened. He suddenly raised his hand and his fingertip was wrapped with barbaric light. Then, he pressed his palm towards the light prison and broke it easily. The reason why he could break the light prison with his palm was not because of his profound cultivation base, but because of the power of his Jia blood. Xianxia's gloomy eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. After the initial shock, it turned into ecstasy. He retracted his killing intent and said to Ningfan. I didn't expect you to possess the Jia blood. You're the Taitsong Jia spirit. Good. Good. Little friend, you always bring me surprises. Since you possess the Jia blood, it's not like I can't befriend you sincerely. Little friend Ning, are you willing to help me sacrifice the blood of the barbarian world to awaken the 8th generation young barbarian lord? I want to wash away the humiliation of our barbarian world being invaded by foreign enemies for countless years and restore the prestige of the barbarian race. As long as you agree to my request and help me accomplish my great task, I can give you a great fortune. I will use the blood of 10,000 spirits to help you achieve minor accomplishment in your Jia blood. After that, you only need to cultivate diligently for 1,000,000 years and you will definitely achieve major accomplishment in your Jia blood. Then, you will become the #1 supreme being in the illusory world. With the power of your Jia sense, you will be invincible in this world. Little friend, are you willing to join hands with me to slaughter all the living beings in the illusory world and destroy the world as a tribulation? Ningfan did not answer Xianxia's question. His eyes flashed with green light as if he had seen through something. His eyes revealed a hint of sadness and a trace of coldness. I see. You are not Xianxia. You have possessed Senior Xianxia's physical body. No, it's not an ordinary body possession. It's a kind of soul fusion that I have never heard of before. That's why you can travel the 4 heavens with the identity of Xianxia. Your true form should be a cultivator of the ancient barbarian world. I have seen this kind of chi before. You are not Xianxia. Who are you? This man is not Xianxia at all. This man is not my benefactor. To be continued. How can you be so sure that I'm not Xianxia? Xianxia smiled disapprovingly. Because you have the aura of a Fan clan cultivator on you. As soon as Ningfan's voice faded, Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. Killing intent spread out from his eyes crazily, enough to swallow the entire world. That was definitely not the pressure that Shikong old monster should have. That pressure was something that only an ancient monster could possess. Where did you hear about the Fan family? At this moment, Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Just like what Ningfan had said, he was not Xianxia. Instead, he was the remnant soul of an immortal venerable from the Fan clan of the ancient savage wilderness. When the 7th barbaric ancestor was killed by the group of black monks and the Fan clan was annihilated, he was the only one who attached his remnant soul to the dust tree and hid himself, barely surviving. 5,000,000 years ago, the real Xianxia entered the wilderness and trespassed into the snow valley in an attempt to steal the dust flower. However, he was possessed by the remnant soul of an immortal venerable in the dust tree and killed. Originally, barbarians were unable to transcend the laws of heaven and earth and enter the 4 heavens immortal realm. However, the remnant soul of the immortal venerable had used a special method of possession and became the new Xianxia, successfully transcending the laws and entering the northern heaven immortal realm. For the past 5,000,000 years, no one could tell that he was not Xianxia and no one could expose his identity as a cultivator of the Fan family. The Fan family was the #1 cultivation family of the primordial wilderness. In the history of the primordial wilderness, there were a total of 7 generations of primordial ancestors and all of them were from the Fan family. However, the Fan family had been exterminated a long time ago. It was impossible for anyone in the world to know that the Fan family had once existed. Even the demon race that worked with him did not know of the Fan family's past. Xianxia was very concerned about how Ningfan heard about the Fan family. He was worried that this matter would become an unforeseen event in his plan. Under Xianxia's unrestrained immortal reverent aura, Old Monster 2 and the rest turned pale and coughed out blood, their eyes filled with shock. They had never thought that Xianxia had concealed himself so deeply. Despair filled their hearts as they thought that there was no way for them to escape today. Ningfan was the only one who remained calm despite being at the center of the pressure. You really are a cultivator of the Fan family. Judging from this pressure, you were an immortal sovereign of the Fan family in the ancient times. But it's a pity that you have lost all of your cultivation base after seizing Xianxia's body. Although you can enter the 4 heavens immortal world, you're no longer an immortal venerable expert. Your body seizing technique seems to have a lot of drawbacks, but I'm still very interested in it. This is the first time I've heard of a body-seizing technique that can hide from the Tao laws of the world. Ningfan had comprehended the prestige secret art and the force secret art at the same time. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Xianxia's immortal venerated aura pressure. His expression was still calm and composed. He was quite interested in Xianxia's possession art. If Zhao Dai cultivated this kind of possession technique, she could possess another person's physical body and conceal her cultivation from the laws of heaven and earth. With her cultivation, she could walk the path of immortality step by step. Xianxia squinted his eyes as he calmed down and retracted his killing intent. Naturally, he did not expect that Ningfan would actually be able to resist his immortal venerable realm aura pressure. One should know that ordinary Du Zhan and Shikong could not withstand his immortal venerable realm aura pressure at all. They did not even have the right to stand in front of him. Xianxia's intuition told him that Ning Fan was not a simple person. It would be unwise for him to become enemies with him. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia set up a soundproof barrier between him and Ning Fan. Little friend Ning, you have hidden yourself very well. Forget it. This old man won't ask you where you heard about the Fan clan. I only have one question for you. Are you willing to help me perform a blood sacrifice in the wildlands and awaken the 8th generation young priest? This matter will be of great benefit to both of us. Xianxia said with a bewitching tone. Blood sacrifice in the wildlands? Awaken the 8th young priest? Why should I help you? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly gloomy. He could not help but imagine the cruel scene of the barbaric ancestor performing a blood sacrifice in the desolate wasteland. After many years of transcending into a mortal, he had developed some feelings for the wilderness. He couldn't bring himself to sacrifice the wilderness and slaughter countless mortals like the barbaric ancestor. Little friend, since you have the Jia blood, you should be able to hear the chanting of scriptures beside the blood river. Since you know about the Fan family, do you know why my Fan family was destroyed? Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the sky in rage. Seeing that Ning Fan remained silent, he continued. We cultivators of the wildlands were once servants of the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit, but he abandoned us. Did you know that the Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit bestowed upon us a formation in the wilderness called the Immemorial Dust-Defying Formation? 6 generations of berserker ancestors tried to use this rune to awaken their culpa blood and ascend to the higher realms, but all of them failed. Instead, they lost all their berserker blood and died with hatred in their hearts, turning into stone statues. The 6th barbarian ancestor may have fallen, but he left behind a will to protect the wilderness, and it has fused into the 6 stone statues. With the protection of the 6 ancestors, the 7th barbarian ancestor finally had the chance to truly awaken his Jia blood. If he succeeds in awakening his blood, the wilderness will no longer be a slave race. We will become a tribulation venerable force in the upper realm. However, just before the 7th berserker ancestor successfully awakened his blood, the tribulation spirits of Grand Firmament descended to the lower realm and killed the 7th berserker ancestor. They also destroyed the entire wilderness. From that day on, all Shou clan people in Wasteland were uprooted. With the heavenly Tao of the wilderness destroyed, the barbarians could no longer cultivate. In the entire Fan family, apart from me, no one else can survive. And the reason why the tribulation spirits of Grand Firmament destroyed the wilderness was because they no longer needed us. Since then, the wilderness has become a battlefield for the cultivators of the illusory world. Every time a war breaks out, a large number of barbarians and beasts will die in the flames of war. You may understand the sorrow of my country being destroyed and my family being destroyed. You may also understand the pain of watching my people being killed in front of my eyes but being unable to save them. As he said this, Xianxia clenched his fists unwillingly and let out a long sigh. The young barbarian scripture that little friend heard by the blood river is a scripture that I deduced after using the power of my remnant soul and tens of thousands of divinations. Based on my deduction, the fate of the wilderness will only be rewritten when the 8th barbarian ancestor is born. The wilderness world is a medium-sized world. Every generation of barbarian ancestor is the lord of the wilderness world. Those barbarian ancestors who are not recognized by the wilderness world are called young barbarian ancestor. The 7th barbarian ancestor has passed away. The reason why I have survived until now is to awaken the 8th young barbarian ancestor from thousands of barbarians. Every generation of barbarian ancestor was born from ordinary barbarians. The young barbarian scripture told me that when I perform the blood sacrifice in the wilderness, the 8th young barbarian ancestor will awaken from the barbarians after 3 lifetimes of cultivation. This is also the reason why I decided to perform the blood sacrifice in the wilderness. When the foreign races invaded the wilderness, the immemorial earth-defying formation fell into the hands of the demon race. Unfortunately, they didn't know the method to activate the formation and could only seal it temporarily. After I took over Xianxia's body, I controlled some of the barbarian beasts and made an agreement with the demon race. I told them the method to operate the immemorial earth-defying formation and the secret to nurture the rebellious infant. I wanted to use the demon race to awaken the grand formation and perform the blood sacrifice in the wilderness. Unfortunately, the demon race didn't do their job well. First, they lost a large number of rebellious infant. Then, more than half of the formation was destroyed by the human race. As a result, I had no choice but to postpone the blood sacrifice in the wilderness. Fortunately, I have a new plan after meeting Little Friend, a heavenly being cultivator. That is to take over the dust tree. After possessing the dust tree for a long period of time, I discovered that there is a remnant of an extremely strong tribulation intent in the tree. As long as I can extract this intent and devour it, I have a 30% chance of awakening the tribulation blood and achieve what the 7th barbarian ancestor couldn't, which is to become a grand firmament tribulation spirit. Even if I can't awaken the tribulation blood, I can still break the shackles of Xianxia's physical body with the power of this intent and get rid of all the hidden dangers of seizing his body. Then, I can cultivate back to the immortal venerable realm bit by bit. After that, I will personally perform the blood sacrifice in the wilderness and devour the bloodline of all living beings in the wilderness to obtain my own barbarian body. At that time, I won't need to painstakingly look for the 8th barbarian young barbarian master. I can become the 8th barbarian young barbarian master by myself. No, I can become the 8th barbarian ancestor. Xianxia's eyes became crazier and crazier. Ning Fan had seen that craziness in the eyes of the 7th barbarian ancestor before. In order to become a grand firmament tribulation spirit, the 7th barbarian ancestor did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire wilderness. In order to become the 8th barbarian ancestor, Xianxia also did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire wilderness. To be honest, when Ning Fan heard Xianxia talk about the past of the extinction of the wilderness, he felt a little sympathy for him. However, when he heard that Xianxia wanted to sacrifice the entire wilderness, his sympathy for Xianxia instantly vanished. While Xianxia was talking, 15 minutes had passed. The flower buds of the dust tree had already bloomed one after another. A delicate fragrance filled the air. Xianxia's eyes looked at the dust flower on the tree. His eyes became even more fervent. The best time to extract the dust tree's wool was when the dust flower bloomed. If he has the help of a true heavenly being realm cultivator, Xianxia was quite confident that he could extract the remaining wool of the tribulation lord from the dust tree. He was different from Ning Fan. He was not a true heavenly being realm cultivator. However, because the soul of an immortal venerable realm cultivator had possessed the dust tree for countless years, he had absorbed a lot of nutrients from the dust tree, which greatly increased his comprehension ability. On the surface, he looked like a heavenly being realm cultivator, but in reality, he was not. If he was the one who extracted the dust tree's will, the success rate would not be high. However, if it's Ning Fan, it should be foolproof. Xianxia needed Ning Fan's help to extract the dust tree's wool. Besides that, the probability of Xianxia fusing with the dust tree's wool and cultivating the tribulation blood was only 30%, which was not high. If Ning Fan was willing to activate the pressure of the tribulation blood to help Xianxia fuse with the dust tree's will, the probability of Xianxia cultivating the tribulation blood would be as high as 70%. He needed Ning Fan's help to fuse with the blood. Of course, what Xianxia needed the most was Ning Fan's help to sacrifice the wilderness and become the 8th young barbarian realm cultivator. If there was a grand firmament tribulation spirit to help him operate the immemorial dust-defying formation, he would have a high chance of becoming the 8th young barbarian realm cultivator by devouring the blood of 10,000 spirits. Little friend, are you willing to help me extract the will of the dust tree, help me cultivate the calamity blood, and help me sacrifice the barbarian world? If you agree to my request, I can give you my body-seizing technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia took out the scroll Dao weapon and unfurled it, showing Ning Fan the 2 female phoenixes who were struggling in the painting. As far as I know, these 7 females of the Phoenix clan have an impressive background. They are not 7 individuals but the same person. She is the current Phoenix concubine of the Tianlan Phoenix clan. Because her demon soul was divided into 7 parts, her physical body was divided into 7 parts and turned into 7 females. If the 7 souls fuse into one, they will become an eternal cauldron. Little friend, you have already captured 5 female phoenixes. If you capture these 2 females, it is equivalent to obtaining an eternal cauldron. I can tell that little friend cultivates an extremely profound dual cultivation technique. If little friend agrees to help me, then I can give you these 2 Phoenix clan cauldrons. I can also help little friend fuse his 7 souls into one and obtain an immemorial realm cauldron. Ning Fan's expression did not change after hearing what Xianxia said, but he was secretly shocked. He did not expect that the demon phoenix cauldron he captured was the product of the demon soul of the Tianlan Phoenix clan. Little friend, you are different from me. You are a true celestial being realm cultivator. This dust flower will be very beneficial to you. To tell you the truth, the flower plucking finger art that I gave to you is only an incomplete finger art that I deduced from an ancient book. I've already tried it, but I can't pluck the flowers from the dust tree. However, if you help me extract the will of the dust tree, I will become the dust tree after fusing with it. Then, it will be very easy for me to give you the flower on the tree. If you are willing to help me, I can give you this dust flower with both hands. If I can't fuse with the will of the dust tree, you can forget about getting the dust flower. If you help me, I am willing to share the blood of 10,000 living beings in the wild world with you when I perform the blood sacrifice in the wild world in the future and help you achieve minor completion in your calamity blood. Once you achieve minor completion in your calamity blood, you will be invincible in the void abandoning realm even if your cultivation base is only at the mid-crossing truth realm. If you achieve major completion in your calamity blood one day, you will be invincible in the illusory world unless you meet a sage. I know the method to raise an inverse infant. If you help me, I will become the barbaric ancestor in the future. I am willing to raise an inverse infant for you and help you achieve major completion in your calamity blood, allowing you to walk on the path of invincibility. Little friend. I have already shown so much sincerity. I only have one question for you. Are you willing to help me? Xianxia looked at Ning Fan confidently. He firmly believed that his words were enough to move Ning Fan. He could tell that Ning Fan was a devil cultivator who killed without batting an eyelid. He firmly believed that Ning Fan was a cruel and merciless person who would do anything in order to obtain cultivation base. Such a person would be easily manipulated by others. He firmly believed that after offering so many benefits, it would be enough to move Ning Fan's heart that desired cultivation base. Unfortunately, Xianxia was destined to be disappointed. Even though Ning Fan desired cultivation base, he would not abandon his principles for it. It was fine to extract the will of the dust tree. If it was just to help Xianxia, Ning Fan would not go against his Dao heart. However, the only thing that Ning Fan could not do was to sacrifice the lives of countless mortals in the wild world. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had asked himself not to harm the lives of mortals. Mortals should not be involved in the bloody sea of cultivation. The wild world was Zhao Dier's home. Ning Fan would never do something like sacrificing the lives of millions of barbarians in exchange for cultivation base. If he did, he would not be able to face Zhao Dier. Moreover, he also knew that Xianxia was just using him despite his extravagant words. He was using his identity as a celestial being realm cultivator and a calamity blood in his body. After using him, given Xianxia's cold-blooded personality, he would certainly not let him live. Ning Fan was not a fool. He would not be so foolish as to be used by Xianxia. He had already figured out Xianxia's purpose. He finally understood why the demon race knew how to raise a defying infant and why they wanted to lift the seal on the immemorial dust-defying formation. It turned out that they were being used by Xianxia. Ning Fan could feel that there was a sense of sorrow in Xianxia's body. It had lingered for a long time. That sorrow was left behind by the real Xianxia before he died. Xianxia was unwilling to be possessed by someone, but he died with hatred. His sorrow hadn't dissipated for millions of years, waiting for a release. Xianxia yearned for release. He yearned for someone to kill the person who possessed him so that the soul of the immortal venerables would no longer use his corpse for evil purposes. Ning Fan's mind recalled the past events of Wu Yu in the Dark Sparrow's grave. He was indebted to Xianxia. Even if it was just to free Xianxia, Ning Fan would not help this fake Xianxia. I'm sorry. I can't accept your suggestion. What? You actually refuse to help me? Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Obviously, he did not expect that Ning Fan would reject his suggestion. You possessed Senior Xianxia's body and harmed his life. Of course, I won't help you. The only thing I can do is to send him to his death. Rain Yin Yang, unseal. Battle Yin Yang, unseal. Ning Fan unsealed the two great Yin and Yang consecutively. activated the war god art and used the soul extraction technique. His aura force suddenly skyrocketed. Even though it was not at the mid-void abandoning realm, it was much stronger than Old Monster 2 and the others. He raised his palm and directly crushed the soundproof barrier that Xianxia laid down. Hiss. This young man has such a powerful secret technique. In just a few seconds, his strength has actually skyrocketed to such a level. Old Ancestor Iron Cloud and the others revealed a look of surprise. The four of them were immobilized by Xianxia. Their only hope now was for Ning Fan to completely break off his relationship with Xianxia and defeat him to save the four of them. Due to the existence of the soundproof barrier, they did not know about Xianxia's suggestion. However, they could tell from his anger that Ning Fan and Xianxia were not on the same side. Xianxia's immortal venerated chi force was indeed shocking, but Ning Fan's secret technique was equally shocking. Fairy Han Wu looked at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes full of hope. If Ning Fan could save her and escape from here, she would definitely repay him handsomely. Among the four of them, the one who had the most confidence in Ning Fan was Old Monster Tuesday. In his opinion, Ning Fan was originally a thought-breaking old monster. Even if Xianxia had the immortal venerated chi force, he was not an immortal venerated chi force after all. It was impossible for him to defeat Ning Fan. Send me to my death? Little friend, you sure have a big mouth. Unfortunately, it's really wishful thinking if you want to be my enemy with your strength. Since you don't want to accept my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless. Xianxia sneered. He had already made up his mind. After capturing Ning Fan, he would abandon Xianxia's physical body and directly seize Ning Fan's physical body using a secret technique. Ning Fan was a true heavenly being realm cultivator and he was the Taitsung Jialing. After seizing Ning Fan's body, he would naturally be able to carry out his previous plan. Sinister Sparrow Painting. Keep. Xianxia raised his hand and took out the scroll Dao weapon. The scroll unfurled in the wind and shone with thousands of rays of divine light at Ning Fan, as if it wanted to directly suck Ning Fan into the scroll. A sense of danger immediately spread throughout Ning Fan's body. No matter what, Xianxia was a peak-shedding void realm expert. With Ning Fan's current strength, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to fight against him. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan withdrew himself and flew backwards. At the same time, he raised his finger and pointed forward. A ray of black light penetrated his finger and immediately turned into a cloaked old man who did not reveal any chi at all. His expression was blank and numb. He stood in front of Ning Fan and blocked him. A puppet, huh? Ordinary puppets can't stop my sinister sparrow painting. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He used the sinister sparrow painting to forcefully subdue the cloaked old man, but he realized that he could not subdue the puppet at all. Only then did he realize that the level of this puppet might have exceeded the absorption ability of the sinister sparrow painting. Destroy this painting. Ning Fan gave an order and hooked the puppet line between his fingers. The cloaked puppet immediately received Ning Fan's order and threw a punch at the sinister sparrow painting in front of him. It was a simple punch, but it had the power to destroy heaven and earth because it was the full power of a mid-thought fragmentation realm puppet. With just a single strike, the sinister sparrow painting was shattered. The two trapped demon phoenixes also fell out from the painting. Due to the impact of the punch, they were injured and lost consciousness. Ning Fan casually sealed them and threw them into the profounding world. Now was not the time to deal with these demon phoenix cauldrons. It's actually a mid-thought fragmentation realm puppet. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He coughed out blood and retreated continuously. Obviously, he had suffered a great backlash when his Dao weapon was destroyed. Fairy Han Wu, Four-Eyed Devil Monarch and Old Ancestor Iron Cloud were all shocked. None of them would have thought that Ning Fan would have a heaven-defying item like the thought fragmentation puppet. Even Old Monster 2, who had always looked up to Ning Fan, revealed a look of disbelief. The thought fragmentation puppet was a rare item. Even among the ancient immortal venerables, only a few of them had it. Kill him. Ning Fan gave another order in a deep voice and triggered the Six Desires puppet line. The cloaked puppet heard the order and immediately rushed at Xianxia with its fists. After a few punches, Xianxia was sent flying backwards while coughing out blood. Good. 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 What a good Ning Fan. This old man has underestimated you. You have the thought fragmentation puppet as your trump card, but I also have my trump card. First slave of the dust tree, Earth Devil. Killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He performed a hand seal and the barbaric blood runes on Old Monster 2's body immediately spread to his whole body. With a wail, his sea of consciousness was shattered and he died. Although Old Monster 2's sea of consciousness was shattered, his corpse was still under Xianxia's control. He suddenly squatted down and slammed his palm on the ground. Immediately, a hole with distorted space appeared on the ground. That hole had spiritual intelligence. That hole was a secret treasure passed down by Old Monster 2's ancestor. It was refined by a powerful Earth Devil. Old Monster 2 opened his mouth and directly swallowed the hole into his stomach. Immediately, his face showed a painful expression. His corpse gradually merged with the hole in the ground, turning into an earth demon at the peak of the Skysplit realm. Haha. I have been sealed by the cultivators of 2 clan for many years. Finally, I can see the light of day again. Is it you who released me? Earth Demon had already taken over Old Monster 2's body and was using Old Monster 2's body to ask Xianxia. That's right. It's me who helped you break the seal. When you were at your peak, your cultivation base was close to the eternal ancient realm. Now that you have just broken the seal, your cultivation base has yet to recover. However, as long as you follow me wholeheartedly, I will help you recover your cultivation base and break through the eternal ancient realm one day. Xianxia said while fighting against the cloaked puppet. Humph. I am a dignified Earth Devil. Why should I listen to you? The Earth Devil grinned hideously. He did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Xianxia's face darkened. With a thought, the barbarian blood runes in the Earth Devil's body were immediately activated. The Earth Devil was in so much pain that he wanted to die. When he looked at Xianxia again, his eyes were filled with intense hatred. How dare you plant a restriction on me? You're courting death. Humph. Cut the crap. Quickly help me fight against this puppet. You are my tree slave. Don't you dare to betray me. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will activate the restriction and kill you. The Earth Devil gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to disobey Xianxia's order. He activated his divine ability and joined the battle. Xianxia and the Earth Devil joined hands to resist the thought Xianxia puppet. After a while, they gradually stabilized the situation. Second tree slave, Iron Crow. Xianxia's eyes turned cold again. This time, it was the old ancestor of Iron Cloud who screamed. Still calling for strong reinforcements. Ning Fan's eyes darkened and swept across the old ancestor, Four-Eyed Devil Monarch and Fairy Han Wu. An aura that was not weaker than the Earth Devil gradually spread from the old ancestor's body. When the barbarian blood runes covered the old ancestor's body, an evil laughter suddenly came through the corpse of the old ancestor. Haha. I, Iron Crow, have finally seen the light of day again. Which fellow Taoist has saved me? Allow me to express my gratitude. There's no need to thank me. You are my slave. Quickly help me fight against this puppet. Xianxia said in a deep voice. To be continued. Heh, you want this old man to be your slave? You sure talk big, fellow Taoist. When I was at my peak, even a second tribulation immortal venerable would have to be polite to me. Even the Northern Heaven immortal king would not be able to make me kneel down and fawn over him. Who do you think you are to make this old man a slave? Iron Cloud Ancestor's corpse suddenly exploded into a mist of blood, and a gloomy black figure walked out from it. His name was Iron Crow Taoist, and he looked at Xianxia with contempt. Xianxia snorted coldly and without wasting any time with Iron Crow Taoist, he immediately activated the barbarian blood rune. With the activation of the runes, Taoist Iron Crow immediately cried out in pain and said angrily, "What a powerful restriction! How dare you plant a restriction on this old man? Taoist Iron Crow. You are an ancient immortal venerable, and I am also an ancient immortal venerable. My cultivation is stronger than yours. I've already placed a restriction on you now, and you've become my slave. If you dare speak disrespectfully to me again, then don't blame me for activating the restriction and annihilating you. Quickly help this old man fight against this fiend." If you dare to disobey this old man's orders, this old man will definitely punish you severely. Although Iron Crow Daoist hated Xianxia to the core, he was also extremely afraid of the restriction within his body. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, he felt slightly better when he saw that there was an Earth Devil slave beside Xianxia, who seemed to be an immortal reverend in the past. Rolling his eyes gloomily, he sneered and joined the battle, joining forces with Xianxia and Earth Demon to resist the cloaked puppet. Even though the cloaked puppet was a mid-thought fragmentation realm puppet, Ning Fan could not unleash its full power. He could only control it to launch simple attacks. When Xianxia and the others were at their peak, they were all immortal venerables and were not to be trifled with. Even if he could only unleash the peak strength of Shizong Kong, he was not to be underestimated. The puppet was still able to fight evenly with Xianxia and Earth Demon, but after Taya joined the battle, the situation became unfavorable for the puppet. I'm not the real Renhuang Kong, so I can't unleash the full power of this puppet. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before I lose. Ning Fan's eyes became increasingly solemn. One of his hands was controlling the puppet strings while the other hand was placed on the soul pouch hanging on his waist. Other than the thought-shattering puppet, Ning Fan still had another trump card that could save his life, the Divine Blast technique. There were a lot of second-step primordial spirits inside the soul pouch. There was even a primordial spirit of the broken thought fragment. It was the primordial spirit of the red-eyed old monster who chased after Ning Fan in the Divine Tomb. If Ning Fan makes all of his primordial spirits explode, he would certainly cause unimaginable damage to Xianxia and the others. When Xianxia saw that the cloaked puppet was gradually losing the battle, he felt relieved. But the moment Ning Fan placed his palm on the soul pouch, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Without any reason, all the hairs on his back stood up and he was secretly frightened. Not good. Other than the thought-shattering puppet, this kid still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Although they didn't know what kind of divine ability he was going to use, they definitely couldn't let him use it. Otherwise, this old man's life will be in danger. The third tree slave, appear. The fourth tree slave, appear. In a hurry, Xianxia made 2 hand seals. The instant he formed a hand seal, the four-eyed demon monarch and fairy Han Wu both cried out in pain, and were on the verge of death. Ning Fan's expression immediately changed. How could he not know that Xianxia was going to summon another ferocious creature from their bodies? With the addition of the Earth Devil and Iron Crow, the situation was already very tricky. If Xianxia were to summon something else, Ning Fan knew that his chances of winning would be slim. Don't even think about summoning another ferocious creature. After giving up on the idea of using the Spirit Blast technique immediately, Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of golden light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the four-eyed demon monarch and fairy Han Wu. His left and right index fingers pointed at the space between their eyebrows, activating a trace of tribulation blood power. As Ning Fan's finger light landed on them, the two of them let out a muffled groan and fainted on the ground. The barbarian blood runes that covered their bodies faded away bit by bit. Ning Fan had actually used the power of his tribulation blood to suppress the barbarian blood runes in their bodies. As expected of the Taitsong tribulation spirit, it can actually suppress the power of the barbarian blood pill. It seems like I won't be able to summon the last 2 tree slaves without paying some price. Xianxia signaled the Earth Devil and Iron Crow with his eyes. Then, he retreated and jumped out of the battle circle. Using 2 of his fingers on his right hand, he cut his left palm, causing blood to flow out. Then, he slammed his palm on the ground of the snowy valley. Immediately, a small black and red blood formation appeared on the ground. It flashed like lightning and whistled within the blood formation. Xianxia then put his palms together and muttered an incantation. Immediately, a ray of light flew out from the bodies of the four-eyed demon monarch and fairy Han Wu who had fainted on the ground. The rays of light shot into the blood formation and gradually turned into 2 shadows. The dark shadow on the left was a giant devil that was around 3 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall. His body emitted a rotten and filthy corpse chi. His cultivation base was close to the early thought fragmentation realm. The bright shadow on the right was a ray of broken moonlight. The moonlight was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It vaguely had the shape of a human, but it could not completely condense into a human. Hiss. How could the remnant spirit of immortal concubine Xianxia be broken by someone? Who did this? Xianxia looked at the broken moonlight and was secretly shocked. Of course, he did not know that the reason why immortal concubine Xianxia's remnant spirit was broken was related to Han Wu. It seems like the fourth tree slave is temporarily useless. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to make a hand seal to disperse the moonlight, a cold and arrogant female voice came from the moonlight. Was it you who helped me to break the seal? You helped this empress, so this empress should have rewarded you. However, you just had to plant a restriction in this empress body, violating this empress taboo. You deserve to die. The human-shaped moonlight scolded and pressed her palm down. Countless rays of moonlight immediately lashed at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly made a hand seal and activated the barbaric blood runes in the bodies of the giant devil and the human-shaped moonlight at the same time to break the attacks of the moonlight. When he looked at the human-shaped moonlight again, he was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that immortal concubine Xianxia could still display the strength of an early thought fragmentation realm cultivator even though her remnant spirit was scattered. I really admire you. Unfortunately, immortal concubine has already been planted with a restriction by me and has become my slave. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not provoke me when you're living under someone else's roof. Xianxia looked at the giant devil and said with a sinister smile. Immortal venerable Sang Men, I'll have to trouble you and immortal concubine Xianxia to help me kill this brat. Don't try to disobey my orders. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The giant devil who was called immortal venerable Sang Men harumphed coldly. His eyes swept across the battlefield and joined the battle. He quickly understood the situation and did not talk nonsense with Xianxia. The human-shaped moonlight that immortal concubine Xianxia had turned into tried to break the restriction in her body. After failing to do so, she snorted and no longer talked back to Xianxia. Her eyes swept across the battlefield and suddenly saw Ningfan. Her killing intent instantly spread like a tidal wave. She remembered Ningfan's qi very clearly. Previously, when she was about to succeed in seizing Fairy Han Wu's body, Fairy Han Wu was hit by Ningfan's purple cloud enchanting technique. When the enchanting technique entered Fairy Han Wu's body, immortal concubine Xianxia who was hiding in Fairy Han Wu's sea of consciousness was also affected by the enchanting technique. At the critical moment of seizing Fairy Han Wu's body, she suffered a backlash. Due to a moment of carelessness, her broken spirit collapsed and turned into a body of moonlight. It's you. You're the one who sabotaged my great plan of seizing my body. You're the one who severely injured my broken spirit. You deserve to die. Immortal concubine Xianxia's body suddenly turned into a ray of dazzling moonlight. She directly passed the cloaked puppet and rushed towards Ningfan. She swore to kill Ningfan in a single strike to vent the hatred in her heart. Ningfan turned into a ray of golden light and retreated, avoiding immortal concubine Xianxia's attack. However, his heart sank. He had already suppressed the medicinal power of the barbaric blood pill in the bodies of the four-eyed devil monarch and Fairy Han Wu. However, he still failed to stop Xianxia from summoning tree slaves. Today, Xianxia had already summoned 4 tree slaves. Each of them was once a famous figure in the northern heaven. Earth Devil, Iron Crow, Death Sect. Ningfan had never heard of their names before. However, he could vaguely tell that they were once immortal venerables of a region when they were at their peak. As for immortal concubine Xianxia, Ningfan had heard of her before. She was one of the ancient immortal emperors who founded the vast cold palace. When she was at her peak, it was said that she was an immortal emperor who had passed the 9th tribulation. It was said that immortal concubine Xianxia had once betrayed the vast cold palace due to certain reasons. It was also said that immortal concubine Xianxia and many other immortal emperors of the vast cold palace had gone missing after the collapse of the ancient heavenly court. Ningfan had never expected that the ancient immortal emperors who had been lost in history would become his enemy in such a way. Xianxia himself was also an immortal venerable of the past. Even though Xianxia and the others were not at their peak and the highest cultivation base was only at the early thought fragmentation realm, they still gave Ningfan a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. Ningfan knew that he was not going to fight an early thought fragmentation realm expert and 4 peak shedding void realm experts in this battle. Instead, he was going to fight against 5 immortal venerables and immortal emperors who had yet to recover their cultivation base. His chances of winning this battle were slim. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the 5 ancient experts with his thought fragmentation puppet and spirit blast technique. The wise move was to use the speed of the golden light to escape from the encirclement of the 5 experts, giving up on Xianxia and taking revenge for the fallen Xianxia. However, Ningfan was not willing to escape. Xianxia's unwilling pleas kept echoing in his ears. Ningfan, who was in the unity of heaven and man, could hear the pleas of the real Xianxia from the body of the fake Xianxia. I don't want to be possessed by someone. I don't want to. No matter who it is, hurry up and free me. Kill the person who has taken over my body. I don't want my corpse to be controlled by someone. I don't want to. Who will free me? I don't want to. Ningfan's eyes were burning with the flames of battle. He was not going to escape. He wanted to free his former benefactor, Xianxia, right here and now. So what if you were an immortal venerate or an immortal emperor? They are just a group of undead spirits that have survived until today. Why should I be afraid? Fight. 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 Tens of thousands of flames of battle burned in Ningfan's body. His black hair instantly turned blood red and his eyes were filled with the madness of a devil. The more desperate the situation was, the more reason he could not retreat. However, it was the only reason he could activate the power of the war god art. In the past, even though Ningfan had successfully cultivated the 4th transformation of the war god art, he did not have a deep understanding of it because he had only cultivated it for a short period of time. At this moment, Ningfan's understanding of the 4th transformation of the war god art continued to deepen. The essence of the 4th transformation of the war god art was just a simple sentence. Even if there are millions of enemies, I will go forward. It doesn't matter if the enemies are strong or weak, they can't get rid of the obsession in my heart. If I want to go, no one can stop me even if there are millions of soldiers in front of me. Only then can I be worthy of the word war. Since immortal concubine Xianxu's attack failed, she tapped the ground with the tip of her toes again. She held the moonlight waterfall in her hand and tried to bind Ningfan. This time, Ningfan did not retreat. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at immortal concubine Xianxu. He could see that immortal concubine Xianxu's moonlight body was not stable. It was in danger of collapsing at any time. To him, this was an opportunity. Ningfan controlled the puppet with one hand to slow down Xianxia and the others. His other hand clenched into a fist. Millions of strands of chaotic purple light gathered in his fist and turned into 9 layers of undercurrents. Then, he threw a punch at immortal concubine Xianxu. Sunset technique, 9 stacks force. The moonlight waterfall that was as soft as air shattered Ningfan's fist light with just a light strike. Then, it swept across Ningfan's body and bound him. Ningfan was bound by the waterfall. As the waterfall tightened, endless moonlight power rushed into his body and destroyed it wantonly. In just an instant, Ningfan suffered countless injuries and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were still filled with battle intent. He was not a match for immortal concubine Xianxu in a head-on battle and was defeated by her in a single strike. However, he still used the sunset technique to ambush her. The 9 layers of hidden force passed through the moonlight waterfall and reached immortal concubine Xianxu's hands. Then, it went into her body along her arms. As soon as the 9 layers of hidden force entered her body, immortal concubine Xianxu immediately let out a moan. She was pushed back by the force. Every time she took a step back, the force would invade her body a little and the enchantment technique would deepen. After 3 steps, immortal concubine Xianxu's chi was already in a mess. After 6 steps, her magic power was already unstable. The moonlight waterfall that bound Ningfan also broke apart one by one. After 9 steps, immortal concubine Xianxu's body went limp. Her moonlight body that was on the verge of collapsing could no longer be kept together. It directly crumbled in the air and emitted specks of moonlight. If it wasn't because she already had a broken spirit body and was affected by Ningfan's sunset enchantment technique, she wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Ningfan's 9 layers of hidden force. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Since Ningfan had already seen through immortal concubine Xianxu's weakness, which was the instability of her moonlight body, he naturally had to grab hold of her weakness and attack her head-on. In the battle against immortal concubine Xianxia, his enchantment technique worked again. Keep. Ning Fan did not have the time to suppress the injuries in his body. He waved his sleeve, and before the scattered moonlight condensed again, he collected all of it and sealed it inside his sleeve. Xianxia and the others who were working together to suppress the cloaked puppet were shocked when they saw Ning Fan subduing immortal concubine Xianxia in just one round. Since ancient times, there had never been any cultivator who could use the heretical enchantment technique in such a grand manner. Bewitching techniques had always been looked down upon. It was a common trick used by rapists, and rapists who cultivated by plucking nourishment often had superficial realms. Very few of them could go far on the path of cultivation, and none of them would have strong battle prowess. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was an exception. He was a devil lord who practiced dual cultivation, but his combat power was extremely high. In his hands, the enchantment technique was not a heretical technique. Instead, it was a lethal weapon that could restrain all the female cultivators in the world. Even someone as strong as immortal concubine Xianxia could only be slaughtered by Ning Fan when she turned into a humanoid moonlight. Suddenly, Ning Fan had an epiphany. In this world, there was no weak divine ability. As long as it meets the right user, any divine ability could become a peerless absolute art, be it cultivation method or divine ability. There was no such thing as the strongest or the weakest. Ning Fan took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Xianxia. His left hand once again pressed on the soul pouch. As soon as he saw Ning Fan's action, Xianxia's heart was filled with warning signs. Earth Devil. Taya. Both of you work together to hold back the puppet for now. Sang men, follow this old man and quickly take down this child. If we delay, there might be changes. As soon as his words fell, he dashed towards Ning Fan in a flash. His right hand immediately turned into a black and red beast claw. It interweaved with each other and clawed at Ning Fan's head. The giant devil known as the Morning Gate also soared into the sky. Countless iron spikes grew out of his body and shone with a cold light. He shrunk his body and rolled across the sky like an iron ball. With a force that could push mountains and fill the seas, he charged towards Ning Fan with a loud bang. In the face of Xianxia and immortal venerated Sang men's deadly attacks, Ning Fan still did not take even half a step back. Instead, he forcefully tore the soul pouch with his left hand and tore it open. The world was immediately filled with thousands of mystic ardescent spirits. Their eyes were empty and their aura of death surged into the sky. Among those primordial spirits, there were countless void fragmentation realm primordial spirits and more than 600 life immortal realm primordial spirits. There were also the primordial spirits of Du Zhen, Shikong and Xinyan. Ning Fan, who had learned the secret of the word force, summoned his primordial spirit to set up a formation. Thus, the destructive power of the spirit blast technique was 3 times stronger than before. This was something that even the Yao family's patriarch, who created the god blast technique, couldn't do. After all, the Yao family's patriarch didn't know the secret of power. It was no longer a simple god blasting technique, but a god blasting formation. This is the God Blast technique. Eastern Sky Yao family's God Blast technique. No, that's not right. I've never heard of the Soul Blast technique being used in such a manner. This is no longer the original God Blast technique. Xianxia was greatly shocked. He recognized the God Blast technique with just a single glance. It was already too late for him to retreat. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He performed a hand seal and all the mystic ardescent spirits exploded at the same time. The explosion did not spread to the outside world. Instead, it was confined within a formation diagram. That was the formation diagram that Ning Fan created by using the secret of power. Outside the formation diagram, there was no sign of explosion. Inside the formation diagram, however, there was an explosion that could destroy heaven and earth that spread in all directions. The current Xianxia and Sang men could not withstand the explosion of the Red Eyes Old Monster's broken primordial spirit. In addition to the explosion of the 600 life immortal realm, Du Zhen, Shikong and countless void fragmentation realm primordial spirits, Xianxia and Sang men lost their lives in the god-blasting grand formation before they could even scream. The ghastly aurora of self-explosion lit up the entire Yellow River Snow Valley. Everyone in the barrier world could see the sky-piercing bloody light that erupted from the god-blasting Grand Formation. The army of demon cultivators who were still waiting outside the Yellow River Labyrinth were shocked and confused. At this moment, how could they not know that the enemy had already sneaked into the Yellow River Snow Valley? Unknowingly, an earth-shattering battle was triggered in the Snow Valley. The three early Shikong demon commanders looked at the direction of the Snow Valley with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They could feel the danger of certain death from the destructive bloody light. They could not recognize that the bloody light was the god-blasting technique because the technique had been modified by Ning Fan into a formation and had lost its original appearance. What a powerful ability! Even an early thought fragmentation realm-old monster would most likely die if he is drawn into this bloody light. We can't cross the Blood River and reach the Snow Valley. We can't stop the human race from stealing the dust flower, and we are also powerless to stop the cultivators who can display this kind of ability. How can we resist them? Fortunately, no one has ever been able to pluck the dust flower. Naturally, these human cultivators won't be able to do it. We just need to stay here and strengthen the barrier to prevent the human cultivators from leaving. When the reinforcements arrive, we can join hands and take them down. In the Yellow River Snow Valley, the god-blasting Grand Formation gradually dispersed. 2 charred corpses fell from it. One of them was Xianxia's corpse while the other was Sang Men's corpse. Xianxia's storage pouch had already been shattered. The items inside were scattered all over the ground. Venerated Sang Men did not have a storage pouch. However, his corpse soon turned into gloomy corpse chi and perished in the air. After all, he was a tree slave that Xianxia summoned from the four-eyed devil sovereign's body. He did not have a physical body. Naturally, there would not be a corpse left behind. 2Mo and Taya, who were still fighting against the cloaked puppet, were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. With just a single strike, Ning Fan had killed 2 peak Shikong demons. This scene caused their hearts to tremble with fear. If they were at their peak, they would certainly not be afraid of Ning Fan. Unfortunately, they only had peak Shikong demons cultivation base now. They did not have the strength to withstand the god-blasting technique of that level. However, this strike had also depleted all of Ning Fan's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, the 2 of them did not know about this. They only knew that Ning Fan could still display that level of divine ability. Their fear towards Ning Fan had already been deeply engraved into their bones. Xianxia's primordial spirit was directly destroyed in the god-blasting Grand Formation. Not even a trace of it was left. Even if it was left, it would probably not be of much use to Ning Fan. Sun Luo had pointed out the drawbacks of the god-blasting technique. This technique could not be activated with the primordial spirit of the ancient monsters. Even though Ning Fan was severely injured, his aura force was unprecedentedly strong after capturing immortal concubine Zhongyu and killing Xianxia and venerated Sang Men. His left hand casually wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth while his right hand was still controlling the puppet strings, forcing 2Mo and Taya, who had already lost their will to fight, into a desperate situation. Currently, Ning Fan did not have his primordial spirit to display the god-blasting technique. Thus, he could not completely defeat the 2 of them with the thought-shattering puppet. At most, he could only suppress them slightly. The dust flowers had already bloomed for more than a quarter of an hour. There was not much time left for Ning Fan to pluck them. He did not have the time to continue fighting against 2Mo and Taya. When Ning Fan saw the fear in their eyes, he suddenly had an idea. These 2 people were once immortal venerables after all. If I only rely on my puppets, it's basically impossible to take them down. Fortunately, these 2 people are already afraid of me. If I can deceive them and make them my slaves, it won't be a bad thing. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious and he made up his mind. After controlling the puppets to repel the 2 of them once again, he did not continue to attack them. Instead, he took out the jade slip that Sha Di had given him and hid it in his sleeve. Then, he said to the 2 of them coldly and mercilessly, "Become my slaves or die. Give me an answer within 3 breaths." As soon as they heard Ning Fan's words, 2Mo and Taya's faces were filled with shock and anger. Both of them were once immortal venerables of the ancient times. However, they had no choice but to become Xianxia's slaves. Now that Xianxia was dead, how could they be willing to become Ning Fan's slaves again? However, The vague sense of danger that was coming from the jade slip in Ning Fan's sleeve made the two of them breathless with fear. Even if the two of them were at their peak, they would not be able to resist the killing intent in the jade slip. How could they not know that the jade slip in Ning Fan's hand contained a killing technique that was even more terrifying than the spirit blast technique? Once it is used, the two of them would certainly die. Unfortunately, they did not know that the jade slip could only be used for show at most. It could not be activated. After all, Ning Fan only had 2 jade slips left. One of them was to summon the ancient puppet while the other one was to summon Shadi. Now that he was in the ancient wild region, he could not use the 2 jade slips unless he was within 4 days. What should I do? It wasn't easy for me to break free from the iron blood seal. How can I be willing to become someone's slave? However, if I don't become a slave, I will certainly die. Moreover, I'm not willing to die in vain. Taiya's eyes were filled with hesitation. Damn it. How should I choose? I don't want to be a slave nor do I want to die. 2Mo could feel the killing intent from the jade slip. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. That was the jade slip condensed by Shadi. The killing intent it contained was naturally not something that the current 2Mo could withstand. One breath. Ning Fan's voice resounded in their ears like a nightmare, breaking their psychological defense bit by bit. They only had 3 breaths to choose. How should they choose and how could they choose? If they made a wrong choice, what awaited them would be eternal damnation. Happy New Year's Day to everyone. Congratulations to Guanling Xin for becoming the new moderator of the book review section. The first breath was short and passed quickly, but to Earth Demon and Iron Crow Daoist, it was probably the longest time in their lives. On one hand, they were afraid of Ning Fan's terrifying divine abilities. On the other hand, they could not help but lower their heads and become slaves for a junior. Both of them were ancient immortal venerables. Those who could cultivate to the immortal venerable realm were all prideful people. How could they be willing to be slaves? However, the two of them did not have the courage to reject Ning Fan's threat. Even ants lived in vain. Naturally, the two of them also knew how to cherish their lives. 2 breaths. While the two were hesitating, the second breath passed. When Ning Fan's voice resounded in their ears, their hearts sank. They knew that if they do not make a decision now, they would probably not be able to turn this situation around once Ning Fan counts to 3. I am willing to be your slave, but I have a condition. Earth Demon's psychological defense collapsed first. He gritted his teeth and said to Ning Fan. Speak. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. I will only serve you for 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years, you must return my freedom to me. I'm an immortal venerable, I can't be a slave for my entire life. If you don't agree to this condition, I won't surrender to you even if I die. To us immortal venerables, being a slave for life is practically no different from death. What's the point of living without freedom? Do you agree to this condition or not? The Earth Demon replied with a bit of backbone, but there was a hint of nervousness in his expression. It was impossible for him to be Ning Fan's slave for life. However, if Ning Fan only wants to serve him for 1,000,000 years, he could consider it. After all, to an immortal venerable of the past 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years was very short. It was like a day and night. If Ning Fan doesn't agree to his condition, even if he cherishes his life, he would still choose to fight Ning Fan to the death. After all, he still had the pride of being an immortal revered in the past. I can agree to your condition, but you have to hand over your fate soul to me for safekeeping. Ning Fan said in an irrefutable tone. What? You want me to give you my life soul? This was impossible. At most, I'll allow you to plant a restrictive spell on me. Earth Demon glared at him and refused without thinking. Iron Crow Daoist's face darkened as well. When he heard Ning Fan agreeing to Earth Devil's condition, Daoist High Crow was already tempted. He wanted to give up his 1,000,000 years of freedom and surrender to Ning Fan just like Earth Devil in order to preserve his life. However, as soon as Daoist Tai Crow heard that Ning Fan wanted his life soul, he became hesitant again and remained silent. A second step cultivator's essence soul and soul fused together and could not be separated. If the essence soul died, the soul would dissipate. However, if one cultivated to the primordial realm, they could extract a strand of soul energy from their primordial spirit, which was called the fate soul. The life soul had a major flaw. If it was accidentally destroyed, the primordial old monster would die along with it. For ancient monsters, only when they were truly loyal to someone would they hand over their fate soul and leave their life and death in the hands of others. At this moment, Ningfan fully released his aura force without hiding his cultivation base. With Earth Devil and Iron Crow's eyesight, they could naturally see that Ningfan's cultivation base was at the mid-crossing truth realm. The gap between the mid-true crossing realm and the peak-shedding void realm was more than one realm. Even though Ningfan was not an ordinary mid-true crossing realm cultivator, it was still not easy for him to plant a restrictive spell on them. Even if he could plant a psychic seal on them in the end, due to the difference in their cultivation, the psychic seal could at most severely injure the two of them. It would not be able to endanger their lives. Earth Devil and Iron Crow's bottom line was that they would only allow Ningfan to plant a psychic seal on them. However, they would never hand over their fate souls to him. Ningfan was also aware of this. That was why he asked for their fate souls. It was a helpless move. Since the psychic seal could not endanger their lives, it naturally could not guarantee their loyalty. After surviving today's crisis, who knew if Earth Devil and Iron Crow would betray him one day and break the psychic seal at the cost of serious injuries? With the gap in their cultivation base, the psychic seal was obviously unreliable. Only by obtaining their fate souls could he truly make the two former immortal venerables submit to him. If the two of you hand over your fate souls to me, I will only keep you as my slaves for 10,000 years. After that, I will return you your freedom. If there's a chance, I will even help you to find a new physical body and seize another body to restore your immortal venerable's cultivation base. However, if the two of you are unwilling to hand over your fate souls, in my last breath, I will ask you again. Are the two of you really not willing to hand over your fate souls? Ningfan's eyes coldly swept across Earth Devil and Iron Crow. He activated the Slayer Emperor's Jade Slip and released a trace of aura force to deter them. However, he did not give them a firm answer. Inwardly, he sighed. If the two of them insisted on not handing over their fate souls, Ningfan had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and plant a psychic seal on them for the time being. As for the other matters, they could only talk about it in the future. Earth Devil and Iron Crow exchanged glances and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. Both of them were immortal venerables from ancient times. There was not much difference between being a slave for 10,000 years or a slave for 1,000,000 years. It was just a short seclusion or a long seclusion. Both of them did not expect Ningfan to find a good physical body for them to seize another body and restore their cultivation base. Currently, the two of them only had an illusory remnant of their primordial spirits. They had already lost their physical bodies and their cultivation base was greatly damaged. Unless they could find an ancient immortal venerable's physical body, they would definitely not be able to regain their immortal venerable's cultivation base. It was not easy to find a suitable immortal venerable's physical body. The two of them were not moved by Ningfan's words. They were still unwilling to hand over their fate souls. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? If they do not hand over their fate souls, they would probably be killed by Ningfan right here. This young man is obviously just a junior Duzhen. Why does he have so many heaven-defying abilities to protect himself? What exactly is his background? Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid I have no choice but to agree. It seems like I can only hand over my fate souls. Earth Devil's thoughts raced. He let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth. Then, he said to Ningfan. All right. I can give you my fate soul. However, you have to swear the Great Heart Devil oath that you will return my fate soul and my freedom after 10,000 years. I don't have the habit of swearing oaths. However, I will certainly keep my promise. Whether you believe me or not, it's all up to you. Ningfan said coldly. Seeing that Ningfan was unwilling to swear the Great Heart Devil oath, Earth Devil's expression turned slightly unpleasant. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that Ningfan was on the chopping block, he was like a piece of meat on the chopping block. If Ningfan insisted on not swearing the oath, could he still force him? Fine. 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 I will believe you for once. This is my fate soul. Take it. If you go against your promise with me, I will make you pay even if I have to risk my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Earth Devil performed a hand seal with both of his hands. Immediately, a piece of dark yellow, slightly illusory pangolin scale flew out from his glabella. That scale was the appearance of his fate soul. Ning Fan kept the scale of Earth Devil's fate soul and nodded his head in satisfaction. From now on, Earth Devil's life and death were in Ning Fan's hands. He should not have the intention to betray him anymore. Sigh. I will also give my fate soul to you, little friend. This is my fate soul. Little friend, keep it well. Seeing Earth Devil obediently handing over his fate soul, Iron Crow Daoist heaved a long sigh and did the same. His fate soul was an illusory crow feather made of iron. Ning Fan kept it as well. Now, both of them had become Ning Fan's slaves. The two of you will guard the entrance of the Snow Valley. If any demon intrudes the valley, kill them all. Ning Fan ordered the two of them. Don't worry, little friend. With the two of us guarding the entrance of the Snow Valley, no one can intrude the valley unless it's the thought-breaking old monster. The two of them answered reluctantly. However, they were a little worried about their gains and losses. After all, they were still a little arrogant when they did not address Ning Fan as their master. Ning Fan would not care about such trivial matters. After Earth Devil and Iron Crow Daoist left, he glanced at the four-eyed Devil Monarch and Fairy Han Wu who were unconscious on the ground. After confirming that the two of them were just unconscious and their lives were not in danger, Ning Fan did not care about them for the time being. He waved his hand and kept the thought-breaking puppet. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the destroyed items on the ground. Looking at Xianxia's charcoal-like corpse, he gradually let out a long sigh without saying a word. The scenes of him comprehending the rain in the Dark Sparrow's grave flashed across his mind. Eventually, they only turned into a heavy sigh for Ning Fan. Senior Xianxia, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If it wasn't for the comprehension of the rain that you left in the Dark Sparrow's grave, I wouldn't have been able to come this far. Not being able to meet you when you were still alive is really a regret of mine in this life. The only thing I can do for you is to avenge you by killing the person who took your body and took your life. The enmity of the past has vanished today. Senior Xianxia, have a safe journey. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan cupped his fists slightly and bowed to Xianxia's charcoal-like corpse. After this bow, a surge of resentment surged out from Xianxia's corpse and dissipated in the air. After the resentment dispersed, the flesh and blood of Xianxia's charcoal-like corpse gradually dissipated, leaving only a charred skeleton. Then, the skeleton broke into ashes bit by bit and passed away. At this point, Xianxia's resentment had vanished. Perhaps, he could finally rest in peace. Xianxia's hometown should be in Northern Heaven. If I go to Northern Heaven one day, I can find his hometown and bury his ashes. Ning Fan took out a jade box and waved his sleeve. All the ashes on the ground were kept into the jade box carefully. After doing all this, Ning Fan walked towards the melted ice lake step by step. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at the dust tree at the center of the lake. When the dust flower bloomed for 45 minutes, it would turn into dust. Now that it had bloomed for 45 minutes, there were still 15 minutes left for Ning Fan to pluck the dust flower. Since the fall of the seventh barbarian ancestor and the calamity that befell the desolate land, no one could successfully pluck the dust flower from the dust tree. Today, this record was destined to be broken by Ning Fan. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared under the dust tree at the center of the lake. Stepping on the surface of the lake, he recalled the flower-plucking finger art that he saw in the first illusion of Du Zhen. His 10 fingers moved like shadows and formed hundreds of finger arts in an instant. Everything was exactly the same as what Red Yiksha did in the past. After forming those mysterious finger arts, Ning Fan carefully reached out his hand and plucked the dust flowers from the dust tree. There were a total of 49 dust flowers and he placed them in the wooden box. Ning Fan tried to seal the dust flowers and bring them back for Zhao Dyer to consume. However, he found out that it was impossible. The dust flowers would wither after 3 minutes. This was the rule set by the Tribulation Lord. Ning Fan could not change it with his current cultivation base. Moreover, there was another rule that was set within the dust flowers: they could not be brought out of the Yellow River Snow Valley. Ning Fan vaguely sensed that if he forcefully brings the dust flowers out of the Snow Valley or keeps them in any storage space, the dust flowers would directly turn into ashes, No wonder Red Xianxia would directly consume all the dust flowers under the dust tree in front of me in the illusory realm. It turns out that these dust flowers can't be sealed or brought out of the snow valley. Looking at the dust flowers in the wooden box that were dissipating bit by bit, Ning Fan sighed. He knew that the dust flowers were already on the verge of dissipating and it would be difficult for them to exist for a long time. Thus, he had no choice but to consume them immediately. Ning Fan consumed the dust flowers one after another. Each time he consumed a dust flower, his comprehension ability would skyrocket. In the world of his mind, the second illusory heavenly mortal gate gradually appeared. The power of the 49 dust flowers could only make the shadow of the second heavenly mortal gate appear. It could not make the gate materialize, let alone open it. Even though the dust flowers have greatly increased my Tao comprehension, it is still not enough to open the second heavenly mortal gate. Ning Fan's eyes fell upon the intertwined roots and joints of the dust tree. His eyes flashed with green light. He saw a will inside the dust tree. That will was the nutrients for the dust flowers to bloom. It was also the foundation of the dust tree. The fake Xianxia had once begged Ning Fan to help him extract this will. Now, Ning Fan was interested in extracting the power of this will. However, it was not for the fake Xianxia but for himself. If I devour this will, I wonder if I can open the second heavenly mortal gate. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He raised his right palm and pressed it on the dust tree, feeling the veins of the will inside it. When he opened his eyes, he seemed to be able to see through the huge web of wills inside the tree. When he closed his eyes, the huge web of wills spread out in his mind, forming traces of strange Tao law that he had never seen before. From this dust tree, he saw the Tao that the Tribulation Lord cultivated. That Tao was called dust. It was not only the Tao but also a kind of extremely pure will. What is dust? Everything that can be tainted in this world is dust. A voice that carried heavenly might and unimaginable power of will suddenly exploded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Even though he was prepared for it, he was still forced to take a few steps back by that powerful will. He felt a pain in his chest and coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He had just extracted a trace of will power from the dust tree and devoured it, but he had already suffered a huge backlash. The might of that will was really terrifying. It was indeed the will left behind by the Tribulation Lord who planted the dust tree. However, this will had been here for countless years and had bloomed countless generations of dust flowers. Its remaining power was no longer as strong as before. Ning Fan did not believe that he could not extract the complete will of the dust tree and devour it. After devouring just a trace of the will of the dust tree, the second heavenly mortal gate in his mind became much more solid. Ning Fan believed that if he could completely devour all of the will, it would be enough to completely open the second heavenly mortal gate. Suddenly, the scene where he turned into a barbaric bull in the illusion of Duzhen appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. He had once turned into a barbaric bull and fought against the will of the Tribulation Lord. Now that he was facing it again, he had nothing to be afraid of. Ning Fan stepped on the surface of the lake again and approached the dust tree. He pressed his palm on the tree. Outside the Yellow River maze, a crack in the boundary suddenly appeared in the clouds, and 9 ice demon ships swarmed in. On each of the demon ships, there were nearly 1,000 demon cultivators. They were all demon cultivators who had been ordered to rush to the Snow Valley, but they were not demon cultivators of the true dragon clan. There were more than 10 Duzhen experts on each demonic ship, and there was also a sky-rending realm demonic cultivator on each ship. Countless demonic beast totems were carved on the sides of the demonic ships. The beasts carved on the totems were shaped like fish and huge like whales. It's the reinforcements of the Snow Whale clan. I didn't expect this clan to be the first to arrive here. A large number of Dragon Clan demon soldiers stationed outside the maze immediately exclaimed. In the upper realms demon spirit land, the Snow Whale clan's foundation was comparable to that of the True Dragon clan and True Phoenix clan. They were one of the most powerful True Spirit clans. Of the 9 Snow Whale clan members, 5 were at the early stage, 2 at the middle stage, 1 at the late stage, and 1 at the peak stage. The 8 sky-rending realm demonic cultivators all had cold and emotionless expressions, as if they were 1,000 miles away from people. This was because they had the cold bloodline of the Snow Whale clan. The one with the highest cultivation level among the 9 sky-rending realm demonic cultivators was a middle-aged man with thin lips and hawk-like eyes. He looked mean and merciless, and his demon name was Xuekuzi. Xuekuzi's cultivation level had been at the peak of the sky-rending realm for 400,000 years, and he was the leader of this group of Snow Whale clan experts. Seeing that Xuekuzi and the others had come to help, the 3 sky-rending realm demonic cultivators of the Dragon Clan did not dare to be slow. They soared into the sky and clasped their fists at Xuekuzi. "Greetings, fellow Taoists of the Snow Whale Clan, Cold Blue Claw, Yuan Jiao, and Zhao Lin of the True Dragon Clan." The tone of the 3 sky-rending realm demonic cultivators was polite, but Xuekuzi let out a light snort. He was not polite to the 3 of them, nor did he return their greetings. Instead, he asked directly, "How many human cultivators have trespassed here? What's their cultivation level? Where are they now? Tell me quickly." The 3 Shurs of the dragon race knew that Xuekuzi was an arrogant person, so they didn't mind. They recorded all the information they knew into jade slips and handed them to Xuekuzi and the other Shurs of the Snow Whale. Xuekuzi glanced at the jade slip and immediately showed a disdainful look and said with a contemptuous smile, "For sky-rending realm demonic cultivators and 2 Duzhen demonic cultivators. Even if there is a peak sky-rending realm demonic cultivator among them, it's not worth mentioning. How dare they come to the Yellow River Snow Valley with such a small group of people? They're simply courting death. The reinforcements of the other demon clans haven't arrived yet. Let us, the Snow Whale clan, take this credit. By the way, why aren't the 7 little ancestors of the Endless Sky Phoenix clan here? Didn't they foresee that there would be an opportunity waiting for them in this Snow Valley? Why aren't they here?" Upon hearing Xuekuzi's question, the 3 sky-rending realm demonic cultivators were also puzzled. They didn't know where the 7 Endless Sky Phoenix demons had gone, but they didn't think that they would be captured. They only knew that the 7 women had left the Snow Valley. Forget it. It's a good thing that those little ancestors aren't here. If they were here, even I would have to restrain myself when I do things. Xuekuzi nodded, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately ordered the 9 demon ships to sail towards the Snow Valley, and swore to kill all the human cultivators in the Snow Valley to earn the credit. At this moment, an unimaginable willpower descended from the heaven and earth within the barrier. Under the strong pressure of that willpower, the 9 demon ships all fell from the sky. The mountains and rivers were moaning, the wind and snow were rolling, and the entire barrier started to become unstable. Countless scarlet tribulation clouds covered the sky, and the rolling tribulation lightning struck down from the clouds. Every ray of tribulation light had the power to make the cultivators of the sky-rending realm tremble. "What, is that lightning?" Xuekuzi, who was originally full of confidence, was now sweating profusely. He wasn't the only one. All the demon cultivators here were shocked by the destructive tribulation power. They didn't know what tribulation was, what tribulation blood was, and what the Taitsong tribulation spirit was. They also didn't know that the tribulation clouds that covered the sky was a phenomenon that would only appear when the Taitsong tribulation spirit awakened its bloodline for the first time. It was the first tribulation blood. No one could resist the tribulation will of heaven and earth. That will was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was so evil that it made people feel nauseous. None of the demon cultivators dared to approach the Snow Valley without permission at this moment. Outside the Snow Valley of the Yellow River, Earth Devil and Taoist Iron Crow, who were guarding the place, felt their souls tremble. They immediately turned their heads towards the direction of the Snow Valley. Even though the 2 of them were ancient immortal venerables, they did not know what tribulation was. Naturally, they did not know where the will that covered the sky came from. Their eyes pierced through the Snow Valley and landed on the white-robed young man who was standing on the surface of the icy lake. At this moment, the power of the Chen trees had been completely transferred to Ningfan's body. The originally flourishing Chen tree was now withering bit by bit. Only a seed was gradually growing at the center of the withered tree without anyone noticing it. The will that was powerful enough to cover the entire sky came from Ningfan's body. It was the will that the Chen tree was supposed to have. However, it was swallowed by Ningfan. Ningfan closed his eyes tightly. While withstanding the mountain-like pressure, he crazily absorbed the power of the will. The power of the will slowly fused with the tribulation blood in his body. While increasing his Tao comprehension, it also caused the tribulation blood in his body to undergo a qualitative change. The tribulation power in his blood was getting stronger bit by bit. This feeling is very similar to awakening blood. In the past, when I awakened my demon blood, I also felt this burning sensation. My tribulation blood is actually awakening my blood as well? Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression became solemn. He had never expected that his tribulation blood could also awaken step by step. He also did not expect that after devouring the will of the Chen tree, his tribulation blood would awaken. No wonder the fake Xianxia wanted me to help him extract the will of the Chen tree. He said that there is a chance for him to obtain the tribulation blood. So this is what happened. Ning Fan withdrew his palm and stood under the withered Chen tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Then, he closed his eyes again and gradually calmed down. The tribulation blood was a power that was not weaker than the power of samsara. It was a power that was gifted to him by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Since there was a chance for the tribulation blood to become stronger through awakening blood, he would naturally not let go of such a great opportunity. Ning Fan did not notice that the scattered moonlight that he had temporarily sealed in his sleeve was actually emitting a trace of fear in the face of the heavenly tribulation might. Immortal concubine Xianxia was terrified. She was terrified of the Taizong tribulation might that filled heaven and earth. She remembered this tribulation might. In the past, when the ancient heavenly court was destroyed, there were countless tribulation clouds that covered heaven and earth. Taizong tribulation might. This young man is actually the Taizong tribulation spirit. Immortal concubine Xianxia had no choice but to be fearful of the Taizong tribulation spirit. After all, there was still a tribulation restriction planted by the enemy in her remnant spirit that was on the verge of dissipating. Ning Fan's cultivation base might not be worthy of her attention, but his identity as a tribulation spirit made her fearful. If Ning Fan notices the tribulation restriction in her body, he could easily turn her into a tribulation slave or kill her by activating the restriction with his tribulation blood. Everything depended on Ning Fan's will. Damn it! I don't want to become his tribulation slave. I must break free from the seal and escape before he notices the tribulation restriction in my body. Immortal concubine Xianxia tried to recondense her scattered moon body and tear the seal. Unfortunately, her body was deeply affected by the bewitching technique and she could not break free at all. Be quiet. Don't disturb my awakening tribulation blood. Ning Fan frowned and scolded the moonlight in his sleeve coldly. He could feel immortal concubine Xianxia's struggle. Immortal concubine Xianxia was enraged. She was an ancient great emperor. When had she ever been scolded by a junior like Duzhen like this? Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not give immortal concubine Xianxia any more chances to struggle. He directly activated the purple cloud enchanting technique, which was even more powerful and knocked out immortal concubine Xianxia's consciousness. Then, he threw her into the profounding world and focused on awakening the Jia blood. The awakening of demon blood was called tribulation blood. The awakening of a tribulation spirit was called tribulation blood. Ning Fan did not know about it. However, it did not stop him from seizing the opportunity to complete his first tribulation blood. The will of the Chen tree rampaged inside Ning Fan's body, trying to rush out of his body as it was unwilling to be devoured by him. The surface of the icy lake beneath Ning Fan's feet rippled. The ripples on the surface of the lake were the true reflection of his inner turmoil. The Taizong tribulation might of heaven and earth gathered on Ning Fan's body. The level of his tribulation blood was increasing. His comprehension ability was also improving. The scarlet color in his eyes was also increasing bit by bit. That scarlet color was the will of the Chen tree. It was trying to corrupt Ning Fan's rationality, trying to turn him into a tribulation slave who would kill without batting an eyelid. If he were to encounter the Ning Fan from before the ancient chaos era, he certainly would not be able to withstand the erosion of this level of willpower. However, along the way, the level of Ning Fan's tribulation blood had been continuously improving. Moreover, he had been tempered in the 3 illusions of truth and 3 illusions. His willpower had become unprecedentedly strong. Thus, he was not afraid of this erosion. Trying to corrode me with just this bit of willpower? Not enough. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned fierce. The scarlet red in his eyes immediately began to disperse. At the same time, a green-robed Taoist boy stood on a certain snowy mountain in the periphery of the northern region of the Savage Lands. He held a compass in his hand as he looked in the direction of the Yellow River's barrier, smiling faintly as if he was divining something. The Taoist boy had delicate features. He was an extremely handsome young man. There was a devilish cinnabar between his eyebrows. He was at the middle stage of the human profound realm. Although his cultivation base wasn't very high, he had many precious treasures on him. Furthermore, there were 3 life-saving divine abilities in his forehead that his master had bestowed upon him. Unless he fought thought-shattering eccentric, he wouldn't be in any danger of losing his life. His name was Ming, and he was the 7th disciple of the Southern Heaven Celestial Emperor. Is the 17th chess piece on Master's karma chessboard finally going to be born? Xianxia, no, the correct name should be Venerable Fan Mu, a second tribulation immortal venerable from the Fan clan of the ancient savage lands. According to Master's deduction, Fan Mu is the only surviving cultivator of the ancient Fan clan. As he had possessed the dust tree for many years, his comprehension ability was almost on par with a heavenly being realm cultivator. 5 million years ago, he had possessed the body of the divine son of the northern heaven sparrow. He had been scheming to sacrifice the blood of the desolate lands to become the 8th generation young barbarian. Young barbarian, barbarian. The 2 words barbarian coincide with the Taoist names of the 7 sons of the Fate Masters. Master has ordered that if this man can successfully extract the will of the dust tree and become a heavenly tribulation, I will personally give him a star luo chess piece and accept him as my 8th disciple on behalf of Master. He will also be given the title of barbarian. In that case, this man can be considered to have returned to Master's side. This is... As Ming was smiling, he suddenly frowned and looked at the compass in confusion. Strange. Master had personally deduced this before. The result of the deduction shouldn't be like this. The tribulation blood has 5 levels, which is called mortal remnant true king ancestor. It's similar to the demonic and devil blood, but the division of the bloodline realm is more detailed. Each level is divided into 9 levels from 1 to 9 stars. According to Master's deduction, even if Fan Mu is lucky enough to extract the will of the dust tree, he can only have 4 stars mortal blood at most, which shouldn't be enough to trigger the heavenly tribulation. But at this moment, the heavenly tribulation phenomenon has appeared in the barrier of the Yellow River. Why is this? Ming fiddled with the compass. The doubt in his eyes grew more and more obvious. Suddenly, he exclaimed softly. According to the deduction compass, the level of the tribulation blood of the person in the Yellow River Snow Valley had broken through the level of 4 stars mortal blood and reached the level of 5 stars mortal blood. It's still increasing. 6 stars mortal blood. 7 stars. 8 stars. 9 stars. He actually broke through to the level of 1 star remnant blood. How is this possible? Ming finally sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that there was a mistake in his master's deduction this time. In the past, in order to find a Tao corpse for me to become an immortal, Master had his eyes on a cultivator from the lower realm. However, he made a mistake in his first deduction of the heaven's secret on that cultivator. Ever since that day, Master's deduction of the heaven's secret had always been wrong. According to Master's words, his flawless deduction of the heaven's secret had already been flawed. Did Master make a mistake again this time? I didn't expect that the result of Master's deduction this time would be so wrong. Hiss. 2-star remnant blood. The level of that immortal venerable Fan Mu's bloodline has increased again. It's still increasing. 3 stars. 4 stars. 5 stars. 6 stars. When the level of the bloodline had increased to 6-star remnant blood, the momentum finally weakened and stopped increasing. Even so, Ming's face was filled with shock. Immortal Emperor Master Luck once told him that there were 3 races in the illusory world: celestial, demon, and devil. Among them, the devil race's bloodline was the hardest to cultivate. Ever since the 9 great devil ancestors were suppressed, there were no more cultivators with ancestral bloodline in the devil race. Even royal devil cultivators rarely appeared. Outside the illusory world, there was a tribulation race called the Taitsong Tribulation Spirit. The bloodline of the tribulation spirit was even harder to cultivate than the bloodline of the devil race. As for the strength of the Taitsong Tribulation Spirit, it didn't depend on the cultivation base, but the bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the tribulation spirit. The strength of the Taizong tribulation spirit with 6-star remnant blood was almost comparable to the weaker cultivators of the Duzhen realm. The Taizong tribulation spirit with 1-star true blood was considered to have minor success in the calamity blood and could sweep away any void-shedding realm cultivators. The Taizong tribulation spirit with 1-star king bloodline was considered to have major success in the calamity blood and could sweep away all cultivators below the sage realm. The king tribulation spirit was almost equivalent to the sage realm. In the world of the Taizong tribulation spirits, it was rare for one to possess a 6-star bloodline at the first tribulation. Master once said that all 7 generations of the ancient Fan clan's barbaric ancestors failed in their awakening tribulation and they did not even possess 4 stars mortal blood. However, Fan Mu managed to succeed in his awakening tribulation and possess a 6 stars remnant bloodline. It seems like his tribulation cultivation aptitude is much higher than the previous 7 generations of barbaric ancestors. Looks like Master has still underestimated this person. Even if this person's natural talent is placed on the karma chessboard, it's absolutely sufficient to be ranked in the top 10 amongst all the chess pieces. While Ming was praising him, Ning Fan, who was in the snowy valley of the Yellow River, had successfully devoured all the wills of the dust trees. The tribulation clouds between heaven and earth dispersed bit by bit. Ning Fan was rather disappointed with the result of the tribulation this time. There was no ancient tribulation spirit bestowal blood that he had imagined. It did not even allow the Jia blood to break through to the true blood rank. According to Ning Fan's senses, the grade of his tribulation blood was only comparable to the concentration of the demon blood of a low-grade demon. In other words, his Jiasu this time only allowed Jia Shui to break through to the remnant blood stage. I possess the ancestral grade demon and devil bloodlines and the king grade divine blood. However, the grade of my tribulation blood is only at the remnant blood stage. It seems a little low. Ning Fan sighed softly and examined the tribulation blood in his body. What he saw shocked him at first, then his eyes gradually turned solemn. He stretched out his palm and clawed forward. Immediately, the tribulation sense power that could bewitch all living beings turned into a dazzling red light and whizzed out. The power of the red light was enough to bewitch the consciousness of life immortals, turning them into Ning Fan's Jiasu slaves. Even the weaker early crossing truth realm cultivators would not be able to resist Ning Fan's Jiasu red light. If they were hit by the red light, there was a high chance that they would be controlled by Ning Fan and become his Jiasu slaves. It's just a remnant blood stage tribulation blood, but it already possesses such power. If it's true blood or king blood, what kind of destructive power would it have? To the gods, demons, and devils, bloodline represents one's cultivation aptitude. However, to the Taizong Jiasu, bloodline represents cultivation base. Their meanings are different and cannot be equated. The remnant blood stage tribulation blood and demon blood might not be worth mentioning, but the remnant blood stage tribulation blood is not to be underestimated. Outside the Yellow River Snow Valley, Earth Devil and Iron Crow Daoist felt a chill in their hearts the moment they saw the red light of tribulation sense. Both of them had the eyesight of an immortal venerable. Even though they did not know what tribulation sense was, they could tell how dangerous it was. If the amount of this red light reaches a certain level, even an ancient immortal venerable wouldn't be able to go against it. What exactly is this red light? Both of them swallowed their saliva. Once again, they felt that Ning Fan was unfathomable. Just like that, the first awakening tribulation passed without any problems. After devouring all of the dust tree's will, the second heavenly gate in Ning Fan's mental world had completely solidified. The tribulation sense was just an unexpected gain. Ning Fan's original purpose was to borrow the power of the dust tree's will to open the second heavenly gate. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Suddenly, the figure of a white-robed young man appeared in his mental world. It was Ning Fan. Ning Fan stood on the green brick platform and looked at the 3 giant gates on the platform. His eyes flashed with light. The first giant gate had been opened by Ning Fan. The second giant gate had already solidified and was waiting for Ning Fan to open it. The third giant gate was still illusory. The day of its opening was still far away. Ning Fan walked on the green brick ancient path and walked towards the second giant gate. He placed his palm on the gate and tried to push it. However, he could not move it at the moment. His mind gradually recalled Xiang Bozi's words. Ning Fan wore a thoughtful expression. Xianxia had divided the path of cultivation into 3 stages: solitary cultivation, pursuit of regrets and turning back. As for the people of the world, they divided the 3 heavenly gates into the gate of Tao Law, gate of Tao Heart and gate of Tao Life. With Ningfan's eyesight, when he looked at the 3 giant gates, he gradually sensed different auras from them. Suddenly, he had his own understanding of the unity of heaven and man. From Ningfan's point of view, the 3 giant gates of the heavenly realm were also the gate of solitude, gate of regrets and turning back. When he accidentally opened the first gate of the heavenly realm, he had comprehended the loneliness of cultivation amidst the autumn wind and fallen leaves. Now, he was about to open the second gate of the heavenly realm. Even though the second gate had solidified, it seemed like he could not open it yet. Gradually, he understood the reason why he could not open the second gate. In order to open the second gate of the heavenly realm, one's heart must pursue the great Tao without any regrets. What I have pursued has never been longevity nor the truth of the Tao. I have never desired the great Tao. Therefore, I lack the fervor and persistence towards the great Tao. I lack the heart to die without regrets for the Tao. To me, be it gods, demons, devils, or even tribulations, I will use any means that can help me improve my cultivation base. I can't be considered as a true sword cultivator because I have no attachment towards the sword. As long as it is useful to me, be it a sword or a spear, they can all become my weapons. I also can't be considered as a true Tao cultivator. I will learn all the divine abilities and magic techniques that are useful to me. As for the useless ones, I will just leave them in a corner. I don't have any attachment towards the great Tao. The only things that can make me attached are those people and those things. Ningfan withdrew his palm. The second giant gate of the heavenly realm was too heavy. Unless he had the heart to pursue the Tao without regrets, he would not be able to push it open. However, so what if he can't push it open? All of a sudden, Ningfan's eyes were filled with the Tao sense that was as crazy as the devil. If he couldn't push the gate open, he would destroy it completely. So what? The second gate has appeared. As long as I devour the green chi in the gate, I will be able to break through the second level of the unity of heaven and man. If the stone gate blocks my way, I will break it. Rain Yin Yang, unseal. Battle Yin Yang, unseal. 5 rain swords, appear. 5 battle swords, appear. Ningfan grabbed forward with his huge hand. Immediately, 10 soul-stirring sword lights appeared in front of him. They were like 10 roaring flying dragons. In an instant, they had already slashed at the stone gate. Ningfan had once simplified the 5 yin-yang swords into the 5 rain swords. He used the power of the yin-yang rain to activate this technique. Now that he had cultivated the battle yin-yang, it wasn't difficult for him to use the battle yin-yang to form the 5 swords. Unfortunately, the 5 battle swords didn't have an immortal sword to carry them. They only had illusory sword shadows. Their power was far inferior to the 5 rain swords. The 10 swords struck at the same time. Immediately, a crack was blasted open on the stone gate. Traces of green chi seeped out of the crack and entered Ningfan's body, greatly increasing his comprehension. When the 10 swords slashed at the stone gate, they were also slashing at Ningfan's mind. Ningfan's mind was in great pain. He had already suffered severe injuries. However, his eyes were filled with even more madness. Today, even if he had to suffer severe injuries to his mind, he would still slash open the second gate of the celestial being realm. This was the world of Ningfan's mind. With a thought, a second Ningfan immediately appeared beside him. The first Ningfan attacked the stone gate with 10 swords while the second Ningfan displayed the west wind technique. Suddenly, the third Ningfan appeared. His ancient devil body expanded rapidly. He activated the 4th transformation of the war god art. His hair became blood red and he kept throwing punches at the stone gate. In the world of Ningfan's mind, the 4th, the 5th and the 6th Ningfan appeared. More and more Ningfan appeared one after another. Tens of thousands of Ningfan were attacking the second stone gate with the same technique. Ningfan had learned innumerable techniques in his life. However, he had never been obsessed with any of them. Each of these techniques clearly had their own Tao charm. However, when they were displayed by Ningfan, there was only one type of Tao charm left: persistence. He had never been obsessed with external objects. He was only obsessed with his own heart. The injuries to his mind became more and more severe. However, the stone gate opened more and more. When it was completely opened, it directly shattered. A large amount of green qi gushed out from the gate and flowed into Ning Fan's mind, repairing the damage to his mind. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The intensity of the green light in his eyes was more than 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Ning Fan shattered the second gate of the heavenly being realm and stepped into the second level of the unity of heaven and man. At this moment, the entire desolate world was filled with spiritual qi. All living beings in the desolate world felt refreshed. However, they did not know why. In the outer region of the northern region, Ming was about to enter the barrier of the Yellow River when the compass in her hand suddenly spun madly. She was puzzled as she did not know why the compass would do that. She was slightly stunned and kept the compass. Then, her body shattered into countless ice threads and disappeared without a trace. With her cultivation base, she naturally did not know that a cultivator at the second level of the heavenly being realm had been born in this place. There were also ancient immortal venerables stationed in the desolate ancient region. However, even people like old ancestor poisonous dragon and venerated immortal venerables did not know that someone in the desolate world had opened the second gate of the heavenly being realm. No one in the desolate world knew about it, but it did not mean that no one in other places knew about it. In the demon race of the upper world, there were a total of 4 ancient demon experts who sensed it. Within 4 days, only 3 old monsters of the human race sensed it. One of them was Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, who was in eternal slumber at the bottom of the divine tomb. In the devil world, only the devil ancestor who was suppressing the first devil mountain sensed it. Even Imo Luo, who was at the foot of the 4th devil mountain, could not sense it. Only these few people knew that another cultivator at the second level of the heavenly being realm had been born in this world. Unfortunately, they could only sense a trace of it from the changes in heaven and earth. They could not determine who that person was and where he had opened the second gate of the heavenly being realm. There were still traces of opening the first gate of the heavenly being realm which could be found by the ancient old monsters. However, there were almost no traces of opening the second gate of the heavenly being realm. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the dust tree and he was slightly surprised. With his eyesight of the second level of the heavenly being realm, he finally saw a seed among the withered dust tree. If others looked at that seed, they certainly would not find anything special about it. Even Ning Fan in the past would not be able to see through the secrets of the seed. However, after opening the second gate of the heavenly being realm, Ning Fan gained the ability to see through all illusions in the world. Thus, he could tell that the seed was extraordinary with just a glance. This item is useful. It's even more useful than the body-seizing technique of the Fan clan. Ning Fan bent his palm and waved. He took out a seed from the trunk of the dust tree. After sealing it, he kept it in his storage pouch. At the moment he took out the seed, the dust tree withered completely and lost all of its vitality. Ning Fan's purpose of coming to the Snow Valley had already been achieved. It was obviously meaningless for him to stay here any longer. After activating the rain technique, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. When he awakened the Jia blood and opened the heavenly gate, more and more demons had gathered within the barrier of the Yellow River. It would not be easy for him to break out of the encirclement. These 2 people have heard about me possessing the Jia blood. I need to erase some of their memories. When the 4-eyed devil monarch and fairy Han Wu were unconscious, Ning Fan used the wind mist technique to erase part of their memories. After that, he activated his abilities in an attempt to wake them up. The 4-eyed devil monarch regained consciousness very quickly. He did not suffer many injuries. After all, the broken spirit of immortal venerate Sang Men was just sealed in one of the corpse puppets that he brought with him. Even if it was extracted, it would not hurt his body. On the other hand, Fairy Han Wu's injuries were slightly more severe. After all, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was extracted from her sea of consciousness. One could imagine the damage it caused to her sea of consciousness. As Ning Fan had erased part of her memories, the damage to her sea of consciousness worsened. This was out of Ning Fan's expectation. He squatted down and placed his palm on Fairy Han Wu's forehead. Her skin was cold and smooth to the touch. There was even a delicate fragrance of a virgin on her temples. However, it did not arouse any lustful thoughts in Ning Fan. Ning Fan activated the Black Star technique and slightly repaired Fairy Han Wu's sea of consciousness. Fairy Han Wu moaned and woke up. As soon as she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw Ning Fan's action of caressing her forehead. Even though she had cultivated for many years, her face still blushed. Ning. Little friend Ning, what are you doing? I'm saving your life. Ning Fan withdrew his palm and briefly told Fairy Han Wu and the four-eyed devil lord about what happened just now. Fairy Han Wu's ears were burning hot. It was her first time being touched by a man on her forehead. The two of them still remembered what happened to the fake Xianxia. They still remembered that they almost died. However, they could not remember some crucial details clearly. They just thought that they were harmed by Xianxia and their memories were damaged. After hearing that Ning Fan had killed Xianxia and saved them, the four-eyed devil lord heaved a long sigh and cupped his fists at Ning Fan solemnly. His face that was as cold as a zombie revealed a rare serious expression. I can't thank you enough. From today onwards, I will wait for the gate to open and return to Northern Heaven. If Brother Ning has any needs in the future, you can come to the Northern Heaven Corp's Devil Ancient region to look for me. However, if you have any requests, I will climb a mountain of blades and dive into a sea of flames to fulfill your request. It turned out that the surname of this four-eyed devil lord was Chu. Little friend Ning has saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to my vast cold palace in Northern Heaven. I will certainly help you with all my strength to repay your kindness today. Fairy Han Wu's cheeks were slightly red as she said in a low voice. Ning Fan replied indifferently. He did not expect the two of them to repay his kindness. Just as he was about to bring everyone to leave the Snow Valley, his eyes suddenly turned solemn. He halted his footsteps and looked coldly at the void beside him. Who are you? With your mid-human profound realm cultivation base, how dare you lock your killing intent on me? Have you gone crazy from wanting to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan let out a cold snort. The space between heaven and earth immediately trembled violently. Immediately, a muffled groan resounded from the void beside him. The void cracked and a young Dao child fell out of it. It was Si Ming, however, at this moment, Si Ming was wearing an iron mask on her head which concealed her appearance and qi. That mask was a very powerful spiritual equipment. Its grade was at least at the 10th Nirvana Hotian realm, however, as Ning Fan had seen through her disguise, her qi was in a mess. Thus, Si Ming's mid-human profound realm cultivation base was immediately exposed. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Si Ming and his heart was immediately filled with shock. This person was obviously just at the mid-human profound realm, but he could refine a 10th Nirvana Hotian spiritual equipment. However, he gave Ning Fan an extremely dangerous feeling. That sense of danger did not come from Si Ming herself. Instead, it came from the many life-saving abilities that he possessed. Moreover, Ning Fan did not know why, but he could smell a familiar yet strange qi from Si Ming's body. The four-eyed devil monarch and Fairy Han Wu were shocked. Obviously, they did not know when a human profound realm junior had been hiding in this place. Both Earth Devil and Iron Crow Daoist hurried into the Snow Valley and looked at Ning Fan with shame. If Ning Fan did not expose Si Ming's disguise with a cold snort, they would definitely not know that such a person was hiding in this place. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! Two immortal venerables like them were guarding the Snow Valley, but they actually let a human profound realm junior in. If there is tofu here, they really want to smash their heads against the tofu and die. Humph. You asked me who I am, but I want to ask you who you are. You are not a chess piece that my master set up. You are not Fan Mu. Why are you the one who killed Fan Mu? I see. I understand now. You still have the baleful qi that Fan Mu left behind after his death. It has yet to dissipate. You killed Fan Mu. Si Ming glared at Ning Fan fiercely. She felt that Ning Fan looked very familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen him before. All of a sudden, Si Ming recalled something. She pointed at Ning Fan in disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. So it's you. You are Ning Fan. You are the Dao corpse that my master appointed to me. Your luck is obviously tainted. How can you become an immortal? The moment Ning Fan heard the two words Dao corpse, his eyes immediately burst out with terrifying killing intent. The memory that had been sealed for many years was awakened by Si Ming's words at this moment. There was once a silver-haired immortal emperor who schemed against his parents and his entire life just to nurture him into a Dao corpse. Ning Fan still did not know who the immortal emperor who schemed against him was. However, at this moment, he had a guess. Who is your master? To be continued. Who is your master? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. If he knows who his enemy is, he will definitely take revenge. He was already certain that Ximing's master was the enemy who schemed against him. Ximing narrowed his eyes and did not answer Ning Fan's question. The reason why he wore the iron mask to conceal his qi and appearance was to not expose his identity and let others know that his master was plotting against the wild world. Since he had the intention to hide his identity, why would he tell Ning Fan his master's name? Hee. With your identity as an ant in the lower world, you don't have the right to know my master's name. Since Fan Mu is already dead, I can only leave this place and inform my master about this matter. Even though Fan Mu is dead, you might be able to replace him and become the 17th chess piece on my master's chessboard. Even though I don't know how you avoided my master's scheme in the past, you can't avoid it this time. Ximing's tone was arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took out a black-red jade talisman and crushed it. A black-red passageway appeared beside him and he leaped into it. It was a barbaric flash passageway. It was a special teleportation ability of the ancient wild world's cultivators. If ordinary people want to leave the wild ancient region, they could only wait for the exit gate that opened once every 10 years. However, Ximing used that jade talisman to directly summon a teleportation passageway that allowed him to directly return to the southern heaven immortal world. Earth Devil, Iron Crow Daoist, Four-Eyed Devil Monarch and Fairy Han Wu's expressions changed. The four of them sensed extreme danger from that barbaric flash passageway. That passageway could only be entered by barbarian cultivators who possessed the power of barbaric flash. Any foreign cultivator who enters would immediately be killed by the law of the world. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. It seemed like Ximing's identity was much more complicated than what he imagined. It was as if she was an ancient barbarian cultivator who possessed the pure power of barbaric flash. Others might not be able to see through the power of barbaric flash in Ximing's body, but Ning Fan could. You guys stay here and help me reinforce this passageway. Don't let the entrance of the passageway close. I will enter the passageway alone. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, he followed Ximing and leaped into the passageway to catch up with her. Fairy Han Wu's heart tightened. She did not expect that Ning Fan would directly enter the passageway. She did not know that Ning Fan possessed the calamity blood and cultivated the reckless flash, which made him unafraid of the laws of the passage. Seeing that Ning Fan had already entered the passage, she could only pray to the moon ancestor, hoping that Ning Fan would be fine and escape from the laws of the passage. Thinking of Ning Fan's request, Fairy Han Wu's brows knitted even tighter. She let out a sigh and activated their abilities together with the others to stabilize the entrance of the passageway. If he didn't do that, the entrance would probably close up and disappear on its own in just a few breaths' time. By then, even if he managed to capture Ximing, he wouldn't be able to return to the desolate lands through the passageway. In just a few breaths' time, Ximing was already far away in the tunnel. This was a space tunnel formed by the power of brutal flash. Inside the tunnel, Ximing's body would shatter into ice threads from time to time, and every time she shattered, she would travel a great distance. Just as he was turning into ice and flying away in the passageway, he suddenly sensed that Ning Fan had entered the passageway. Immediately, he frowned. Even though he knew that Ning Fan had killed Fan Mu, he only thought that Ning Fan had the help of Earth Devil, Daoist Iron Crow and other experts. He could only tell that Ning Fan had stepped into the second step, but he could not tell what his exact cultivation base was. In his memory, Ning Fan was just a divine transformation realm cultivator 200 years ago. He was one of the 7 Dao corpses that his master had chosen for him. 200 years had passed. Even if Ning Fan's innate talent was heaven-defying and he had stepped into the second step of Dao cultivation, he would at most be at the profound mortal realm, which was not worth mentioning. I didn't expect this young man to actually have the courage to enter the passageway of brutal flash to chase after me. Hee. Interesting. This young man's cultivation base might not be worth mentioning, but he is still a 6-star tribulation spirit with broken blood. I shouldn't underestimate him too much. In the depths of the passageway, Ximing retracted his traveling light and smiled coldly. Then, he turned around and looked at Ning Fan, who was chasing after him. Initially, I wanted to keep you in the desolate lands for the time being. However, since you've already caught up to me, you should return to the southern heaven immortal world with me and meet my master. Heaven's fate net, bind. Ximing drew out an ice thread from his body and threw it at Ning Fan. That ice thread immediately turned into a net of ice threads, trapping Ning Fan within it in the blink of an eye. This ice net was Ximing's Dao weapon. Any profound mortal realm cultivator caught in the net would instantly have their magic power frozen and lose their ability to move. Ant of the Rain World, you've already been bound by my Dao weapon. Just come with me obediently. Ximing said with a faint smile. His expression was calm as if capturing Ning Fan was a piece of cake to him. However, at the next moment, his smile froze on his face. All of a sudden, a towering black flame burst out from Ning Fan's body, incinerating the entire ice net in an instant. Ximing let out a muffled groan when his Dao weapon was destroyed. He took a few steps back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. The devil flame that Ning Fan used to burn the ice net had already reached the level of the first darkness true fire, one of the 12 darkness true fires. The level of Ning Fan's devil flame was already at the bottleneck of breaking through to the true fire realm. Now that he had broken through to the crossing truth realm, his devil flame naturally broke through to the true fire realm. The first darkness true fire, huh? I didn't expect that a mere profound mortal realm cultivator like you would actually have the true fire that only true immortals can possess. Just as Ximing's voice fell, he was suddenly hit by a violent aura force. Once again, he coughed out blood and was forced to retreat. He raised his head and breathed rapidly, looking at Ning Fan in disbelief. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's body erupted with a world-shaking killing aura. His intermediate crossing truth realm cultivation base was completely exposed. A cold and emotionless voice suddenly entered Ximing's ears, causing him to cough out blood and retreat. Who told you that I'm a profound mortal realm cultivator? Ning Fan stared at Ximing coldly. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. He had already been schemed against by Ximing's master once. Because of that, his father lost his memory and one of his arms. His mother lost her demon blood and turned into a stone statue, suffering for 1,000 years. He would never give Ximing's master another chance to scheme against him. He would never let Ximing return to the South Heaven immortal world alive. Intermediate crossing truth realm? This is impossible. Ximing fell into an unprecedented shock. He had never heard of anyone who could cultivate from the spirit-severing realm to the crossing truth realm in just 200 years. Even an immortal emperor's follower with a peerless aptitude like him could not have such a cultivation speed. Even among the great ancient emperors, only a few of them could have such a cultivation speed. No wonder my master once said that you're the most suitable Dao corpse for me. It's really a pity that I couldn't devour you in the past. However, so what if you're Duzhen? I have the divine ability that my master has given me. It's as easy as flipping my hand to bring you back to the South Heaven immortal world. Ximing touched his glabella with one of his fingers and pulled it outwards. A dark red aurora flashed and a 5-colored pearl that seemed to be real appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and threw it at Ning Fan's head. Each color of the 5-colored pearl corresponded to one of the 5 elements. When the pearl was thrown down, the 5 elements would merge into one. Even a peak crossing truth expert would be killed in a single strike. Facing such a pearl, even an ordinary void being would have to be wary. However, Ning Fan neither dodged nor evaded it. He just pointed his finger forward and the 5-colored pearl immediately trembled violently. Its momentum dissipated and it fell on Ning Fan's palm. Ning Fan opened his mouth and directly swallowed it into his stomach for refinement. Ning Fan possessed the great 5 elements physique. With his current cultivation base, he was not afraid of the power of the 5 elements at all. I'm going to ask you again. Who is your master? Ning Fan asked coldly. Ximing's expression changed again. She gritted her teeth and snorted. You don't have the right to know my master's name. While speaking, Ximing touched his glabella again and drew out a ray of 6-colored light. Then, she raised her hand and threw it at Ning Fan. It was a 6-colored formation diagram called the 6 Extremes diagram. It was a life-saving divine ability that immortal Emperor Yunzhong refined by extracting the spirit of the treasure diagram. It was powerful enough to trap a mid-void being cultivator inside the treasure diagram and kill him. As soon as the six-colored light landed on Ning Fan, a gigantic formation diagram immediately appeared beneath his feet. Within the formation diagram, the shadows of six gigantic beasts gradually appeared. Each of them stood on one of the legs of the formation diagram and roared at the sky. Without a doubt, the six shadows of the beasts were savage beasts. As the formation diagram was activated, the six beasts opened their mouths at the same time and breathed out six rays of barbaric flash which whistled towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not dodge or evade. Instead, he used both of his hands to activate the secret word force, instantly changing the momentum of the formation diagram beneath his feet. The formation diagram beneath his feet immediately crumbled. The shadows of the six savage beasts were all destroyed. As for the six rays of barbaric flash which were initially attacking Ning Fan, they instantly changed their direction and headed towards Ximing. To Ning Fan, who had comprehended the secret word force, a killing formation of this level was useless. Not good. Without any hesitation, Ximing pressed her finger on her glabella again and drew out a beast soul from it. Then, she threw it forward. It was a unicorn with gray scales and horns. Its aura force was almost close to that of a thought fragmentation old monster. Facing the six rays of barbaric flash which were coming at it, the unicorn directly opened its mouth and swallowed the rays of barbaric flash which were powerful enough to kill a mid-void being cultivator. Then, it let out a burp. This beast was the third life-saving divine ability that immortal Emperor Yunzhong gave to Ximing. With this beast, even an early thought fragmentation old monster might not be able to defeat Ximing. After summoning this beast, Ximing's expression finally regained some calmness. The way she looked at Ning Fan also became arrogant again. "Are you going to follow me back to Southern Heaven obediently or force me to attack you?" Ning Fan glanced at the unicorn and knew that he was no match for it with his current strength. He could only rely on the power of the spiritual puppets. The power of Yin Yang Rain and War Yin Yang was instantly unsealed by Ning Fan. Then, he activated the War God Art and Soul Extraction technique to their limits. Ning Fan's chi began to rise rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had already reached the mid-void being cultivator, which made Ximing shocked again. If it wasn't for the divine ability that her master gave her, she wouldn't even be able to stand in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's chi force was too strong. He's not an ant. Compared to him, I'm the ant. Ximing clenched her fists unwillingly. Her jealousy towards Ning Fan had increased. Initially, she wanted to capture Ning Fan and bring him back to Southern Heaven. Now, she just wanted to kill him on the spot. She could not bear the feeling of being looked down upon by the person who used to be an ant. Fate will beast, bite him to death. Ximing bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist towards the unicorn. When the blood mist entered the unicorn's body, its eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Its body went berserk and it let out a roar towards the sky. All of a sudden, the unicorn split into 2, then into 4 and then into 8. In just a few moments, it had turned into tens of thousands of beast shadows, rushing towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. The attack of this unicorn was extremely difficult to defend against. If he doesn't summon his spiritual puppets, he would most likely die under its attack. What made Ning Fan feel even more solemn was the sense of danger that Ximing gave him. There were 3 types of life-saving divine abilities in Ximing's body. The unicorn was the third type. However, the thing that gave Ning Fan the strongest sense of danger was not the unicorn. In other words, Ximing still had a supreme treasure that was much stronger than the unicorn. The attacks of the tens of thousands of beast shadows stirred up a strong gust of wind, causing Ning Fan's black hair to dance wildly. He was like a lonely boat in the middle of the vast ocean that would sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. Amidst the roars of the beasts, Ning Fan waved his hand and summoned a puppet. The puppet grew in the wind and turned into a cloaked puppet. Ning Fan's 10 fingers were wrapped with the 6 desires puppet threads. He activated his divine ability and the puppet divided into 10, then 100 and then 1,000. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of virtual puppets. They waved their fists and clashed against the beast's divine ability. The shadows of the beasts crumbled one after another. The same went for the puppets. After the last clash, the unicorn let out a miserable groan and revealed itself. Then, it was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. After all, it was not a real demonic beast. It was just a virtual shadow that could only be used once. Now that its power had been exhausted, it was naturally on the verge of dissipating. The cloaked puppet was also heavily damaged. There were already many cracks on its body. "This is the thought-breaking puppet," Ximing gasped. There were not many puppets of this level in the entire Southern Heaven Immortal world. Ningfan actually had one. She had already used up the 3 life-saving divine abilities that her master had given her. However, she still could not defeat Ningfan. At this moment, she was a little afraid of Ningfan. "The life-saving divine abilities that my master had given me have already been used up. It's not a good idea to continue fighting with this brat. It's better for me to return to Southern Heaven as soon as possible." Ximing swallowed her saliva. She activated the invisibility divine ability of the Iron Mask, trying to escape. However, just as her body disappeared into the world, she was shaken by Ningfan's aura force again, forcing her to reveal herself. At the next moment, Ximing felt a chill on her back. To her surprise, the cloaked puppet appeared in front of her and threw a punch at her head. The punch from the thought-breaking puppet was extremely powerful. How could Ximing resist it without any life-saving divine abilities? The iron mask of the 10th Nirvana Hotian realm was directly shattered into pieces by the cloaked puppet's punch. Ximing's head was directly smashed by the cloaked puppet's punch. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Along with Ximing's body, Ximing's head exploded into ice shards. As the ice threads shattered and condensed, Ximing's delicate and pretty face was revealed. Her body reformed 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang away. Incarnation technique? No, it's not. It's not an ordinary incarnation technique. Ningfan activated the puppet strings. The cloaked puppet instantly appeared 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang away and punched Ximing again. Ximing's corpse continued to shatter and reform into ice threads. No matter how many times it shattered, it still did not die. This person is actually so difficult to kill. Ningfan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He could clearly feel that each of his attacks had accurately killed Ximing. However, he did not know why Ximing could come back to life every time he died. It was really strange. "Ningfan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have the undying devil veins. I have the devil veins physique of the strongest immortal emperor under the immortal sovereign in the ancient immortal domain. You can't kill me. Why do you think my master would favor me with my insignificant cultivation base? Where do you think the 2 words Ximing came from? Ximing, Ximing. I control the fate of heaven and earth. Who in this world can kill me?" Ximing laughed arrogantly. She dashed towards Ningfan fearlessly and directly detonated her primordial spirit. Ningfan was naturally not afraid of the self-detonation of a mid-human profound realm cultivator. With a wave of his hand, he neutralized the self-detonation wave. However, what shocked him was that Ximing was still alive even after detonating her primordial spirit. Her undying physique was simply heaven-defying. "Don't you want to know my master's name? Now, I will tell you. My master is one of the 4 great immortal emperors of the Southern Heaven Immortal world, immortal emperor who controls fate. My master bestowed the name Ximing to me in an attempt to nurture me into the next immortal emperor who controls fate. I am the 7th chess piece on my master's chessboard. If I become the immortal emperor who controls fate, my master will be able to control Ximing's fate. Who in the illusory world can be his match? I originally didn't want to tell you about this. However, since I have already decided to kill you here, there's no harm in telling you. Star Luo chess piece, appear." Ximing punched her chest, creating a bloody hole. Then, she took out a black chess piece from it. As she had cultivated the undying devil veins, the bloody hole on her chest immediately healed at an extremely fast speed. That was the devil vein ability of the strongest immortal emperor under immortal sovereign Zido, the undying great emperor. Throughout the ages, only that great emperor had the special physique to cultivate this devil vein. Ximing was the 2nd person who had the undying physique in the world. In fact, her undying devil veins were far from being completed and she was far from being immortal. If Ximing cultivates to the immortal emperor realm, she might really possess an immortal and immortal body, just like the undying great emperor. Green light flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. His gaze swept across Ximing and the chess piece in her hand. With his eyesight, he gradually discovered some clues about Ximing's physique. You aren't truly immortal. Your cultivation base is still low. Even if you have the undying physique, you can't truly be immortal. It will just take me some effort to kill you. Moreover, the disadvantage of this physique is too great. Even though you have the ability to be immortal, you can't cultivate it to the peak of the Tao. Ning Fan's astonishment towards the undying devil veins gradually faded away. What replaced it was killing intent and lamenting. That killing intent was uncontrollable because he knew the identity of his enemy. That lamenting was because even though the undying devil veins were powerful, it was a type of devil veins that gave up on death and chose life. The great Tao of this devil veins was incomplete. Because of this defect, the cultivator could only reach the immortal emperor realm at most, unable to advance to the third step of the saint realm. The undying great emperor was the strongest immortal emperor under immortal sovereign Zido. However, he would only be an immortal emperor for eternity. His immortality was still limited. At least, he couldn't be immortal in front of those peak saints. His astonishment towards the undying devil veins had subsided. Instead, his astonishment towards the star luo chess piece increased. Ning Fan sensed an extremely dangerous feeling from the star luo chess piece in Ximing's hand. He was extremely sure that the most dangerous thing in Ximing's body was this tiny chess piece. This chess piece was originally going to be given to Fan Mu. However, since you've killed him, I'll use this chess piece to kill you. Karma, appear. Star Luo, open. The chess piece turned into a ray of black light and disappeared in a flash. Before Ning Fan could react, a chess piece directly appeared in his body. Even with Ning Fan's eyesight, he could not detect how the chess piece entered his body. Only when the chess piece appeared in his body did a ray of black light shoot towards Ning Fan's chest. Ning Fan tried to stop that ray of black light but realized that he could not stop it at all. The ray of black light immediately retreated while coughing out blood. The pure black power of karma intertwined around his body, turning his white robes black. With your cultivation base, you won't be able to block the attack of the star luo chess piece at all. This is the reversal of karma. First, there's the effect of the chess piece entering your body. Then, there's the cause of the black light shooting towards your chest. How can you block its power when you can't see through karma? What my master seeks in his life is luck and fate. The so-called fate is made up of countless karmic connections. On this chessboard of heaven and earth, you're just a tiny chess piece. You won't be able to break free. As soon as Ximing's voice fell, an illusory purple-golden chessboard appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were facing each other. He was just one of the black chess pieces. The pure black power of karma was corroding Ning Fan's body crazily. His body gradually became unable to move, but the cold light in his eyes became sharper. The illusory chessboard beneath his feet was crazily devouring his Tao experience, his cultivation base, and all of his karma. He did not want to be devoured by the chessboard. He did not want to become a chess piece. If he did not want to, even the star luo chess of the immortal emperor could not devour him. Karma, fate. So what if it was fate? So what if it was luck? As long as I cut off a part of fate, this chessboard of karma would immediately collapse. What's so scary about it? 5 yin-yang swords, the first sword move, heavenly sword appears. Ning Fan's body suddenly shone with 4 colors. Those 4 colors were the colors of luck. Ximing's expression suddenly changed. She could not imagine that Ning Fan actually had the luck of a 4-colored immortal luck. You obviously tainted your own luck with black. How can it be a 4-colored immortal luck? Just as Ximing was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. The 4-colored luck in Ning Fan's hand slowly condensed into a 4-colored heavenly sword. Without saying a word, he swung the sword at the illusory image of the chessboard of karma. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays. More and more 4-colored sword light fell on the chessboard of karma. 10,000 rays, 100,000 rays, 1,000,000 rays. Ning Fan suddenly roared at the sky. His devil roar shook the world and blood flames soared to the sky. His voice and will merged into the million rays of sword light, as if he was going to cut off all the luck in this world, the 5 yin-yang swords, the heavenly sword severing luck. It could sever all the luck in this world. With Ningfan's current cultivation base, he could at most use the heavenly sword of fate with his strong luck. He could not display the other 4 swords. That was why he simplified the 5 yin-yang swords and switched to the 5 swords of rain and the 5 swords of battle. Even though he could only display the first sword move of the 5 yin-yang swords, this sword move was enough to shatter all the luck in the illusory chessboard beneath his feet. Ningfan spurted out a mouthful of blood essence, increasing the power of the million rays of 4-colored sword light to the maximum. The power of luck in the illusory chessboard began to crumble. The cracks on the chessboard were like wriggling horned dragons that were tearing the chessboard apart. As the number of cracks increased, the chessboard could no longer withstand the impact of the 4-colored sword light and shattered with a loud bang. The black chess piece that went into Ningfan's body suddenly exploded inside his body. Immediately, it blasted a hideous bloody hole on his chest and shattered all of his ribs. Even though the chessboard was destroyed by Ningfan, the chess piece still severely injured Ningfan. If the chessboard remained, Ningfan would definitely be killed by the chess piece in an instant. That chess piece was a supreme treasure that immortal Emperor Fate Master had painstakingly refined. Even he did not have many chess pieces in his possession. It was already rare for him to bestow one to Ximing. Naturally, he would not give her a second one. Ximing looked at the illusory chessboard that was constantly crumbling in disbelief and swallowed her saliva. If she was not mistaken, Ningfan had already broken free from the restraint of the star chess piece and destroyed it. Is this person really just Du Zhen? Even if he's the broken thoughts old monster, he certainly wouldn't be able to break free once he gets hit by the star chess piece. How did he break free? While Ximing was still in shock, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her arm. Her right arm was actually cut off by Ningfan's sword. Since he possessed the undying devil veins, it was extremely easy for him to recover a severed right arm. However, at this moment, his severed right arm could not be regrown at all. How could this be? Why did my undying devil veins lose their effect? Wait. What kind of sword light is that? Ximing looked at Ningfan with a terrified expression. However, she saw that the 4-colored heavenly sword in Ningfan's hand had already dissipated and turned into a long sword that had black and white intertwining patterns. The heavenly sword severs fate while the mortal sword severs life. At the end of the day, the undying devil veins is just a physique that has boundless fate. With the mortal sword and the life sword, it's enough to kill you. I can't even use 1,000th of the mortal sword's power. It's not suitable for combat. However, it's more than enough to kill you now. After all, in my eyes, you are just a human profound realm ant without my master's protection. I can destroy you with just a flick of my finger. Ningfan's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. The mortal sword in his hand gave Ximing a feeling that death was inevitable. Ximing would never know that even though the undying Great Emperor was the strongest Great Emperor under the immortal sovereign, he was once severely injured by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The reason why the ancient Chaos Great Emperor could injure the undying Great Emperor was because of the life-slaying sword of the 5 yin-yang swords. This sword could sever all undying beings in the world. Even the undying Great Emperor would find it hard to withstand the power of this sword. This sword light can actually injure the undying devil veins. It's simply heaven-defying. This isn't good. I'm no match for him. I must retreat. Ximing's face was filled with fear. His body flashed and immediately turned into an ice thread to escape. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, how could he outrun Ningfan, who was using the golden light on the ground? Ningfan used the golden light on the ground and instantly appeared in front of Ximing. Without saying a word, he swung his sword again. This slash directly left a hideous sword wound on Ximing's chest that could not be healed. Blood spurted out like arrows. At this moment, Ximing was really afraid. If he knew that Ningfan had such a heaven-defying life-slaying sword, he would never be willing to become Ningfan's enemy no matter what. Currently, he no longer had any life-saving treasures. With his mid-profound mortal realm cultivation base, he was no different from a mortal in front of Ningfan. He had no strength to resist at all. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my master will certainly not let you go. As long as you're willing to let me go. Before Ming could finish his words, Ning Fan interrupted him coldly. If I don't kill you, your master won't let me go either. Before his voice faded away, his sword had already swung down, directly cutting Ming into two halves from the middle. That sword light was too fast. It was so fast that Ming did not even have the chance to scream before he died with hatred. In the immortal palace of the southern heaven immortal world, the immortal emperor who was playing chess with his eldest disciple with a smile suddenly became furious. He smashed the chessboard in front of him with a palm strike. His eldest disciple was called Si Kong. He was a late-thought fragmentation realm cultivator. He wore green robes and looked as gentle as jade. Seeing that his master, who rarely got angry, was actually angry, Si Kong was greatly surprised. He carefully asked, "Master, please calm down. Can you tell me what happened?" Ming is dead. The immortal emperor closed his eyes, trying to suppress the anger in his heart and calm himself down. The exposed green veins on his forehead silently showed how angry he was at the moment. What? Junior brother Ming is actually dead? This is absolutely impossible. He has the undying devil veins. Even though his cultivation base is low, it's impossible for him to die. Unless he encountered an immortal emperor. Si Kong's eyes darkened. He seemed to have confirmed that the one who killed Ming was an immortal emperor. Humph. I really want to see which immortal emperor killed a junior of the human profound realm regardless of his status. Ming is an important chess piece of mine. Without him, my dream of controlling Ming has become nothing. Hateful. Hateful. Prepare the sacrificial offerings. I want to go to the Star Observatory. No matter who killed Ming, they must pay the price. Inside the passageway of the barbaric flash, after Ning Fan collected Ming's storage pouch, he activated the Black Star technique to heal the bloody hole in his chest. At the same time, he performed the soul-searching technique on a skull that had died with grievances. After searching his soul for a while, Ning Fan exerted his palm force and shattered the head into a mist of blood. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. After so many years, he finally found the immortal emperor who schemed against him. After further confirmation, there was no doubt that the enemy was the immortal emperor master of fate. From Ming's memories, Ning Fan learned that immortal emperor Luck Master had schemed against thousands of cultivators in his life. Among them, there were vein-opening realm juniors and immortal venerables of all ages. Ning Fan was just one of the insignificant ones. I can't believe that immortal emperor fate mastering schemed against me just to make me the Tao corpse of his disciple, Ming, immortal emperor fate, one of the four great immortal emperors of the southern heaven immortal world. His cultivation base is at the 8th eternal tribulation. Given my cultivation base, it's enough to kill Ming, but it's far from enough to take revenge on him. In Ming's memory, she also mentioned the special identity of the immortal emperor Master Luck. He seemed to be inextricably linked to the wildlands and the Taitsong tribulation spirit. However, all the memories related to him had been erased by the immortal emperor Master Luck. This method of erasing memories is clearly the same as the method of erasing my father's memories. There's no way to recover it. That's how my father lost his memories. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with reminiscence. All of a sudden, he clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes helplessly. He had always been a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Naturally, he would seek revenge from the immortal emperor master of fate, but now that his cultivation base was not high enough, it was not the time for him to seek revenge. He could only endure. One day, I will kill my way to the Fate Master Immortal Palace and settle the old scores with the Fate Master. But before that, it's not good to let the Fate Master Immortal Palace know that I killed his disciple. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He bent his palm and clawed at the air in front of him. Then, he actually drew out thousands of karmic blood threads from the remaining blood mist in the air. These bloodlines were the karma caused by Ning Fan killing Ming. In the past, he naturally could not see the karmic bloodlines. But now, he was already one of the few second-level heaven-being realm cultivators in the world. It was not difficult for him to see the karmic bloodlines. Naturally, with his cultivation base in the crossing truth, he could at most rely on the oneness of heaven and man to see and touch the cause and effect, but he could not strip it away. Fortunately, he still had the innate ghost mask, which had the power to strip away karma. Ning Fan waved his hand and wiped it across his face, summoning the ghost face. He activated the ghost face's power and removed all the karmic bloodlines that were entangling his body. Therefore, no matter how powerful the divination technique of the Celestial Emperor was, he couldn't find out who the culprit was. Ning Fan did not throw away the karmic bloodstrings that had been stripped away. Instead, they were sealed by the ghost face's power for other purposes. From Ming's memories, Ning Fan learned that Immortal Emperor Luck Mastery would always go to the Star Observatory and make 3 deductions before he does anything. It was a habit that he had developed over the years. If he could find out who the murderer was based on his deductions, he would definitely not send someone else to investigate the matter. However, if the Immortal Emperor Mastery Luck couldn't find the culprit, he might use other methods to find the culprit. After understanding this habit of Immortal Emperor Fate Master, Ning Fan came up with a plan. He temporarily kept the sealed karmic bloodlines and scanned Ming's storage pouch with his divine sense. Inside the storage pouch were items commonly used by mortal profound cultivators. They were useless to him, but there were a few barbaric flash jade talismans that piqued his interest. The barbaric flash jade talismans could open a passageway to the ancient wildlands region and return to any of the 4 heavens' immortal realms. With these jade talismans, if necessary, I can leave the wildlands and return to Eastern Heaven. He erased the restrictions on the jade talisman and planted a new one with his blood essence. Only by doing so could he activate the power of the jade talisman. After keeping the puppet and the jade talisman, Ning Fan dispersed his ghostly face and left the passageway. Not long after Ning Fan left, a rainbow-colored eyeball suddenly appeared in the sky of the passageway. The eyeball was filled with rage. As soon as it appeared, the killing intent immediately turned into a 7-colored divine light that spread out in all directions. Unfortunately, the rainbow divine light did not find anyone in the tunnel, so it could not deduce who killed Ming. This was the first time the Immortal Emperor Luck Master had tried to deduce the cause and effect, but he failed. Even though Ning Fan did not see the appearance of the rainbow-colored eyeball, he sensed something when the Immortal Emperor Luck Master was deducing the cause and effect. At the peak of the Wind Thunder Mountain in the Immortal Palace of Fortune Master, the Immortal Emperor Luck Master threw the wooden sword in his hand on the incense table after his deduction failed. His expression was filled with shock and anger. Humph. It can actually conceal the cause and effect. I guess the person who killed Ming must have some kind of secret treasure that can conceal the cause and effect. I can only deduce once every 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, I can only deduce the cause and effect for the second time. Next time, I will use both the barbaric and tribulation power to enhance my deduction. I don't believe I can't deduce the culprit. Outside the Yellow River Snow Valley, 7 void shedders of the demon race had already rushed into the valley. They were fighting against 2mo, Taya, and the others. Among them, there were 2 peak void shedders, 3 early void shedders and 2 mid void shedders. These demon cultivators were all from the Turtle Clan. They possessed the secret talisman of the Turtle Clan which allowed them to ignore the power of the Blood River and directly enter the Snow Valley. They were the first batch of demons to enter the valley. As for the demon cultivators of the other clans, they could not come to the Snow Valley because of the Blood River. Hence, they were temporarily guarding the outer perimeter of the valley. 2mo and Daoist Taya each faced a peak void shedder tortoise demon. After all, the 2 of them only had the body of a broken divine sense. Besides, they still needed to maintain the stability of the passage. Thus, they could not defeat their opponents in a short time and could only fight to a draw. The 4-eyed Devil Sovereign had already summoned 3 early Void Shedder Tortoise puppets to fight against 3 early Void Shedder Tortoise demons alone. Controlling 3 Void Shedder puppets at the same time made him feel a little powerless. Fairy Cold Dance, on the other hand, faced 2 mid-Void Shedder Tortoise demons alone. One of them was a tall and skinny old man while the other was a short and plump old woman. The 2 of them were actually a pair of Dao companions. The 2 mid-Void Shedder Tortoise demons had great teamwork. When they worked together, they could even put up a fight against a late Void Shedder Tortoise demon. Fairy Cold Dance was already injured in the first place. Moreover, she had to divert her attention to activate her ability and maintain the activation of the passage. Thus, she was naturally not a match for the 2 tortoise demons. In just a few rounds of fighting, 3 to 4 wounds were left on her body. Even so, Fairy Cold Dance did not forget Ning Fan's request. She always remembered to maintain the stability of the entrance of the passage and wait for Ning Fan's safe return. 70% of her magic power was used to maintain the stability of the entrance, while the remaining 30% was used to fight against the two mid-void Shedder Tortoise demons. She could not tell what she was feeling at the moment. It was probably because she wanted to repay Ning Fan for saving her life. If the entrance disappears, Ning Fan would not be able to come out. The tall and skinny old man was a man of few words. He had a cold and indifferent personality. His Dao weapon was a poisonous blade. The short and plump old woman, on the other hand, constantly let out a hoarse and unpleasant laughter. She activated a flying sword made of black mist and attacked Cold Dance's vital parts with each of her attacks. Old poisonous creature, look at this human void Shedder Tortoise. She looks so delicate. Do you want me to capture her and let her be your poisonous cauldron? No need. Just kill her directly. I only need to extract her primordial spirit to refine my poison. The tall and skinny old man said coldly. Hee. That's exactly what I want. I'll give you her primordial spirit to refine your poison. However, her corpse must be left for me to feed to the corpse tortoise. Speaking of which, I don't know what's wrong with this human girl. She's obviously severely injured and her strength is obviously weaker than both of us. However, she still dares to use only 30% of her strength to fight against us. Instead, she left 70% of her strength to stabilize the entrance of the passage. Is there someone important to her inside the entrance? The short and plump old woman let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, she changed the direction of her flying sword. Instead of attacking Fairy Cold Dance, she slashed at the entrance of the passage, trying to destroy the entrance. Fairy Cold Dance's heart tightened. With a tap of her foot, she stood in front of the entrance of the passage. She waved her moonlight waterfall and deflected the flying sword, protecting the entrance of the passage. However, because of that, she revealed a flaw. The tall and skinny old man seized the opportunity and slashed at her with his poisonous blade, adding another deep wound on her arm. Black blood kept flowing out of the wound. Obviously, she had been poisoned by the demon poison. Damn it. It's actually the secret poison of the corpse tortoise race. Fairy Cold Dance's lips began to turn purple. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, carrying a hint of sweet fragrance. Her heart sank. If it wasn't to protect the entrance of the passage, she would certainly not be cut by the poisonous blade. Now that she was poisoned by the secret poison of the corpse tortoise, it was rather troublesome. If she uses all of her magic power, she would be able to force out the demon poison. However, she had no time to do so at the moment. Under the corrosion of the demon poison, her consciousness became blurry and her magic power weakened bit by bit. However, she still did not forget to guard the entrance of the passage for him. Even though she had only met Ning Fan a few times, she did not want him to be in any danger. Perhaps, this feeling of hers was because she wanted to repay him for saving her life. It's unknown whether he's dead or alive after entering this passage. If he loses the entrance, it will be difficult for him to return. His life might be in danger. We must stabilize the entrance. We can't let it disappear. We can't let these two tortoise demons continue to attack the entrance. Fairy Cold Dance's lotus steps became more and more unsteady. Her beautiful face became paler and paler while her breathing became heavier. She was relying on her willpower to support herself and not allow herself to faint. The short and plump old woman smiled coldly. Suddenly, she used a magic treasure made of turtle tendons and bound one of Fairy Cold Dance's wrists. Then, she wielded her sword and pierced her dantian. No. Not good. Fairy Cold Dance could not break free from the restraint of the turtle tendons. Seeing that she was about to be pierced by the old woman, she was feeling nervous. All of a sudden, a golden light flashed in front of her and a white-robed figure appeared. She immediately felt relieved and smiled. It's him. He has returned safely. The old woman who was aiming at Fairy Cold Dance with her sword was naturally shocked when she saw a white-robed figure appearing in front of her. Before she could react, she was already forced back by the Dao sword that the white-robed young man slashed out. Her expression immediately turned grim. That white-robed young man was none other than Ning Fan, who had returned from the passage of the barbaric flash. With another slash, he cut off the turtle tendons that were binding Fairy Cold Dance. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's return, 2Mo and Taya were overjoyed. They knew that strong reinforcements had appeared. The expressions of the 7 Shikong demons changed. At this moment, Ning Fan had yet to seal the power of the rain and the war god art. He had only dispersed the soul-extracting technique which he could not maintain for a long time and the secret techniques of the war god art. His aura force was still comparable to that of the Shikong demons. None of them dared to underestimate him. "Are your injuries all right?" Fairy Cold Dance said to Ning Fan. Her tone was flat and clear, but Ning Fan could hear a hint of concern in her voice. Ning Fan was severely injured by the star-scattered chess piece. Even though the bloody hole in his chest had healed, his chi had yet to recover to its peak state. This did not escape Fairy Cold Dance's eyes at all. "I'm fine. I'll just block the 2 of them. You rest at the side and suppress the demon poison in your body." Ning Fan sighed softly. If he was one step late, even if Fairy Cold Dance did not die, she would have been severely injured by the old woman's turtle demon sword. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could naturally see that Fairy Cold Dance had split her magic power in order to stabilize the passage of the barbaric flash. That was why she was defeated so quickly. Even if this lady knows how to repay his kindness, she did not seem to need to risk her life like this. "Old woman, be careful." Even though this young man's Shikong cultivation base was raised using a secret technique and he is not the true Shikong, his abilities are not weak. You can't underestimate him. The thin and tall old man who had been silent all this while looked at Ning Fan solemnly and suddenly said, "Old poisonous creature, you are too cautious. Even if this young man uses a secret technique, his strength is only at the early Shikong demon realm. It's not worth mentioning. You deal with this young man. I will go and kill that little girl first." The short and plump old woman smiled sinisterly and took the lead to activate her ability. The black mist flying sword in her hand immediately turned into the shadow of a giant turtle and dashed towards Fairy Cold Dance. She did not plan to give Fairy Cold Dance any chance to force the demon poison out of her body. While she was attacking Fairy Cold Dance, she also shot out a ray of black cold light at Ning Fan's glabella. It was a poisonous turtle tooth nail. If this nail pierces through the glabella, even a mid-Shikong demon realm cultivator would have his Naiwen sealed and die. The reason why she diverted her attention to plot against Ning Fan was because she did not put him in her eyes. However, she did not know that Ning Fan also did not put her in his eyes. Time was running out. Ning Fan still had other matters to attend to. Thus, he did not want to stay in this place for too long. Thus, he directly took out the thought-breaking puppet. There was a puppet in front of Ning Fan. The poisonous turtle tooth nail only pierced into the puppet slightly and did not cause any substantial damage to it. With a thought in his mind, a multicolored net immediately appeared between heaven and earth, trapping the old woman within it. Only the old woman's sword light penetrated the net and continued to slash at Fairy Cold Dance. The puppet tilted its body and threw a punch. That punch immediately formed an unimaginably strong wind, easily shattering the short and plump old woman's flying sword. Then, it threw another punch directly through the multicolored net, sending the old woman flying away while coughing out blood. Even her turtle bones were broken. When the third punch landed, the puppet directly destroyed half of the old woman's head. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the ground red. When the puppet threw another punch, the old woman's demon soul did not even have the chance to escape. She was directly killed by the puppet within the multicolored net, leaving not even her bones behind. None of the Shikong demon realm cultivators present expected that Ning Fan would have such a terrifying puppet. With just a few punches, it killed a mid-Shikong demon realm cultivator. The puppet's mid-thought fragmentation realm chi made all the demon cultivators shudder. Their expressions changed greatly. Earth Devil and Taoist Iron Crow had already seen Ning Fan's thought fragmentation puppet before. Naturally, they would not find it strange. However, it was the Four-Eyed Devil Monarch and Fairy Han Wu's first time seeing this puppet. Both of them were quite surprised. With Ning Fan and the thought fragmentation puppet participating in the battle, Earth Devil and Taoist Iron Crow's confidence was greatly boosted. The remaining 6 Shikong demon tortoises were eliminated by them without any suspense. None of them managed to escape. Earth Devil, you seem to know an earth escape technique called Earth Cave, right? Bring them away first and wait for me at this place. Green light flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. he glanced at Earth Devil. Just a single glance seemed to have seen through him. Ning Fan casually tossed a jade slip with a map to Earth Devil. His tone left no room for refusal. When Ning Fan's gaze landed on him, Earth Devil was inwardly shocked. He felt as if he was being seen through. Then, he nodded his head. He did not have the intention to disobey Ning Fan's order. Old Monster Earth had once used a type of earth cave technique to bring everyone into the Snow Valley. It was extremely secretive. That earth cave escape technique was actually Earth Devil's signature ability. With this ability, it would not be difficult for Earth Devil to bring everyone out of the Snow Valley without anyone noticing. "Aren't you going to evacuate with us?" Fairy Han Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "I have some matters to attend to. I will meet up with all of you later." Ning Fan did not explain too much. What he needed to do was to solve the problem of the karmic bloodline. It was a matter of great importance. Even though he had a good impression of Fairy Han Wu, it was not enough for him to tell her all of his secrets. "I understand. Little friend Ning, be careful. After you are done with your matters, meet up with me and the others as soon as possible." Fairy Han Wu let out a faint sigh. She also understood that it was impossible for them to talk too much since they were not close. It was the right thing for Ning Fan to hold back from her. However, for some unknown reason, she still felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. In the end, she followed Earth Devil and the others and used the Earth Cave technique to quietly leave the barrier of the Yellow River. After everyone left, Ning Fan kept his spiritual puppets and summoned Ghost Face with a wave of his hand. His silver hair danced wildly in the air. Stepping on a golden rainbow, he soared into the sky and flew across the Blood River. After activating Ghost Face's invisibility, he directly smashed the barrier of the Yellow River and left. Many experts of the demon race noticed the collapse of the barrier. However, Ning Fan immediately activated Ghost Face's invisibility. Thus, no one knew what happened. At the same time, the entire ancient wild region began to rain heavily. That rainstorm was caused by Ning Fan's heaven-peaking rain technique. With the help of the heaven-peaking rain technique, Ning Fan quickly found traces of old ancestor poisonous dragon in the 4th region of the wild region. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan moved stealthily all the way to the 4th region. In the demon army's main tent in the 4th region of the 42 regions of the wild region. At this moment, old ancestor poisonous dragon was sitting cross-legged in the main tent of the military camp at the front line. His eyes were closed as he adjusted his breathing. He had already heard about the incident that happened in the Yellow River Snow Valley. However, he did not take it to heart and only sent some people to support the Snow Valley. His current responsibility was to watch over the main tent of the demon army. Thus, he could not leave easily. While he was adjusting his breathing, it started to rain heavily outside the tent. The downpour was like a torrential downpour, and the sound of the rain was disorderly. It caused him to have an inexplicable feeling of apprehension, as if something bad was about to happen. What old ancestor poisonous dragon did not know was that Ning Fan had already activated Ghost Face's invisibility at this very moment and was already 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the main tent. The distance of 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, was already Ning Fan's limit. If he goes any closer, old ancestor poisonous dragon would still notice him even with Ghost Face's invisibility. "Old man poisonous dragon, you shot me with the candle bow and the 7-colored arrow that day. Today, I will return you a great gift." Ning Fan waved his hand and took out the karmic blood strings that were sealed. After unsealing them, he tossed them towards old ancestor poisonous dragon's tent. As soon as those blood strings got close to the main tent, old ancestor poisonous dragon immediately noticed them. Unfortunately, it was already too late when he wanted to dodge them. He was already entangled by those karmic blood strings. These are karmic blood strings? Strange. I haven't killed anyone yet. Why would I attract karmic blood strings? Strange. It's really strange. Old ancestor poisonous dragon muttered to himself. Suddenly, his old eyes turned gloomy. He activated his reverse spirit technique and scanned across the demon army's camp. However, he did not find anything unusual. He could not help but frown. Is there no outsider sneaking into the main tent? Is it just my illusion? Then, Patriarch Poison Dragon closed his eyes again and meditated. What he did not know was that he had already been tainted with the karma of killing Si Ming, and he had already become Ning Fan's scapegoat. In a faraway place, Ning Fan was standing on top of a short mountain. His 10 fingers were forming a series of hand seals to activate the rain technique while observing every movement in the demon army's camp. Ning Fan sensed Immortal Emperor Luck Wielding's first karma deduction. If Ning Fan's prediction was correct, Immortal Emperor Luck Master would perform the second and third divination not long after that. The first time Immortal Emperor Luck Wielding deduced karma, his karma was stripped and sealed by Ning Fan. That was why his deduction failed. This time, Ning Fan had already unsealed the karma and it tainted Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon. If the Immortal Emperor Master of Fate were to calculate again, he would most likely get the same result. The one who killed Si Ming was Patriarch Poison Dragon of the true dragon race. This was, of course, the result that Ning Fan hoped to see the most. Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon was his enemy while Immortal Emperor Luck Master was also his enemy. It couldn't be better for the two of them to fight against each other. Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon was kept in the dark while Immortal Emperor Luck Master was also clueless about it. After a moment, Immortal Emperor Luck Master summoned wind and lightning on the Wind Thunder Mountain again and began his divination. During the second divination, 2 heads grew out of Immortal Emperor Luck Master's neck one after another. If someone was here, they would certainly notice that the 2 heads that Immortal Emperor Luck Master had were exactly the same as the heads that the 7th generation barbaric ancestor had in the past. However, there was one difference between Immortal Emperor Luck Master and the 7th generation barbaric ancestor. Immortal Emperor Luck Master had a 3rd head which was his original head. There was also tribulation blood flowing in his body. The power of tribulation sense was also used by him in the divination. This time, he integrated the power of tribulation sense and the barbaric flash into his divination. Its accuracy was several times better than the first time. In the 4th region of the ancient wild region, a rainbow-colored eyeball suddenly appeared in the sky above the demon army camp. The eyeball scanned the area with divine light and immediately found Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon in the central tent. Its eyes turned grim and full of killing intent. The true dragon race. Son of the Poisonous Dragon. I didn't expect that the one who killed Si Ming wasn't an immortal emperor but an immortal venerable of the demon race. Good, good, good. You killed my disciple. I'll make sure your dragon soul falls forever. At the peak of the Wind Thunder Mountain in the immortal palace of the southern heaven celestial world, Immortal Emperor Luck Master slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with ferocity. At this moment, the demon army camp in the 4th region of the wildlands was in an uproar. Countless demon cultivators looked up at the sky and looked at the rainbow-colored eyeball in fear. Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon rushed out of the tent and looked up in shock. He could sense a killing intent from the rainbow-colored eyeball. It was locked onto him. If he was not mistaken, the killing intent came from an 8th tribulation great emperor of the human race. Before Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon could react, the rainbow-colored eyeball suddenly shot out thousands of rays of divine light. In the next instant, a rainbow-colored blood mark appeared on Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon's forehead. The moment the blood mark appeared, Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon's demonic energy was suppressed by more than 30%. This is the blood mark of a sovereign. Only an immortal sovereign can plant a tracing mark on a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, an immortal sovereign can only plant a blood mark on a few cultivators at the same time. Once this mark is planted, no one can escape the detection of the immortal sovereign even if they hide in the sky or underground. Moreover, this mark also has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation base. Even with Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon's immortal venerated realm, his cultivation base is still suppressed by 30%. This blood mark is really impressive. Ning Fan's eyes flashed as he recognized the origin of the blood mark. After all, the Wildlands was a medium-sized world. No matter how strong the immortal Emperor Luck Master was, he was not a sage after all. It was impossible for him to travel across countless worlds to kill an immortal venerated realm. Therefore, the immortal Emperor Luck Master settled for the next best thing and planted a blood mark on Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon. As long as the blood mark remained, the immortal Emperor Luck Master had plenty of time to hunt down Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon. At this moment, old ancestor Poisonous Dragon's expression was filled with fear. He wanted to cry but had no tears. His heart was filled with grievance. He did not understand what he had done at all. How did he provoke an 8 tribulation great emperor of the human race to plant a sovereign's blood mark on him? Not good. This is the sovereign's blood mark. I've been targeted by an 8 tribulation immortal emperor. I can't stay in the wildlands any longer. I must return to the land of demon spirits immediately. It's too dangerous to stay here. That 8 tribulation immortal emperor might come to the wildlands to find trouble with me at any time. Damn it. Damn it. Why did an 8 tribulation immortal emperor target me? Who can tell me what exactly is going on? On the stargazing platform of the Wind Thunder Mountain, the immortal Emperor Luck Master closed his eyes. His initial anger was gradually calming down. His rationality gradually returned. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling. He felt that something was wrong. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not see what was wrong. No. There's something wrong with this karma. The one who killed the arbiter of fate is not Du Longzi. Someone is trying to frame him and deceive me. It seems like I need to borrow the power of the karma chessboard to perform the third deduction. You won't be able to escape from the person who killed the arbiter of fate. Immortal Emperor Fate Master dispersed his 3-headed avatar and pondered. He was confident that he could deduce the real cause and effect with the help of the karma chessboard. However, he had to awaken the chessboard's artifact spirit first before he could use it. That artifact spirit was a problem that had troubled him for many years. When I killed Taitsong Jialing, I obtained a beast called Karma. Ever since I hid in the illusionary world, I used the Karma beast as the artifact spirit to refine the Karma chessboard. I obtained a total of 72 black and white chess pieces. The white chess pieces control fate while the black chess pieces control fate. This old man has already completed the 36 white chess pieces. With this old man has achieved the position of fate controller. However, I've only completed 6 of the 36 black chess pieces. The reason why it's so difficult to complete the black chess pieces is because the Karma beast doesn't cooperate. Immortal Emperor Fate Master frowned and raised his hand to point at the sky. Black and white immediately intersected in the sky where wind and lightning intertwined, forming a huge black and white chessboard. There were a total of 36 white chess pieces and 6 black chess pieces on the chessboard. In each chess piece, there was a chess soul with scarlet eyes that was filled with resentment. Every single one of the 36 white chess souls had astounding providence. At the very least, they all had 6-colored celestial luck. The 6 black chess souls were either in the shape of a human or a beast. All of them were ferocious beasts with fierce lives and their cultivation bases were above the ancient times. If Immortal Emperor Fate Master could complete the black chess pieces, he would have controlled the fate of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Karma beast looked down on him and only helped him complete 6 black chess pieces. From the 7th black chess piece onwards, it stopped helping him. Immortal Emperor Fate Master originally wanted to use his own strength to nurture a Ximing to become the 7th black chess piece. He wanted to use his undying evil veins to suppress the Karma beast and make it yield, but Ximing was killed. He already had a candidate for the ferocious cultivators who were suitable to become black chess pieces, but without Ximing, the 7th chess piece, those candidates were meaningless. Karma beast, quickly show yourself and meet me. Immortal Emperor Fate Master shouted at the sky and sent a voice transmission to the bottom of the Wind Thunder Mountain. A moment later, the bottom of the Wind Thunder Mountain Observatory was filled with blood and screams. Tens of thousands of lives were sacrificed by his disciple, Si Kong, to awaken the Karma beast. The blood-red light was like flowing water, dyeing the void a strange red. In the sky above the chessboard, the shadow of a strange beast slowly appeared. The moment the strange beast appeared, the karmic power of the world immediately began to tremble. The chess souls on the Karma chessboard prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were extremely afraid of the beast. It was a strange beast that seemed like both a lion and a dog. Its body was covered in snow-white long fur, and its body emanated the radiance of the great Tao that was dazzling and resplendent. Its eyes were scarlet red, yet its intelligence wasn't high, and it couldn't understand human speech. This strange beast was the Karma beast. The Karma beast yawned sleepily. It glanced at Zhang Yun and then closed its eyes in disdain. It lay in the air and continued to sleep. Immortal Emperor Fate was a human emperor, but in the eyes of the karma beast, he was no different from a speck of dust. It could see the karma of Immortal Emperor Fate, and it knew that one day, the emperor would fall. Compared to its previous master, he was as insignificant as a speck of dust. How arrogant was the Immortal Emperor Master of Fate! His expression immediately darkened after being looked down upon by an animal. However, Immortal Emperor Fate also understood that the Karma Beast had its reasons for looking down on him. There were only 108,000 Karma Beasts in the world, and they only existed in the Tribulation God of the Upper Realm. They despised the common people and were the guardians of the Tribulation God. The previous master of the Karma Beast could be said to be the Tribulation God. Compared to the Tribulation God, Immortal Emperor Fate was naturally as insignificant as a speck of dust. This beast can't understand human speech, and its intelligence is low. However, its personality is extremely arrogant. No matter how much I tried to persuade and coerce, it still refused to help me complete the black pieces. It always looked down on me. How hateful. If this beast wasn't an indispensable artifact spirit of the Karma chessboard, I wouldn't have kept it until today. Immortal Emperor Fate Master of Fate coldly glanced at the Karma beast and then waved his hand to grab it. The beast immediately turned into a string of snow-white prayer beads that fell into his palm. Immortal Emperor Fate Master of Fate sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. He moved the prayer beads and began the third deduction. At the foot of the Wind Thunder Mountain, Si Kong raised his head and looked at the stargazing platform with fiery eyes. There were 5 other Dao children standing behind him. Their cultivation levels varied from Duzhen to Shi Kong. All of them were the disciples of Fate Master of Fate. All of them had dabbled in the Tao of divination. To them, it was a great fortune to be able to witness Immortal Emperor Fate Master's deduction of karma with their own eyes. Is that the karma beast that Master is raising? What a terrifying power of karma. It can actually transform into karma sense beads. Even though Master has made many mistakes in his deduction in the past 200 years, if he takes out the karma chessboard and transforms the karma sense beads, there will be very few things in this world that Master cannot divine. Even if the one who killed Si Ming is an immortal emperor, he won't be able to escape Master's divination. In the wild ancient region. With the help of the heaven-peering rain technique, Ning Fan secretly observed the actions of the demons. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Even though he had already tainted old ancestor Du Long with his karma, the uneasiness in his heart kept increasing. On the peak of a small mountain in an uninhabited valley, the rainstorm was pouring down like a waterfall. When the raindrops fell in front of Ning Fan, they automatically avoided the trajectory of the raindrops. Ning Fan's face was covered with a ghost mask. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. He used his finger to cut off a lock of silver hair and activated his ability. He was actually divining something. Ning Fan was not proficient in the Tao of divination. However, after opening the second gate of the heavenly being realm, Ning Fan's integration with heaven and earth became closer. Even if he does not cultivate divination techniques, he could still divine some heavenly secrets. After some divination, the silver hair in Ning Fan's hand suddenly combusted without any fire and turned into ashes. He could only carry out a simple divination. The result of his divination was only one sentence. Karma is hard to sever. A great calamity is coming. Ning Fan's eyes instantly turned solemn. How could he not know that his act of framing old ancestor Du Long did not escape the eyes of Immortal Emperor Fate Master? He gradually noticed that the heavenly secrets on his body were trembling slightly. He had a feeling that he was being divined by someone. As expected of the great emperor who controls fate. It seems like it won't be easy to hide from this person's divination. Is this person carrying out the third divination on me? This time, his divination is really powerful. Even though I have separated my karma, he can still vaguely find me. It's not enough to conceal this divination with just the innate ghost mask alone. If I have other innate treasures, I might be able to borrow a trace of innate power to disrupt the heavenly secrets again and conceal my karma. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Innate treasures. He did not only have one innate ghost mask, innate magic treasures were extremely rare in the world. Even immortal emperors did not have many of them. Ning Fan's luck was heaven-defying. Having an innate ghost mask was not enough. He still had a gourd that could be used to refine innate treasures. Apart from that, he also had the yin-yang dual steels, which were also ranked among the innate treasures. The yin-yang dual steels guarded the east and west worlds of the profounding world. They were innate magic treasures that Ning Fan obtained after fusing the two locks. With his current cultivation base, he could not summon the dual steels from the profounding world. However, if he enters the profounding world, he could borrow the power of the dual steels. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. With a sway of his body, he entered the boundary of the profounding world and flew to the peak of the nine heavens sea of clouds. Then, he activated his divine ability. The two yin-yang steels that were as tall as the sky immediately flew from different directions. They crossed the layers of clouds and merged into one. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the dual steels. His eyes flashed with green light. His 10 fingers formed a series of hand seals and his fingers moved like phantoms. His mind gradually sank into the dual steels. He mobilized the power of the steels to protect the heavenly secrets around him. At a certain moment, a rainbow-colored eyeball suddenly appeared in the sky of the profounding world. As soon as the rainbow-colored eyeball appeared, Ning Fan suddenly stood up from the dual steels before it could open. He made a grabbing motion with his hand. His innate power immediately condensed into a 1000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, sword light and slashed at the sky. That slash did not produce any sharp sword chime, but it was enough to directly sever the heavenly secrets. As soon as the sword light fell, the rainbow-colored eyeball was immediately cut into 2 halves. Blood splattered across the sky. It did not even have the chance to open its eyes. On the peak of the Wind Thunder Mountain, the immortal emperor who controls fate suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right eye and blood flowed out. His right eye was not blinded, but it was severely injured. As I expected. The one who killed Siming isn't Du Longzi. Even though I can't sense his identity, I can sense the power of 2 innate treasures from his body. It was with the power of these 2 treasures that he managed to destroy my rainbow-colored eyeball. Besides, he doesn't seem to be in the desolate land. Instead, he's in a middle thousand worlds that I've never seen before. Is he a world treasure? In the illusory world, there aren't many cultivators who can possess 2 innate magic treasures. All of them are immortal emperors. Since this person possesses 2 innate magic treasures, it's highly possible that he's an immortal emperor. However, there's also another possibility. This person's luck is far beyond his level. Even though he's not an immortal emperor, he has already defied the heavens and obtained 2 innate magic treasures. The immortal emperor's eyes turned solemn. He waved his hand and rubbed his right eye. The bloodstain was immediately wiped away and his right eye became undamaged again. As soon as he thought of something, green light flashed in his eyes. I'm a cultivator at the 1st level of the heavenly being realm. Besides, my cultivation base is already close to breaking through to the 2nd level of the heavenly being realm. Together with the power of the heavenly being realm, it's enough to penetrate the protection of this person's innate magic treasures and extract his heavenly secrets for divination. Water mirror technique. The immortal emperor Luck wielding pointed his finger forward. A green water mirror immediately appeared in front of him. He reached his palm into the water mirror and scooped it up. It was as if he was holding the karma of the entire heaven and earth. At the same time, 7-colored mist rolled down from the sky of the profounding world like surging waves. At the center of the mist, a gigantic vortex gradually appeared. At the center of the vortex was a green mirror lake that hung upside down in the sky. All of a sudden, a 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, large green arm flew out from the center of the lake. As soon as the arm appeared, the entire heaven and earth began to tremble. In the eastern world, many human cauldrons sensed the tremors, but they did not know what was happening. The arm was covered with wrinkles. Its skin and flesh were dry, but it was strong and powerful, as if it could control the universe. As soon as the arm appeared, it clenched its 5 fingers and grabbed at the sea of clouds where Ning Fan was. His eyes flashed with green light. How could he not tell that the gigantic green hand was the manifestation of the heavenly being Green Qi? At this moment, he seemed to have an illusion. What was falling from the sky was not the gigantic Green Qi hand but the entire heaven and earth instead. As expected of the old man Fate Master. He actually managed to infuse the heavenly being Green Qi into his deduction and form a divine ability. If I can't block this technique, I will certainly be robbed of the heavenly secrets by this divine ability and see through everything. Unfortunately, this gigantic hand is just the manifestation of the green chi of the first level of the heavenly being realm while I am at the second level of the heavenly being realm. This technique is useless against me. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes continuously. He stepped on the sea of clouds and suddenly raised his head, glaring at the gigantic hand in the sky. Just a gaze from him actually carried the might of heaven and earth, which was much heavier than the gigantic hand. It slowed down the attack of the gigantic hand and actually dared not to fall on Ning Fan. Ning Fan smiled coldly like a devil. He opened his mouth and swallowed the gigantic hand. Immediately, the gigantic hand broke into countless traces of green chi which went into his stomach and vanished into thin air. The devil nature in his eyes became even stronger. Ever since he encountered Sumo, his heart of devil cultivation had also awakened once again. Ning Fan had already seen through the immortal Emperor Fate Master's green chi technique. A cultivator at the second level of the celestial being realm could deduce magical powers with a wave of his hand and create his own profound techniques. It was not difficult to learn and sell the immortal Emperor's water mirror technique on the spot. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could not open his own water mirror. However, he could go against the path of the mirror lake that immortal Emperor Fate Master had set up and counterattack. Ning Fan covered his fist with green chi. His aura force was like a strong gust of wind. His silver hair danced wildly in the wind as he threw a punch at the mirror lake that was hanging upside down in the sky. The fist radiance smashed into the mirror lake, immediately shattering it and scattering the rainbow-colored mist in the sky. At the peak of the thunderstorm mountain, the water mirror in front of immortal Emperor Fate suddenly shattered. The moment it shattered, an endless amount of green energy converged into a fist light that flew straight towards the immortal Emperor Fate. There was no way to dodge. The might of heaven and earth around the Wind Thunder Mountain was all condensed into this fist. It was as if Ning Fan's fist was the only thing left in the entire world. It was Ning Fan's first time retaliating against immortal Emperor Luck Wielding in his life. There was a trace of will that vowed to harm immortal Emperor Luck Wielding. This fist was not aimed at a person, but at the heaven's will. It heavily landed on the immortal Emperor's body, but it didn't cause any physical damage. In just a split second, it shattered all of the heaven's will power on the Emperor's body. Immortal Emperor Fate, who was channeling his water mirror technique, immediately turned pale and coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. That golden blood was clearly the essence blood of his primordial spirit. This punch actually caused a backlash because it disrupted his deduction and injured the foundation of his primordial spirit. At the foot of Mount Wind Thunder, Si Ming and the other 5 Taoist children were shocked. They had followed Zhang Yun for many years, but this was the first time they saw Zhang Yun coughing blood. The celestial Emperor Master of Fate was also shocked. If he was not mistaken, the person who killed Si Ming was a cultivator at the second level of the celestial being realm. He was not a cultivator of the second level. Thus, he naturally did not know that Ning Fan had opened the second door. As far as he could remember, there were only a handful of second-level heavenly beings in the entire illusionary world, and all of them were demi-sages. The one who killed Si Ming wasn't an immortal emperor, but a quasi-saint. Other things can be faked, but the second level of celestial being can't be faked. The one who is going against me is actually a quasi-saint? ******. In the illusionary world, not all quasi-saints could open the second door of the celestial being realm. However, those who could open the second door were undoubtedly quasi-saints. Immortal Emperor Master of Fate naturally would not think that there would be cultivators who were not immortal emperors who could open the second door of the celestial being realm. After coughing out another mouthful of primordial spirit golden blood, Immortal Emperor Master of Fate's face turned extremely gloomy. With his various means, he could still take his revenge even if the one who killed Si Ming was an immortal emperor. However, if the other party was a quasi-saint who had opened the second door, then he would have to think carefully about his revenge. Oh, so it's a quasi-saint. Hee. What a quasi-saint. You killed my disciple and bullied the weak. How shameless. Even if I have to pay a price today, I still want to see what kind of quasi-saint you are. Karma beast. Give me your power. Immortal Emperor Master of Fate's eyes widened in anger. He tossed the karma sense bead in his hand into the sky and performed a hand seal. His face immediately turned pale. Obviously, he had to pay a huge price to borrow the power of the karma beast. At the same time, black and white intersected at the peak of the profounding world sea of clouds. The image of an ancient chessboard appeared. The chessboard trapped Ning Fan within it. At the center of the chessboard, a gigantic shadow of a lion hound with a snow-white body slowly appeared. It was none other than the Karma Beast. As soon as the Karma Beast appeared, it immediately yawned lazily. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Then, it glanced at Ning Fan as if nothing had happened. Its eyes were always filled with disdain. It could see everyone's karma and see everyone's past and future. The karma it saw couldn't be told to others, so it couldn't tell the fate controller Immortal Emperor that his fate was to be killed by others. His success was due to the fate controller, and his failure was also due to the fate controller. It saw the weak future of Immortal Emperor Fate's unwilling death, so it naturally looked down on him. It also looked down on Ning Fan because it could see the cause in Ning Fan's body. That cause came from the rain world, and it was an extremely weak world. Up until today, Ning Fan was merely Du Zhen. Thus, he was unable to attract the attention of the Karma Beast. However, the next moment, the Karma Beast saw Ning Fan's fruit. The fruit continued to extend forward, boundless and without end. That fruit continued to lead to endless darkness. Along the way, it was filled with white bones and massacres. That fruit gradually exceeded its expectations. It could no longer see where Ning Fan's final destination would be in this life. Ever since it became a tool spirit, the lazy Karma Beast showed an expression of fear for the first time. When it met Ning Fan's cold eyes, the Karma Beast was almost paralyzed on the ground. Its fur bristled and it could not help but tremble. After a while, it shattered its virtual image and fled from this place. It was extremely afraid of Ning Fan. At the peak of the Wind Thunder Mountain, the Immortal Emperor Fate Controller's eyes suddenly shrunk. He looked at the sky in disbelief. The karma sense beads that were originally hovering in midair suddenly broke apart and turned back into the gigantic shadow of the Karma Beast. The Karma Beast's expression was filled with fear. The Immortal Emperor Fate Controller could not imagine what the Karma Beast had seen that made it so terrified. This beast has always been arrogant. Even when it saw me, it had never been afraid of me. However, it was afraid of that person like a tiger. What exactly is that person's background? The Immortal Emperor Fate Controller had no way of knowing what the Karma Beast had seen. The only thing he could do was to use the beast's eyes to see Ning Fan's ghost face and silver hair. He had silver hair and opened the second gate of the Heavenly Being realm. Is there such a quasi-saint in the illusory realm? Without a doubt, that ghost face was an innate ghost face. The first thing the Immortal Emperor Fate Controller thought of was the Slaughter Palace. However, he quickly denied it. In the Slaughter Palace, the only person who had an innate ghost face was Sha Di. Sha Di was neither a quasi-saint nor a Heavenly Being realm cultivator. Other than the Slaughter Palace, there seemed to be another force that had an innate ghost face, the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Secret Clan, Huidou. Could you be the one who killed Siming? The Immortal Emperor Fate Controller took a deep breath and his expression gradually calmed down. If it was really Huidou who killed Siming, then he couldn't act rashly. He still had a plan against the Southern Heaven Secret Clan. According to what the Immortal Emperor Fate Controller knew, the Southern Heaven Secret Clan had been eyeing the sacred sword of heavenly desolation of the Slaughter Palace in the Eastern Heaven. This old man's original plan was to watch the Calamity Clan and the Slaughter Palace fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. Then, I would secretly seize the sword. Before I achieve my goal, I shouldn't take revenge on Huidou. It's not a good thing to attract the attention of this clan. This sword is an indispensable item in this old man's plan. Even if it's for this sword, this old man has to endure this humiliation. The Immortal Emperor Fate Controller closed his eyes unwillingly. When he opened them again, there was no longer any expression on his face. All his emotions had been restrained. Siming was already dead. It wasn't good to mess up his plan because of her. Of course, the Immortal Emperor Fate Controller had already remembered this grudge. Once he obtained the sacred sword of heavenly desolation, he would definitely settle this score with the Calamity Clan. Speaking of which, he had once placed a chess piece in the Calamity Clan. It was a person who had been enslaved by the 8th black chess piece. Although he couldn't attack the Calamity Clan openly, he could do something secretly. Si Kong. Contact the 8th chess piece secretly and send this order to him. I'm going into seclusion to recuperate immediately. I've already divined that the demon race will destroy the wild wasteland in a few days. There's no need for all of you to go there and die. There's no need to investigate the matter regarding Ming anymore. No one is allowed to mention what happened today again. In the profounding world, Ningfan looked at the shadow of the karma beast that was fleeing for its life with a deep frown on his face. He did not know what kind of beast it was. He also did not understand why it would flee for its life after glancing at him. The only thing he could feel was that after the beast left, he no longer had the feeling that he was being divined. Moreover, the uneasiness in his heart had completely vanished. Ningfan chopped off another part of his silver hair and used the heavenly being green qi to perform the divination. To his surprise, he got another result. Diverting the trouble to someone else, killing two birds with one stone. Ningfan did not know the true meaning of this sentence. However, he could vaguely guess that the immortal Emperor Fate Controller seemed to have dispelled his killing intent towards him for some reason. Diverting the trouble to someone else. Has the old man's killing intent been diverted to another place? Ningfan frowned and muttered to himself. Of course, he did not know that his action of disrupting the third divination had caused the immortal Emperor Fate Controller to make a wrong judgment and shift his hatred to the Southern Heaven Calamity Clan. The Calamity Clan was one of the 10 great secret clans. They were the mortal enemies of the Slaughter Palace. Since Ningfan did not know this, he naturally did not understand what it meant to kill two birds with one stone. Even though the crisis had passed, he did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, he closed his eyes dejectedly and sighed. Even though he was lucky enough to avoid the fatal calamity of the immortal Emperor Fate Controller, and even though his first counterattack had injured the immortal Emperor Fate Controller, he was still hiding after all. Not enough. It's still not enough. If I have the cultivation base of an immortal Emperor realm, why would I be afraid of the immortal Emperor Fate Controller? I can just kill my way to the Southern Heaven. My cultivation base is still not enough. After deducing a few more times and confirming that the crisis was really gone, Ningfan kept the ghost face and returned to the Heavenly Man City. When he returned, the sky was already dark. At this moment, in the Zhao mansion of the Heavenly Man City, Earth Devil, Daoist Taiye and the Four-Eyed Devil Sovereign were standing in the courtyard with their heads lowered, ignoring the tense atmosphere in the front hall. In the front hall, Lu Yan and Zhao Dai'er were looking at Fairy Cold Dance with vigilance. Even though Zhao Dai'er had met Fairy Cold Dance and the Four-Eyed Devil Sovereign before, they could not help but be vigilant when they suddenly appeared when Ningfan was not around. The immortal Loli, on the other hand, was looking at Fairy Cold Dance curiously while munching on the lightning pill like a bean. Fairy Cold Dance was not annoyed even though the little Loli was looking at her curiously. After all, she had already heard that this lady was Ningfan's daughter. Does he already have a daughter? What did he go to do? He hasn't returned yet. Could it be that something happened to him? Fairy Cold Dance calmly circulated her spiritual qi to heal her injuries. However, her beautiful eyes flashed with worry from time to time. She was worried about Ningfan's safety. For some reason, the scene of her meeting Ningfan for a short while kept appearing in her mind. The first time she met Ningfan was on the pleasure boat in Bianliang City. She treated Ningfan coldly and did not look him in the eye. However, after Ningfan repelled Old Monster 2 with a palm strike, she finally began to look him in the eye. However, she did not have any extra feelings towards him. When she met Ningfan again, she entered the Yellow River maze with him. When she was in danger, she was caught by Ningfan's bewitching technique. The numb feeling made her feel so ashamed that she wanted to hide her face. She was very grateful for Ningfan's help. However, when she recalled the numb feeling when she was under the bewitching technique, she blushed a little. After that, Ningfan saved her again from Xianxia's scheme. If it wasn't for Ningfan, she would already be dead. She felt grateful towards Ningfan. However, there seemed to be some extra care and concern in her gratitude. The scene changed. Suddenly, she recalled Ningfan's words that sounded a little distant. Ningfan left alone. Obviously, he wanted to do some secret things. However, he did not tell her about it. It was obvious that he was trying to distance himself from her. When she thought of this, she felt a little depressed for some reason. She let out a faint sigh. He should be safe. Before Fairy Hanwu could finish her sigh, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, be it Lu Yan or Zhao Dai'er, their beautiful eyes lit up. As for immortal Loli, she immediately cheered and threw herself into the arms of a white-robed young man who was slowly walking into the front hall. "Father, you're finally back. Xianxia missed you so much." I'm back." Ning Fan stroked immortal Loli's silvery hair. However, his brows were slightly knitted as he looked outside the hall. Unknowingly, the black snow which was getting lighter and lighter began to fall again tonight. The uneasiness that immortal Emperor Master Luck brought to him had disappeared. However, a new feeling of uneasiness came. Today was destined to be a sad and helpless day for old ancestor Poisonous Dragon. Even though he was an immortal venerable, he would certainly not have a good ending if he was targeted by an 8 tribulation immortal emperor. At this moment, how could old ancestor Poisonous Dragon still have the mood to send troops to harass the human race? He immediately gave the order to retreat and return to the Northern Territory alone. As soon as he returned to the Northern Territory, old ancestor Poisonous Dragon immediately contacted the True Dragon clan and requested them to send another immortal venerable to guard the wild wasteland. However, there was no response from the clan for a long time. "Damn it. Don't tell me you want me to wait for death in the wildlands? If that 8th tribulation great emperor comes to the Boorish Desolate, how can this old man resist him? I can only die." As Patriarch Poisonous Dragon sensed the blood mark of his palm that was carved into his bones, he drank spirit wine in a depressed mood, trying to drown his sorrows. In his drunken haze, Ancestor Poison Dragon suddenly heard a cold laugh. As soon as that laughter rang out, Ancestor Poison Dragon shuddered and immediately sobered up. "Ao. Celestial Sovereign Ao Xian. Why did you come to the wilderness? Did the clan send you to take over this old man's position?" Patriarch Poisonous Dragon stood up abruptly and smiled apologetically at a man with a scar beside him who was smiling coldly. "No. Patriarch means that you don't have to rush back to the wildlands, and you don't have to worry about the human celestial emperor harming you because he won't have a chance to come back to the wildlands." Ao Xian said coldly. "No chance to come to the wilderness? What do you mean?" Patriarch Poison Dragon was confused. "Go out and see if the snow is getting heavier." Hearing Ao Xian's words, Patriarch Poison Dragon immediately walked out of the main hall. When he saw the black snow outside, he was immediately shocked. How is this possible? Most of the defying nascent soul was destroyed, and only 40% of the formation was unsealed. How could this snow? Could it be? Patriarch Poison Dragon immediately looked at Ao Xian as if he was seeking confirmation. Patriarch had expected that the defying nascent soul would be discovered by the human celestial emperor, so he had already prepared a replacement. However, he didn't expect that even the unsealing formation would be destroyed. This is a bit troublesome. But it doesn't matter. Although there is only 40% of the formation left, it's enough to sacrifice the blood to the wilderness and achieve the common goal of our True Spirit clan. One of the entrances to the heavenly desolate ancient realm is in the wilderness. This is the best time to unseal it. Patriarch has ordered us to unseal the entrance to the heavenly desolate ancient realm and take back the candle bow. Right now, no one can enter the wildlands, and no one can leave either. Even if it's in Celestial Emperor. Ao Xian let out a cruel smile. He didn't come here to exchange for Patriarch Poison Dragon's return, but to help Patriarch Poison Dragon complete the task. The Patriarch has ordered us to turn the wildlands into the cave world of the True Dragon clan. No mistakes are allowed. To be continued. Thank you, young Master Chen of Ling Nan, for becoming the 3rd Alliance Lord of Mo Shui Xing. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Tonight, more than 40 mortals in Heaven Man City fainted from the cold. Luckily, none of them froze to death. All of this was because there were many barbarian monks guarding the city. However, to most of the barbarian cities, tonight was just the beginning of the calamity. The number of mortals who froze to death in the entire wild wilderness was too many to count. The mortals who froze to death in the black snow would transform into wild beasts. There were also many barbarians who did not freeze to death who directly transformed into beasts. Many barbarian cities were destroyed by the wild beasts on this night. Even a city as strong as Heaven Man City was attacked by the foreign wild beasts several times. Fairy Han Wu and the others were injured. They were looking for a place to stay to stabilize their injuries. Zhao Daier, however, did not have the mood to sleep. She led a group of barbarian monks to guard the city walls despite the heavy snow. Immortal Loli and Lu Yan did not sleep for the whole night. They accompanied Zhao Dai and helped her defend the city. To the mortals of Heaven Man City, Lu Yan, who was just at the void fragmentation realm, was already a strong help in defending the city. Moreover, with Immortal Loli's help, they were not afraid of the wild beasts attacking the city. However, on this night, the battle drums did not stop. There were wild beasts that were as huge as mountains constantly ramming against the city walls. They were not afraid of death and were crazy. This night was definitely not normal. Ning Fan stood in the night sky above Heaven Man City with his hands clasped behind his back. His spirit sense was protecting the entire city. His eyes were extremely solemn. The black snow gave him a feeling of uneasiness as if a storm was coming. Even the air was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. There were only a few human cultivators in the entire ancient wild region who could sense this kind of oppressive atmosphere. Unfortunately, no one in the human race knew what the meaning of the snow was. Even Ning Fan could only sense the uneasiness from the snow. He could not foresee anything else. Using his finger like a blade, he cut off a strand of black hair. He tried to deduce the source of the uneasiness. However, he could only deduce the same word after repeated deductions. Tribulation. This snow was a tribulation. That was all that Ning Fan could know. With me here, Heaven Man City will not be harmed even if the snow is several times heavier. However, I wonder how many other barbarian cities in the ancient wild region will survive this snow disaster. I hope this snow doesn't cause an even bigger disaster, Ning Fan sighed softly. With a flash, he entered the western boundary of the profounding world. The trip to the Yellow River Snow Valley finally came to an end. During this trip, Ning Fan had completed the first tribulation and opened the second gate of the heavenly being realm. However, as soon as he thought of Xianxia and Immortal Emperor Luck wielding, Ning Fan's eyes turned gloomy again. During this trip, Ning Fan had obtained quite a number of spoils of war. Previously, he was busy avoiding the divination of the palm movement. Only now did he have the time to sort out these items. The first was the 9 Flowers Moon Sculpting Pill given to him by Fairy Cold Dance. 9 Flower Moon Sculpting Pill, 9 Revolution Silver Grade. It's used for healing injuries. Although it's a silver pill, its medicinal power is comparable to many 9 Revolution Golden Pills. The Southern Heaven upholds Tao, while the Northern Heaven upholds technique. Even in the Northern Heaven immortal world where alchemy is flourishing, this pill is still quite famous. Ning Fan consumed the 9 Flower Moon Shaping Pill and summoned 83,000 natal black stars. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his injuries. He had fought against the divine son of Xianxia, forcefully devoured the will of the dust tree and destroyed the second gate of the heavenly being realm. Then, he fought against Ximing and forcefully broke the palm movement's divination. His body had accumulated quite a lot of injuries. With the help of the star technique and the pill, the injuries in his body were all healed in just 1 hour. Even some of the hidden injuries that he had left behind in the past were healed at the same time. The healing effect of this pill isn't bad. Besides, it also contains a trace of cold moonlight power which can improve the Tao of moon cultivators. However, it's useless for me. It seems like the 9 Flower Moon Shaping Pill isn't just a healing pill to the Guanghan Palace. It can also be used to improve one's cultivation base. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. After his condition had recovered to its peak, he took out a jade box which contained a heart with monstrous devil qi. It was the heart of an early shedding void corpse devil. A corpse devil heart that could beat. This item was a gift from the 4-eyed devil sovereign to Ning Fan. With this corpse devil heart, I only need to obtain the corpse of an early stage shedding void expert to create a shedding void corpse puppet. A corpse puppet made from the corpse devil heart can develop some spiritual intelligence. It seems like it can also possess some of the abilities of the deceased when they were alive. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain a new early shedding void corpse. He could easily make a new shedding void puppet. However, to Ning Fan, an early shedding void puppet was no longer of much use. Speaking of which, he still had an early shedding void ancient devil puppet in his possession. Its combat power was weaker than his, but it still required him to control it using the puppet strings. It was very troublesome. The ancient devil puppet is a puppet of desire. Without the puppet strings, it can't move. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient devil puppet. With a flick of his finger, the corpse devil heart was inserted into the puppet's body. As soon as the corpse devil heart entered its body, the hollow eyes of the ancient devil puppet immediately regained some intelligence. Ning Fan's purpose was to make use of the corpse devil heart to give the ancient devil puppet some spiritual intelligence. He opened his mouth and breathed out the first true fire, continuing to burn the puppet, causing the intelligence in the eyes of the ancient devil puppet to increase. When the intelligence could no longer increase, Ning Fan withdrew the devil fire and completed the refinement. At this point, the ancient devil puppet was considered to have completely integrated with the corpse devil heart and gained some spiritual intelligence. It would obey Ning Fan's orders obediently and would never betray him. At this point, the ancient devil puppet no longer needed to be controlled by the puppet strings. It automatically knelt to Ning Fan and spoke in a shaky voice. Arhat Dui, greets my lord. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed like this ancient devil puppet still remembered its name when it was alive. Arhat Dui. Dui is a name, while Arhat is a Dao realm, a unique Dao realm of Buddhism. Interesting. Could it be that this puppet was a Buddhist cultivator when it was alive? Otherwise, why would it call itself an Arhat? Ning Fan tested the abilities of the ancient devil puppet and found out that after integrating with the corpse devil heart, it could actually use some abilities of Buddhism sect. It seemed like this puppet was really a Buddhist cultivator when it was alive. However, Buddhist cultivators had always hated ancient devils. It was a little strange that this Arhat cultivated the ancient devil Dao. Unfortunately, the cultivation base of this puppet is still too low. It's only at the early shedding void realm. Even if it has intelligence, it won't be very useful. Ning Fan turned the ancient devil puppet back into a human puppet and kept it in his storage pouch. With a flip of his hand, he took out a black seed. The seed of the Chen tree. Ning Fan could sense a weak power of the heavenly Dao inside the seed. With Ning Fan's current eyesight, he could naturally see that the heavenly Dao of the desolate world was already incomplete. This was the reason why barbarians could not cultivate the Dao. If he gave the seed to Zhao Dyer to refine, she might be able to borrow the complete heavenly Dao power inside the seed and gain the aptitude for cultivation. If Zhao Dyer could cultivate, she would naturally be able to step on the path of immortality like the cultivators of the ancient desolate world and get rid of her mortal body. Compared to the body-seizing technique of the fake Xianxia, this seed was obviously more suitable for Zhao Dyer. The power of this seed is a little overbearing. It still needs to be nurtured for a while more before I can give it to Dyer. After all, she is just a mortal body. She won't be able to bear the overbearing power. Ning Fan placed the seed in his cave residence in the Western world and set up a formation, intending to use the spiritual chi of this place to nurture this seed. After doing all these, Ning Fan simply repaired the damage of the puppet. Then, he took a step forward and directly crossed a vast distance, appearing in the Eastern world. The Eastern world was where the human cauldrons lived. Ning Fan directly entered the Palace of Repentance. There were 2 cells in the deepest part of the palace. The human cauldrons that he had obtained from the battle were imprisoned separately. Ning Fan first entered the first cell. In this cell, there were 7 female demons of the Phoenix clan. The 7 of them were wearing 7 colored dresses. Their cultivation bases ranged from early shedding void realm to late shedding void realm. When Ning Fan arrived, he happened to see an extremely erotic scene. The 7 female demons were all under Ning Fan's bewitching technique. Each of them fell to the ground. Their beautiful eyes were blurred and they were panting heavily. They could not help but moan uncontrollably. When they saw Ning Fan's arrival, the 7 female demons wore complicated expressions. Their expressions were filled with hatred and killing intent. However, there were also fear and desire. They naturally hated Ning Fan for being despicable and shameless to capture them with his bewitching technique. What they feared was that Ning Fan actually had a middle thousand world treasure. Since he was able to imprison them within it, it was obvious that he had a powerful background. What they desired was Ning Fan's touch. At this moment, each of them was immersed in the bewitching technique. They had long lost their rationality because of their desires. If it wasn't because of the imprisoning seal rope and the red net that bound their bodies, they would probably crawl to Ning Fan's side and beg him, despicable, human, cultivator. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, little thief. You're shameless. You're shameless, I feel terrible. I feel terrible. Hurry up and help me, N. It's so hot. I feel so hot. The voices of the 7 female demons were originally soft and sweet. Now that they were under the effects of the bewitching technique, their tone became even more charming. Even if they were uttering words that could kill, they were still as gentle as the whispers of lovers. Other than the different colors of their dresses, the 7 female demons' expressions and appearances were exactly the same as if they were carved from the same mold. The fake sparrow divine child said that each of these 7 women is a 7th of the Phoenix concubines' demon soul and demon body of the Sky Phoenix clan. If these 7 women merge into one, they will become the Sky Phoenix concubine, an ancient human cauldron, the Sky Phoenix clan. I didn't expect that the human cauldron that I casually caught would actually have such a background. Ning Fan's eyes were rather solemn. As far as he knew, among the tens of thousands of branches of the true Phoenix clan, one of the 3 strongest branches was the Sky Phoenix clan. The Sky Phoenix clan's Phoenix concubine was one of the 3 great Phoenix concubines of the Phoenix clan. Her status was comparable to the clan leader of the True Spirit clan, which was slightly weaker. Since you know that we are Sky Phoenix concubine, why aren't you letting us go now? If you offend us again, don't even think about leaving the desolate land alive. We are Sky Phoenix concubine, the daughters of Phoenix Emperor Chongming. If you don't let us go, my father will not let you go. The 7 female demons threatened him in unison. Their tone and tone were still exactly the same. Even if I let you go, you won't let me go either. I've heard that only virgins can be the Phoenix concubine of the Phoenix clan. Besides, as the Phoenix concubine, she must never let any man see her naked body. Any man who sees her naked body will be sentenced to death. No one is allowed to live to protect the Phoenix concubine's purity. I've already seen your naked bodies. I'm afraid the Sky Phoenix clan won't let me go. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. He was not afraid of the 7 women's threats at all. Currently, the 7 women's clothes were disheveled. Some of them revealed their soft breasts, some revealed their slender legs, and some almost exposed their entire bodies in front of Ning Fan. He had already seen their naked bodies. According to the domineering style of the Phoenix clan, they would not allow him to live in this world once they find out about this. He had heard of the name of Phoenix Emperor Chongming before. He seemed to be a 7 tribulation immortal emperor of the true Phoenix clan. With such a father, the background of these 7 women was certainly not ordinary. However, Ning Fan was still not afraid of them. He also did not plan to let them go. Since you want to kill me to gain merit, I'll keep you as my cauldrons. It's impossible for me to let you go. To me, plucking the 7 empty cauldrons is certainly not as beneficial as plucking the eternal cauldron. Therefore, I will find a way to merge your demon bodies again. When that time comes, I'll pluck you. As soon as they heard Ning Fan's words, the 7 women felt that he was being too arrogant. Ning Fan was just a junior from Duzhen. He actually looked down on the empty cauldrons and even wanted to pluck the eternal cauldron. Wasn't he afraid of bursting to death? Of course, they did not know that Ning Fan possessed the bone of 6 desires. Even though plucking the eternal cauldron was difficult, it was not life-threatening. The 7 women did not believe that Ning Fan had a way to merge their demon bodies into one. In other words, one of the main reasons why they appeared in the Yellow River Maze was because they wanted to merge their demon bodies into one. Their father predicted that there would be a fortune waiting for them in the Yellow River Maze. There was hope for them to merge their demon bodies into one. Unfortunately, what awaited them was not a fortune but a calamity. They were actually captured by Ning Fan. Now, I will plant a restriction on all of you. If you're smart, you won't resist this restriction. Ning Fan could naturally see the disdain in the eyes of the 7 women. However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He directly activated the chaotic world purple light and circulated the secret word force, turning the light into mysterious restrictions that went into the 7 women's sea of consciousness one after another. Currently, Ning Fan had attained the 2nd level of the unity of heaven and man, which was rarely seen since ancient times. Thus, he could easily create his own abilities. By relying on his understanding of the secret word force, Ning Fan used the sunset technique as the foundation to create a restriction called the sunset restriction. The sunset restriction was different from the demon restriction and sense restriction. It would not restrict the life and death of the target, but it could seal a woman's cultivation base, spirit sense and speech for a long time. Seeing that Ning Fan actually dared to plant a restriction on them, the 7 women's phoenix-like eyes were filled with anger. They wanted to resist the restriction, but each of their sea of consciousness nearly collapsed. The 7 women were shocked by the domineering power of the sunset restriction. Naturally, they did not dare to resist it and could only let Ning Fan plant the restriction on them. As soon as the restriction was placed, the demon power of the 7 women was immediately and thoroughly sealed. At this point, Ning Fan removed the imprisoning seal rope and the sunset technique net, restoring the freedom of the 7 women. Of course, this freedom was only limited to within the cage. Naturally, the storage pouches of the 7 women were also taken away by Ning Fan. The life-saving abilities hidden within their bodies were also extracted by Ning Fan one by one. Ning Fan actually planned to use the sunset restriction to seal the cultivation base of the 7 women and imprison them for a long time. In the future, when the 7 bodies of the 7 women become one, he would then pluck them. Without the entanglement of the bewitching technique, the 7 women gradually calmed down. The way they looked at Ning Fan was less charming and more cold. If they could still use their demon power, they would certainly rush forward and fight Ning Fan to the death without hesitation. Unfortunately, their demon power was currently sealed by the sunset restriction and they were no different from mortals. They could not harm Ning Fan at all. They still wanted to threaten Ning Fan. However, they were temporarily mute as they were sealed by the red cloud forbidden formation. Each of them pointed their soft fingers at Ning Fan with a cold expression. They were mumbling something, but Ning Fan could not hear them clearly. Even though he could not hear them clearly, he could still see what the 7 women were cursing inwardly with his mind-reading technique. The 7 women were cursing Ning Fan in an extremely unpleasant manner. They had cursed almost all of Ning Fan's ancestors. Ning Fan did not know about his ancestors that were even older, and he did not care about them either. However, the fact that the 7 women were cursing his parents had violated his taboo. His eyes instantly turned cold. If you are smart, then don't curse inwardly. Otherwise, I don't mind plucking you right now. Ning Fan's tone was cold and emotionless. That kind of coldness seemed to be able to freeze heaven and earth. It was definitely something that the 7 women had never seen in their lives. When the 7 women fused together, they were at least one of the 3 great phoenix concubines of the Phoenix clan. However, at this moment, they were frightened by the coldness in Ning Fan's eyes. They immediately shut their mouths and did not dare to make any sound. They also did not dare to curse Ning Fan in their hearts. They could already tell that Ning Fan had a kind of ability that was similar to mind reading, which allowed him to read their minds. Seeing that the 7 women had learned their lesson, Ning Fan did not make things difficult for them. His relationship with the 7 women was just that of enemies. Since they wanted to kill him, he would pluck them. That was all. Other than that, there was nothing else. Your 7 souls have been separated for a long time. The reason for the separation seems to be because you have cultivated some kind of soul-splitting secret technique. If the 7 souls can't fuse together within 10,000 years, your souls will certainly disperse and you will die. It is extremely difficult to fuse the 7 souls into one. Unless I can find 7 types of innate spiritual herbs that have the effect of nourishing the soul and consume them together with a cultivator at the 2nd level of the unity of heaven and man to help you fuse your souls together, I should be able to fuse your souls into one. It's not difficult to find a cultivator at the 2nd level of the heaven and man realm. The problem is that 7 different types of innate spiritual herbs that can nourish the soul are too difficult to find. In this world, innate spiritual herbs are already rare, and those that have the effect of nourishing the soul are even rarer. Within 10,000 years, I don't have the confidence to find all 7 of them. If I can find them, you will be able to escape the calamity of your souls dispersing, but you will have to become my human cauldrons. If I can't find them, it will be your fate. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he walked out of the cell and sealed the door, leaving the 7 ladies in the cell. Their faces were filled with astonishment. This little thief actually saw through the reason why my souls were separated with just a single glance. He even gave me the solution. The 7 ladies could not help but feel shocked. Even their father, the immortal emperor, did not know how to fuse their souls into one. However, Ning Fan claimed that he knew about it, and he even explained it in such a clear and logical manner. Could it be that this little thief is the fortune that my father has predicted? The 7 ladies knitted their brows and muttered to themselves. Ning Fan walked out of the cell where the 7 female phoenixes were imprisoned and entered another cell. This prison only imprisoned a strand of scattered moonlight. It was sealed by Ning Fan in a secret way. This moonlight was none other than immortal concubine Zhang Yu's moonlight remnant soul. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu, the traitor of the Guanghan Palace. In ancient times, she was a 9-tribulation immortal emperor. After the collapse of the ancient heavenly court, her whereabouts were unknown. Ning Fan murmured to himself and walked closer to the moonlight that was sealed off. The moonlight that was sealed off floated up from the ground bit by bit and formed a vague human figure. However, it was still incomplete and it could not display any of its cultivation base. Little thief! How dare you imprison me? Don't you know that I'm the progenitor of the vast cold palace? Aren't you afraid of the vast cold palace's revenge? The humanoid moonlight gnashed its teeth and threatened Ning Fan. Its voice was ethereal and pleasing to the ear, carrying a hint of charm. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He wanted to pluck the 7 ladies of the Phoenix clan. It was fine if the 7 ladies called him a thief, but why did immortal concubine Zhang Yu also do the same? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu did not have a physical body. She only had an incomplete primordial spirit. Ning Fan did not think about plucking her for now. Humph. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, if I manage to escape, I will certainly hunt you down to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and tear you into pieces. This empress will definitely slaughter all of your kin. I will make you regret being born into this world. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's tone was fierce. Her seductive tone also carried a hint of cruelty. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. However, he did not kill immortal concubine Zhang Yu. Of course, it was not because he had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Instead, it was because he could tell from immortal concubine Zhang Yu's words that she was deliberately seeking death. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu did not want to die. She just wanted to die. Ning Fan remained silent. He stared at immortal concubine Zhang Yu's body made of moonlight. After a long time, he finally understood something. If I'm not wrong, your physique seems to be a little special. As long as you pay a certain price, even if I kill you with ordinary methods, you can still borrow the power of moonlight to be reborn somewhere else. You provoked me with words because you wanted me to kill you so that I could be reborn and escape. No. Not only that. The reason why you are so eager to provoke me and want me to kill you is because you are afraid that I will notice something else in your body. If I'm not mistaken, there is a tribulation sense restriction formation hidden in your body. Are you afraid that I will discover this restriction? Ning Fan's hand grabbed forward. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's body of moonlight immediately showed a terrified expression. She desperately tried to escape from the prison, but there was no way out. It was just as Ning Fan had guessed. She deliberately provoked Ning Fan in hopes that he would kill her as soon as possible and not discover the tribulation sense restriction formation in her body. Unfortunately, Ning Fan saw through her trick and the tribulation sense restriction formation in her body. As he grabbed, the layers of moonlight immediately flowed backward like waves. A scarlet-red rune restriction formation gradually took shape within the moonlight. It was an extremely ancient restriction formation that was planted with the power of tribulation sense. The pressure of the tribulation sense restriction formation contained the blood of the tribulation sense. It made Ning Fan feel as if he was facing Mount Tai. The Grand Firmament Tribulation Spirit who planted this restriction formation had at least the bloodline of a royal family. A tribulation formation planted by a tribulation spirit of a royal family. Ning Fan took a deep breath. A tribulation spirit of a royal family was an existence comparable to a third-step saint. This immortal concubine Zhang Yu actually had such a tribulation formation in her body. Could it be that she had fought against a tribulation spirit of a royal family before? Besides, there must be a reason why she was so afraid that he would discover the tribulation formation. Ning Fan's mind raced and he had a guess. Green light flashed in his eyes as he carefully studied the veins of the restriction formation. After a while, the corner of his mouth curled upwards and he said with a smile. No wonder you are so afraid of me. It turns out that this tribulation formation is just a formation without a master. Any tribulation spirit of a grand firmament realm can recognize this tribulation formation as its master. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, immortal concubine Zhang Yu immediately had a bad feeling. She wanted to run away, but there was nowhere for her to run. Ning Fan directly activated the power of his 6 stars tribulation blood. The power of the tribulation sense turned into thousands of red threads and pierced into the moonlight. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu did not feel any pain, but she felt a bone-chilling coldness. When those red threads pierced into the moonlight, Ning Fan immediately completed the tribulation formation's ownership. Once Ning Fan did that, he could easily control immortal concubine Zhang Yu's life and death. Even if immortal concubine Zhang Yu had a secret technique to resurrect herself, she could only escape from being killed by ordinary means but not by the tribulation formation. No. This isn't real. I'm a dignified immortal emperor. How can I be your slave? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She really did not want to be Ning Fan's slave. Ning Fan ignored immortal concubine Zhang Yu's cries. To him, this tribulation formation was definitely an unexpected surprise. With this tribulation formation, no matter how powerful immortal concubine Zhang Yu was, she could only become his slave. With this tribulation formation, there was no need for him to seal immortal concubine Zhang Yu's broken body anymore. Ning Fan changed his hand seal, and the seal that restrained immortal concubine Zhang Yu's body was immediately lifted. The moonlight that filled the room immediately condensed into a naked lady who was as graceful as moonlight. She was none other than immortal concubine Zhang Yu. Inch by inch, her fair and supple skin was completely exposed in front of Ning Fan. No. You're not allowed to look. If you continue to look, I will dig your eyes out. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was extremely embarrassed and resentful. She raised her hand and waved a ray of moonlight at Ning Fan. Unfortunately, there was no need for Ning Fan to dodge. The attack could not land on him no matter what. Currently, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was already Ning Fan's slave. No matter how much she disliked Ning Fan, she could not attack him. She could not do anything to harm Ning Fan. She could not even commit suicide unless Ning Fan gave her permission. Her body and mind were no longer under her control. This was the terrifying part of the tribulation formation. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu, no matter how strong you were in the past, you are now just my slave. You have to understand this. Ning Fan suddenly reached out his palm and grabbed immortal concubine Zhang Yu's wrist. Even though she only had a broken divine body, her body felt solid. After all, she was a 9 tribulation immortal emperor at her peak, which was different from Luo Yu in the past. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's skin was smooth and cold. It was as smooth as flawless white jade and as soft as the softest moonlight. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was extremely embarrassed and angry when Ning Fan grabbed her wrist. She wished she could cut Ning Fan into 10,000 pieces. Her hand had never been touched by any man before. Oh? You still have your primordial yin? Ning Fan was surprised. He grabbed immortal concubine Zhang Yu's wrist just to check if her primordial yin was still there. Nonsense. I have never given myself to anyone. Of course, my primordial yin is still there. You. Why are you asking this? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. If I find a physical body and help you seize it and reform it, how confident are you to recover your peak cultivation level? I don't know. Why are you asking this? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's face turned pale. The bad feeling in her heart intensified. If possible, I will help you reform your body. Maybe you will be my first immortal emperor cauldron. You. What did you say? You actually want to pluck me? How dare you? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's aura was lacking, she felt like a nightmare was approaching her. Ning Fan did not want to talk to immortal concubine Zhang Yu about whether she dared or not. In his world, there was only the question of whether she could do it or not. As long as he could help immortal concubine Zhang Yu recover her body, he naturally dared to do so. If he could not recover his physical body, what was the point of him daring to do so? I was originally planning to continue imprisoning you here, but since this tribulation restriction exists, there's no need to continue imprisoning you. From today onwards, you will stay by my side and work for me. You want me to do something for you? Dream on. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu harumphed disdainfully. She was not willing to do anything for Ning Fan. However, her body was much more obedient than her mouth. She actually lost control of herself and bowed gracefully towards Ning Fan. Why don't you come with me? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly leave with you? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu harumphed disdainfully again. However, her body followed behind Ning Fan respectfully like an obedient little bird. As expected, her body was more obedient than her mouth. Damn it. I can't control my actions at all. Is this the power of the Taizong tribulation spirit? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu bit her lips in anger and embarrassment. She was currently naked in front of Ning Fan, which made her feel extremely ashamed. What was even more shameful was that she, a dignified 9 tribulation immortal emperor, had involuntarily become Ning Fan's servant. Put on your clothes and follow me out of the profounding world. Ning Fan casually took out a set of women's clothes, shoes, and socks and tossed them to immortal concubine Zhang Yu. When immortal concubine Zhang Yu was changing her clothes, Ning Fan asked again. Speaking of which, you are an ancient immortal emperor and I heard that you have a close relationship with the ancient heavenly court. I have some questions to ask you. What Ning Fan wanted to ask was naturally about the destruction of the ancient heavenly court. However, before he could ask the question, his expression suddenly changed and his expression became extremely unpleasant. Without saying anything else, he flicked his sleeve and directly brought immortal concubine Zhang Yu away from the profounding world. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu had just finished putting on her clothes. Currently, she was wearing a light blue dress with a pure white veil over it. Her perfect figure was vividly displayed. Her long hair that reached her waist was fluttering gently in the wind. It was only loosely tied with a light blue ribbon. A moonlight bracelet was casually tied around her wrist. The bracelet's buckle was shining, making her skin as fair as snow. Her eyes were 30% pure and 70% charming. Such a beautiful and peerless appearance was rarely seen in this world. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have the mood to appreciate such a beauty standing beside him. As soon as he returned to the outside world, he immediately pushed open the door and went out. His eyes flashed with cold light. The wind and snow outside the house were howling with killing intent that soared to the heavens. Ning Fan could not help but be shocked and angered by the great changes that had happened in the ancient wild region. To be continued. When Ning Fan walked out of the room, the first thing he saw was a huge shadow in the night sky. The shadow occupied the peak of the wild sky. It was unknown how high it was from the ground. Ordinary cultivators of the Duzhen realm would not be able to fly to the peak of the wild sky to see the true appearance of the shadow even if they spent a few months. Even if Ning Fan had learned the heaven-peering rain technique, he could not turn his spirit sense into rain and reach that height to see the appearance of the peak of the sky. His eyes were covered with green light. Even though he could see through the night sky, he could only vaguely see that the shadow was an ancient statue. The shadow of the ancient statue suddenly appeared in the night sky, as if it had descended from the endless void. The eyes of the ancient statue were dark at first, but as time passed, 2 rays of red light shot out from them, overlooking the entire wild desolate. At this moment, not only Ning Fan, but all the living beings in the wild desolate felt that they were being targeted by someone's killing intent. The thing that was targeting all living beings with killing intent was the ancient statue on the peak of the wild sky. Following that, the voice of an old man descended from the sky, and echoed throughout the wildlands like a clap of thunder. Once the ancient statue turns, the dust formation opens, imprisoning all living beings in the wild sky. Ning Fan's expression changed the moment he heard the voice. He had heard these words in the Duzhen illusory realm. When the 7th barbarian ancestor performed the blood sacrifice in the wild desolate, he had said these words. These words were obviously the incantation to activate the immemorial dust formation. The killing intent contained in these words was as if it would not hesitate to destroy the entire wild desolate. As soon as the words fell, the shadow of the ancient statue in the night sky suddenly rotated, producing a dull rumbling sound. Thousands of red light immediately broke out of the ground and formed a formation above the ground. 40% of the wild desolate was instantly submerged by the blood-red formation light. Immemorial dust formation. Someone is activating this formation at the peak of the blue sky. attempting to sacrifice the blood of the wild desolate. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Without any hesitation, he soared into the sky, bathed in the wind and snow, standing tall in the night sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind. After activating the rain technique, Ning Fan's spirit sense fused with the night rain and spread it across the entire desolate lands. In the past, the demon race had tried to unseal the broken remnants of the primordial dust-defying array, but they only succeeded in unsealing 40%. The remaining 60% was destroyed by the human race's immortal venerables. Therefore, the ancient dust-defying array could not cover the entire desolate land. It could only sacrifice 40% of the land. Even so, it was enough to cause a shocking massacre in the wildlands. Of the 42 domains of the wilderness, apart from the 7 demon domains and 5 human domains, there were still 30 domains that had yet to be conquered. Out of the 30 unconquered barbarian domains, 17 of them had fallen into the immemorial dust-defying formation and turned into a living hell, ancient savage wilderness region, 5th district. A certain barbarian city named Middle Mountain City had just experienced an attack by the savage beasts, and was currently enjoying a moment of peace after the beast tide had receded. However, this tranquility was immediately broken by the bloody light that shot out from the ground. On the city wall, hundreds of city guards were repairing the barbarian statues under the command of the barbarian monks. Many people in the city were already covered in wounds. The long street was filled with collapsed houses, dried blood, and frozen corpses. The corpses belonged to both humans and beasts. It was enough to show how brutal the beast tide was when they attacked the city. The survivors in the city wore a sad expression. They did not know if they could survive this cold and snowy night. However, the moment the bloody light descended, the expressions of the tens of thousands of people in the city froze. Before they could scream, their bodies exploded one after another. Their blood seeped into the ground. The huge Middle Mountain City instantly became an empty city. The cold wind blew through the ruins, but there was no response. It sounded like a whimper. In the entire 5th district, excluding Middle Mountain City, there were a total of 490,000 barbarian cities. None of them were spared. Ancient Savage Wilderness Region, the 12th Barbarian Region. In a barbarian city named Mangong City, dozens of eminent scholars braved the heavy snow to give their last lecture at the foot of Mangong Mountain. There were many eminent scholars in Mangong City, but there were very few barbarian monks. This city had always been the holy land of Confucianism that countless barbarians in the 12th Barbarian Region yearned for. However, the city was already on the verge of destruction due to the waves of attacks from the barbarians. The people in the city knew that if the barbarians attacked the city a few more times, they would die in the mouths of the barbarians. They knew that their lives were near. They were afraid of death. Some of them hugged their heads and cried bitterly. There were also some scholars who were not afraid of death. They braved the heavy snow and listened to the teacher's lecture. This was the last lesson. They believed in heaven, earth, king, and master. They believed that life and death were decreed by fate. However, they were still unwilling to accept the fact that they were lowly mortals who could not choose their own fate. What I have learned in my life is all about Confucianism. I thought that I was a knowledgeable man, but even when I am about to die, I still don't understand what is Confucianism. Confucianism should serve the needs of humans. It should follow the will of heaven. It should be clear about who is superior and who is inferior. It should be respectful to heaven. It should not go against the natural order. I have been following the will of heaven all my life. I have taught all living beings and followed the will of heaven. I have never rebelled against it. However, in the end, heaven wants me to die. It wants the thousands of innocent people that I have taught to die. Why? We Confucians worship the ancestors of heaven. However, heaven has repeatedly sent calamities to us, abandoning our lives. I have pursued Confucianism all my life. Whether it is right or wrong, I worship the heaven. Whether it is right or wrong. A hunchbacked old scholar with a white beard was wailing in the wind and snow. However, his wailing soon stopped. In the next moment, the entire Mangong city was brutally sacrificed. No one survived. There were 620,000 barbarian cities in the 12th region of the wild wasteland. All of them were destroyed and countless people died. The 13th region, the 15th region, the 16th region. All of the unconquered barbarian regions were drowned by the blood light. The 8th region of the wild wasteland, where the Heaven Barbarian City was located, was fortunately not within the coverage of the immemorial dust-defying formation. Ning Fan should be feeling lucky, but he could not smile. A total of 17 unconquered barbarian regions were sacrificed. In just 10 breaths of time, hundreds of billions of barbarians were killed by the immemorial dust-defying formation. The demon race is raising the nascent soul and secretly unsealing the incomplete formation. Is it all for tonight's blood sacrifice? What is the purpose of them sacrificing the wild wasteland? If I didn't leak the news of the demon race's incomplete formation and caused 60% of it to be destroyed, I'm afraid the entire wild wasteland would be sacrificed by the immemorial dust-defying formation tonight. Even the Heaven Barbarian City wouldn't be spared. Ning Fan stood in the snowy sky with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were cold as he looked at the dark shadow at the peak of the sky. The dark shadow of the ancient statue was still rotating. Gradually, the entire wild wasteland showed signs of collapsing. The second revolution of the ancient statue, dust-defying formation, blood-devouring immortal cultivators. The voice of an elderly man resounded from the peak of the sky. As soon as his voice fell, the 17 unconquered barbarian regions that were sacrificed by the immemorial dust-defying formation collapsed. The collapse continued to spread, causing the entire wild wasteland to become unstable. The first to collapse was the sky of the wild wasteland. The sky shattered like a mirror. Large pieces of it shattered, revealing an endless void. The entire ancient wild domain seemed to have become a piece of land that was floating in the endless void. The next to collapse was the continent of the wild wasteland. The dark shadow of the ancient statue at the highest point of the void suddenly approached. It descended from the sky and landed heavily on the land of the 22nd Barbarian region. The 22nd Barbarian region was not sacrificed in the first place. However, as soon as the ancient statue landed on it, a destructive force immediately hit the land of the wild wasteland and spread out crazily. The entire wild wasteland trembled. In an instant, it broke into tens of thousands of pieces and sank in the void. Ning Fan's eyes widened once again. The 8th region of the wild wasteland where the Heaven Barbarian City was located was directly broken into more than 3,000 pieces of land. All of them slowly sank to the bottom of the void. When Ning Fan activated his magic power, this piece of land gradually floated in the air. In the entire Heaven Barbarian City, countless barbarians fell to the ground. They were all shaken by the movement of the earth's crust. Each of the barbarians' eyes were filled with fear and terror. They had never seen the world of the wild wasteland shattering, and they had never seen the void before. The void storm suddenly came and directly swept away a section of the city wall. In an instant, that section of the city wall was blown 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li away. Immortal Loli, Lu Yen, Zhao Dai and hundreds of soldiers were standing on the city wall. "Father! Help!" Immortal Loli was the first to shout. With her lightning power, she would not be blown away by the void storm. However, for some reason, she could not summon much lightning power at this moment. Her entire body felt limp, making it difficult for her to use her abilities to resist the storm. It was not just Immortal Loli. Even Lu Yen, who was at the void fragmentation realm, also felt her cultivation base being suppressed for some reason. The circulation of her magic power became sluggish. She was originally a void fragmentation realm cultivator. However, she could only use divine transformation realm magic power at the moment. She was completely powerless to resist the void storm. Her pretty face showed a hint of nervousness. As for Zhao Dai and the others, they were just mortals. Thus, they were even more powerless to resist the void storm. They had long been shocked speechless by the storm. Ning Fan's heart tightened. He directly took a step forward, crossing a distance of 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li, and stood in front of the void storm. He pressed his 5 fingers and directly crushed the storm. Then, he activated his ability and moved the broken city wall 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li away. He brought it back to the Heaven Barbarian City and put it down. Only then did he feel relieved. That was close. He actually did not notice that after the ancient statue's second revolution, the broken wild wasteland had an additional force that prohibited immortals, when he thought about the fact that immortal Loli, Lu Yan and Zhao Dai had almost died in the void, a trace of cold sweat actually appeared on Ning Fan's forehead. He had watched Zhao Dai grow up and regarded her as his nephew. As for immortal Loli and Lu Yan, they had been together for tens of years. Their relationship was also very deep. If the three of them really died in the void, Ning Fan could not imagine the scene. Little friend Ning. What happened to this place? The ancient wild region has actually been destroyed. There's actually an extremely powerful force that prohibits immortals in this place. Fairy Han Wu and the others flew to the city wall one after another. Each of their eyes were filled with astonishment. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu, who was dressed in a blue robe with light muslin, also landed beside Ning Fan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. Ning Fan shook his head silently. He did not answer their questions. Instead, his eyes were solemn as he circulated the force character and set up a grand formation on the broken continent where the heavenly barbarian city was located, isolating it from the attack of the void storm. He also really wanted to know why the ancient wild region would have such a powerful force that prohibits immortals. To first-step cultivators, the realm-breaking light was like a nightmare. Even rogue immortals were afraid of it. If they were not careful, they would be killed by it. To second-step cultivators, the immortal forbidden power was like a cage. Unless one was an old monster of the eternal ancient realm, no one could resist it head-on. The immortal forbidden power would not kill anyone. It would only suppress a cultivator's cultivation base. Depending on the strength and type of the immortal forbidden power, the effect of the suppression would also be different. The immortal forbidden power in this place was undoubtedly formed because of the immemorial dust-defying formation. Immortal Loli was already at the critical moment of the evolution of her lightning body. She did not have any magic power and could only mobilize her lightning power to form her divine abilities. After being suppressed by the immortal forbidden power, it was almost impossible for her to mobilize her lightning power and form her divine abilities. Lu Yan originally had a void fragmentation realm cultivation base. However, her cultivation base was directly suppressed by the immortal forbidden power by two great cultivation levels. Thus, she could only exert mid-divine transformation realm strength. On the other hand, mortals like Zhao Dai who did not have magic power were not afraid of the immortal forbidden power. Currently, immortal concubine Zhang Yu, Earth Devil and Taoist Iron Crow's cultivation base were comparable to peak shedding void realm. Under the suppression of the immortal forbidden power, they could only exert the strength of peak crossing truth realm. Currently, Fairy Cold Dance could only exert the strength of mid-crossing truth realm while Four-Eyed Devil Monarch could only exert the strength of peak ghost profound realm. Ning Fan checked his body again and his eyes were filled with puzzlement. The cultivation base of the others was suppressed by the immortal forbidden power in this place. However, his cultivation base was not suppressed at all, especially the power of Jiashui. Not only was it not suppressed, it even increased a little. The immortal forbidden power in this place is very strong. It can suppress a first-step cultivator's cultivation base by 2 major realms and a second-step cultivator's cultivation base by 1 major realm. However, the immortal forbidden power has no effect on me. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. All of a sudden, he patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient devil puppet and the cloaked puppet. The ancient devil puppet was early shedding void realm. Once it was released, its cultivation base was suppressed to early crossing truth realm. The cloaked puppet was originally mid-thought shattering realm. Once it was released, its cultivation base was suppressed to mid-shedding void realm. Even the puppet's cultivation base will be suppressed by the immortal forbidden power. But my cultivation base is not suppressed at all, only when one's cultivation base has reached beyond the immortal forbidden power can one ignore it. Even immortal concubine Zhang Yu, Earth Devil and Iron Crow who used to be ancient monsters would not be able to ignore the immortal forbidden power once their cultivation base is greatly damaged. However, I can ignore it. Ning Fan remained silent and kept the puppets. In the void, a group of savage beasts suddenly dashed towards this place. Their killing intent was extremely strong. The group of savage beasts was still very far away, but Ning Fan could already see them from afar. There were also some experts of the demon race traveling with those savage beasts. They seemed to be the commanders, driving the savage beasts to kill them. When Ning Fan's eyes swept across those savage beasts and demon cultivators, his eyes immediately froze. The cultivation base of the demon cultivators that came to this place was suppressed, but the cultivation base of the savage beasts was not suppressed at all. Instead, their strength had increased slightly under the immortal forbidden power. This was similar to the increase of the Jiashui and Ningfan's body. If I'm not mistaken, the immortal forbidden power of this world does not restrict the savage beasts, the ancient monsters and the Taicang Jialing. There were 4,000 to 5,000 savage beasts that came to this place. The weakest among them was at the void fragmentation realm and the strongest was an early shedding void realm savage beast. There were only 2 demon cultivators that came to this place. Both of them were old monster Duzhen. However, under the suppression of the immortal forbidden power, they could only display the strength of the ghost profound realm. The expressions of the 2 demon cultivators were very arrogant. When they saw that there were still survivors on this broken continent, they immediately sneered. Interesting. Not only are there barbarians who survived on this continent, but there are also a few cultivators here. It's a very unpleasant smell. It's the smell of human cultivators. One of the purple-faced demon cultivators sneered. Humans? Then let's kill them. There are 3 peak Duzhen experts here. Before they were suppressed by the immortal forbidden power, they were undoubtedly at the peak shedding void realm of the human race. When we were at our peak, we were just at the Duzhen realm. If it was in the past, we would have to take a detour when we see a peak shedding void realm old monster. But now. Hee. We are following the order of venerated immortal Ao Xian to control the savage beasts to kill the enemies. With the savage beasts here, why should we be afraid of the peak shedding void realm? The other bald demon cultivator smiled coldly and gave the order to the group of savage beasts behind him to massacre the city. Among the group of savage beasts that they led, there was an early shedding void realm savage beast. The savage beast was not afraid of the immortal forbidden power of this place. It was not difficult for it to kill 3 peak shedding void realm experts who were once at the peak shedding void realm. Waves of ferocious beasts approached them. The densely packed waves of beasts directly caused countless barbarians in the Heavenly Man City to exclaim. The expressions of Earth Devil and the others changed. If they were not suppressed by the immortal forbidden power, they certainly would not be afraid of the early shedding void realm savage beast. However, now that their cultivation bases were suppressed, they were extremely wary of the early shedding void realm savage beast. That shedding void realm savage beast was still very far away from the Heavenly Man City. However, it had already released its killing intent and randomly locked onto immortal concubine Zhongyu. Immortal concubine Zhongyu. She felt that she must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Otherwise, how could she be reduced to Ning Fan's shedding void realm servant from a dignified 9 tribulation immortal emperor? My bad luck hasn't faded yet, alright. There are so many people in the Heavenly Man City, but the moment the shedding void realm savage beast arrived, it only targeted her. She instantly wanted to cry but had no tears. F***ck. This beast has its eyes on me. It wants to kill me first. Immortal concubine Zhongyu felt depressed. My cultivation base is being suppressed by the immortal forbidden power. I can't exert my full strength. If I face that shedding void realm savage beast now, my chances of winning are slim, alright? If it's not because of this immortal forbidden power, I can still fight 10 of you at once even if my primordial spirit is damaged. Immortal concubine Zhongyu was filled with grief and indignation. The situation is urgent, retreat. Immortal concubine Zhongyu wanted to retreat a little and let the others fight the savage beast first. Even though she had already made up her mind, her body did not listen to her. Before Ning Fan gave the order, she had already walked to Ning Fan's front involuntarily. She tilted her body slightly and shielded Ning Fan behind her, completely like a hen protecting her chicks. Who is she? She actually took the initiative to protect father. Could she be father's new wife? Immortal Loli blinked her eyes. She had never seen immortal concubine Zhongyu before. Who is she? Her chi is a little familiar. However, have I seen her before? Fairy Cold Dance was slightly puzzled. The same confusion also appeared in the eyes of Earth Devil and Taoist Iron Crow. Immortal concubine Zhongyu had never revealed her true appearance. She had always been hiding in Fairy Cold Dance's sea of consciousness. After she was released by the fake sparrow Xianxia, she had always appeared in the form of moonlight. Only when Ning Fan took her as Jiejia's slave did she return to her human form. Her chi was also slightly different from her moonlight form. Naturally, she was not recognized by Fairy Cold Dance and the others. She actually sacrificed herself to protect Senior when the Shedding Void Realm's savage beast is attacking the city. She must have a close relationship with Senior. Lu Yan sighed faintly. Damn it. I can't control my body. I obviously want to run away, but my body wants to protect this little thief unconsciously. What an evil Jie. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu felt like vomiting 3 liters of blood. Ning Fan's originally cold eyes suddenly had a hint of a smile. He said to immortal concubine Zhang Yu with a faint smile. Not bad. As Jiejia's slave, your loyalty is commendable. You know how to protect your master during critical moments. This is very good. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's pretty face twitched. Damn it. I don't want to protect you at all. I wish I could chop you into dumpling stuffing. However, your cultivation bases have been suppressed by the forbidden immortal power. It's better if you don't attack the Shedding Void Realm savage beasts. You retreat first. I alone am enough for this battle. Before he finished speaking, Ning Fan's figure flashed and disappeared from the city wall. He directly appeared in front of the heavenly barbarian city, blocking the path of countless savage beasts. His eyes were as cold as the winter snow. After Ning Fan ordered her to retreat, immortal concubine Zhang Yu immediately moved backwards uncontrollably. She felt ashamed of her body's obedience. She bit her lips and glared at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes. However, she was stunned all of a sudden. She did not know if it was her illusion, but she vaguely felt that Ning Fan's cultivation base was not suppressed by the forbidden immortal power. This feeling was just too absurd. However, at the next moment, she was stunned. She realized that her feeling was not wrong at all. Ning Fan was blocking the path of nearly 5,000 savage beasts alone. His white robes fluttered in the wind, but his eyes were cold and emotionless. His body still had the mid-true crossing realm chi. He was not suppressed at all. Little friend Ning's cultivation base is not suppressed at all. Fairy Han Wu revealed a look of surprise. Even though she did not know why Ning Fan's cultivation base was not suppressed, she knew that since his cultivation base was not affected, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with an early Shedding Void Realm savage beast. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. That red light contained an aura force that originated from his bloodline. With just a glance, it made thousands of savage beasts tremble as if they had seen something terrifying. Strange. What's the background of this man? He could actually make the Shedding Void Realm savage beasts tremble in fear. Even I felt my heart palpitating just now. The purple-faced demon cultivator said with a frown. This man is currently at the mid-true crossing realm. Before he was suppressed by the forbidden immortal power, he should be a mid-Shedding Void Realm cultivator. Mid-true crossing realm is nothing to be afraid of. Beasts, listen to my command. Kill this man and slaughter the entire city. The bald demon cultivator commanded the group of beasts once again. As soon as his voice fell, his face immediately turned pale with fright. At this moment, Ning Fan had unsealed the Yin-Yang Rain and Yin-Yang battle techniques. His aura force was immediately comparable to an early Shedding Void Realm expert. He was clearly standing in the sky, but it was as if he was stepping on all the rain and the Tao of war in the world, giving others a feeling of vastness and invincibility. That aura force was still increasing. In the past, Ning Fan's body had 3 types of power: magic power, essence chi, and demon spiritual power. At this moment, Ning Fan had fused a 4th type of power into the 3 types of power, the power of the Tribulation blood. Currently, he was already a 6 stars remnant bloodline Grand Firmament Tribulation spirit. With the additional power of the Tribulation blood, his strength naturally improved tremendously. As the 4 types of power converged on his body, Ning Fan's aura force continued to rise. However, once the amount of power increased, it became difficult to suppress it. He actually felt like he was going to suffer from chi deviation. Fortunately, Ning Fan waved his hand and summoned the ghost face, turning it into a silver-haired ghost face. With the power of the innate ghost face, Ning Fan forcefully suppressed the agitation of the 4 types of power, making them calm down. Once again, he activated the War God art and displayed the soul extraction technique. With the support of various secret techniques, his aura force was now completely comparable to a mid-shedding void cultivator. Moreover, because he had used the power of the calamity blood, he was currently clad in white robes with a ghostly face and silver hair. His entire body was covered in a layer of ominous and evil red light. Under the red light was a white robe, and his eyes, because of using the calamity blood, became even more cold and emotionless, his demonic nature becoming even more dense. That was the devilish nature of the Grand Firmament Tribulation spirits. The purple-faced demon cultivator and the bald old man had seen many devil cultivators in their lives. However, it was their first time encountering someone with such a devil nature like Ning Fan. Just by meeting Ning Fan's gaze, he nearly lost his mind and became Jiajia's slave. Shedding void middle stage. What kind of secret technique is this? It can actually allow his cultivation to skyrocket to this extent. It's him. Ghost-faced silver hair. He was someone that Patriarch Poisonous Dragon wanted to kill. After killing him, one would be able to obtain an embryonic emperor pill. You must kill him. Kill him. Before the two demons could give out their orders, Ning Fan had already arrived. No one could see Ning Fan's movement technique clearly. All they could see was a ray of red light flashing across and dashing into the group of wild beasts. In Ning Fan's hand, there was a black-red barbaric flash that was as fast as lightning. Wherever he went, all the wild beasts that tried to stop him were all killed by Ning Fan with a raise of his hand. Even the early shedding void realm wild beast that had mustered its courage to stop Ning Fan's advance was slapped down from the sky by Ning Fan's palm. It let out a miserable shriek and fell to the ground. Even though there were many wild beasts in this place, with Ning Fan's abilities, he was able to eliminate all of them within 10 breaths. However, he did not have the intention to eliminate all the wild beasts. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the two demon cultivators and pointed his finger at their glabella with the red light of the calamity sense. These two demon cultivators could control the wild beasts under their command. What Ning Fan wanted to do was to enslave them and use them to control all the wild beasts in this place. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams resounded in the air. The two demon cultivators were drowned by the sea of red light. At the peak of the void, there was a gigantic barbaric statue with two heads floating in the air. If Ning Fan was here, he would certainly notice that this two-headed barbaric statue had the same appearance as the 7th-generation barbaric ancestor, Fan Mokong. The ancient statue was rotating bit by bit. It had completed the first revolution and the second revolution. However, it was extremely difficult to complete the third revolution of the ancient statue. Two immortal venerables of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the head of the ancient statue. One of them was Venerables Ao Xian and the other was Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon. They were exerting all of their strength to complete the third revolution of the ancient statue. All of a sudden, Venerables Ao Xian opened his eyes and exclaimed softly. Strange. I can't sense the life and death restriction that I planted in the bodies of my two subordinates. However, their life plates are still intact. This restriction will only disappear after they die. Just as Venerables Ao Xian was puzzled, his eyes suddenly turned serious. He stood up and threw the matter to the back of his mind. The matter regarding the two subordinates only puzzled him at most. However, it was not worthy of his attention. However, the two human immortal venerables who had suddenly arrived here made him pay attention to them. 6 harmonies, Miaoyan. Good. Very good. You guys have finally found this place. Ao Xian sneered coldly and looked at the void above. Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon also stood up and smiled viciously. At the peak of the void, the figures of a man and a woman slowly appeared. They were the two immortal venerables of the human race, 6 harmonies and Miaoyan. At this moment, both of their expressions were extremely unpleasant. It was impossible for them not to come and investigate the cause of such a huge change in the wild wasteland. Du Longzi. Ao Xian is here too. What exactly are you guys doing? You actually sealed the entire wild wasteland and caused it to collapse? Miaoyan's pretty face darkened and she scolded. To be continued. Du Longzi. Ao Xian is here too. What the hell are you doing? How dare you seal off the entire wilderness and cause it to collapse? Senior Immortal Miaoyan's pretty face sank as she rebuked. Senior Immortal Ao Xian narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold glint. Without answering Senior Immortal Miao Yan's question, he suddenly raised his hand and shot out two jet-black flames towards Miao Yan and Lu He. It was unknown what those two flames were. One was hard and the other was soft. Dao laws flowed out of the flames and instantly covered the void like a dense spider web, causing the temperature of the cold void to rise suddenly. The power of Dao laws dispersed to both sides and condensed into two gigantic black flames. As soon as they shot out, they immediately shook the void and swept out millions of black flames. Wherever the black flames swept past, the void was cut open from the middle and burned, causing black smoke to billow. As the black flames slashed down, a series of beast roars resounded between heaven and earth. The sound was sharp at first, but it became low when it entered the ears. It sounded like the roar of a dragon, the trumpet of an elephant, the angry roar of an ancient demon, and the chanting of an ancient monk. The expressions of the two eternal immortal venerables, Lu He and Miao Yan, instantly changed. If they guessed correctly, the two black flames that caused the void to burn were the famous ancient demon sacrificial artifact of the true dragon clan, the Brahma demon mace. This mace had a great origin. It was a weapon left behind by a deceased demon emperor of the true dragon clan, and its grade had reached the Xianxia realm. Rumor had it that the demon emperor who forged this mace was proficient in Buddhism and had fused Buddhism and demon Daos into one, so he was able to forge this weapon. The Brahma demon mace was abnormally heavy. Only the old monsters of the eternal ancient realm who had entered the Tao with their bodies could use it freely. If one had enough strength, they could use this mace to split the heavens and earth. Xian was not proficient in body refining techniques, so he could only use this mace as a hidden weapon and could only use 30% of the mace's power. Even so, Lu He and Miao Yan's eyes turned solemn. Without any hesitation, Senior Immortal Lu He opened his mouth and spat out a black light. As soon as the black light fell into the void, it immediately turned into a black jade seal and spiraled out. It was his Tao weapon. The jade seal was surrounded by nearly 1,000 imperial qi, and the majestic might of the emperor was shocking. 1,000 streams of sovereign qi immediately shot out, condensing into a giant golden palm that was 10,000 feet in size. Directly grabbing at one of the two silhouettes, venerable wisdom words bit his finger and pointed forward, transforming his blood into stars and instantly forming 12 blood-colored stars in the void. The stars intertwined and formed a constellation that looked like a heavenly steed. Once the constellation was formed, the momentum was immediately drawn over. The 12 stars condensed into a 10,000 feet long unicorn celestial horse. It leapt out, its hooves crushing the void as it charged towards the other celestial horse. 6 harmonized seal, crepe myrtle star technique. These are not enough to block my Brahma demon Jian. Xian's eyes were filled with disdain as he shook his head slightly. His hand seal changed abruptly as the Brahma demon dual truncheon swept out, and the might of a Khanate descended from the sky. The left truncheon was incomparably ferocious. It was carved with the totem of a demonic elephant, as though the power of mountains and rivers had been integrated into the truncheon. With a single swing, the truncheon smashed the golden palm that was formed by the sovereign qi into pieces. The right truncheon was as soft as water, and it was carved with the totem of a demonic dragon. As the dragon roared, waves of soft energy were unleashed, transforming into the phantom of a dragon's tail. With a sweep, the unicorn celestial horse was smashed into pieces. 6 Combo Celestial Venerable focused his eyes and pointed forward. The Jade Seal Dao soldier immediately turned into a mountain and smashed towards the elephant truncheon. Seeing this, Xian laughed, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. He changed his hand seal, and the elephant truncheon swung towards the Jade Seal. The collision of the two treasures immediately caused the entire space here to collapse. The elephant Jian had the upper hand in this clash. After a breath's time, the Jade Seal Dao soldier was filled with cracks. After 2 breaths' time, the Jade Seal Dao soldier was invaded by the Dao law of fire, and it was torn from the inside out. After 3 breaths' time, the elephant truncheon swept out with all its might. The huge force crushed the sky, and it was ruthless. It directly smashed the 6 Combo Celestial Venerables Jade Seal Dao soldier into pieces. With the Dao soldier destroyed, 6 Combo Celestial Venerables' face immediately turned pale. There was even a trace of disbelief in his furious expression. After the Dao soldier was destroyed by the elephant truncheon, 6 Combo Celestial Venerable had not yet stabilized himself when the dragon stallion swept over again. He was shocked, and his figure flickered and instantly disappeared, merging with the void. The dragon stallion also flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, it swept towards a certain void, sweeping the 6 combo celestial venerable out of the void. He vomited blood and retreated. Without the Brahma demon truncheon, Ao Xian's strength would only be on par with 6 combos. However, with this treasure, Ao Xian was actually able to suppress 6 combos. Wise Words Celestial Venerable wanted to help 6 combos resist the dual truncheons, but he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and he immediately turned around. Behind him, a towering shadow was already closing in. With a wave of its hand, it directly grabbed at him, as though the sky was falling. That shadow was actually an ancient statue floating in the sky. At this moment, Ancestor Poisonous Dragon was standing on the head of the ancient statue. His 10 fingers formed a seal to control the ancient statue to attack her. The ancient statue was not dead, and it gave off a fierce aura like that of a fierce beast. As the stone fragments fell, the petrified white bones underneath were revealed. The power of the ancient statue's grab had surpassed the power of a celestial venerable's attack and was comparable to a celestial king's attack. At this moment of crisis, Wise Words Celestial Venerable pointed and 24 drops of blood flew out. They turned into stars and formed a constellation. It was a constellation that looked like a divine turtle. The moment it moved, a mottled, ancient turtle shell shield flew out and blocked before the ancient statue. With the strength of the shield, Master Poisonous Dragon didn't think he could break it head-on. However, under the grab of the ancient statue, the giant shield let out a muffled bang and then collapsed. The collapsing force continued forward and hit Celestial Sovereign Miao Yan. The sound of bones cracking came from Celestial Sovereign Miao Yan's body. It was as if she had been hit by a cultivation planet. Her delicate body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and her face was pale. Master Poisonous Dragon's attack with the ancient statue was no weaker than Ao Xian's attack with the double Jian. Hee, wise words, wise words, do you know that this old man has 6 more of these ancient statues? Ancestor Poisonous Dragon's words were like a bolt of thunder that exploded in Wise Words Celestial Venerable's ears. Just one ancient statue was enough to make Wise Words Celestial Venerable powerless. She couldn't imagine what would happen if there were 6 more of these statues. How could she and Lu He survive? As if to confirm her words, the ancient statue continued to attack Wise Words Celestial Venerable. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon was very calm as his hand reached at the void. Countless pieces of gravel and bones flew out from the void and slowly gathered to form a second ancient statue. The demon race had operated in the wilderness for many years. Not only had they found the broken statue of the 7th generation ancestor, they had also found the broken statues of the first 6 generations. The one who had attacked Wise Words the Immortal was the 7th Berserker ancestor, Fan Mokong's ancient statue. There was a blood soul attached to the ancient statue, and that blood soul was formed by the fusion of 108 reverse nascent souls. With this blood soul, the ancient statue was no longer just an ancient statue, but an existence similar to a stone statue puppet. As Ancestor Poisonous Dragon activated his divine ability, the shadow of the second ancient statue slowly formed and appeared at the peak of the void. The moment the second ancient statue was formed, its empty eyes immediately looked at Patriarch Poisonous Dragon, and an ancient questioning voice came from its body. I am the 6th generation ancestor. Fan Lianxiu. Who are you? How dare you summon my bones to form an image? Hee, I am Junior Poisonous Dragon. Greetings to the 6th generation ancestor. Although I am a demon, I have already made an agreement with the wild beasts of this world. I am your friend and not your enemy. Don't worry about this, Senior. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon slapped a demon talisman at the second ancient statue. The moment the demon talisman appeared, it immediately suppressed the voice from the ancient statue. He continued to activate his divine ability and summoned the other ancient statues from the void. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon summoned the remains of all 7 generations of barbaric ancestors from the endless void and condensed them into ancient statues. However, the ancient statues of the first 6 generations of barbaric ancestors were different from the 7th generation. They did not have the blood souls fused with the reverse souls, so they could not be used as puppets to attack Wise Words. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon looked at Wise Words quietly as if he was looking at a dead man. He did not say a word. He was waiting for the immemorial earth-defying formation to activate. waiting for the countless living beings that were sacrificed to turn into the reverse souls and fuse with them to form a new blood soul. When the other 6 blood souls returned to their positions and the 7 ancient statues gathered together, they would be able to slaughter the entire wilderness and summon the ancient passageway to the heavenly desolate ancient realm. Soon, the other 6 blood souls of the barbaric ancestors will be formed in the wilderness. When the time comes, I just need to summon them and the ancient passageway will appear. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon smiled in satisfaction. With the power of the Brahma demon Jian, Ao Xian had already severely injured a 6 combination Immortal Venerable. With the power of the ancient statues, Ancestor Poisonous Dragon had also severely injured a 6 combination Immortal Venerable. Wise Words bit her lips and tried her best to resist the attack of the 7th generation ancient statue. She knew that she and Lu He were no match for Ao Xian and the others. It was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated. She could feel that as the wilderness collapsed, human cultivators were being killed by the wild beasts at every moment. Without the power of the forbidden immortal, the human cultivators would naturally not be afraid of the wild beasts, but now, damn it. What are the demons trying to do? Are they crazy? Don't they know that there is an ancient passageway in the ancient savage region that leads to the heavenly desolate ancient realm? Aren't they afraid of damaging the ancient passageway by destroying the wilderness like this? Or is it because of this passageway that they destroyed the wilderness? Wise Words' pretty face was covered in frost. She secretly activated the jade talisman in her sleeve. The jade talisman was given to her by the 4-fish sect. It could open the temporary realm gate at any time and evacuate the wilderness. However, the wilderness was sealed by the immemorial earth-defying formation, so the jade talisman could not be activated no matter what. Since the temporary realm gate could not be opened, the connection between the wilderness and the outside world had been cut off. The people outside couldn't come in, and the people inside couldn't go out either. When I was stationed in the wilderness, I received a secret order from the puppet sect. If there is any change in the wilderness, I can use the heaven-sealing immortal edict to delay it for a while and wait for the puppet sect's reinforcements. I only have half of the immortal edict with me. The other half is in the hands of fellow Taoist Lu He. I've already roughly guessed the reason behind the collapse of the desolate land. There's an endless amount of formation force in this heaven and earth that's circulating along with the rotation of that ancient statue. As long as we can seal this formation force, the demon race's scheme should be slightly delayed. If the demons are really after the ancient passageway, we can't let them succeed no matter what. Wise Words' beautiful eyes flashed. Her red lips slightly opened and she spat out a mouthful of boiling blood mist. Her face became even paler. Clearly, the backlash from spitting out the blood mist was not light. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it immediately formed 72 stars in the void and linked together to form a constellation. An ancient wood cage suddenly appeared in the constellation, directly trapping Ancestor Poisonous Dragon and the 7 generations ancient statue. Even with Wise Words' divine ability, she could only trap the ancient statue for a moment. As soon as the ancient statue was trapped, she immediately flew towards Lu He. With a wave of her palm, a golden radiance flickered in her hand. Half a golden immortal edict with yellow cloth appeared. The immortal edict was opened in the wind. There was only a single divine seal character written with a red brush on it, fluttering in the wind. Gue, 6 directions Immortal Venerable was struggling against Ancestor Poisonous Dragon. When he saw Wise Words take out the immortal edict, he immediately understood her intention. In his hand was the other half of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. There was a word Cun written on it. The combination of Gue and Cun was sealing. Once the 2 immortal edicts were combined, they would have the power to seal the heavens. Even if there were any changes in the wilderness, the human cultivators could rely on this immortal edict to temporarily protect themselves. It seems like I can only use the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. As 6 directions Immortal Venerable retreated, he waved his hand and took out the other half of the immortal edict. He opened it and activated it. Almost at the same time, the immortal edicts in Lu He's and Wise Words' hands flew out and combined into one in the void, becoming a complete immortal edict. The red word seal immediately flew out from the immortal edict. The sealing power contained within it instantly spread throughout the entire wilderness. The immemorial dust-defying formations operation actually slowed down due to the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. The ancient barbarian statues that stood tall in the void rotated slowly to begin with. Due to the heaven-sealing immortal edict, their rotation became even slower. The void of the wildlands began to twist and distort as a series of enormous scarlet doors appeared. Surging sealing power poured out of the doors. There were a total of 108,000 giant doors. Among them, 8,000 were the life doors that could contain the heavens and the earth. The remaining 100,000 were the death doors. They contained formations. If one accidentally entered one of them, one would immediately be attacked and trapped by the formations. The shattered continents were sucked into different life doors. Wise words and Lu He were also sucked into different life doors as they retreated. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon activated the ancient statue and broke the cage with a palm strike to escape. Before he could stabilize himself, he was sucked into one of the life doors. The 7 ancient statues were also sucked into their own life doors. Ao Xian's expression was one of shock and anger. It was obvious that he did not expect Wise Words and Lu He to have the heaven-sealing immortal edict. It's the heaven-sealing immortal edict. Damn it. Ao Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He lost his balance and was sucked into one of the life doors. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly. Ao Xian managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. He swept his gaze across the world he was in, and his expression was terrifyingly dark. What he saw was a desolate, broken continent. In the sky, there were hundreds of faintly discernible giant doors. Some of them were alive, and some were dead. It was difficult to distinguish them. Ao Xian recognized one of the giant doors and flew into it. He remembered that he was sucked into this place by this giant door. He wanted to return the way he came, but he strangely appeared in another world. It was another life door and realm door. He passed through a few more giant doors and landed in a death door that was filled with formations. Even with Ao Xian's strength, he was temporarily trapped by the death door's formation and could not escape. Damn it. Originally, I only needed to kill 6 Harmony's Wise Words, and there would be no more obstacles. I could make the ancient statue transform 3 times and unseal the ancient passage. I didn't expect them to have the heaven-sealing immortal edict and directly seal the primordial defying dust formation. They even sealed the entire wildlands into 108,000 heaven-sealing gates. The primordial defying dust formation is only 40% incomplete. With the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict, the formation can be sealed for at least 7 days. After 7 days, the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict will be exhausted, and the wildlands will be restored to its original state. Damn it. If the plan is delayed for 7 days, I don't know what will happen. If the Patriarch finds out that I didn't do my job well, he will definitely punish me. Ao Xian's expression became uglier and uglier as he faced the attacks from the Death Door's formation. In the southern heaven celestial world, at the peak of the Four-Direction Mountain in the Four-Direction sect, a stone statue that was half the height of a human suddenly opened its eyes and transformed into a black-clothed, black-haired boy. Although this person had the body of a boy, his eyes were indifferent and his aura was restrained. Once it was released, it was enough to shock the heavens. This person was the strongest among the 28 constellation ancient emperors of the Four-Direction sect, the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor. The Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor pinched his fingers and calculated. After a while, he smiled gently. The demon race finally couldn't hold back and want to attack the ancient passage. More than 400 realm wars and countless dead bodies, all for today. The immortal edict can seal the wildlands for 7 days. After 7 days, the ancient passage will definitely appear. The demon race seems to want to turn the wildlands into a cavern world and monopolize the passage. How greedy. Unfortunately, if they want to monopolize the passage to the wildlands, they have to first ask for our consent. After a moment of silence, the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor suddenly sent a voice transmission to the starry sky. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately turned into dozens of purple gold voice transmission flying swords that instantly spread across the starry sky. On this day, all the celestial emperors in the Four-Direction sect received the voice transmission from the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor. In the southern heaven celestial world, the Fate Controller Immortal Palace. In the void, a purple gold voice transmission flying sword broke through the air, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Its speed was so fast that even ordinary immortal venerables and immortal kings couldn't catch the sword light of the voice transmission flying sword. In the cave abode of the Wind Thunder Mountain, the fortune controller immortal emperor suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the voice transmission flying sword light in his hand and crushed it. After listening to the voice transmission from the Sky Piercer ancient emperor, the fortune controller immortal emperor smiled and closed his eyes in satisfaction. The ancient passage in the wildlands is finally going to appear. 7 days. It's better not to watch this show. South Heaven Immortal World, Purple Mansion Academy, Calamity Controller Great Hall. The Calamity Controller Immortal Emperor was meditating under the green lamp. She was dressed in a palace robe, graceful and moving, casting a clear shadow on the ground. Her expression was calm, but this tranquility was soon broken by a voice transmission sword light. The demon race has finally made a move on the wildlands. I wonder if the appearance of the ancient passage is an opportunity or a predestined fate for the illusionary world. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She slowly stood up, her figure gradually faded, and eventually disappeared from the hall. North Heaven Immortal World, Black Tortoise Star. As usual, the tablet-wielding immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi was preaching on the Black Tortoise Star. When he was talking about the crucial part, he suddenly received a voice transmission from Nan Tian. His expression instantly changed. After giving a few instructions to his disciples, Meng Xuanzi immediately flew out of the Black Tortoise Star and disappeared without a trace. Countless cultivators who came to listen to his sermon looked at each other in dismay. North Heaven Immortal World, North Sea Star Region, Lost World Palace. In the depths of the forbidden area of the Lost World Palace, inside a 7-colored pagoda, a gray-robed old woman was reprimanding a beautiful woman in palace robe. If Ningfan was here, he would certainly recognize that the beautiful woman who was being reprimanded by the old woman was Yuan Yao, who had a romantic past with him. Yao, you've let me down this time. Even though the marriage between Bei Xiaoman and the Shiman clan was arranged by the Great Elder, it was also tacitly approved by me. Why did you collude with the Shiman clan to cancel the marriage? I know that you love your daughter dearly and you disdain marriage. However, do you know that the Shiman clan is backed by a secret race? If I want to completely control the Lost World Palace, I especially need the power of the secret race. Yuan Yao lowered her head and did not say a word. However, there was a hint of bitterness hidden in the corner of her eyes. After so many years, she had found out that the Liu Bei whom she met in the past was the same person as the Zhou Ming whom her daughter Bei Xiaoman could not forget. Liu Bei. Zhou Ming. Ning Fan, the young man whom she had fallen in love with, was actually the same person that her daughter loved. How ironic. Be it Liu Bei or Ning Fan. Since Xiaoman has already given her heart to this person, I naturally can't marry her to the Shiman clan. Fortunately, the Shiman clan is reasonable and agreed to cancel the marriage. I heard that it was the young lord of the Shiman clan, Shiman Yi, who agreed to cancel the marriage. If one day, Liu Bei comes to the Northern Heaven and meets Xiaoman, she will probably be very happy. However, how should I face him? If I meet him, I might as well not meet him. Yuan Yao's heart was filled with bitterness. However, she did not say a word and allowed the gray-robed old woman to reprimand her. Suddenly, a purple-golden sound-transmitting flying sword pierced through the sky. The gray-robed old woman summoned the flying sword into her hand and crushed it. After listening to the sound transmitting from the sword, her face immediately broke into a smile. Good. 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 7 days, right? Good. The old woman stopped smiling and her face turned gloomy again. She snorted coldly at Yuan Yao. Since the matter regarding Bei Xiaoman has already been settled, let's just forget about it. In the future, if you disobey my orders again, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and flew out of the 7-colored pagoda, disappearing without a trace. Yuan Yao was left alone in the same place. She let out a faint sigh as if all the strength in her body had been drained. Liu Bei, I have done my best to help you and Xiaoman. If you come to the Northern Heaven one day, you must treat Xiaoman well. Don't let her down. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Most of the immortal emperors who were affiliated with the Four Meridians sect were gathered in the northern and southern heavens. On this day, dozens of celestial emperors disappeared mysteriously between the northern and southern heavens. On this day, dozens of celestial emperors left the demon spirit land in the upper realm. Their whereabouts were also unknown. The border between the demon spirit land and the four heavens celestial realm was an endless blood-red void. There were countless pieces of bones floating in the void, and occasionally, there would be blood-colored meteors flying across the void. Among those bones, there were the remains of ancient cultivators. They were as hard as post-heaven celestial treasures. However, if those bones were hit by the blood-colored meteors, they would immediately shatter. The impact of the meteors was enough to injure ancient celestial sovereigns. This blood-colored void was called the Red Piercing Passage. It was one of the paths that connected the four heavens and the demon spirit realm to the upper realm. These blood-colored meteors were known as crimson-penetrating stars. One red-piercing star could directly kill a soul destroyer. 10 red-piercing stars could kill ancient celestial sovereigns. 1,000 red-piercing stars could kill celestial kings. 10,000 red-piercing stars could even turn an celestial emperor to ashes. The red-piercing passage was extremely dangerous. It was divided into the east, middle, and west sections. The four heavens celestial realm occupied the east section and the demon spirit realm occupied the west section. If a human emperor entered the west section, they would be attacked by the red-piercing stars. If a demon emperor entered the east section, they would also be attacked by the red-piercing stars. The piles of bones inside the red-piercing passage were left behind by the powerful humans and demons that had trespassed. Due to the existence of the red-piercing stars, very few emperors were willing to come to the red-piercing passage. Normally, very few people came to the red-piercing passage, but today, more and more celestial emperors gathered at the middle section. There were human emperors and demon emperors. The two celestial emperors each occupied one side of the void. They didn't make a move, but the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Right now was not the time to make a move. There was a gray void under everyone's feet. This gray void was where the wild desolate realm was located. However, at this moment, the wild desolate realm was sealed. Even though there were many emperors here, they couldn't enter the wild desolate realm. This was because the wild desolate realm was completely surrounded by the ancient dust-defying formation. The demon race's scheme ultimately did not escape the eyes and ears of the human race. The demon race had destroyed the wildlands and activated the immemorial dust-defying formation, while the human race had activated the heaven-sealing immortal edict. The heaven-sealing immortal edict? The Four-Fish sect was so generous to actually give this item to the realm-guarding immortal venerable. Fortunately, I don't expect Ao Xian and Du Longzi to conquer the wildlands in one fell swoop. 7 days later, the ancient passage will appear. Perhaps, we will have to fight the human race for this passage. The true dragon tribe leader was dressed in a golden robe. His eyes were deep and emotionless. He stood in front of the demonic emperors and looked at the ancient heavenly emperor from afar. The ancient emperor of Tong Tian was expressionless as he stared at the true dragon patriarch. Behind the heavenly-reaching ancient emperor, there were the calamity-wielding immortal emperor, the tablet-wielding immortal emperor, the grey-robed old lady of the Lost World Palace, and many other immortal emperors from the north and south heavens. No one chose to make a move at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the confrontation 7 days later. 7 days later, if the ancient passageway were to appear, the immortal emperors here would definitely fight for it. Ning Fan did not know that there were nearly 100 great emperors of the two races waiting outside the wildlands. Currently, he was staring coldly at the two slaves who had scarlet eyes. These two slaves were the two demon cultivators who had attempted to massacre the entire city. At this moment, the two demon cultivators were kneeling in front of Ning Fan without any extra expression on their faces. They had already been subdued by Ning Fan's tribulation sense and became Jia slaves. In a sense, they were already dead. However, they were still living in the form of Jia slaves. They only obeyed Ning Fan's orders. Other than Ning Fan, they would not recognize anyone else. The 4,000 wild beasts followed their orders and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their heads were lowered and they looked like a mountain in fear of Ning Fan. Ning Fan used the reverse spirit technique to search the memories of the two demons. From their memories, Ning Fan found out that the demon race did not only have one immortal venerable guarding the wildlands. Now, the second immortal venerable had arrived. Ning Fan also found out that the collapse of the entire wildlands was an important part of the demon race's blood sacrifice. Currently, the entire wildlands had been sealed and no one could enter or leave. The two demons had no idea what the ultimate goal of the demon race was: to destroy the wildlands. Other than Du Longzi and Ao Xian, no one else in the entire wildlands knew about it. What Ning Fan knew was that the demon race and the wild beasts had reached some kind of agreement. Most of the high-grade wild beasts had signed a blood restriction with the experts of the demon race. The so-called blood restriction was a restriction in the bloodline of the demon race. It could only be formed if the wild beasts were willing to sign it. The two demons in front of Ning Fan each commanded 2,300 wild beasts with the help of the blood restriction in their bodies. There were many other demon cultivators who were similar to them. All of them relied on the blood restriction to command countless wild beasts. They obeyed the orders of the demon race's immortal venerables. Once the wildlands collapsed, they would lead the wild beasts to massacre the entire wildlands. Once the immortal forbidden power was activated, most of the human cultivators would not be able to defeat the wild beasts. It was not difficult for them to find human cultivators in the broken wildlands to slaughter. The gate of the realm should have appeared a year later. I didn't expect that the demon race would destroy the wildlands before I left. Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light. He activated his ability and extracted the blood restriction in the bloodline of the two demons. After swallowing it, he raised his hand and killed the two demons. In the past, he could not see the blood restriction nor could he extract it. However, after opening the second gate of the heavenly being realm, he could do it easily. The two demons had the sensing restriction that Venerables Ao Xian planted in their bodies. Keeping them by his side would bring more harm than good. After devouring the blood restriction, Ning Fan could directly control the 4,000 wild beasts. Thus, he did not need to keep the two demons who would become a hidden danger. He took out the jade talisman that he took from Si Ming and secretly activated it. However, he realized that the jade talisman could not be activated. It could not open the passage to leave the wildlands. I can't leave, huh? Ning Fan frowned and fell into silence. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the shadow of the ancient statue at the highest point of the void sky. He saw a vast wave of battle fluctuations coming from the shadow. It was obvious that venerables were fighting on it. Gradually, the second, the third and the fourth shadow appeared at the top of the sky. Eventually, there were a total of 7 shadows of the ancient statue. Immediately after that, an incomparably strong sealing force descended from heaven and earth. Then, countless giant doors appeared in the void sky. Ning Fan and the broken continent where the heavenly barbarian city was located were sucked into one of the life doors. There were a few other broken continents that were sucked into the life door together with them. However, there were no living creatures in those continents anymore. It was as if they had been sacrificed. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes and he looked at the giant doors in the void sky. With his eyesight, he could vaguely see that these giant doors were divided into 2 types, the life door and the death door. Before he could take a closer look, a series of rumbling sounds came from one of the life doors. Immediately after that, a broken continent flew out from the life door. There were hundreds of human cultivators on that broken continent. Most of them were just at the void fragmentation realm. The one with the highest cultivation base was just a late mortal profound realm female cultivator. However, her cultivation base was only at the late void fragmentation realm after her cultivation base was suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal. Each of these cultivators looked panicked. Behind them, hundreds of wild beasts were madly chasing after them, even though the highest cultivation base among the wild beasts chasing after them was only at the mortal profound realm. Once the wild beasts catch up to them with their suppressed cultivation base, they would only end up dead. Are we going to die? The immortal cultivator revealed a look of despair. Her name was Tong Er. She was one of the many maidservants of venerated Miao Yen. Due to the collapse of the wild continent, the continent where she and the hundreds of human cultivators were located was separated. Then, due to the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict, they were sucked into a life door. There were many wild beasts in that life door. With the cultivation base of the cultivators that was suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal, they were not a match for the wild beasts at all. They could only flee. They fled into other life doors in order to enter the other life doors and seek help from the human race. Unfortunately, they had already passed through several life doors, but they still could not find help from the human race. They had to admit that they were very lucky to not have entered any of the death doors. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. While they were in despair, they suddenly realized that there were a few broken continents in the life door. One of them had the vague aura of a few cultivators on it, but they could not sense it clearly. Tong Er excitedly spread her spirit sense towards the broken continent where the heavenly barbarian city was located. After taking a glance from afar, her heart sank again. Although there was the aura of cultivators on that broken continent, there were also the aura of thousands of wild beasts. There was even a void-shedding wild beast among them. There are wild beasts here too. There's actually a void-shedding wild beast. Tong Er closed her eyes in despair. The wild beasts that were chasing after them were at the human mystic realm at most, which was enough to make them feel despair. There were thousands of wild beasts hibernating on the broken continent in front of them, including a void-shedding wild beast. Initially, they thought that they had found help from the human race, but they did not expect that they had mistakenly entered an even more dangerous wild beast nest. The rest of the human cultivators were also in despair. Suddenly, Tong Er heard the roars of fear from the hundreds of wild beasts that were chasing after them. She opened her eyes in shock. The first thing she saw was a man with a ghost face and silver hair. He was dressed in a white robe with a red glow. He stood in the sky and looked at everyone coldly. Just a glance from him was enough to make hundreds of wild beasts tremble. Tong Er looked at the man in disbelief. This man had the aura of a human cultivator. Tong Er could feel an aura that was not weaker than a void-shedding intermediate-stage cultivator. One should know that the entire desolate land was currently suppressed by the forbidden immortal power. All second-step cultivators below the ancient times would be suppressed by a major cultivation realm. Since this man has the aura of a void-shedding intermediate-stage cultivator, could it be that he was a mid-thought fragmentation realm old monster before he was suppressed by the forbidden immortal power? Mid-thought fragmentation realm. Tong Er's eyes immediately became fervent. Any powerful expert of the human race who could cultivate to the mid-thought fragmentation realm was an old monster whose name shook the world. She could only look up to such a senior. This lady looks a little familiar. She seems to be the maid of venerated wisdom words. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. A moment later, he made up his mind. He had a cold and indifferent personality. If these human cultivators were being chased by the wild beasts, he would most likely turn a blind eye. After all, if he saves these people and keeps them by his side, they would more or less become troublesome. Now that the desolate land was in chaos, Ning Fan could barely take care of himself. How would he have the mood to care about others? However, he had seen venerated wisdom words made before. Even though it was just once, he remembered that Tong Er was venerated wisdom words made. Venerated wisdom words had helped him resist the 7 truths 7 illusions arrow. Thus, he did not mind saving this maid for venerated wisdom words. Kill. Ning Fan gave an order indifferently. Then, a strange scene immediately appeared. Under the control of the forbidden blood in his body, the 4,000 wild beasts that were lying on the ground outside the heavenly barbarian city soared into the sky and charged at the hundreds of wild beasts that had just arrived. How is this possible? Tong Er and the other human cultivators were astounded. They had never seen any human cultivator who had the ability to control an army of wild beasts. To be continued. With the power of the blood restriction, Ning Fan could control these 4,000 wild beasts. The beasts could not disobey his orders at all. Among the hundreds of wild beasts in front of him, the highest cultivation base was only at the mortal profound realm. Of course, they were no match for Ning Fan's army of 4,000 wild beasts. It was a one-sided massacre. It was extremely rare to see wild beasts killing each other. It was the first time for Tong Er and the other human cultivators to witness it. Every breath, there would be countless wild beasts screaming and dying. Their corpses that were the size of small hills fell from the sky. Filthy beast blood rained down like rain, giving off a pungent smell. When the beast blood fell on their bodies, it was pitch black and had a sticky and warm feeling, making them feel uncomfortable. Tong Er and the other human cultivators who were at the bottom were almost drenched by the beast blood. Their clothes and hats were dirty, but none of them dared to wipe off the filthy blood at this critical moment. Each of the human cultivators stared at the sky without blinking. Watching the brutal battle between the wild beasts, each of them shuddered with fear and trepidation. However, they were afraid that they would miss something. Even though this massacre happened between the wild beasts, the low-grade cultivators could more or less learn something from it. In less than 20 breaths, the hundreds of wild beasts that were chasing after them were all slaughtered. Ningfan's army of wild beasts only lost around 10 low-grade wild beasts. Ningfan's eyes were cold as he watched the battle. He had already seen too many massacres of this level. As soon as the battle ended, the 4,000 over savage beasts descended to the wasteland outside the Heavenly Man City under Ningfan's command. Once again, they lay prostrate on the ground as if they were not ferocious and cruel savage beasts. Instead, they were obedient dogs that guarded their homes. Is this the power of the blood restriction? In the past, I had also seen the scene of the black barbarian monks controlling the wild beasts. Now that I think about it carefully, the reason why those monks could control the wild beasts was probably because of the blood restriction. Recalling the past, Ningfan's eyes flashed and he landed on the ground. When the cultivators saw Ningfan landing on the ground, they were all excited and bowed respectfully to thank him. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." No one dared to be disrespectful to Ningfan. In the eyes of the human cultivators, Ningfan was definitely a powerful human cultivator who had been famous for a long time. Tong Er was the only one who carefully studied Ningfan after bowing to him. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. This senior isn't at the thought-shattering realm. She sighed regretfully. At this moment, Ningfan had already dispersed the secret technique and regained his intermediate truth realm aura. It seemed that Ningfan's original cultivation base was only at the intermediate Duzhen realm. His previous shedding void realm aura was only enhanced by a secret technique. In other words, before this senior was suppressed by the forbidden immortal force, he was at most at the void abandoning stage. Tong Er shook her head and suppressed the excess emotions in her eyes. Even if Ningfan wasn't the broken thought and was just a space rend, he was still not someone that she could look down on. Old monster Shikong, who was able to control savage beasts, seemed to be able to shake the four heavens. "Are all of you subordinates of venerated immortal Miao Yan?" Ningfan's gaze swept across the crowd of cultivators. Eventually, his eyes stopped at Tong Er, who was standing at the forefront, and asked indifferently. "Yes." Tong Er composed herself, and then she spoke word by word clearly and respectfully. Her voice was light, and there was even a trace of innate charm concealed within it. "Oh? You're actually born with a bewitching bone?" Ningfan was slightly surprised. His tone did not reveal any emotions. When Tong Er heard his words, her face turned pale. She took half a step back subconsciously and looked at Ningfan with fear. Just like what Ningfan had said, she was born with a bewitching bone. However, this bone had already been sealed by venerated immortal Miao Yan. Thus, it was very difficult for others to see through it. According to Tong Er's knowledge, only those devil cultivators who possessed profound bewitching techniques could see through the seal placed by venerated immortal Miao Yan at a glance and see through her identity as a bewitching bone. Ningfan only needed a single glance to see through the bewitching bone that she had sealed. Without a doubt, she was a devil cultivator who practiced dual cultivation. Moreover, her bewitching technique cultivation base must be extremely high. This senior Shikong is actually a devil cultivator who practices dual cultivation. Venerated immortal Miao Yan once said that my innate bewitching bone belongs to the high-grade bewitching bone. It is also very useful even for shedding void realm old monsters. Since this senior has already seen through my bewitching bone, will he lay his hands on me? Tong Er's shoulders trembled slightly. Her eyes were filled with fear. Even though she was the maid of venerated immortal Miao Yan, she was just a maid. Now that the desolate wasteland was in chaos, no one would blame Ningfan even if he plucked her and killed her at this critical moment. The fear in her eyes naturally could not escape Ningfan's eyes. He was like a frightened deer. Ningfan sighed softly. He naturally understood what Tong Er was afraid of and said indifferently. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. The reason why I asked you this question is just because I saw your bewitching bone and thought of an old friend. I'm not interested in you personally." What Ningfan thought of was naturally Jihe, who was born with a bewitching bone. When he thought of Jihe, the corners of his mouth actually curved into a smile. With the ghost mask on, Tong'er naturally could not see Ning Fan's smile. She also did not believe that Ning Fan, a devil cultivator who practiced dual cultivation, would not be uninterested in her bewitching bone physique. "You're the maid of venerated immortal Miao Yin, right?" "Yes." "Senior, do you know me?" Tong'er was surprised. Then, she asked again. "This junior's name is Tong'er. I'm indeed the maid of venerated immortal." Ning Fan nodded his head. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger, pointing it at Tong'er's glabella. This finger was imbued with the reverse spirit technique. It could search Tong'er's memories without harming her. This finger contained an indescribable profundity. However, it also gave people an unusually heavy and oppressive feeling. Tong'er, however, did not know so much. When she felt the might of this finger, she only thought that Ning Fan had fallen in love with her bewitching bone and wanted to harm her. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. At the moment when Ning Fan's finger touched her glabella, she actually shed tears and had the intention to commit suicide. She was unwilling to become someone's human cauldron. Even if she had to die, she would not do so. Ning Fan's finger only touched half an inch away from Tong'er's forehead. He did not touch her skin. The tip of his finger emitted the light of the reverse spirit technique. In just a few breaths, he had read through all of her memories. He seemed to be slightly disappointed with her. Just as he was about to withdraw his finger, he suddenly discovered something. He clenched his 5 fingers and seemed to have grasped something from her sea of consciousness. Then, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Tong'er's tears fell. She did not know what kind of ability Ning Fan used on her. She could not understand it, nor could she understand it. She only knew that Ning Fan had planted some kind of secret restriction on her. Perhaps she would become Ning Fan's human cauldron soon. Seeing that Tong'er was actually crying, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. He said with a cold tone, "You're worrying too much. I don't have the leisure to plant any restriction on you and harm you." Seeing that Tong'er still did not believe him, Ning Fan was also too lazy to explain. After searching Tong'er's memories, Ning Fan found out that these hundreds of human cultivators were chased by the wild beasts after they were separated from the main group. Now that the desolate world was in chaos, the continents where the 5 regions of the human race were located were also shattered. Many human cultivators had left their base and fallen into a dangerous situation. With the existence of the power that forbids immortals from entering the desolate world, it would probably be difficult for these human cultivators to survive if they encounter an army of wild beasts. He remained silent for a while and then said to the group of cultivators including Tong'er, "I once owed venerated Miao Yin a favor. Now that the desolate world is in turmoil and you guys can't protect yourselves, just follow me. When you are in danger, I will naturally protect you." His tone sounded like an old man, but it was intentional. After all, he did not want to expose too much of his identity in front of these human cultivators. When the group of cultivators heard that a senior like Ning Fan was willing to protect them, they were naturally overjoyed. Tong'er was the only one who had doubts in her mind. She had been following venerated Miao Yin for many years, but she never knew that venerated Miao Yin had done that old monster Shikong a favor. She had already determined that Ning Fan's words of owing venerated Miao Yin a favor were nonsense. However, she did not dare to expose him in front of everyone. Tong'er followed Ning Fan and the group of cultivators back to the broken continent where the Heaven Barbarian city was located. She was temporarily settled in the city. She felt uneasy. She knew that Ning Fan had already planted a restriction spell on her and she would become his cauldron sooner or later. Ning Fan naturally did not want to explain too much to this little maidservant who was suffering from paranoia. Outside the city, there were more than 4,000 wild beasts. Inside the city, there were several tens of thousands of mortals and hundreds of human cultivators. Ning Fan stood on the city wall and watched this scene that should not have appeared in the cultivation world of the desolate world. He remained silent. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the numerous giant scarlet doors in the sky. His expression became more and more solemn. Today, there were 2 major changes in the desolate world. Only these 2 changes were not under Ning Fan's control and they made him feel uneasy. The first change was the immemorial dusk-defying formation that was activated by the demon race. Even if this formation only had 40% of its power left, it was still not something that Ning Fan could deal with alone. The second change was the giant scarlet doors that filled the sky. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, these giant scarlet doors that filled the sky seemed to be an extremely powerful sealing ability. There were life doors and death doors. With Ning Fan's eyesight that was at the second level of the heavenly being realm, he could distinguish the difference between the life doors and death doors if he takes a closer look. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky and flew to one of the life doors. He placed his palm on the door and felt the scarlet light coming from it. He secretly activated the force character to deduce the structure and arrangement of this door. This deduction did not last for too long. According to his deduction, there were a total of 100,000 death doors and 8,000 life doors in the desolate world. Now, the entire desolate world was separated into different life doors. Inside the death door, there was a peerlessly ferocious formation that could not be entered. Even if he was not weak, he would still die if he entered the death door by mistake. Now, the situation in the desolate world has changed. It gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. With my strength alone, I might be able to protect myself. However, if I want to protect the people behind me, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the heavenly barbarian city below and sighed softly. Lu Yan, Fairy Han Wu and the others were still fine. If something really happens in the desolate world, he could still keep them in the profounding world and temporarily protect them. However, due to their own reasons, Xian Loli and Zhao Dai could not enter the profounding world to hide. The previous void storm had almost taken the lives of immortal Loli and Zhao Dai. It was hard to say whether there would be other dangers in the future. The current desolate world had already exceeded Ning Fan's expectations. He knew that it would be difficult for him to protect the two of them if he was alone. According to the memories of the two demons, there are currently two immortal venerables of the demon race who are wreaking havoc in the desolate world. One of them is Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon and the other is Immortal Venerable Ao Xian. The two of them are trying to perform a blood sacrifice in the desolate world. All living beings in the desolate world that are not demons or wild beasts are within the range of their blood sacrifice. No one can escape unscathed. The human race also has two immortal venerables of the past. If we can find the human army and seek shelter under the wings of the two immortal venerables of the human race, the danger will certainly be reduced to the minimum. It will also be much easier to protect Xianxia and Dai. However, the current desolate world has been sealed with countless life gates and death gates. I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through the 8,000 life gates and converge with the human army. Fortunately, when I was searching her memories, I found this item in her sea of consciousness. Ning Fan opened his palm. There was a line of blood in the center of his palm. That line of blood should have been left in Tong or Sea of Consciousness by one of the immortal venerables of the past. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, this line of blood should have been refined by Venerable Miao Yen using his own primordial spirit and blood essence. The function of this bloodline was to transmit a sense to Venerable Miao Yen once Tong dies. The primordial spirit and blood essence of Venerable Miao Yen, Even though it's just a trace, I can still use the reverse spirit technique to sense her location. The reverse spirit technique of the true dragon race could not only be used to search one's soul but also to sense and track others. Ning Fan's spirit sense seemed to have turned into a misty rain that was born from the reverse spirit technique. The world of the life gate where he was at immediately started to drizzle. The curtain of rain then drifted towards one of the life gates that filled the entire sky. The curtain of rain passed through the first life gate and then the second life gate, walking along a certain designated path. After passing through the 69th life gate, he suddenly took a turn and entered a certain death gate. Then, he sensed something. In the world of the death gate, Ning Fan sensed the existence of Venerable Miao Yen. He could not sense anything clearly nor could he sense the exact situation of that world. Everything was very vague. Due to the heaven-sealing immortal edict, the space was distorted and his spirit sense was also blocked. However, Venerable Miao Yen was indeed there. Currently, after fighting against Ao Xian and Old Ancestor Du Long, Venerable Miao Yen had been fleeing blindly with serious injuries. Due to a moment of carelessness, she was trapped in a certain death gate. Currently, she was exhausted from dealing with all kinds of dangers. She was almost at the end of her rope. All of a sudden, she felt that she was being watched by someone. Her heart was filled with shock. It's the reverse spirit technique. Is it Ao Xian or Du Longzi who is peeping on me? From her point of view, the reverse spirit technique was a secret technique of the true dragon race that was not taught to outsiders. Currently, there were only 2 people who could use this technique in the desolate land. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom. If she was really found by one of them, she was afraid that that person would come to take her life soon. With her current state of serious injuries, she would definitely die if she were to face either Ao Xian or Du Longzi. No. Even though this person's reverse spirit technique was used to find my location, he purposely released a trace of qi. This qi is actually the qi of a human cultivator. This qi isn't Du Longzi or Ao Xian. Venerable Miao Yan's beautiful eyes immediately widened. The reverse spirit technique was a secret technique of the true dragon race that was not passed on to outsiders. Even demon cultivators would find it difficult to learn it, let alone human cultivators. However, the person who used the reverse spirit technique to spy on her was clearly a human cultivator. Venerable Miao Yan immediately had a guess in her heart. First of all, the reverse spirit technique was a great technique. Only some eternal old monsters in the true dragon race could learn it. A human cultivator who could use this technique must at least have the cultivation base of the eternal ancient realm. Moreover, it was really incredible that a human cultivator could master the secret technique of the demon race. Presumably, this person wouldn't be too weak in the eternal ancient realm. Secondly, this person was spying on her and purposely released his qi. It was clear that this person was trying to express his goodwill and was afraid that she would overthink it. From this reverse spirit technique, Venerable Miao Yan could even feel the qi of her primordial spirit and blood essence. I've refined the blood essence of my primordial spirit into a blood thread and planted it in the bodies of my servants to sense their safety. This blood thread should be the one I planted in Tong Er's body. Tong Er's life token was clearly not broken, but this person was able to extract the blood thread from Tong Er's sea of consciousness and use it to sense my location. This technique is really impressive. Since this person deliberately released his qi, the possibility of him being a friend and not an enemy is not small. This qi is also different from Taoist Lu He. However, I'm very curious, when did the third eternal human race enter the desolate land? At this moment, Venerable Miao Yan was trapped in the gate of death with a seriously injured body and was in danger of dying at any time. She hesitated for a moment and finally made up her mind. Before leaving the gate of death under the curtain of rain, she opened her red lips slightly and pleaded. If you're the eternal human race, please come to this world and save me. My life is in danger now and I'm trapped in this ominous formation. If fellow Taoist can help me from the outside, I'll definitely be able to escape. After that, I'll definitely thank fellow Taoist. I hope that fellow Taoist can help me. After Venerable Miao Yan said this, the curtain of rain completely left this world. There was a trace of hope and helplessness in her eyes. He was hoping that the Wangu human would come and save him. However, she felt helpless because she did not know the identity of that person and was not sure that person would come to save her. The ominous formation of the gate of death in front of her was not easy to deal with. Which eternal human race old monster would be willing to take the risk for others? It was not that there were no such people, but they were just too few. I hope that person is willing to come and save me. Venerable Miao Yan smiled bitterly. In the sky above the Heaven Man City, Ning Fan stood in the sky and slowly undid the reverse spirit technique. Using the reverse spirit technique and the heaven peering rain technique at the same time put a huge burden on him. Moreover, he had to resist the power of the heaven sealing technique of this world. He had already reached his limit and it was difficult for him to continue using this technique. He slowly undid the rain technique. At the last moment, he heard Venerable Miao Yan's cry for help. Venerable Miao Yan is now trapped in the ominous formation of the gate of death and is in trouble. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely solemn. The ominous formation that even Venerable Miao Yan could not deal with was naturally extremely dangerous. The sensible thing to do was not to save Miao Yan. Instead, he should think of another way to meet up with the other immortal venerables of the human race in order to protect himself. However, Ning Fan could tell that when Venerable Miao Yan uttered that cry for help, her qi was already weak. Obviously, her life was already in danger. She was not lying. She was trapped in the ominous formation and no one could save her. At the moment when she was about to die, she helplessly asked him for help. In the past, this lady had once helped him resist the 7 Truths 7 Illusions arrow. Even though she did not make any contribution, it could be considered as her good intention. Forget it. Whether I can save Miao Yan or not, I'll first go to that gate of death and take a look. Ning Fan descended back to the city wall of the Heaven Man City. As soon as he landed, he immediately activated his ability and made the entire broken continent fly into the sky, heading straight to a vermilion red gate of life. The broken continent was too heavy and heavy. Even if ordinary cultivators of the Rising Truth Realm could make it fly, they would not be able to make it fly too fast. However, what kind of person was Ning Fan? He had learned the golden light from the ground before. He directly activated the golden light and blessed the entire continent. In this way, this ordinary-looking continent seemed to have turned into an extremely powerful escaping treasure. Its flying speed was actually not inferior to acquired immortal treasure. Tong Er was shocked. Currently, she was still overestimating Ning Fan, thinking that he was originally at the mid-void shedding realm. She could not believe that a mid-void shedding realm old monster could make the entire continent fly at a speed comparable to acquired immortal treasure. This kind of ability was almost comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. Immortal concubine Zhan Yu became even more shocked. She was once an ancient immortal emperor who had experienced the 9th tribulation of eternity. Her eyesight was extremely sharp. Others might not be able to recognize those golden lights, but she could. Golden light from the ground. Isn't this the great ability that I had cultivated painstakingly for countless years in the past? Why is this brat also returning to it? Her beautiful face looked as if she had eaten a fly at this moment. She felt depressed and aggrieved. One should know that even a dignified 9 tribulations immortal emperor like her had spent millions of years of hard work and coincidences to cultivate the first flash of the golden light from the ground. As for Ning Fan, who was just at the mid-void shedding realm, he could actually use the golden light from the ground to such an extent. How could she accept this? She felt that it was unfair. If you want to balance your mind, I really can't do it. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something. Her mind instantly felt much better. She could vaguely tell that although the speed of Ning Fan's golden light had reached the speed of the first flash, it seemed like he had yet to truly cultivate the first flash. One should know that there was a phrase in the chant of the golden light from the ground, moving like 9 flashes. The 9 flashes represented the 9 levels of the golden light from the ground. TSK. So this brat has yet to truly cultivate the first flash of the golden light. He is still slightly inferior to me, immortal concubine Zhan Yu comforted herself. However, she did not know that she was standing right beside Ning Fan. Ning Fan had seen through all of her thoughts. Oh? There are actually 9 levels of the golden light from the ground? You seem to know quite a lot about the golden light from the ground. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly fell on immortal concubine Zhan Yu and gave her a seemingly harmless smile. However, this smile gave immortal concubine Zhan Yu goosebumps. She had a bad feeling about it. How about showing me the golden light from the ground? Ning Fan said with a faint smile. Are you kidding me? I'm already a broken god now. I can't use that level of ability anymore. If I use it forcefully, the backlash will be too great. Before immortal concubine Zhan Yu could finish her words, her body had already stepped on the golden light and walked forward step by step. Every step she took was like stepping on flowing water. The golden light under her feet was like circles of gentle water ripples. Immortal concubine Zhan Yu was speechless. Once again, she wanted to cry but no tears came out. She obviously did not want to show Ning Fan the golden light from the ground, but her body instinctively obeyed all of Ning Fan's orders. Your body is indeed more honest than your mouth. Ning Fan shook his head and held immortal concubine Zhan Yu's wrist. Of course, he would not let her take the risk of suffering a backlash to demonstrate it. When he saw the ripple-like golden light, he already had a hint of understanding in his heart. To be continued. Immortal concubine Zhan Yu was already a remnant soul. If she forcefully used the golden light great art, she would definitely suffer a severe backlash. She was unwilling to demonstrate this technique to Ning Fan. Unfortunately, she had already become Ning Fan's slave after being afflicted with the divine tribulation formation of the royal clan. Her body had completely submitted to Ning Fan and she could not control any of his commands. She stepped on the golden light, which flowed backward like flowing water. Every step she took increased the burden on her broken god body. Every step she took was indescribably mysterious. It was as if the entire world had turned into flowing water and flowed under her feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the golden light beneath her feet grew brighter and brighter. However, her face turned paler and paler. In her heart, she had already stabbed Ning Fan thousands of times. 8 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps, she almost turned into a golden rainbow and tore through the sky. The burden on her body was getting heavier and heavier. Damn it! This tribulation restriction is too powerful. It has complete control over my body. I can't stop. There was no way to stop this technique. I can't resist that little bastard's orders. If I take a few more steps, I will be severely injured by the backlash. Immortal concubine Xianxia gritted her teeth and was prepared to suffer a severe backlash. But just as the backlash was about to hit her, her ice-cold wrist suddenly heated up. She was held by a warm hand. With this grip, her forward momentum finally came to a halt, and she temporarily regained control of her body. At the same time, Ning Fan's teasing words reached her ears. Your body is indeed more honest than your mouth. Having her body touched by Ning Fan, immortal concubine Xianxia wanted to flare up. However, due to the restriction, she could not get angry at all. Ning Fan's words were too ambiguous. They were obviously teasing her. If this was in the past, any man who dared to tease her, immortal concubine Xianxia, would definitely be killed until not even their bones remained. However, due to the restriction of the tribulation, even if she was teased by Ning Fan, she could not recklessly kill him. F***ck. A 9 tribulation immortal emperor was being teased, yet she couldn't get angry. Nothing could make immortal concubine Xianxia more sullen. Immortal concubine Xianxia's eyes darkened. She wanted to turn around and glare at Ning Fan to express her anger. However, her body did not listen to her. She clearly wanted to glare at him, but her body went against her will and actually gave him a flirtatious look. Xianxia immortal concubine. This was the first time she had winked at a man since ancient times. The first time, he could naturally tell that immortal concubine Xianxia's various illogical behaviors were all because of the calamity restriction. Tribulation sense was indeed a terrifying power. Even an expert like immortal concubine Xianxia could only become tribulation sense's slave once she was controlled by it. Forget it. You don't have to demonstrate this technique anymore. Step aside and tell me everything you know about this technique. Ning Fan's order made immortal concubine Xianxia complain in her heart. She was unwilling to tell Ning Fan everything she knew. However, she was also afraid that Ning Fan would ask her to show him the golden light again. After hesitating for a moment, she struggled to break free from Ning Fan's grip. Then, she stretched her palm forward and grabbed the air in front of her. Moonlight emerged from her palm and slowly condensed into a jade slip with the color of a moon. She reluctantly handed the jade slip to Ning Fan, as if she was spending money to get rid of a disaster. However, he snorted lightly in his heart. Even if Ning Fan obtained this jade slip, it would not be possible for him to comprehend the essence of the golden light 9 death in a short period of time. Ning Fan received the jade slip and briefly scanned through it. At first, his expression was still calm. However, as time went by, his expression gradually changed. The golden light was a lost divine ability from the ancient times. Within the 4 heavens, there were less than 10 people who knew this technique. Even in the ancient times, only 1 out of 100 immortal emperors could successfully cultivate this technique. Moreover, there were still 9 levels to this technique. Most of the ancient immortal emperors were stuck at the first level, unable to comprehend it. The first prerequisite to successfully cultivate this technique was to possess the bloodline of the divine, demon, and devil races. It was naturally impossible for ordinary cultivators to possess different bloodlines at the same time. Therefore, they would need a fruit called ancient returning fruit to cultivate this technique. This kind of fruit could allow cultivators to possess several bloodlines without conflicting with each other. Thus, they would be qualified to cultivate the golden light. However, even if they consumed the ancient returning fruit, the additional bloodlines of the 2 races would be extremely weak. They would only be able to serve as subordinates and would not be of great use. The ancient returning fruit could only be found in the immortal region during the ancient times. Within the four heavens, perhaps only the 10 great secret clans would possess this kind of secret treasure. Ning Fan could not find the ancient returning fruit, but he did not need it either. He possessed the yin-yang locket and cultivated the yin-yang transformation. His body was able to accommodate different bloodlines. When cultivating this technique, he would naturally have a unique advantage compared to other cultivators who consumed the fruit. The second prerequisite to successfully cultivate this technique was to possess a level of comprehension that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. This was even less of a problem for Ning Fan, who had already opened the second gate of the celestial being realm. The only thing that moved Ning Fan was the 9 levels of the golden light. 9 passing. From the first passing to the 9th passing, there were a total of 9 levels. There was no special cultivation method. However, it could only be comprehended and passed down through word of mouth. When immortal concubine Xianxia was at her peak, she cultivated for millions of years before attaining the first passing. Her understanding of the golden light was not much deeper than Ning Fan's. As for Ning Fan, strictly speaking, he had only grasped the rudiments of the golden light. He had yet to truly master the first passing. However, with Ning Fan's level of comprehension, he could tell with just a glance that the word passing should be the complete key to cultivating the golden light. The image of immortal concubine Xianxia stepping on the flowing golden light appeared in his mind again and again. Ning Fan felt like he wanted to grasp something, but he couldn't understand it. Sure enough, it's not an easy ability to cultivate. Golden light moving like the 9 passing, Ning Fan changed his hand seal. The golden light that enveloped the broken continent slowly turned into flowing water. The flowing water only had the form but not the essence. However, it had already increased the speed of the broken continent by a lot. Earth Devil and Iron Crow Daoist stood at the side, watching the scene of the broken continent flying at full speed. They were dumbfounded. When they were at their peak, they were once immortal venerables. However, even when they were at their peak, they didn't have the ability to make the broken continent fly like a postnatal immortal treasure. The four-eyed devil monarch could only sigh in admiration. He was at the peak of the crossing truth realm and his cultivation base was higher than Ning Fan's. However, he increasingly felt that he was not as good as Ning Fan. Fairy Cold Dance's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The same splendor also appeared in the eyes of Lu Yan, Zhao Dai and the other girls. The one who was the happiest was the immortal Loli. She chewed on the lightning pill heartlessly and kept urging Ning Fan to fly faster. In the heavenly barbarian city, countless mortals were shocked by Ning Fan's ability. Some of them even fell to the ground and worshipped Ning Fan as if he was a god. At the moment when those barbarians kowtowed to him, Ning Fan clearly felt some kind of power growing in his body. It was very little, but it really existed. Is it the incense flame? Unfortunately, it's too little. Ning Fan bent his palm and waved it. Immediately, a trace of extremely faint white qi appeared in the center of his palm. That white qi was the incense flame that was produced by the people who kowtowed to him. He opened his mouth and swallowed a trace of the incense flame. Then, he continued to activate his ability, controlling the broken continent to fly into one of the life gates and kept moving forward. The purpose of this trip was to see if he could save Venerable Miao Yan. The death gate where Venerable Miao Yan was at was 69 life gates away from Ning Fan. Ning Fan flew at full speed. Every time he passed by a life gate, his expression would become heavier. Basically, all the life gates that he passed by had floating broken continents. On those broken continents, countless mortals had died in the calamity. This time, no one knew how many barbarians and mortals had died in the calamity that befell the desolate lands. Some of them were directly used as blood sacrifices. However, more of them were chased and slaughtered by wild beasts or directly torn into pieces by the void storms. Uncle, what have we barbarians done wrong? Why do we have to suffer this calamity? Uncle, Dai suddenly feels that I'm so useless. Zhao Dai stood on the city wall and looked at the broken continents that were floating in the distance. Her expression gradually turned gloomy. She bit her lips tightly and remained silent. However, Ning Fan could see the questions that she was constantly asking herself with his mind-reading technique. Many broken continents were filled with tragic scenes of corpses. Not a single living person could be seen. It made Zhao Dai's heart tighten uncomfortably. Her dream was to become a great barbarian monk who would protect the barbarians. However, when the calamity arrived, she was so weak and powerless to protect anyone at all. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, perhaps even she would die. Ning Fan was also silent. He did not know how to comfort Zhao Dai. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw that there was actually a city on one of the broken continents. In that city, there were only a few hundred people who were still alive. They were protected by a blood-red light screen, struggling to resist the void storms that were tearing them apart. That's the ability that the barbarian monk displayed by sacrificing his life using the power of the living beings. Zhao Dai's heart tightened again. Even though these few hundred people were still alive, they would still die when the energy of the blood-red light screen was depleted soon. As for the barbarian monk who sacrificed his life to save them, he was already dead and would never come back. Uncle, can you save them? Zhao Dai pleaded with him in a low voice. All right. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He just flicked his sleeve and directly drew the few hundred survivors to him from afar, keeping them in the heavenly barbarian city. As soon as the barbarians who were saved heard that Ning Fan was the one who saved them, they immediately kowtowed to Ning Fan who was standing on the city wall. Each of them shed tears of gratitude. They were grateful to Ning Fan for saving their lives and their hearts were filled with sincerity. However, this sincere kowtow immediately turned into incense flames. Even though it was just a trace of it, it was transmitted to Ning Fan's hands. This trace of incense flame could be divided into hundreds of fine threads. It was formed by the kowtows of hundreds of people. It was extremely weak and useless to Ning Fan. Among the hundreds of fine threads, there was actually one that was blood red in color. That trace of blood-red incense flame could not be devoured by Ning Fan. However, the incense flame power it contained was 1,000 times stronger than ordinary incense flames. Incense flames could not only be used for cultivation but also to display abilities. This blood-red incense flame could not be devoured nor could it be used to display abilities. However, Ning Fan did not know what use it had. It's actually the incense flame of slaughter. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was standing beside Ning Fan. She caught a glimpse of the blood-red incense flame in Ning Fan's hand. She muttered to herself in her heart. She did not say it out loud but Ning Fan managed to read her thoughts with his mind-reading technique. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. It was his first time seeing the incense flame of slaughter. However, he had already heard of this kind of incense flame before. When Ning Fan stayed in the slaughter palace, he had once seen the records of this incense flame in the palace. If it's an ordinary incense flame, it would be born from faith. This incense flame of slaughter, on the other hand, was born from hatred. The incense flame of slaughter couldn't increase a cultivator's cultivation base. It only had one use and that was to kill people. Moreover, it must be a special group of people that was designated by the incense flame. Ning Fan held the incense flame of slaughter in his hand and sensed it. He could identify the person who produced this incense flame. It was a frail young man who was about 23 or 24 years old. He was kneeling in front of the city. After being rescued, there were no tears of gratitude in his eyes. Instead, there was only grief, anger, and hatred. That hatred was not directed at Ning Fan but the person who caused him to end up like this. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and brought the young man to his front. His eyes swept across the young man's body. The young man was naturally terrified. He was afraid of Ning Fan's powerful abilities. As soon as he came close to Ning Fan, he did not dare to lift his head to look at Ning Fan. He knelt on the ground and shivered. Do you have hatred in your heart? Ning Fan asked indifferently. No, no. The young man was so scared that he could not even speak properly. I want to hear the truth. Ning Fan's tone was still indifferent but it gave the young man a heavy sense of oppression. It was as if he had to tell the truth if Ning Fan wanted to hear the truth. The frail young man no longer dared to hide anything. He suddenly raised his head and glared at the sky with hatred. He hated the unfairness of the man-heaven. He hated the calamity of the heaven and earth. He hated the person who caused him to end up like this. In reply to Immortal Master's question, I do have hatred in my heart. I hate the man-heaven for being unjust and taking the lives of my family. My mother was 62 years old. She had been kind to people all her life. However, the heaven made her die in the mouth of a wild beast. My son was just 3 years old but he was torn into pieces by a black gust of wind in front of me. Immortal Master's divine power is unparalleled. I beg Immortal Master to avenge me and the countless barbarians. When the frail young man reached this point, he finally shed tears and kowtowed to Ning Fan continuously. There was hatred in his heart. He hated the person who sacrificed the people of the man heaven to create the incense flame of slaughter. As for this trace of incense flame of slaughter, it could only be used to kill the people of the man heaven. You can leave now. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and sent the young man back to the city. He did not mention anything about avenging him at all. The people that the young man hated were the two immortal venerables of the demon race who sacrificed the people of the man heaven and earth. Ning Fan knew that he did not have the ability to avenge him. Thus, he would not simply agree to it. He opened his mouth and swallowed a trace of the incense flame of slaughter. Then, he sighed softly and continued to move the broken continent forward. Along the way, he would occasionally meet some survivors who were protected by the barbarian monks. There were either hundreds or thousands of survivors. Ning Fan had just passed through the first gate of life. However, he had saved nearly 10,000 barbarians along the way. Every time these barbarians who were saved kowtowed to Ning Fan to express their gratitude, they would produce incense flame. Most of them believed in the incense flame of slaughter. However, there were also a few who were like the frail young man who used the incense flame of slaughter. Those who produced the incense flame of slaughter also hated the man heaven and the murderers who sacrificed the people of the man heaven. There were still some people who begged Ning Fan to avenge the barbarians. Facing these people, Ning Fan could only remain silent. The scene in front of him reminded him of Gusu City. That year, he had also dyed the blood of a group of cultivators in the external endless sea for the sake of the mortals in Gusu City. Today, however, he could not do that. It was because the other party's strength was too strong. He was not someone he could fight against. In the second gate of life, Ning Fan saved 30,000 mortals and obtained 42 traces of the incense flame of slaughter. In the third gate of life, Ning Fan saved 20,000 mortals and obtained 29 traces of the incense flame of slaughter. There were also the fourth, fifth, and sixth gates of life. Every time his magic power ran out, Ning Fan would swallow the spiritual items of the five elements and use the great five elements body to replenish his magic power. As time went by, the number of refugees in the Heaven Barbarian City increased. They almost filled the streets. Every time Ning Fan saved a new refugee, there would be countless people who would sincerely kowtow to him to thank him for saving their lives. To these mortals, the blood sacrifice of the desolate world was like an apocalypse. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was the savior who brought them away from the apocalypse. In the past, the barbarians worshipped the barbarian ancestor. They believed that the barbarian ancestor would protect them. Today, however, as the desolate world crumbled, their faith also crumbled. In the hearts of these people, Ning Fan was more worthy of their faith and respect than the barbarian ancestor. There were nearly 1 million barbarians in the city. The number of incense flame of slaughter in Ning Fan's hands was also close to 1,000 traces. Unfortunately, these 1,000 traces of incense flame of slaughter were only produced by the mortals' kowtows. Moreover, they had only been around for a short period of time. Thus, their power was extremely weak. Thus, they were not very useful at all. Ning Fan had read some ancient records of the slaughter palace. He remembered that those records mentioned that the incense flame of slaughter could only be used with the help of a weapon spirit. He transmitted a few words to the few small sword spirits in the sword pouch. Then, he sent nearly 1,000 traces of incense flame into the sword pouch. A moment later, a small incense flame sword that was only an inch long suddenly flew out from the sword pouch. This sword had gathered 1,000 traces of incense flame of slaughter. Its power was only enough to kill a second or third level vein opening realm cultivator. It was too weak. Ning Fan naturally would not pay too much attention to the power of this sword. However, the chi of this sword gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen a similar incense flame sword somewhere before. All of a sudden, Ning Fan recalled the ancient sealing sword that he had seen in the blood prison of the slaughter palace. Vaguely, he felt that the incense flame sword in his hand was somewhat similar to the ancient sealing sword. Could it be that the ancient sealing sword was also condensed from the incense flame of slaughter? Ning Fan guessed in his heart. If he followed this train of thought, perhaps the word slaughter in the slaughter palace was closely related to the incense flame of slaughter. Ning Fan carefully looked at the small incense flame sword. Although he looked down on the power of this small sword, he felt that this sword was quite mysterious to a certain extent. If there were enough incense flame, the 5 little sword spirits might be able to condense an incense flame sword that could kill a true immortal. Ning Fan swallowed the inch-long incense flame sword and activated his divine ability. He controlled the broken continent and flew into the 34th world of the Gate of Life. Along the way, Ning Fan and his group did not encounter any cultivators. Other than the lucky mortals, there were only a few barbarian beasts. However, as soon as they entered the world of the Gate of Life, Ning Fan immediately sensed the chi of no less than 1,000 cultivators. Far away, there were more than 1,000 cultivators fleeing in panic. As soon as they saw the astounding speed of the broken continent, they immediately flew towards it. Moreover, there were also many sound-transmitting flying swords flying towards them. Every single one of those sound-transmitting flying swords was asking for help. Those people could sense the strong chi of a powerful human cultivator from the flying golden light of the broken continent. Which human senior is here? Please save us. Among the 1,000 cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation base was just Du Zhen. Due to the suppression of the forbidden immortal realm, he could only display the strength of a ghost profound realm cultivator. Behind this group of cultivators were tens of thousands of barbarian beasts. Among them, there were 2 early void-shedding wild beasts. In front of those barbarian beasts, there were 4 demon cultivators who were acting as the commanders. When the 4 demon cultivators saw the aura of the flying golden light of the broken continent, they were shocked. They thought that they had encountered a powerful human cultivator. Immediately, they slowed down their speed to observe the situation. Taking advantage of the slowed speed of the army of barbarian beasts, more than 1,000 cultivators directly landed on the broken continent without being invited. When they saw that there were also more than 4,000 barbarian beasts crawling on the continent, the cultivators were shocked. However, when they saw the beasts crawling on the ground and Ning Fan who was activating the golden light ability on the city walls, they felt relieved and went straight to the heavenly barbarian city. From their point of view, the reason why these barbarian beasts were crawling on the ground was probably because they were restrained by Ning Fan's great ability. Thus, there was nothing to be afraid of. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly grim when he saw these uninvited cultivators. However, he did not say anything. He just ordered them to stay with Tong Er and the other cultivators and told them not to wander around the heavenly barbarian city. His eyes did not even look at the 4 demon cultivators and tens of thousands of barbarian beasts. He controlled the broken continent and changed its direction. He did not have the intention to fight those people. He was in a hurry to rescue venerated Miao Yan. Thus, he naturally did not want to waste time here. The 4 demon cultivators who were controlling the army of barbarian beasts were not at the true nascent soul realm. Currently, they could only display the strength of a ghost profound realm cultivator. Thus, they were naturally not a threat to him. However, Ning Fan could sense the marks left by other demon cultivators on the bodies of these 4 demons. Presumably, if he kills these 4 demons, other demon cultivators would immediately come to his aid. He naturally did not want to be entangled by too many demon cultivators. As soon as they saw Ning Fan change his direction and escape without a fight, the 4 demons looked down on him because of that. This man is certainly not a powerful being of the human race for running away without a fight. There might be other reasons why this broken continent can travel through the ground so quickly. There's nothing to fear about this man. Kill. The 4 demons immediately gave an order, ordering the 10,000 barbarian beasts to fly in a formation and block Ning Fan's path. The beasts roared and rushed towards the broken continent ferociously. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. He did not want to waste time with these 4 demons. However, these 4 demons thought that he was weak and easy to bully. Kill. Ning Fan also shouted the word kill. The 4,000 barbarian beasts that were crawling outside the heavenly barbarian city immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the enemies. As for Ning Fan himself, he turned into a ray of red light and dashed through the densely packed group of beasts. He directly charged towards one of the 4 demons. Mid-Duzhen realm? When this person was at his peak, he was only a void being? The 4 demons smiled coldly. If Ning Fan only had this level of cultivation base, he would probably be surrounded and killed by the beasts immediately if he rushed into the crowd recklessly. The 1,000 plus cultivators who had just arrived at the heavenly barbarian city were also disappointed. If Ningfan only had this level of cultivation base, it would probably be difficult for him to fight against 10,000 barbarian beasts. The 4 demons were sneering while hiding behind the barbarian beasts. Suddenly, the golden light beneath Ningfan's feet dispersed like water and disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, the 4 demons' vision blurred. Each of them had an afterimage of a red light. That red light was the remnant of Ningfan appearing in front of them one after another at a speed that was beyond their eyesight. At the moment when the red light approached them, the 4 demons felt a sharp pain in their dantian. Their dantian was pierced by someone's hand and their demon souls were pulled out. They did not even have the time to scream. After capturing the demon souls of the 4 demons, Ningfan immediately became a must-kill enemy for the 10,000 barbarian beasts. The 4 demons had blood seals on them. They were equivalent to the masters of these 10,000 barbarian beasts. When their masters were in trouble, these barbarian beasts naturally wanted to kill Ningfan to save their masters. Thus, they immediately rushed towards him like a tidal wave. If you're sensible, quickly release my demon soul. Otherwise, these barbarian beasts will definitely kill you to avenge me. The leader of the 4 demons mustered up his courage and threatened Ningfan. When his threat fell into Ningfan's ears, it immediately made him reveal a cold smile that hid his devil nature. He raised his hand and extracted the blood seals from the bodies of the 4 demons. Ningfan's cold gaze caused the 10,000 barbarian beasts who wanted to kill Ningfan to tremble. All of them withdrew their killing intent and crawled on the clouds like little puppies. How is this possible? The 4 demons were shocked. They did not expect that Ningfan could actually extract the blood seals from their bodies and control the barbarian beasts that they brought with them. The demon cultivator who threatened Ningfan just now was trembling in fear. Without the help of the army of barbarian beasts, they could not afford to offend an old monster at Ningfan's level. Just as the 4 demons wanted to say something to beg for mercy, they were already killed by Ningfan after he searched their souls and killed them before they could say anything. After keeping the storage pouches of the 4 demons, Ningfan's body flashed and turned into a ray of red light, flying back to the city wall. Behind him, there were a total of 14,000 barbarian beasts. They were still fighting each other just now. Now, however, they seemed to have become one and flew to the outskirts of the heavenly barbarian city in unison. At this moment, there were already 3 shedding space barbarian beasts that Ningfan could control. Is this senior really just a shedding space barbarian beast? He actually managed to tame 10,000 barbarian beasts in an instant? The expressions of the 1,000 or so cultivators who were saved by Ningfan changed drastically. Ningfan, however, did not care about them. He just ordered them to meditate on the spot and continued to move the broken continent forward. His expression was slightly solemn. From the memories of the 4 demons, he learned that one of them was the descendant of the broken sense realm of a demon race. The broken sense realm of that demon race was not far away from his current position. He was leading an army of 200,000 barbarian beasts. If he were to be targeted by those people, it would be troublesome. However, if those demon cultivators were to attack him, Ningfan was not afraid. A few worlds away, a massive demon ship was floating in a world of the Gate of Life. There were a few thousand demon cultivators on this demon ship. The strongest among them was at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. Under the suppression of the immortal forbidding power, this demon could only display the strength of a mid-shedding space barbarian beast. Around the demon ship were a large number of barbarian beasts. There were actually 200,000 of them. This demon has sent out 1,000 troops to explore the way. The route to the nearby life gate has been basically figured out. On the bow of the demon ship, a grey-robed old man with dragon horns suddenly changed his expression, revealing his killing intent. His name was Xianxia, and he was an elder of the True Dragon clan. He had a disciple who was currently slaughtering human cultivators in another realm. That disciple's life tablet had just shattered. You dare to kill this demon's disciple? You're courting death. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. He valued that disciple very much and had fed him the death-chasing pill that he had personally refined. The death-chasing pill's grade was not high, it was only rank 8, he could not sense the killer's identity. But he could use the death-chasing pill to confirm one thing. The killer had intentionally or unintentionally released the aura of the human race. My disciple has tens of thousands of savage beasts following him. If that person can kill my disciple, then he must be at least at the shedding void realm. When he was at his peak, he was most likely a thought shatterer. It can't be a human immortal venerable. If it was an immortal venerable, the 8 revolutions death-chasing pill wouldn't be able to sense anything. Human clan's fragmentary thoughts? Good, good. Killing this person is a great merit. Xianxia sneered and directly ordered the demon ship to chase after Ning Fan's realm. Behind the demon ship was an army of 200,000 barbarian beasts which were filled with killing intent. To be continued. Ordinary savage beasts were already the size of small mountains. The scene of 200,000 savage beasts charging straight at them was enough to shock everyone. Among the 200,000 savage beasts, there were 42 void-shedding savage beasts. Even a thought fragmentation realm-old monster at his peak would be fearful of such an army of ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the entire wild broken world was filled with a power that forbade immortals. Under the suppression of the power, even a peak thought fragmentation realm-old monster could only exert the strength of a void-shedding savage beast. If they encounter such an army, they would probably have to flee. Other than the 2 immortal venerables of the human race, there was probably no powerful being in this world who would dare to face this army of 200,000 savage beasts head-on. It was because of this army that Xianxia had the confidence to give the order to chase after Ning Fan without asking about the cause and effect. With his army, he was naturally not afraid of anyone below the immortal venerables of the human race. How dare you kill my disciple? Even if you are a human thought fragmentation realm cultivator, you must die today. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He stood at the bow of the demon ship with his hands behind his back and commanded the ship to pass through the life gates, heading straight to the world where Ning Fan was. The world where he and Ning Fan were at were only 6 worlds apart. He had basically figured out the route of this place. Thus, he was not afraid that he would accidentally enter the death gate along the way. The only problem was that the speed of the 200,000 savage beasts varied. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the demon ship to travel at a fast speed while carrying 200,000 savage beasts. It would probably not be easy to catch up with Ning Fan with this speed. Space-penetrating stone, appear. Xianxia stood at the bow of the demon ship with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at the deck. With a loud bang, a huge stone that was 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall fell from the side of the ship out of nowhere. That huge stone looked like obsidian rock, but it was actually a type of rare demon ore called the space-penetrating stone. After being refined by Xianxia with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, its hardness was close to that of a 10th nirvana post-celestial immortal treasure. Dark red stone spots could be seen everywhere on the body of the stone. They were like the blood stains of a great demon and were emitting billowing demonic chi. This stone was found by Xianxia by chance. It had the power of breaking space and was suitable to be used to refine flying magic treasures. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated certain secret techniques could also directly extract the power of breaking space from the space-penetrating stone and use it to cultivate flying magic treasures. Xianxia's original intention was to carefully refine this item before refining it into a treasure. Now that he took out the stone, it had many uses. As soon as the boulder landed on the bow of the ship, it immediately rolled out layers of black fog and dispersed in all directions. The black mist had the ability to block divine sense. First, it enveloped the demonic ship, then the surrounding 200,000 savage beasts. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there were so many savage beasts inside the black mist. From afar, the black mist looked like a huge dark cloud blooming in the sky. The shape of the dark cloud resembled a coiling dragon. Above the dark clouds, the power of breaking through space constantly surged. In a flash, it was infinitely close to the speed of a thought-shattering cultivator. It broke through the sky with shocking momentum. Under the dark clouds, a demonic rainbow suddenly flew out and stood on top of the clouds. It was Xianxia. Xianxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with killing intent. With the help of the space-piercing stone, even if I'm carrying 200,000 savage beasts, my speed can still reach the thought-shattering realm. The ones who killed my disciple are not immortal venerables. They must be suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal realm and their speed will be limited. They won't be able to escape from my pursuit. In just slightly more than an hour, Xianxia had already passed through 6 worlds of the life gate and arrived at the world where Ning Fan killed his disciple. Naturally, there was no sign of Ning Fan and the others in this world. Above the void space, there were still many life gates and death gates that densely covered the vast sky. Xianxia performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers, activating a secret sensing technique. He tried to sense the qi of Ning Fan and the others from these life gates so that he could track them. If Ning Fan traveled alone, he would not leave any trace of his qi due to his various techniques. Even an ancient immortal venerable would have a hard time tracking him down. However, Ning Fan had brought too many barbarians, cultivators, and savage beasts along the way. As a result, he left behind a large amount of qi along the way, which gave Xianxia the possibility of tracking him down. In just 10 breaths, Xianxia determined the escape route of Ning Fan and the others. However, the result of his sensing technique made him slightly surprised. In his senses, the murderer who killed his disciple was not a single person but a group of people. There were a lot of qi left behind by those people and they were rather messy, making Xianxia unable to determine which one of them was the one who killed his disciple. What surprised him even more was that the group of people had a large number of people but their speed was also extremely fast. It seemed like they had some kind of extraordinary flying magic treasure. Even though their speed was slower than when he used the void-piercing stone, it was not much slower. He passed through 6 worlds of the life gates and chased after them. However, that group of people also passed through 4 worlds of the life gates and fled into the distance. Humph. You guys sure are fast. Unfortunately, you guys won't be able to escape. Xianxia performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. The demonic qi around his body surged and he stomped on the ground forcefully. As he stomped on the ground, the dark cloud beneath his feet let out a series of rumbling sounds. His flying speed actually became slightly faster. After he identified the life gate, he controlled the dark cloud and crossed the void space again, chasing after Ning Fan. However, Xianxia did not notice that when he passed through the life gate on the dark cloud, there was a trace of demon spiritual power that was deeply hidden at the life gate that sensed him. After killing the 4 demons, the army of wild beasts under Ning Fan's command immediately expanded to 14,000 beasts. With so many wild beasts prostrating outside the heavenly barbarian city, the scene was naturally extremely shocking. After killing the 4 demons, Ning Fan sped towards the place where venerated Miao Yan was at and passed through 4 worlds of the life gates. Along the way, he saved more than 100,000 barbarians and thousands of cultivators who had fallen into misfortune. Most of the cultivators who were saved were just below the life immortal realm. Occasionally, there were a few old monster Duzhen who were saved. All of them were extremely respectful towards Ning Fan. In the eyes of these cultivators, Ning Fan was a mid-shedding void realm expert. After all, he still maintained his mid-crossing truth realm cultivation base after suppressing his cultivation base. In the past 4 days, every single old monster Shikong was an expert whose name shook the entire region. Naturally, no one dared to underestimate Ning Fan. After witnessing the scene of Ning Fan controlling the broken piece of land and flying across the sky, the crowd of cultivators became even more respectful towards him. Each of the cultivators gradually felt more respect for Ning Fan. That respect gradually turned into traces of Joss flame power and flowed into Ning Fan's body. The Joss flame power of a cultivator was certainly thousands of times stronger than that of a mortal. Unfortunately, it was still insignificant to Ning Fan. Joss flame is one of the most important methods for second-step cultivators to increase their cultivation base. However, it's not easy to collect a sufficient amount of it. Moreover, as my cultivation base increases, the effect of the Joss flame will gradually weaken. I once seized the Joss flame of the Yao family's ancestor Shikong by force. That Joss flame directly raised my cultivation base from the early human profound realm to the peak human profound realm. After that, I stole the Joss flame of the flowing sand ancestor for 9 million years. The flowing sand ancestor was also a Shikong. However, his Joss flame no longer has such great effect. Now that I'm already at the mid-crossing truth realm, I'm afraid the effect of the Joss flame has become even more insignificant. I'm afraid this demon puppet won't be of much use anymore. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the Joss Flame Demon puppet. He glanced at it and sighed slightly. Due to the severe damage to the puppet, it could only seize the Joss Flame of a Duzhen cultivator if it seized the Joss Flame of a living person. If it seized the Joss Flame of a dead person, it could only seize the Joss Flame of a void cultivator. Whether it was Du Zhan or Shi Kong, the Joss Flame of these people was of little use to him given his current cultivation base. While he was pondering while looking at the demon puppet, his face suddenly darkened and he kept the puppet. After killing the 4 demons, in order to prevent other demon cultivators from chasing after him, Ning Fan left behind a trace of demon spiritual force every time he passed through a life gate. Just now, he clearly sensed that there was a large group of experts chasing after him. There were thousands of demon cultivators and 200,000 savage beasts. Among those savage beasts, there were 42 Shikong wild beasts. The one leading the group of savage beasts was a mid-thought fragmentation realm demon cultivator. Although he was being suppressed by the forbidden immortal force, his abilities were still shocking. As expected, I'm still being targeted. That thought fragmentation realm demon cultivator is obviously traveling with an army of 200,000 savage beasts. His speed should be slow, but he seems to have some kind of secret treasure that allows him to travel at an unusually fast speed. In terms of speed, I'm actually slower than him. Ning Fan was not arrogant enough to fight against 200,000 savage beasts with his own strength. Even though he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, it was still very dangerous to face such a large army. His eyes turned solemn. He activated the reverse spirit technique and covered the entire broken continent, trying to hide its chi and prevent Xianxia from tracking him. Then, he took out more spiritual items of the 5 elements and swallowed them. Despite the risk of suffering a slight backlash, he managed to increase the speed of the broken continent by 30%, forcefully increasing his speed naturally put a great burden on Ning Fan. His face turned slightly pale. His face was covered by the ghost mask. Others naturally could not see his face that was gradually turning pale. However, those who were close to him could hear his breathing that was gradually becoming chaotic. Could it be that something has happened? Otherwise, given how cunning this little thief is, why would he be willing to sacrifice himself to forcefully increase his speed? Immortal concubine Xianxia, who was standing at the side, cursed inwardly. However, her pretty face wore a fake smile that was like a spring breeze. Ning Fan ignored Xianxia. He just controlled the broken continent and sped along the way. When he came across barbarians who were in trouble again, he directly flicked his sleeves and sent them into the heavenly barbarian city without stopping. Xianxia, who was chasing after them all the way, suddenly frowned. His secret technique had lost the ability to sense Ning Fan and the others. After a slight frown, Xianxia took out a bugle horn that was made of dragon horns and blew it. The sound waves of the bugle first spread out in all directions. Then, it suddenly condensed in a certain direction. That direction was exactly the direction where Ning Fan and the others were escaping. This bugle horn was Xianxia's Dao weapon. Even though its destructive power was not strong, its tracking ability was extremely powerful. If Ning Fan was alone, Xianxia would certainly not be able to sense his location by activating the reverse spirit technique to conceal his chi. However, Ning Fan needed to conceal too much of his chi. As soon as the power of the reverse spirit technique dispersed, Xianxia still managed to capture a trace of it. It was futile for him to conceal his chi and flee. However, Xianxia then realized that Ning Fan and the other's speed had increased by 30%. It was almost as fast as his current speed. In this way, even though he could determine Ning Fan's direction, it would not be easy for him to catch up to them. You can increase your speed, but so can I. You can't escape from me. Xianxia smiled coldly. With a shake of his body, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 4 and 4 gave birth to 8. In an instant, there were 8 of them. 8 identical grey-robed dragon demons occupied 8 different positions in the dark clouds and activated their abilities at the same time. The power of the void-piercing stone within the dark clouds had also increased by 10%. Its speed had also increased tremendously. As a result, Xianxia's speed became slightly faster than Ning Fan's. The distance between them continued to shrink. 2 hours later, they were only 3 world surfaces away from each other. 4 hours later, they were only 2 world surfaces away from each other. 6 hours later, the two sides were only separated by a single realm. Xianxia, on the other hand, was not happy but worried instead. His expression became increasingly solemn. He had overused the void-piercing stone a little too much. Its speed was beginning to decrease. Everything about this void-piercing stone was good except for a little flaw. This stone seemed to have been tainted by some kind of powerful demon blood. Every time it is used, it could not be used for more than 8 hours. Once it exceeds 8 hours, the power of the void-piercing stone would be depleted bit by bit and it would take a long time to recover. Even though he was getting closer to Ning Fan now, once the power of the void-piercing stone is depleted, it would be impossible for him to catch up with Ning Fan's speed. Fortunately, I have the lightning-capturing banner that Venerable Ao Xian had given me. With this treasure, I can forcefully capture a person's primordial spirit into the banner within one world. As long as the other party's current cultivation base does not exceed the thought fragmentation realm, they won't be able to resist the might of this banner. Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. Poisonous mist immediately appeared in the void and a green banner fluttered in the air. Xianxia held the green banner in his hand and waved at the void in front of him. Immediately, a huge dark green hand appeared in the void. It tore the void apart and grabbed at Ning Fan. Outside one world, Ning Fan could clearly sense that the other party was getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, he had already crossed more than 50 world surfaces of the life gate. There were still more than 10 world surfaces between him and the place where Venerable Miao Yan was. With the help of his rain technique, Ning Fan could vaguely sense that most of the worlds in front of him were empty. There were not many powerful wild beasts lurking around. However, behind him, there was an army of 200,000 wild beasts chasing after him. This demon is too close to me. If I'm alone, it'll be easy to shake him off. But now, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the immortal Loli and Zhao Dai who were standing on the city wall. Then, his gaze swept across the mortals in the city who were wearing miserable expressions. A great calamity was about to befall him. Whether it was the immortal Loli, Zhao Dai or the mortals in the city, all of them were burdens to him. A wise move was naturally to abandon all burdens and seek self-preservation. However, cultivating the Tao was originally going against the heavens. If one only seeks to be wise in everything and only seeks self-preservation, what's the point of cultivating the Tao? If I continue to run like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. While Ning Fan was muttering to himself, his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head. The sky behind him suddenly tore open a void crack. Then, a huge dark green hand whizzed out of that crack. Its demonic chi soared into the sky and it directly grabbed at Ning Fan's head. That huge hand did not have a physical form. However, it seemed to be able to directly grab a cultivator's primordial spirit from a distance. Before that huge hand even got close to him, it already made Ning Fan's primordial spirit feel a tearing pain, as if it was about to be crushed. If that huge hand gets close to him, it would probably tear his dantian apart and forcefully pull his primordial spirit out. It's actually a treasure that specializes in primordial spirit. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Without saying a word, he wanted to break his body to escape. In this way, even if he was caught by that huge hand, it would at most leave some injuries. His primordial spirit would not be directly pulled out. He was not afraid of that huge dark green hand, but the immortal Loli did not know about it. In this place, only the immortal Loli, immortal concubine Zanyu, Earth Devil, and Taya could react to the green hand's attack at the same time as Ning Fan. Among the four of them, only the immortal Loli subconsciously rushed forward and stood in front of Ning Fan as soon as she saw that Ning Fan was injured. "Don't hurt my father." The immortal Loli's eyes flashed with rolling lightning. She was angry because someone actually dared to sneak an attack on Ning Fan. Along with her anger, the lightning slowly broke through the suppression of the forbidden immortal force. It turned into sizzling lightning and condensed in her palm. She raised her small hand and the lightning power immediately turned into layers of barriers. They stood in front of the huge hand like a fortress, trying to stop it from moving forward. Unfortunately, even if the immortal Loli broke through the suppression of the forbidden immortal force, she could only display the strength of the mid-shedding void realm. As for that huge dark green hand, it was not something that she could resist at the moment. It directly passed through the lightning barrier and in a flash, it had already grabbed her shoulder. Then, it ruthlessly tore it apart. After that attack, the huge dark green hand immediately disappeared in front of everyone. The crack in the void also immediately closed up. With just a tear, a large piece of flesh was torn off from her left collarbone. Blood immediately dyed her dress red. What was worse was that her primordial spirit, which was originally scattered into lightning power, was directly pulled out from her body and disappeared along with the huge dark green hand. After losing her primordial spirit, her small body directly fainted on the ground. Her small face was pale and her eyelids were tightly shut. She fell backwards and Ning Fan caught her and held her in his arms. At the moment when she closed her eyes, she could only say one last sentence. "Father, be careful." She was obviously not Ning Fan's real daughter, but when she saw that Ning Fan was in danger, she was the first one to protect him. She had blocked the attack for Ning Fan, but this attack had directly captured her primordial spirit. But before she fainted, the only thing she was concerned about was Ning Fan. Xianxia had captured the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. To a second-step cultivator, the physical body could be destroyed, but the primordial spirit must never be destroyed. Ning Fan's heart was filled with anger because of Xianxia's plotting against him, but more than that, he was shocked, guilty and blamed himself. When he was still considering whether to abandon the immortal Loli and the others, the immortal Loli had heartlessly treated him as her father, a relative, and blocked the attack for him without any hesitation. If Ning Fan was still thinking about how to avoid the confrontation with Xianxia before this, he only had one thought now. He wanted to find Xianxia and take back the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. Ning Fan's eyes were still as calm as water, but those who knew him well could see that under that calmness, there was already a shocking killing intent. He suddenly stood up without saying a word, but the red light of tribulation sense around his body was like a burning red cloud, lighting up the dark void in a split second. He tried to retreat, but Xianxia insisted on chasing after him and even launched a sneak attack. Since that was the case, why should he run and hide anymore? "Lu Yan, carry Xianxia and wait for my return. Zhongyu, use the golden light to bring this continent to this world. I will meet up with all of you later. If you are injured by the backlash, I will owe you. Earth Devil, Iron Crow. When I am not here, the two of you must protect this city with all your might." Ning Fan passed the immortal Loli's body to Lu Yan. After giving the order, he carved a jade slip with a map and passed it to immortal concubine Zhongyu. After that, he did not explain much to the others. He directly turned into a ray of red light that shot up into the sky and dashed away. He actually returned to where he came from. At the same time when he left, the 14,000 wild beasts that were hibernating on the ground also soared into the sky and chased after Ning Fan. These wild beasts were directly connected to the forbidden blood in Ning Fan's body. They seemed to be able to sense the anger that Ning Fan was suppressing under his calmness. All of them roared. Both Lu Yan and Zhao Dyer were stunned. Just like the others, they had yet to recover from the sudden change. Even immortal concubine Zhongyu was a little confused about the situation. She was the only one who could see that there were people chasing after them. From how Ning Fan desperately tried to escape, she could tell that those enemies must be very strong and dangerous. She could also tell that the immortal Loli's primordial spirit seemed to have been taken away by the enemies due to the sneak attack just now. However, she found it hard to believe that Ning Fan would actually face the powerful enemies who were chasing after them alone just to take back the primordial spirit of a little girl. Was this still the treacherous and wretched little thief that she knew of when he acted so recklessly? What was even more hateful was that Ning Fan seemed to have given her an order to use the soaring golden light to control the broken continent to move forward even if she was injured from the backlash. What was even more hateful was that her body was loyal to all of Ning Fan's orders. There was no way she could disobey him at all. The immortal Loli, who was also confused about the situation, she remembered that she was anxious to protect Ning Fan and blocked an attack for him. She should have fainted. However, she did not know why her primordial spirit had actually left her body and was imprisoned in a magic treasure space. This magic treasure space was obviously filled with the power of imprisonment. However, to her tiny primordial spirit, it actually could not restrict it at all. At this moment, the immortal Loli's primordial spirit was actually pure golden color. It was surrounded by an extremely dense protective Emperor Qi. The Emperor Qi of an immortal emperor. Her primordial spirit was obviously the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor. As for the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor, even Sun Luo had to use all of his samsara power to destroy it. Thus, a mere lightning-capturing banner naturally could not trap her primordial spirit. She could not understand this point with her current chaotic memories. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Where is this place? Where is Daddy? The immortal Loli looked around curiously like a baby and suddenly smiled. She had actually found a sea of lightning power in this place. She did not know that she had already been imprisoned in the lightning-capturing banner. The lightning-capturing banner was a secret treasure of the Tao of Lightning. It specialized in attacking one's primordial spirit. Within the magic treasure space, there was a sea of lightning. It was the source of the lightning-capturing banner's power. There are so many lightning bolts. They seem delicious. Saliva flowed down from the corner of her mouth. She did not realize that she had already made a decision. She would first eat her fill in this sea of lightning before going to find her father. Compared to her father, Ning Fan, eating her fill was obviously more exciting for her. Xianxia's expression was very ugly. He activated the lightning-capturing banner. Originally, his target was Ning Fan, who was controlling the broken continent. However, he did not expect that he would actually capture the primordial spirit of an inexplicable little girl. Before he had the time to investigate the origin of the little girl, the lightning power in the lightning-capturing banner suddenly decreased and he gradually lost the connection between it and his mind. As a result, Xianxia could not check the magic treasure space of the lightning-capturing banner at all. He could not see what he had captured. If he saw the scene in the lightning-capturing banner, he was afraid that he would be speechless. After all, the current immortal Loli's primordial spirit was filled with Emperor Qi. Any second-step cultivator with some knowledge would be able to recognize that immortal Loli's primordial spirit was that of an immortal emperor. Strange. What happened to the lightning-capturing banner? It seems like I can't activate it anymore. Xianxia was puzzled. He kept the lightning-capturing banner into his storage pouch. Then, his eyes turned cold and looked towards the north with a sneer on his face. In that direction, there was a vermilion-red gate of life hanging high in the sky. He was already very close to the gate of life. As long as he passed through this gate, he would be able to chase Ning Fan and the others to the next realm. Unfortunately, before he could step into the gate of life, rays of red light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already burst out from the gate of life like a river bursting its banks. In an instant, it had already flooded the entire void. At the moment when the red light flickered out, the heaven and earth suddenly poured down like a waterfall. In the midst of the wind and rain, it seemed like all living beings were going to be assimilated into the rain. A ghost-faced, silver-haired, white-robed figure with red light flashed out from the gate of life, blocking Xianxia's path. There was a rainstorm aura on his body that could make all realms tremble. In the rainstorm aura, there was a bone-chilling cold qi. That cold qi was filled with killing intent. If the sky wants to rain, I want to kill. The aura of this person was only at the intermediate crossing truth realm, but the sense of danger he gave Xianxia was too strong. It was as if he wasn't facing a cultivator, but an ancient ferocious beast, a peerless devil. That kind of devilish nature originated from the tribulation sense. Compared to the tribulation sense, any devilish sense was not worth mentioning. It was definitely Xianxia's first time seeing a cultivator with such a strong devilish nature. He actually had the devilish power to bewitch people's hearts. After taking a closer look, Xianxia's eyes suddenly changed. He seemed to have seen Ning Fan's appearance somewhere before. After thinking carefully, he remembered that he had seen Ning Fan's face on the bounty notice issued by Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon. The person in front of him was the person who took away the bow spirit of the ancestral bow of the True Dragon clan. Didn't you want to hunt me down? Now, I'm here. Give me back her primordial spirit. Ning Fan stretched his 5 fingers forward. At this moment, it was as if the reign of heaven and earth was grasped in his palm. In the midst of the rainstorm, 5 sword shadows that were entwined with a trace of Tao Law whizzed out. The power of the 5 sword shadows was so strong that it seemed to be able to sever the laws. There was only a trace of the Tao Law entwined with it. However, this trace was enough to shock any cultivator below the immortal venerable realm. The sound of the rain in heaven and earth seemed to have turned silent at this moment. Only the sound of the 5 swords piercing through the air could be heard, the 5 swords of rain. In the past, he could not display the 5 swords so perfectly, let alone the 5 swords that were entwined with the power of Tao Law. But now, he could do it, his killing intent had already turned into rain. His state of mind was in perfect harmony with the rain at this moment. Almost all of his abilities had been integrated into the 5 swords of rain. The power of the 5 swords was naturally unprecedentedly strong. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence on the 5 swords as if he was not stingy at all. In this way, the power of the 5 swords became even more terrifying. With Xianxia's current state, even if he did not die, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. It's actually the power of Tao Law. How is this possible? This young man isn't an ancient monster. How can he control the power of Tao Law perfectly? Even though it was just a trace, the trace of the power of Tao Law made Xianxia's scalp tingle. It was obviously the power of Tao Law. Even when he was at his peak, he still had to be careful when dealing with the power of Tao Law. Now that he was being suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal realm, he was naturally even more fearful of it. Without any hesitation, Xianxia directly dispersed the black mist produced by the space-piercing stone, revealing the demon ship and the 200,000 savage beasts underneath. Without needing Xianxia's order, countless savage beasts had already rushed out from the group of 200,000 savage beasts and stood in front of him, as if they wanted to block the 5 sword lights for him even if they had to risk their lives. There were also countless demon cultivators who directly activated their demonic techniques and immortal treasures to slash at Ning Fan. As for Xianxia himself, his 8 bodies merged into one. With a wave of his hand, a short halberd that was filled with dense cold chi instantly appeared in his hand. When he pointed the short halberd at the sky, the rainstorm between heaven and earth immediately showed signs of turning into ice. Once it turns into ice, the rain would no longer be rain and the power of the rain would collapse on its own. Even so, Xianxia did not have the confidence to block the incoming power of the 5 swords. You must block this sword. To be continued, the rain was condensed by Ning Fan's killing intent. The rainstorm poured down and the world turned cold. That sword seemed to have directly descended from the endless void. The 5 swords swept across the sky. Wherever they went, the blood of countless savage beasts would splatter in the void. More and more savage beasts blocked Xianxia's path. They used their flesh and blood to directly collide with the whistling sword shadows without any fear. However, none of the first-step savage beasts could stop the sword shadows. As soon as the life immortal realm's savage beasts came into contact with the sword shadows, their bodies were immediately pierced through. They screamed and died. Only the savage beasts at the Duzhen realm and above could slightly stop the 5 swords. However, once the Duzhen savage beast was hit by the 5 rain swords, it would either die or be severely injured. It was because the 5 swords contained a trace of the Tao Law of rain. Even though it was just a trace of the power of the Tao Law, it was far from what the Duzhen savage beast could withstand. A large number of savage beasts blocked Xianxia's path and formed a formation. However, the 5 rain swords forcefully tore a path through the formation in just an instant. Blood flowed like a river along the way, rushing towards Xianxia who was at the back. His figure, which was clad in red light, followed closely behind the 5 swords. He dashed forward, following the trajectory of the 5 swords and passing through the tide of 200,000 savage beasts. Any savage beast that tried to get close to Ning Fan was killed by the 5 swords. 1 man and 5 swords dashed forward. None of the savage beasts could stop him. His magic power was being consumed like tides. Fortunately, he had devoured a large number of spiritual items of the 5 elements in his abdomen. He could refine them at any time to replenish his magic power. It seemed like his magic power would never be depleted. The savage beasts that were killed kept falling from the sky. Every second, there would be countless cries of pain. Finally, the 42 space-abandoning savage beasts that were hibernating in the void opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light and they dashed forward. With the strength of these space-abandoning savage beasts, it was enough to stop the 5 swords if they used their full strength to stop them. 6 space-abandoning savage beasts dashed towards Ning Fan with tremendous force, giving him a sense of pressure as if a cultivation planet was crashing into him. The rest of the space-abandoning savage beasts breathed brutal flash from their mouths. Black and red brutal flash aurora flew out like lightning. They intertwined with each other and formed a huge aurora net. All of a sudden, the net flew towards the 5 swords and Ning Fan. In just a blink of an eye, the net had already reached them. The net constantly emitted destructive waves. Once the 5 swords were hit by the net, they would definitely be blocked. Once Ningfan is caught in the net, he will certainly be captured. Upon seeing this, Ningfan's eyes turned solemn. He did not dare to face the giant net of aurora light head-on. The golden light beneath his feet flowed like water. All of a sudden, it was as if he was standing on a long golden river. Almost at the same time, his figure gradually faded, and the 5 rain swords faded along with him. The 6 primal beasts missed their target, and the aurora net also missed its target. The group of beasts was stunned. They did not know where Ningfan and Wu Jian had gone. With their eyesight, they naturally could not see that Ningfan had directly flown through the encirclement of the group of beasts with his sword by relying on his astonishing speed. Perhaps only Xianxia alone could vaguely see Ningfan's blurry figure. His speed was too fast. Xianxia could not help but feel astonished. He asked himself that even if he was at his peak state, it would be impossible for him to surpass the current Ningfan. Ningfan's attainment in speed was just too high. When he was traveling alone, he relied on his great ability, the earth-piercing golden light. Even if he was in the midst of an army of tens of thousands, he could still move freely like a butterfly weaving through flowers. After a few flashes, Ningfan's red figure flashed and appeared at the back of the group of beasts. He was 100,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Xianxia. In front of him, there were still the 5 rain swords that were charging forward. After the 5 swords, it was still Ningfan who was flying at full speed like a red ray. Ningfan had left all 42 void-shedding wild beasts behind him. Even though 200,000 beasts had come out at the same time, they still could not stop Ningfan's footsteps. If the sky wants to rain, who can stop it? If the sword wants to kill, who can stop it? More and more rainwater turned into ice. The intensity of the rain was decreasing bit by bit. However, Ningfan's momentum of advancing was even more ferocious. Amidst the icy rain, he activated the 5 swords and advanced forward with an indomitable will. In his eyes, there was only a single belief. No matter what, I must take back the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. Who is this person? He actually managed to break through the blockade of 200,000 beasts with the power of 5 swords alone. That is Dao Law. There are actually Dao Laws on his sword. How is this possible? Ghost face silver hair. It's him. He is the person who old ancestor Poisonous Dragon has set a bounty for his head. He is the one who seized the bow spirit of the ancestral bow. If we kill him, we can obtain an embryonic emperor pill. What? It's that person? Even the 7 Truths 7 Illusions arrow couldn't kill him? It's Shi Kong. Judging from his chi, he should be at the mid-shedding Kong realm when he wasn't suppressed by the forbidden immortal force. I wonder if Elder Xianxia can withstand the sword light of this person's Dao Law. Although this person's cultivation realm is lower than Elder Xianxia's, his sword light is too terrifying. On the demon ship at the side, thousands of demon cultivators exclaimed in shock. Xianxia's old eyes shrunk. Without saying a word, he retreated with a slightly unpleasant expression. He had already frozen part of the rain to weaken the power of the 5 swords. However, the 5 swords still penetrated the defense of the beasts and rushed towards him. It was unstoppable. Moreover, Ningfan himself followed behind the 5 swords and rushed towards him. The defense of 200,000 beasts was nothing to Ningfan. This kid's cultivation realm isn't as good as mine. However, the Dao Law on his sword is too terrifying. I can't face him head-on. Once I'm hit by that Dao Law, even I will be severely injured. I must block this sword. As long as I can block this sword, I can kill this kid with just a raise of my hand. While retreating, Xianxia suddenly raised the short dagger axe in his hand. His aura suddenly changed and his demonic chi soared to the sky. Heaven-freezing dagger axe, shatter and seal the heavens. As soon as the dagger axe rose into the sky, it immediately turned into a fierce cold wind that whistled across the sky. A totem of an ice dragon suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The cold wind instantly spread to the entire gate of life. At this moment, the cold chi in heaven and earth suddenly increased. At this moment, all the raindrops in heaven and earth froze into ice in an instant. At this moment, all the rain in heaven and earth was completely sealed by the dagger axe. at this moment, the momentum of the five swords finally showed an obvious decrease. It was even about to stop. The sharpness of the five swords was actually dimming, even the escaping light under Ningfan's feet was being frozen bit by bit, gradually losing the ability to fly. The distance between Ningfan and Xianxia gradually widened from 100,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang. Seeing this, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he managed to block the five swords. However, at the next moment, his expression changed greatly again. Ningfan suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against the void. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Five sword shadows were born from the void again. As for his aura force, it was approaching the shedding void realm along with Jie Fingyu and Zhang Yinyang. After displaying the soul-extracting technique and the war god art, Ningfan's aura force had already reached the mid-shedding void realm. It was not any weaker than Xianxia's current strength. The five swords that appeared were different from the five swords of rain. They did not have a physical flying sword to carry them. These five swords only had illusory sword light. However, these sword light were condensed from all the battle intent in heaven and earth. They were known as the five swords of war. At the moment when the five swords of war were formed, the thousands of demon cultivators on the demon ship felt empty in their hearts, as if something had been taken away from them. However, they did not know why. Of course, they did not know that what was taken away from them was their battle intent. The ferocious flames in the eyes of the 200,000 savage beasts began to diminish bit by bit the moment the five swords of war were formed. Even Xianxia himself was affected by the five swords of war. His originally steady state of mind also began to crack. He could not help but feel shocked by the strange ability of the five swords of war. What made him even more shocked was that a trace of Tao law of war was gradually emerging on the five swords of war. Another type of Tao law. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not tell the difference between the Tao law of rain and the Tao law of war. However, he could vaguely tell that the two types of Tao law were different. One should know that even an old monster at the eternal ancient realm could only use the power of one type of Tao law. There were only one or two old monsters at the eternal ancient realm who could use more than two types of Tao law out of 10 people. Ningfan was obviously not an old monster at the eternal ancient realm, but he could use Tao law. That was already enough to shock Xianxia. Now, however, Ningfan had actually created a second type of Tao law illusory sword. In that case, how could Xianxia not be shocked? Break! Ningfan shouted. Immediately, 10,000 traces of war flames flew out from the five swords of war and turned into 10,000 traces of sword chi. In the beginning, there were only 10,000 traces of sword chi. Then, each trace of sword chi was divided into 10,000 traces of sword chi. In an instant, there were already 10,000 traces of sword chi that rushed towards the heavens. Xianxia had already frozen the rain in heaven and earth. However, at this moment, that ice seal was shattered by the 10,000 traces of sword chi. When the ice seal was broken, the rainstorm that was sealed by the ice formed once again. Once again, a heavy downpour filled heaven and earth. The rain resumed, the battle swords arrived. Ningfan pointed his finger at the void. The five swords of war immediately pierced through the sky and met with the five swords of rain. When the 10 swords were in front of him, Ningfan suddenly hammered his chest, ignoring the intense pain. Once again, he sacrificed himself and forcefully coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. His blood essence fused with the 10 swords, causing the power of the 10 swords to increase by another level. Ningfan, who continuously sacrificed himself, did not have an easy time. Under the ghost mask, his face turned pale. The injuries on his physical body gradually worsened. However, his eyes became even crazier and colder. Give me back her primordial spirit. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. His voice reverberated in this world for a long time. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it exploded in the ears of the cultivators on the demon ship, causing them to buzz incessantly. In this voice, there was also a sense of conviction. In front of this conviction, so what if there were 200,000 savage beasts? So what if there were old demon Xuan Yin? So what if there were 10 million people? No one could stop him. Today, Ningfan must take back Xianxia's primordial spirit. Even if this world turns into a river of blood, he would not hesitate. As Ningfan's mind flickered, the 10 swords whistled out again. The sword qi spread across the entire world. The sword qi was not sharp. However, because it contained Tao laws, it gave people an extremely heavy pressure as if they were facing the heavenly might. As for Ning Fan, he followed the 10 swords in a ghostly manner. His aura force seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he approached Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia was shocked. He turned into a ray of demonic light and quickly retreated. However, how could his speed of retreat be faster than Ning Fan's speed of attack? 100,000 zhang*, 90,000 zhang*, 80,000 zhang*, 40,000 zhang*, 30,000 zhang*, 20,000 zhang*. The distance between Ning Fan and Xianxia was constantly shrinking. This scene was just like how Xianxia kept chasing after Ning Fan. When the distance between them was only 1,000 zhang*, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The 10 swords dashed out and his speed suddenly increased, his entire being seemed to have turned into sword light. This strike was almost the strongest strike that Ning Fan could unleash right now. The sword light contained the power of Tao laws. It was nearly indestructible. The might of the slash seemed to be enough to split heaven and earth. Even a great expert of the demon race like Xianxia would turn pale with fright in the face of such an attack. Not good. When the 10 swords approached him, the power of Tao laws that they contained made Xianxia's body and soul shiver. If he was at his peak, he would also have a way to deal with the 10 swords of Tao laws. However, at this moment, it was too difficult for him to stop the 10 swords with his mid-shedding void realm strength. His eyes turned cold and he suddenly stopped retreating. With a sway of his body, he turned into 8 demon shadows. The 8 demon shadows raised their fingers at the same time and pressed down on the 10 swords. The 8 fingers combined into one and immediately turned into 1,000 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, demon finger. It was powerful enough to kill all cultivators in the Duzhen realm. At the tip of the demon finger, there was a trace of grey poisonous mist. It kept hissing and emitting the sound of a poisonous snake hissing. At the moment when the giant finger pressed down, the grey mist immediately turned into 1,000 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, long snake head with white bones. It swooped down at the 10 swords and Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He did not retreat but advanced instead. He controlled the 10 swords and continued to dash forward, directly colliding with the 1,000 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, snake head. The 10 swords whistled through the air and destroyed the snake head with just a single strike. Then, they continued to slash at the 1,000 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, demon finger. As soon as the demon finger came into contact with the 10 swords, it was immediately torn apart by the Tao laws. It was penetrated from the middle and broke into 2. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when his divine ability was broken. As for Ning Fan, he was only 500 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, away from Xianxia. Dragon transformation. Xianxia shouted coldly and revealed his demon form. It was a grayscale gigantic dragon. He used the dragon horns on his head to collide with the 10 swords. As soon as he collided with the 10 swords, 2 shadows of gigantic horns immediately appeared in the void. Wherever the shadows of the horns passed, the void was immediately split into ravines that could not be healed. The force of the collision had actually created a gap in the sword qi of heaven and earth. The strong wind that was formed from the collision was so strong that it made one's face hurt. It was even stronger than the force of a savage beast. Under the impact of that tremendous force, the bodies of the 5 swords of war were almost scattered. Among the 5 swords of rain, the 4-minute swords had already begun to show cracks. At the end of the day, the 4-minute swords were just immortal swords of the 5th Nirvana post-celestial Nirvana stage. Its grade was a little low for a void realm battle. Only the 12 Nirvana post-celestial Nirvana stage sword of separation and reunion did not suffer any damage. Facing Xianxia, this sword seemed to have become Ning Fan's greatest reliance. The tremendous force of the collision of the dragon horns made Ning Fan's joints emit cracking sounds. His eyes turned solemn. He raised his finger and pointed downwards, trying his best to activate the power of the separation and reunion sword. The 10 swords then gathered and instantly formed a 1,000 zhang*, 33 m per zhang, sword shadow with the separation and reunion sword as the center. At this moment, all the reign intent and battle intent in heaven and earth merged into the 1000 Xiang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang, sword shadow. Ning Fan's robes fluttered in the wind and his silver hair danced wildly. He pressed his 5 fingers forward and the 1000 Zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang, sword shadow immediately pierced through the gigantic dragon's head. The power of the 10 swords alone was not enough to penetrate Xianxia's dragon-scaled demon body. However, Xianxia was suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal realm. Thus, his demon body was not as strong as before. As for the 10 swords, the power of the Tao laws entwined around them had greatly increased after Ning Fan repeatedly damaged himself. In addition to the sharpness of the separation and reunion sword, it was no longer something a mere demon body could withstand. When the dragon horns of the gigantic dragon were slashed by the 1000 Zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang, sword shadow, it was still able to resist the power of the Tao laws for a while. However, the moment the separation and reunion sword fell on it, it was immediately reduced to ashes. The separation and reunion sword was hidden in the 1000 Zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang, sword shadow. After destroying the pair of dragon horns, it continued moving forward and directly cut off half of the dragon's head. Then, it went along the wound and instantly penetrated the dragon's body. Dragon blood splattered across the vast sky like rain, broken dragon scales, dragon bones and minced meat fell from the sky. Ning Fan followed closely behind the separation and reunion sword and dashed inside the gigantic dragon's body. The 10 swords scattered and swept across the dragon from inside to outside, directly cutting the gigantic dragon into tens of pieces. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream. His expression was filled with extreme shock and anger. He did not expect that his gigantic dragon demon body would be directly destroyed by Ning Fan. At the critical moment, the only thing Xianxia could do was to abandon his physical body and use his demon soul to carry his storage pouch and escape from the dragon corpse in a panic. Only then did he notice that among the 10 swords, there was actually a 12 Nirvana post-celestial immortal sword. Without this sword, no matter how strong the sword light of the Tao laws was, it would be impossible to cut off his dragon horns and destroy his demon body with a single strike. Post-celestial immortal treasures that are above the 9th Nirvana stage are extremely rare in this world. As for a 12 Nirvana immortal treasure, even the ancient immortal venerables might not necessarily have one. How could this man have a 12 Nirvana immortal treasure with his insignificant cultivation base? Xianxia's heart was filled with regret. If he knew that Ning Fan possessed such a high-grade immortal sword, he certainly would not have used his demon body to resist the immortal sword head-on. However, it was also fortunate that he had decisively abandoned his physical body. Otherwise, this trace of his demon soul would probably not be able to escape death. Xianxia's demon soul fled back to the demon ship. Outside the demon ship, there were 200,000 savage beasts that were closely guarding it. The expressions of the beasts were still extremely ferocious. However, under that ferocious expression, there was more or less fear. What they were afraid of was naturally Ning Fan's unstoppable 10 swords. The thousands of demon cultivators did not even dare to breathe loudly. From their point of view, even though Elder Xianxia's cultivation base was suppressed, his strength was still incomparable to ordinary mid-shedding void realm cultivators. However, under Ning Fan's sword light, his physical body was destroyed in just a single blow. It was really frightening. This man is really strong. It's impossible for him to be a nobody in the human race. What level of immortal sword is that? It actually destroyed Elder Xianxia's demon body directly. Ning Fan's figure, which was clad in red light, had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the demon cultivators like a nightmare. These demon cultivators asked themselves if they were in Ning Fan's shoes to resist the might of those 10 swords. Perhaps none of them would be able to survive. The sword light of the Tao laws was very frightening. The separation and reunion sword, which was at the 12 Nirvana level, was just as frightening. I didn't manage to kill this demon in a single blow, huh? Ning Fan's body was surrounded by 10 rays of sword light. He flew out from the remains of the gigantic dragon in a flash. His expression was filled with slight regret. In order to snatch back immortal Loli's primordial spirit in a single blow, Ning Fan did not hesitate to injure himself repeatedly. Naturally, the injuries on his body were not light and he even felt a little weak. After activating the separation and reunion sword with all his might, he had also paid the price of injuring himself. However, he did not manage to kill Xianxia directly and only destroyed his demon body. It was really a pity. The most regretful thing was that he still failed to snatch back immortal Loli's primordial spirit through this all-out attack. Ningfan's eyes glowed with green light. He stared at Xianxia coldly across the void space. If he did not sense wrongly, the magic treasure which captured Xianxia's primordial spirit was currently in Xianxia's storage pouch. Waves of weakness came to Ningfan, causing his qi to become slightly messy. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the feeling of weakness. Then, he pointed at the 10 swords with his index finger and controlled them to fly out again. If I can't snatch back Xianxia's primordial spirit in the first time, I'll try again. No matter what, I must snatch Xianxia's primordial spirit back. Hiss. That ghost-faced old monster is coming again. When the group of demons saw Ningfan flying towards them with his swords, all of them were shocked. Even Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that he was no match for Ningfan now that he was suppressed by the forbidden immortal power. Be it speed, magic treasures, or divine abilities, he seemed to be inferior to Ningfan in all aspects. Under Xianxia's command, 200,000 wild beasts rushed out again, forming a beast tide that flooded towards Ningfan. Ningfan's eyes flashed with cold light. He spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood essence again and activated the 10 swords, directly rushing towards the 200,000 wild beasts. Even though the 200,000 wild beasts were blocking his way, they could not withstand the might of the 10 swords. When the 10 swords opened up a path, a gap was immediately torn open by Ningfan, who was charging forward. After the 10 swords, Ningfan's body was shrouded in red light. He looked like a peerless ferocious beast. His aura was actually unstoppable. Any low-grade wild beasts that tried to get close to him were killed by him with a wave of his hand, just like before. If there were any void-shedding wild beasts blocking his way, Ningfan would immediately step on a golden rainbow and disappear in a flash. He followed the sword shadows and flew past them without engaging in a battle with them. He only had one goal: to get close to Xianxia again in the midst of the army of 10,000 wild beasts and seize his storage pouch. He killed his way in and out of the army of 200,000 wild beasts. In front of him, the army of 200,000 wild beasts was actually nothing. Gradually, the roars of a large number of wild beasts resounded from one of the worlds of the Gate of Life in the void sky. Immediately after that, wild beasts flew out one after another. They were none other than the 14,000 wild beasts that Ningfan brought with him. The speed of these wild beasts was slower than Ningfan. That was why they took a long time to arrive at the battlefield. As soon as Ningfan saw the arrival of the group of wild beasts, he became spirited. After temporarily retreating from the beast tide, he met up with the 14,000 wild beasts and charged towards the beast tide again. Xianxia was not the only one who had an army of wild beasts. Ningfan also had an army of them. Even though their numbers were not as great as Xianxia's, they could still be considered as a great help. Hiss. This man has never signed a blood restriction with the wild beasts before. Why is he able to control the wild beasts like me? Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. The thousands of demon cultivators on the demon ships were just as shocked. The reason why some of the cultivators in the demon race could control the wild beasts was because they had signed a blood restriction with the wild beasts. Human cultivators should not be able to control the wild beasts. However, Ningfan actually managed to do so. In the battle between the two armies, the wild beasts under Ningfan's command were weaker. However, they were still able to disrupt the enemy's formation. In the midst of the chaotic beast tide, Ningfan seized the opportunity and swept his 10 swords across, killing all the wild beasts within a 100 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang radius. Then, he stepped on a golden rainbow and instantly vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the beast tide once again and was within 100 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang radius of the demon ship. After a few flashes, the distance of 100 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang was reduced to 1000 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang. Terrifying killing intent fell along with the torrential rain and instantly locked onto every single demon cultivator on the demon ship. Ning Fan charged out of the beast tide for the second time and arrived in front of Xianxia. The roars of hundreds of thousands of wild beasts could not even cover the sound of the 10 swords in front of Ning Fan. As Ning Fan approached them, the expressions of all the demon cultivators on the demon ship changed drastically. Their faces were filled with fear. Ning Fan's sword tip was already aimed at Xianxia, who was on the demon ship from the distance of 1000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. The power of the separation and reunion sword was once again activated by Ning Fan bit by bit. Xianxia was shocked. Being locked onto by the 12 Nirvana immortal swords that were entangled with the Tao Law, the flow of his demon power immediately became sluggish. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Currently, he only had his demon soul left. If Ning Fan gets close to the demon ship, he would certainly die. The only thing he could use to resist Ning Fan was his trump card. If he had a choice, he would not want to use this trump card. However, at this moment, facing the sword light of the Tao Law and the 12 Nirvana immortal swords, he had no choice but to use this trump card to save his life even if he was unwilling to do so. There is a ferocious creature hidden in my void-piercing stone. Unless I have no other choice, I will never let it out no matter what. Before the sword light reached him, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the void-piercing stone from afar, shooting out a ray of demonic light. The demonic light shot into the void-piercing stone. Then, the mottled bloodstains on the void-piercing stone immediately gave off a dim light and began to flow on the stone. Gradually, those bloodstains formed 2 ancient characters on the stone. Those 2 ancient characters were ancient demon characters. There were many types of ancient demon characters. Xianxia and Ning Fan could recognize this type. The 2 characters that appeared on the void-piercing stone were Ni and Fan. Ni Fan, these 2 characters were extremely strange. The word Ni contained the purest demonic power. The word Fan contained the power of black and red barbaric flash. They were obviously 2 different types of power, but they were perfectly fused on the giant stone. At the moment when the 2 characters were formed, an ancient and vicissitude aura suddenly spread out from the giant stone. At the same time, a black mist demon shadow floated out from the giant stone. That demon shadow was an old man with black hair and black robes. His face looked very old, but his expression was cold and frightening. My name is Ni Fan. The voice of the black-robed old man was cold and emotionless. As soon as his voice fell, black mist immediately dispersed behind the demon ship. Nearly 1,000 demon cultivators screamed in pain. All of their blood essence was taken away in an instant. They turned into dried corpses with their eyes wide open and died miserably on the ground. The blood essence that they had lost was all absorbed into the old man's body. After absorbing the blood essence, the old man faintly exuded an aura that was comparable to the peak of the crossing truth realm. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the 10 swords that fell from the sky. His eyes were so indifferent. Whether it was the sword light of Tao Laws or the separation and reunion sword of the 12 Nirvana, he actually did not put any of them in his eyes. At the moment when the 10 swords slashed towards Xianxia, the black-robed old man directly took a step forward. This step seemed to be stepping on the Tao Laws of heaven and earth. However, as he took this step, the Tao Laws of heaven and earth immediately flowed in the opposite direction. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to see this at all. Only Ning Fan alone could see this. The black-robed old man stretched out his hand and clawed with his 5 fingers. There was no demonic power flowing out of his hand, but it was as if he could crush the void with a single strike. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed Ning Fan's 10 swords of Tao Laws, as if he was not afraid of those Tao Laws at all. As the black-robed old man clawed with his 5 fingers, the 10 swords first trembled and then retreated. As for the Tao Laws on the swords, they were all erased by the black-robed old man in an instant. That clawing force was invisible. However, even Ning Fan himself was pushed back 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, by the black wind formed by that clawing force. His body felt as if it was about to fall apart. He felt an indescribable pain and his expression was even more shocked. What kind of ferocious creature is this? It can actually directly erase the Tao Laws. Such a divine ability was simply unheard of. Demon blood is not enough. The black-robed old man waved his hand again. Another 1,000 demon cultivators on the demon ship fell to the ground and turned into dried corpses. The blood essence that they had lost flowed into the black-robed old man's body. Immediately, his aura force became much stronger. Originally, his aura force was only equivalent to the peak crossing truth realm. However, after devouring 2,000 demon cultivators, his aura force had risen to the early shedding void realm. Every time this ferocious creature appears, it needs to devour the blood essence of demon cultivators in order to exert its strength. That's why I'm not willing to summon this ferocious creature. I didn't expect this ferocious creature to actually be able to erase the Tao laws. This is my first time learning about this. In that case, with it here, it should be enough to deal with that human cultivator. This person killed my disciple and destroyed my physical body. Today, no matter what, I must keep him here and kill him. Xianxia's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. All of a sudden, he felt a chill on his back. It was the black-robed old man's cold and fierce eyes that swept across him and ordered him without any room for refusal. Hand over half of your demon soul to me. Otherwise, die. To be continued. Xianxia's expression immediately changed. He did not expect that the ferocious creature he summoned would make such an outrageous request, asking for half of his demon soul. Without giving Xianxia a chance to refuse, the black-robed old man immediately grabbed the air with his 5 fingers as soon as he finished speaking. The Tao laws around him flowed in reverse. Xianxia gasped. He did not expect that the ferocious creature would directly attack him. In the blink of an eye, 5 rays of black mist had already appeared 10 Xianxia in front of him. With another flash, those rays of light directly pierced through him and were about to reach him. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He naturally would not allow those rays of light to reach him. He shook his storage pouch, and 12 glittering golden dragon teeth immediately flew out. They revolved in front of him, protecting him. Those 12 dragon teeth were a set of defensive magic treasures. The grade of them had reached 7th Nirvana nascent heaven and were quite extraordinary. As soon as they appeared, a shadow of a dragon's head flew out and swallowed the incoming rays of light. However, that finger ray was too terrifying. With just a single attack, it directly wiped out the shadow of the dragon's head. When it moved forward, the 12 dragon teeth seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and were directly turned into ashes. Xianxia was shocked. The strangeness of that finger ray was beyond his expectation. It was already too late for him to dodge. His demon soul was directly penetrated by the 5 rays of light and was torn apart. Xianxia let out a miserable shriek. Half of his demon soul was directly torn apart by the black-robed old man. His demon blood splattered everywhere. The black-robed old man retrieved the torn demon soul and swallowed it. His face immediately became a little redder. His aura force skyrocketed again, approaching the mid-shedding void realm. The mid-shedding void realm seemed to be the limit of his cultivation base. He no longer devoured demon blood to increase his cultivation base. His cold eyes scanned across the demons on the demon ship. Eventually, his gaze fell on Ning Fan, who was standing outside the ship. When the black-robed old man's gaze fell on them, the remaining 3,000+ demon cultivators on the demon ship felt a chill down their spines. The abilities of this black-robed old man were too ferocious and shocking. In just a snap of his fingers, he had taken away the demon blood of 2,000 demon cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy 7th Nirvana nascent heaven immortal treasures and even tear Xianxia's demon soul apart, rendering him powerless to resist. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. In his opinion, this black-robed old man was much more dangerous than the current Xianxia. Ning Fan also noticed that there was a trace of purple light flickering in the black-robed old man's eyes when he casted his divine ability. That flash of purple light seemed a little familiar. You want to kill this person? The black-robed old man coldly asked Xianxia. Facing Xianxia, there was an innate pressure of a superior. That's right. You've already swallowed half of this demon's demon soul. Quickly kill this kid, otherwise, this demon will surely not let you off lightly. Xianxia replied with a gloomy expression. At this moment, only the left half of Xianxia's demon soul remained. The right half of his body had already been torn away by the black-robed old man. He activated the Yao art, and the right half of the Yao soul gradually reconstructed, growing arms and legs. However, the entire Yao soul became illusory and transparent, and its aura weakened. Half of the demon soul's power had been snatched away by the black-robed old man, and it could not be replenished. Xianxia looked at the black-robed old man with an extremely cold gaze, but more than that, it was filled with regret. If he had known that he would lose half of his demon soul by summoning this monster, he would never have chosen to summon it. Since it had already happened, there was no turning back. At this moment, Xianxia only wished to borrow the strength of this monster to kill Ning Fan. After that, he would slowly settle the old scores with this monster. Noisy. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. An invisible ancient demon aura immediately pressed down on Xianxia. Being shaken by the aura, Xianxia felt a pain in his chest, forcing him to take a few steps back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face was filled with shock. The black-robed old man no longer paid attention to Xianxia. His cold gaze swept across Ning Fan, and he seemed a little confused. However, that confusion soon turned into indifferent and merciless killing intent. He said coldly, "A single finger is enough to kill this person." The black-robed old man's body swayed and merged with heaven and earth with a single step, disappearing without a trace. At the next moment, tens of thousands of black mist demon shadows appeared one after another in the void around Ning Fan. Each of the demon shadows had the same appearance as the black-robed old man. Each of the demon shadows seemed to be stepping on the heavenly Tao, carrying an innate heavenly might. Tens of thousands of demon shadows raised their fingers at the same time and pressed down on Ning Fan from a distance away. The aura force that they gave off was like the wrath of the heavens. There was no rumbling sound and no flow of demon power. It was just an ordinary finger press. The only special thing was that there was purplish-black demon power flowing on the tip of the finger. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. If he was not mistaken, that finger obviously contained the demon power of the Fuli tribe. However, that finger did not only contain the power of the Fuli tribe. It also contained the power of the wild beasts. At the tip of the black-robed old man's finger, the demon power of the Fuli tribe and the wild beasts had perfectly merged into one. Under the influence of that power, the Tao laws around Ning Fan's body began to circulate in the opposite direction. Countless illusory shadows of cultivation planets immediately appeared between heaven and earth. All of them were rotating in the opposite direction of the great Tao. Half of them were purplish-black while the other half were dark red. As the illusory shadows of the cultivation planets revolved in the opposite direction, the great Tao was completely reversed. At this moment, all the living beings in this world felt that their cultivation bases were disappearing. That was the true loss of their cultivation bases. The cultivation bases of all living beings were being madly erased by the black-robed old man's finger. Each of the wild beasts temporarily stopped killing each other. All of them were terrified and their chi began to plummet. Each of the demon cultivators looked at each other in shock. They could not understand why the demon power in their bodies would burn and vanish like crazy. The higher the cultivation base, the faster the loss of their demon power. Xianxia's heart pounded wildly. He had already summoned ferocious creatures a few times. However, it was his first time seeing a ferocious creature display such a powerful ability. Under the black-robed old man's finger technique, Xianxia's demon power was burning madly. In just a breath's time, his cultivation base of 100,000 years was actually erased by the black-robed old man. The ability of the black-robed old man's finger was obviously enough to erase the cultivation base of all living beings under the thought fragmentation realm. This was under the premise that the black-robed old man could only display the power of the mid-shedding void realm. If this black-robed old man's strength was slightly stronger, perhaps he could even erase the cultivation base of a cultivator at the thought fragmentation realm or the eternal ancient realm with just a finger. Shagu. The black-robed old man suddenly shouted these two words. No one could understand what he was saying. Ning Fan was the only one who understood this word. At first, he did not understand it. However, the moment he heard this word, a part of the inherited memories of the Fuli clan appeared in his bloodline out of nowhere. This word was the demon language of the Fuli clan. There were very few people in the world who could understand it. The bloodline of the demon race was very mysterious. It could inherit a lot of information such as innate abilities and the demon language of the clan. Ever since Ning Fan obtained the Fuli bloodline, it was his first time comprehending the language of the clan from his bloodline. The word Shagu that the black-robed old man shouted out was an opportunity for Ning Fan to comprehend the demon language of the Fuli clan. In the Fuli clan, this word only had one meaning, and that was returning to the void. Returning to the void meant the death of one's Tao. It also meant that all the abilities one cultivated would be annihilated in the long river of samsara. The finger technique of the black-robed old man undoubtedly had the mighty power to erase the cultivation base of any living beings and destroy their Tao. In Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, more and more memories of the bloodline appeared. Gradually, he actually recognized the origin of the black-robed old man's ability. In ancient times, when the Fu Li clan still existed, they were once the overseer of the heavenly Tao and the leader of all the demons in the world. The Fu Li clan was favored by the immortal sovereign and was once bestowed with 3 of the clan's greatest abilities. One of them was a finger technique called returning to the void finger. This finger technique was specially used for punishment. In ancient times, countless great emperors of the demon race had their cultivation base forcefully erased by the Fu Li clan using the returning to the void finger because they had committed grave crimes. Those who had committed serious crimes even had their existences directly erased and their Tao destroyed. What the black-robed old man displayed was obviously the returning to the void finger. The returning to the void finger was one of the 3 greatest divine abilities of the Fu Li clan. Its destructive power was terrifying. However, even in the Fu Li clan, only a few of their ancestors were lucky enough to cultivate it. The memories of the bloodline stopped there. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. That black-robed old man did not look like a living being. Instead, he looked like an inanimate object. Perhaps he was a ferocious being left behind by a demon ancestor of the Fu Li clan after his death. The only thing that Ning Fan could not figure out was that the body of this black-robed old man actually possessed the power of a second type of wild beast other than the bloodline of the Fu Li clan. Wild beasts did not seem to have any connection with the Fu Li clan. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it anymore. The finger of returning ruin could only be cast by the bloodline of the Fu Li clan. It was extremely destructive to living beings other than the Fu Li clan, but to the monster cultivators of the Fu Li clan, its power was negligible. Ning Fan was clearly at the center of the black-robed old man's attack. Logically speaking, his cultivation base should have dissipated the fastest. However, he was the ancestral bloodline monster cultivator of the Fu Li race. The monster blood in his body flowed slowly and he easily neutralized the power of the finger. He was not afraid of the might of the black-robed old man's finger to the ruins of end. 1 breath, 2 breath, 3 breath, 4 breaths, 5 breaths, 6 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, Ning Fan's cultivation base did not decrease at all. As for all the living beings in this place, their cultivation bases had been weakened to varying degrees. Same race, the black-robed old man's eyes were suddenly filled with confusion. In his opinion, Ning Fan should not be able to withstand this finger attack given his cultivation base. However, the truth was that this finger did not have any lethality to Ning Fan at all. The only possibility was that Ning Fan himself was a Fu Li cultivator and the grade of his bloodline was not low. If it was the Fu Li sect, they would be friends and not enemies. The cold glint in his eyes gradually diminished. Eventually, it disappeared without a trace. After dispersing his ability, the tens of thousands of demon shadows returned to one. Then, he walked towards Ning Fan step by step. There was no longer any hostility in his eyes. Same race, he approached Ning Fan and raised his hand. His eyes were filled with confusion as he wanted to touch Ning Fan's body. However, just as the black-robed old man's finger touched Ning Fan, his body spontaneously combusted without any fire and turned into white ashes bit by bit. Xianxia and the other demons were shocked. They could not understand why Ning Fan was able to withstand the black-robed old man's ability without suffering any damage. What they could not understand was why the black-robed old man named Ni Fan would suddenly lose all of his hostility towards Ning Fan and withdraw his ability. Xianxia's mind especially could not calm down. During the 10 breaths of time when the black-robed old man activated his ability, 1,000,000 years of his cultivation base was forcefully erased. This was because he was affected by the ruins of End Finger. It was just a small part of it. Ning Fan was at the center of the ruins of End Finger's attack. The amount of damage he suffered should be 100 or even 1,000 times more than what Xianxia suffered. However, his cultivation base was not damaged at all. Why is this young man not afraid of that ferocious creature's ability? Xianxia could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He also could not understand why the black-robed old man's finger would turn into white ashes when it touched Ning Fan. the light of the two words "Ni Fan" on the space-penetrating stone dimmed bit by bit. Eventually, only a shallow bloodstain was left. The black-robed old man's eyes became more and more confused. His entire body had turned into white ashes, leaving only his head. His head took a final glance at Ning Fan and suddenly became clear. This clarity only lasted for a moment, and the head also turned into ashes and dissipated. However, Ning Fan could clearly see that the moment before the old man's head completely disappeared, his eyes actually showed a hint of enlightenment. Eventually, he nodded his head and smiled at Ning Fan. What did he understand? Why did he smile? Impossible. What kind of demonic technique did this young man use to directly turn that ferocious creature into ashes? I've tried it before. That ferocious creature's ability is strange. Ordinary means can't kill it. Xianxia's heart was filled with more and more shock. When he was at his peak, he had used all of his abilities to attack that ferocious creature but still failed to kill it. However, Ning Fan did not seem to have done anything and he killed that ferocious creature. It was incomprehensible. Xianxia could not understand this scene. Currently, his physical body was already destroyed. Half of his demon soul had also been devoured by that ferocious creature. His cultivation base had been erased by that ferocious creature for 1,000,000 years. The current him was becoming less and less of a match for Ning Fan. In front of Ning Fan's 10-sword attacks, he could not resist at all. Ning Fan cleared all of his distracting thoughts and put aside the strange matter of the black-robed old man. Currently, he did not have the mood to care about the strange actions of the black-robed old man. He just wanted to take back Xianxia's primordial spirit and bring it back. He pressed his 5 fingers forward. The Rain and War 10 swords immediately rushed out and slashed at the demon ship once again. Ning Fan's body swayed and directly appeared on the demon ship. He turned into a ray of red light and charged at Xianxia, following the sword light closely. Any demons that stood in his way were killed by Ning Fan on the demon ship. Xianxia was terrified. His current body was full of injuries. Even if he were to face Duzhen, who was slightly stronger, he would not have much chance of winning. How could he be Ning Fan's match? He regretted thousands of times in his heart. He regretted coming to kill Ning Fan aggressively. He regretted summoning the ferocious creature to harm himself. All of his feelings of regret stopped the moment Ning Fan's sword light arrived. His vision turned black. All of his consciousness was lost under the blade of the Separation and Reunion sword. His demon soul was first penetrated by the Separation and Reunion sword. Then, it was penetrated by the remaining 9 swords. A trace of his demon soul was actually shredded into countless pieces by the 10 swords of Dao Law. All of them were annihilated. Not good. Elder Xianxia is dead. Let's leave this place at once and report this matter to the 2 immortal venerables. One after another, the demon cultivators fled from the demon ship without any regard for their lives. Ning Fan, however, was not in a hurry to chase after those fleeing demon cultivators. The corners of his lips curled into a cold smile. Dead? No. Xianxia is not dead yet. The Xianxia he killed did not have the blood seal in his body. There is a second Xianxia in this place. Ning Fan snatched Xianxia's storage pouch and kept it in his hand. Then, he activated his 10 sword attacks and forcefully cut the demon ship beneath his feet into countless pieces. In an inconspicuous cabin on the demon ship, an elderly man in grey robes with dragon horns was carefully hiding. He was Xianxia's second demon soul. If the first demon soul dies, he could replace Xianxia and continue to live. He was hiding in the cabin. Initially, he wanted to escape from this place after Ning Fan killed Xianxia. Then, he would use Xianxia's name to take revenge in the future. Unfortunately, the concealment technique that he thought was profound was not worth mentioning at all in Ning Fan's eyes. The demon ship was broken into countless pieces under the frenzied attacks of the 10 swords. Xianxia's second demon soul also died resentfully and unwillingly. At this moment, he was truly dead. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the corpse of Xianxia's second demon soul. He clawed with his 5 fingers and directly extracted the blood seal from the remaining blood and swallowed it. At the moment he swallowed the blood seal, the wild beast army that had submitted to Xianxia were now filled with confusion. After the confusion, it was their new submission. All of them looked at Ning Fan without any hostility in their eyes. There were originally 200,000 wild beasts under Xianxia's command. However, after Ning Fan single-handedly killed thousands of low-grade wild beasts, some of them were also killed. The number of wild beasts that Ning Fan brought with him was originally 14,000. However, after the battle, he lost a lot of them. Now, there were only 8,000 of them left. Naturally, most of them were low-grade wild beasts which were insignificant. At this moment, the number of wild beasts under Ning Fan's control had increased from 14,000 to 200,000. Among these 200,000 wild beasts, there were a total of 45 void-shedding wild beasts. Raising his head, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the demon cultivators who were fleeing in all directions. His eyes flashed with cold light again. These demon cultivators wanted to flee and report what happened here to the demon race's immortal venerables. Unfortunately, Ning Fan would not give them the chance to do so. Leave no one alive. Following Ning Fan's order, the 200,000 wild beasts immediately rushed out and chased after the fleeing demon cultivators. Ning Fan stood on the same spot in the void. After withdrawing the 10 swords and dispersing the secret technique, he finally felt a sense of weakness in his body. His magic power could be constantly replenished through the great 5 elements physique. However, his injuries had accumulated too much due to the frequent self-harm. It had already exceeded the limit of what he could bear. At this moment, his primordial spirit was on the verge of being severely injured. Not to mention using any of his abilities, it was extremely difficult for him to even fly. He no longer had the mood to collect the spoils of war here. His gaze shifted to the void-piercing stone that was floating at the side. With a flash, he flew to the top of the stone and sat down cross-legged. Ning Fan naturally knew about the void-piercing stone. The 2 words "Ni Fan" on the stone caught his attention. However, he did not have the mood to study the stone in detail at this moment. He casually took out some pills and consumed them. Then, he activated the Black Star technique and slowly healed his injuries. While he was healing his injuries, he took out a green streamer from Xianxia's storage pouch. It was the lightning-capturing banner that captured the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. At this moment, the spiritual light of the lightning-capturing banner had almost completely dimmed. The space within it was on the verge of collapsing. It could not stop any spirit sense from probing it. Ning Fan scanned the space within the lightning-capturing banner with his spirit sense and immediately became speechless. At this moment, the tiny primordial spirit of the immortal Loli was swimming in a vast sea of lightning within the lightning-capturing banner. While swimming, she was devouring the lightning in the sea of lightning in big mouthfuls, and giggles could be heard from time to time. To her, all the lightning in the banner was a rare delicacy which made her extremely excited. Ning Fan let out a bitter smile and rubbed his forehead. In order to save her, he had almost exhausted all of his strength. His entire body was covered with injuries. She, on the other hand, was eating happily on her own and giggling foolishly. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes froze, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Just now, he did not pay attention to the changes on the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. Now that he looked carefully, he realized that there was a flow of sovereign qi on her primordial spirit. This is sovereign qi. Ning Fan took a deep breath. In an instant, countless speculations appeared in his mind. The immortal Loli's primordial spirit had the sovereign qi. Without a doubt, she was an immortal emperor. The immortal Loli belonged to the extreme lightning palace of the eastern heaven, and there was only one immortal emperor in the extreme lightning palace. It was the palace lord of the extreme lightning palace. His emperor title was White Emperor and her maiden name was Xianxia. Before the immortal lightning physique evolved, could she be the immortal emperor of the extreme lightning palace? Xianxia? Ning Fan suddenly recalled the words that the immortal Loli had said, and his expression became more and more complicated. Humph. Don't look down on me. I'm really strong. Let me tell you. A few years ago, I even killed a great red-haired devil king. He was very strong. What was his name again? Oh right, he was called Big Mushroom. Before the evolution of this little girl's lightning physique, she seemed to be really strong. Ning Fan remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sometimes, he smiled bitterly and sometimes, he sighed. Shaking his head, Ning Fan suddenly realized something. He temporarily forgot about the immortal Loli's identity. With a wave of his hand, he took out a token from his storage pouch, the identity token of a high-grade 6th grade All-Heaven Guardian. In the past, he had killed 68 poisonous dragon guards in a row and accumulated countless battle merits. His immortal rank rose from an 8th grade immortal guard to a 6th grade All-Heaven Guardian. Today, after killing Xianxia, his immortal rank rose again from a high-grade 6th grade All-Heaven Guardian to a low-grade 5th grade Golden Immortal. Even though Xianxia's cultivation base was suppressed, he was still a mid-thought fragmentation realm expert of the demon race. Killing him would naturally earn him a lot of battle merits. With this battle merit, the advancement of Ning Fan's immortal rank seemed reasonable. In the Four Mysterious Sect, no matter what you do, you must consider the level of your immortal rank. In the Four Mysterious Sect, a low-grade 5th grade Golden Immortal status was comparable to a thought fragmentation realm-old monster. A low-grade Golden Immortal, huh? Ning Fan shook his head and kept the token. Then, he continued to sit cross-legged and recuperate. He did not attach much importance to authority. However, he did not reject the advancement of his immortal rank either. Ning Fan had spent several hours escaping from Xianxia's pursuit. Now that he was recuperating, he actually spent another few hours. A day had passed since the collapse of the Desolate Lands. The 200,000 wild beasts that chased after the group of demons had already returned. None of the demon cultivators had escaped. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the void-penetrating stone, still recuperating. The void-penetrating stone constantly released black demonic mist, forming a massive dark cloud that enveloped the group of beasts. Looking from afar, it seemed like Ning Fan was the only person sitting on the void-penetrating stone to recuperate. In the void, a group of human cultivators flew out from one of the life gates and advanced cautiously. This group of cultivators sat on spirit boats. They were not small, and there were tens of thousands of them. On the spirit boat, the person with the highest cultivation base was an early thought-shattering Taoist priest. Due to the immortal forbidding power, he could only use the early shedding void cultivation base. This old Taoist's Taoist name was Mounzi, and he was a supreme expert of the devil path in the northern heaven immortal world. Mounzi was a vicious and merciless person. What he loved to do the most in his life was to kill people and seize their treasures. This person had killed many people in his life, but he rarely saved people. He was a devil cultivator who cultivated the Tao of slaughter, and had come to the ancient Wildlands sect in order to slaughter demonic cultivators and gain enlightenment from the bottleneck of the mid-thought demolishing stage. Unfortunately, his luck was bad. He had only been in the wilderness for a few years when the wilderness underwent a great change. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, Mounzi was separated from the human army. His cultivation was suppressed by the power that forbade immortals, so he urgently sought out the two human immortal venerables for protection. He was used to traveling alone, but when he encountered a group of savage beasts alone, he suffered greatly and nearly lost his life. After that, he no longer dared to travel alone. Thus, he gathered the human cultivators along the way and traveled together with them. If they encountered another group of savage beasts, he would have a helper. Along the way, he saved tens of thousands of human cultivators one after another. After saving people, he felt that it was not in line with his ruthless character to save people for free. Therefore, Mounzi would ask for a certain number of Tao gems as a reward for every person he saved. If the human cultivator he saved had a secret treasure and caught his eye, he would directly snatch the secret treasure and put it into his storage pouch. In this way, Mounzi had saved tens of thousands of cultivators along the way, and he had gained a lot from it. He gradually fell in love with this kind of business of saving people and seizing their treasures. While flying, Mounzi's eyes suddenly moved. In front of the spirit boat, there was an incomparably huge dark cloud. From afar, it looked like a coiling dragon. On top of the dark cloud, there was a huge rock. On top of the rock, there was a cultivator who seemed to be recuperating from his injuries. The cultivator was wearing a ghost mask and had a head full of silver hair. His chi was messy, which was enough to show that his injuries were extremely severe. Among the messy chi, the chi that occasionally leaked out was undoubtedly the chi of a human. Moreover, it had reached the mid-Duzhen realm, which made Mounzi's eyes brighten. Mid-Duzhen. In other words, this person was a mid-shedding void cultivator when he was at his peak. If I save this person, it might be of some use. That thing under his butt is the void-piercing stone. It's really the void-piercing stone. Mounz gasped. Then, his eyes were filled with greed. How could he not know the name of the void-piercing stone? The void-piercing stone could be used to refine high-grade acquired flying magical treasures. It could also be used to cultivate flying secret techniques. Even to the thought-breaking old monster, it was an extremely precious item. With Mounz's personality, there was no reason for him not to snatch such a precious treasure. I am Mounz. Devil is the devil of devils. What I love the most in my life is to kill people and seize their treasures. Junior. I'm interested in the void-piercing stone under your butt. If you hand this stone to me, I can show my kindness and spare your life. Moreover, I will allow you to board the ship and help you escape. If you refuse to hand over this stone, don't blame me for being merciless. Mounz stood at the bow of the spirit ship with his hands clasped behind his back. He let out a cold snort. The baleful qi that he had accumulated in his lifetime of slaughtering rushed towards Ningfan. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the spirit ship were shocked when they felt the baleful qi. They were shocked by how many people Mounz had killed. Ningfan was still recuperating. When he heard Mounz's threatening words, he immediately opened his eyes coldly. Even though Mounz had killed many people in his life, most of them were low-grade cultivators. He had never killed a thought-breaking realm cultivator. Thus, his baleful qi naturally could not intimidate Ningfan at all. Ningfan's cold and merciless eyes locked onto Mounz from across the void. Just a glance from him made Mounz's blood run cold. A few hours ago, Ningfan had just killed Xianxia, who was a mid-thought-breaking realm cultivator. The baleful qi on his body was terrifyingly heavy. Mounz shuddered slightly. He could not imagine that Ningfan's eyes would have such a strong baleful qi and devil might. Are you sure you want to seize my void-piercing stone? Ningfan's eyes were cold and emotionless as he examined Mounz, who came to seize the treasure. He had always been a person who would not offend others if they did not offend him. If this Mounz insisted on finding trouble with him, he would certainly not show any mercy. With just a glance, he was able to see through Mounz's cultivation base. This person should be at the early thought fragmentation realm when he was at his peak. Now, he could only display the strength of an early void-shedding realm cultivator. Ningfan then looked at the spirit boat. It was a 7th Nirvana nascent heaven escape treasure. Mounz came by riding the boat. There were tens of thousands of cultivators on the boat. Most of them had mediocre cultivation bases. Only 10 of them were higher than Duzhen when they were at their peak. Ningfan took a second glance at them, but that was all. Are you sure you want to seize my void-penetrating stone? The baleful qi in Ningfan's eyes was too strong. That baleful qi made Mounz's heart turn cold. If Mounz was not mistaken, the baleful qi on Ningfan's body was still very fresh. He must have killed a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator within a few hours. The more Mounz probed Ningfan, the more danger he felt. The string of black jade Buddhist beads on his left wrist suddenly lit up faintly. Out of the 18 Buddhist beads, 11 of them lit up at once. Seeing this, Mounz sucked in a cold breath again. 11 beads. Where did this person come from? How could his devil nature be so strong? The Buddhist beads were a type of magic treasure of the Buddha sect. They were called so I hear beads. Each of them was refined from the relic of a cultivator of the Buddha sect. They had the ability to detect the devil nature of devil cultivators. The more Buddhist beads lit up, the stronger the devil nature of the cultivator. Normally, the stronger the devil nature of an old monster was, the stronger the devil nature of the cultivator. Such old monsters usually had powerful abilities and were not to be trifled with. Mounz himself was a devil lord who had killed countless people. His devil nature was extremely strong. However, even with the so I hear beads, he could only light up 6 Buddhist beads. He had roamed the northern heaven for his entire life and had seen many old ancestors of the devil path. In the northern heaven immortal world, there were only a handful of people in the thought fragmentation realm who could light up more than 10 Buddha beads, and all of them were peerless fiends in the late thought fragmentation realm or above. They were all people that Mounz couldn't afford to offend. Ning Fan was able to make 11 pearls light up. What did this mean? Mounz was secretly shocked. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Ning Fan was hiding his strength. Putting all the signs together, Mounz almost immediately came to the conclusion that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. It was unwise to offend him. This person can kill a mid-thought shatterer demonic cultivator, and the devil essence in his body has reached the level of 11th jewels. It's not wise to provoke such a powerful devil just for a space-piercing stone. Mounz's expression changed rapidly. When he looked at Ning Fan again, the greed in his eyes was gone. He pretended to be calm, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He cupped his fists towards Ning Fan from afar and answered with a shameless smile. This old man was just joking with fellow Taoist. How could I really try to snatch fellow Taoist's void-piercing stone? Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you seem to be injured. This old man has some medicinal pills here that I can give to fellow Taoist as a form of good karma. Cough cough. This old man will take his leave first and won't disturb fellow Taoist's recovery. Farewell, farewell. Mounz took out a bottle of pills that he had snatched from somewhere and gave it to Ning Fan with a flick of his finger. Then, he hurriedly turned the ship around, fearing that he would make Ning Fan unhappy if he stayed any longer. Trying to get away with today's matter with just a bottle of pills. That's not enough. While fiddling with the pill bottle in his hand, Ning Fan smiled coldly. Suddenly, he stood up from the space-piercing stone. A golden light shone under his feet and he disappeared into the dark clouds together with the space-piercing stone. Almost at the same time, the giant space-piercing stone shone brightly and appeared at the bow of the ship out of nowhere. No one could see how the giant stone appeared. Ning Fan's figure in white robes and red light appeared at the same time. Mounz was the only one who could see Ning Fan's movement technique clearly. What a terrifying speed. It's far beyond my peak. Mounz sucked in a cold breath and groaned inwardly. He was even more convinced that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. When he saw Ning Fan walking towards him step by step, he knew that Ning Fan was going to interrogate him. He thought to himself that he had already given Ning Fan a bottle of pills as an apology. If Ning Fan still finds trouble with him, it would be too overbearing. He could not help but feel a little regretful. If he knew that Ning Fan was powerful earlier, he would never say such harsh words to Ning Fan. He was simply asking for trouble. Even if trouble came to him, Mounz would not be afraid. Even though his heart was beating like a drum, he still put on a strong front and snorted coldly. This old man was just joking with fellow Taoist. I have already given you a bottle of pills as an apology. Fellow Taoist, don't go too far. As he said that, Mounz suddenly released his aura. Tens of thousands of cultivators felt an unbearable scorching heat wherever his aura shrouded. This man's Tao was fire. What he cultivated was not ordinary fire, but black fire. Ning Fan's eyes were slightly startled. The aura of this black fire was actually very similar to the cultivation method of the Black Evil sect. In this world, the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven was not the only sect that could cultivate black fire. However, the black fire on Mounz's body was undoubtedly the cultivation method of the Black Evil sect, but it was slightly different. The Black Evil sect was the sect of the Old Devil and also Ning Fan's sect. Looking at the black fire, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His originally cold eyes became slightly warmer and he asked indifferently. Your black fire seems to be somewhat related to the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven. May I know what is your relationship with the Black Evil sect? Where did you get the technique to cultivate the black fire? Mounz was startled. He did not expect Ning Fan to ask such a question. He could vaguely see that the hostility in Ning Fan's eyes was reduced when he mentioned the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven. Mounz's wretched eyes rolled around. He patted his storage pouch and took out a black token to show Ning Fan. That token was the token of the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven. The words Mounz were engraved on it. However, this token was extremely old. It had at least a few million years of history. When I was young, I was acquainted with the previous sect master of the Black Evil sect, Xianxia. I was once a nominal guest of the Black Evil sect. Naturally, I know some of the black fire techniques of the Black Evil sect. Hey Moz. Ning Fan remembered that the master of the old devil's master was called Hey Moz. Mounz, who was standing in front of him, was actually acquainted with one of his ancestors and was once a guest of the Black Evil sect. Since you are acquainted with the Black Evil sect, let's forget about today's matter. Ning Fan sighed. He was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, he was also a person who valued relationships very much. If Mounz was acquainted with the Black Evil sect, he would not seek trouble with him. Mounz secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that it was fortunate that he had spent some time in the Black Evil sect. Otherwise, today's matter would certainly not be settled so easily. Inwardly, he muttered to himself. Even though the Black Evil sect had once flourished, it had already declined a long time ago. There were only a few experts left. This Ning Fan seemed to have a close relationship with the Black Evil sect at first glance. However, I wonder what kind of relationship he had with the Black Evil sect. Seeing Ning Fan turning around and wanting to leave, Mounz's eyes rolled and another thought appeared in his mind. Even though this person is injured, he is extremely strong. If he can stay on my ship, I'm sure it will be safer for us to escape. Thinking of this, Mounz immediately urged Ning Fan to stay. Fellow Daoist, you are injured. Why don't you travel with us? We can take care of each other. Travel with us? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he actually nodded his head and agreed to Mounz's invitation. It was also good to travel with Mounz. Originally, he was going to save venerated immortal Miao Yan. If he travels with Mounz, he would have an additional helper which would increase his chances of rescuing venerated immortal Miao Yan. Haha. Fellow Daoist, you are very strong. It's really great that you can travel with me. My name is Mounz. May I know how to address you? Zhao Jian. Ning Fan indifferently gave a fake name. His true identity was too sensitive. It would be fine if he did not wear the ghost mask. However, now that he was wearing it, he really did not want to expose his name too much. So it's fellow Daoist Zhao. Forgive me for not recognizing you. Mounz's eyes narrowed even though he was apologizing. Inwardly, he thought that this name was very unfamiliar and he had never heard of it before. It was most likely a fake name. However, he did not mind it and asked with a fake smile. Now that the desolate world is facing a calamity, I and my fellow Taoists of the human race are looking for the two venerated immortal Miao Yan and immortal Lu He to seek their protection. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhao knows where they are now. What a coincidence. I happen to have the whereabouts of venerated immortal Miao Yan in my hands. Ning Fan took out a blank jade slip and engraved a route to the Gate of Life on it. Then, he passed it to Mounz. The destination of the Gate of Life was the Gate of Life, which was one realm away from the Gate of Death where venerated immortal Miao Yan was. Mounz was slightly stunned. He was just asking casually. He did not expect that he would really get the information about venerated immortal Miao Yan's whereabouts. He took the jade slip and carefully read it. His facial expression was very deep and he could not see any expression on it. However, he could still see a hint of doubt in the corner of Mounz's eyes. Fellow Daoist, are you doubting the authenticity of this route? Ning Fan asked with an expressionless face. Hee. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Now that the desolate world is facing a calamity, we human cultivators should work together in order to preserve our lives. I think fellow Daoist won't give me false information and commit an unwise act like trying to harm me. The doubt in Mounz's eyes did not diminish. However, after pondering for a moment, he still activated the spirit boat and flew towards the direction Ning Fan had given him. I hope that I can really find venerated immortal Miao Yan by following this route. Now that the desolate world was facing a calamity, all the human cultivators wanted to find the two human immortal venerated immortal Miao Yan as soon as possible to seek protection. Mounz was no exception. He formed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and the speed of the spirit boat under his feet gradually increased. This boat was called the Devil Essence Boat. It was a magic treasure that Mounz cultivated with his life. Its grade was at the 7th Nirvana Nascent Heaven realm. Its speed was rather shocking. However, only Mounzi, who was familiar with the spiritual nature of this boat, could control it freely. Fellow Taoist, you can recuperate at the side first. I will bring you to this place to find venerated immortal Miao Yin. Mounzi said with a fake smile. All right. Seeing that the speed of the boat was not slow, Ning Fan nodded his head. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and pointed at the space-piercing stone at the bow of the boat. As his finger touched the stone, it gave off a faint light. The dragon-shaped dark cloud in the distant void space immediately moved and drifted towards the spirit boat. As soon as it got close to the boat, hundreds of black mist ropes immediately flew out from the dark cloud and tied themselves to the stern of the boat. The space-piercing power of the space-piercing stone was added to the boat. The speed of the boat immediately increased by a few times. That dark cloud actually attached itself to the back of the boat and moved along with it. Looking from afar, it looked like the boat was dragging the dark cloud forward. In reality, it was the space-piercing stone that was guiding the boat and the group of wild beasts. After doing all this, Ning Fan sat cross-legged under the space-piercing stone and continued to recuperate. Many cultivators on the boat had already exclaimed in surprise. What are those dark clouds? Tens of thousands of cultivators on the boat looked at the enormous dark cloud behind the boat. All of them were puzzled. They did not know what those dark clouds were. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to see through the dark clouds with their eyes and spirit sense. They could not see the 200,000 wild beasts hiding under the dark clouds. Seeing that the space-piercing stone could actually increase the speed of the boat, Mounzi's heart was filled with excitement. At the same time, he sighed. Even though he was greedy for this treasure, he did not dare to snatch it anymore. When he looked at the enormous dark cloud behind the boat again, Mounzi's eyes turned strange. Inwardly, he wondered why Ning Fan would display his ability and hang such a dark cloud at the stern of the boat for no reason. He activated his ability and used his spirit sense to penetrate the dark cloud. Then, he saw the scene inside the dark cloud clearly. However, as soon as he saw it, his expression immediately changed greatly. The blood in his body actually felt like it was flowing in reverse due to the shock. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. He could not believe the scene in front of him at all. There were actually hundreds of thousands of wild beasts hidden inside the dark cloud. Among them, there were 45 void-shedding wild beasts. The cold eyes of the wild beasts were fixed on Mounzi as if they were looking at a delicacy. It made Mounzi's scalp go numb and chills ran down his spine. Mounzi roughly estimated that there were at least 200,000 wild beasts in this group. Wild beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. However, this group of wild beasts were docile. All of them were crawling in the dark cloud. Moreover, all of the wild beasts were crawling in the direction of Ning Fan, as if they were kowtowing to him. It was as if they were obeying his orders. That kind of kowtowing was extremely sincere, as if they were worshipping their own master. Fellow Taoist Zhao, they are. Mounzi's heart was beating wildly. He already had a guess, but he just could not believe that it was true. They are my subordinates. What do you think of these subordinates? Can they protect my void-piercing stone? Ning Fan said with deep meaning. After hearing what Ning Fan said, Mounzi's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. It confirmed his guess. When he thought of his foolish action of trying to seize the void-piercing stone, he actually felt a lingering fear. Mounzi had met some demon cultivators who could control wild beasts along the way. However, it was his first time meeting a human who could control wild beasts. What was more unexpected was that Ning Fan could command 200,000 wild beasts at once and make so many of them submit to him. If he really turned against Ning Fan earlier, he would probably be torn into pieces by these 200,000 wild beasts. With his current strength, he was definitely not a match for this group of wild beasts. Fortunately, he did not offend Ning Fan to the extreme. Fortunately, he was once a foreign elder of the Black Devil sect. With this layer of relationship, he was able to bury the hatchet between him and Ning Fan. I need to focus on healing my injuries. I won't continue chatting with fellow Taoist. Ning Fan smiled faintly and continued to consume pills to heal his injuries. The injuries on his body were almost healed. However, the loss of blood essence was not that easy to replenish. He might need to cultivate diligently for a period of time before he could recover. Hee. Fellow Taoist Zhao, just focus on healing your injuries. With me here, no one can disturb you. Mounz's tone was flattering. However, when he looked at Ning Fan's expression, he became even more cautious. Ning Fan had 200,000 wild beasts by his side. He could not afford to offend Ning Fan. The grade of the spirit boat was not low. With the power of the void-piercing stone, even though it was flying with 200,000 wild beasts, it was still moving at a speed that was close to the breaking of a thought. The void-piercing stone had been tainted by demon blood before. The power of the stone was flawed and it could only be used for 8 hours at a time. However, after the death of the elderly man named Ni Fan, the demon blood on his corpse had already faded. The flaw had also disappeared. It could now be used continuously. Along the way, Mounz would still lend a helping hand to the human cultivators he met and ask for Dao crystals from them as a reward. Occasionally, he would also snatch the magic treasures of some of the rescued cultivators. At first, Mounz was worried that his action of snatching treasures would make Ning Fan unhappy. However, when he saw that Ning Fan did not pay any attention to him, he gradually became more courageous. Along the way, he happily saved people and seized their treasures without getting tired. Ning Fan occasionally opened his eyes and glanced at Mounz. Mounz was only saving people and seizing their treasures. He did not kill people to seize their treasures. Thus, he naturally could not be bothered with him. About 2 hours later, Ning Fan let out a long sigh of relief. The injuries on his body were almost fully healed. The baleful qi on his body was also gradually withdrawn. It was no longer as sharp and threatening as before. He glanced at the lightning-capturing banner with his spirit sense. When he saw that immortal Loli was still eating and drinking by herself, he felt speechless. However, he also felt at ease. Whether immortal Loli was an ordinary person or an immortal emperor, it did not change Ning Fan's concern for her. After spending so many years together, his concern for her had already become a habit. After keeping the lightning-capturing banner, Ning Fan's gaze fell on the giant stone in front of him. He stared at the 2 words Ni Fan engraved on it and remained silent. In front of him, the strange actions of the black-robed old man appeared again. That gaze of enlightenment and that friendly smile gave Ning Fan an indescribable feeling. He reached out his palm and pressed it on the space-piercing stone. Immediately, he felt a cold sensation. His heart became even calmer. He could clearly feel each and every trace of the void-breaking power in the space-piercing stone. The void-breaking power could be used to refine high-grade flying escape magical treasures. It could also be used to cultivate secret flying escape techniques. The quality of the space-piercing stone in front of him was extremely high. It was enough to move any thought-breaking old monster. However, Ning Fan did not care about the void-breaking power in the space-piercing stone. What he cared more about was the 2 words Ni Fan engraved on the space-piercing stone. He stared at the 2 words in a daze. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling of time and space intertwining in his heart. That feeling was like looking at the past and the future. It was like looking at the butterfly body of his previous life and the illusions in the past. That feeling was indescribable, but it was unforgettable. The traces of demon blood on the space-piercing stone were already extremely faint. Just as Ning Fan's palm touched the stone, those traces immediately disappeared bit by bit. Ning Fan stared blankly at the disappearing traces of blood. That kind of disappearance was completely erased from samsara. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment, but he did not know what it was. The blankness in his eyes became more and more obvious. The figure of that black-robed old man began to appear in his mind. The Fuli demon blood began to circulate uncontrollably. Suddenly, he had an illusion that he could not tell whether he was Ning Fan or that black-robed old man. Suddenly, he felt that even though he possessed the Fuli bloodline in the past, he had never truly unleashed the power of the bloodline. The Fuli clan was the strongest demon race in the ancient times. Their bloodline was not something that ordinary demon blood could compare to. After their luck was tainted, the bloodline of the Fuli clan became the dirtiest demon blood in the world. However, its ferocity did not decrease at all. That black-robed old man is the real Fuli. I'm not. Even though I possess the Fuli bloodline, I have never allowed it to dominate my body. All along, I have been using magic power as my main source of power in my cultivation. The real Fuli clan shouldn't be like this. Ning Fan was originally dressed in white robes which were dyed red. However, at a certain moment, his body suddenly emitted rolling black mist. Inside the black mist, Ning Fan's appearance of white robes and silver hair suddenly turned into black robes and black hair. The silver-haired, white-robed man had many powers that were dominated by magical power. The black-haired, black-clothed man's power was dominated by demonic energy. At the moment when he turned into black robes and black hair, even his silver ghost mask turned pitch black. Only his eyes turned purple. At that moment, a soul-stirring ancient demon chi flashed across Ning Fan's body for a split second before disappearing. On the entire spirit boat, only Mounz was able to capture the ancient demon chi that appeared for a brief moment. Pseudo-ancient demon. Mounz's expression immediately changed. 1/3, to be continued, pseudo-ancient demon. Mounz's expression immediately changed. At his level, he had seen human cultivators who cultivated demon power at the same time. There would always be some powerful cultivators who obtained the skin and core of the ancient revival fruit by chance. From there, their bodies would have the aptitude to cultivate other types of power. However, in those cultivators' bodies, demon power could at most become their vassal. It was extremely weak. However, in Ning Fan's body, his magic power and demon power actually fused perfectly. Moreover, that demon power was actually the demon spiritual power that only pseudo-ancient demons possessed. The black-haired Ning Fan only appeared for a moment before returning to his original appearance. However, at that moment, Mounz actually felt his breathing stagnate and his heart palpitated in fear when he saw the black-robed Ning Fan. The white-robed Ning Fan still had some feelings for him. However, the black-robed Ning Fan was like the carrier of all evil, filth and darkness in the world. It was as if even the heavenly Tao had to be ashamed of its inferiority and submit to him. Mounz did not know that the black-robed Ning Fan's evil chi originated from the Fuli bloodline in his body. Mounz did not know that the Fuli clan was once the supervisor of the heavenly Tao. The true Fuli could change the heavenly Tao and reverse the Tao laws with just a wave of their hands. What Mounz did not know was that the Tao laws on Ning Fan's body were all reversed the moment he turned into black robes. Ning Fan only stayed in the black-robed and black-haired state for a moment. However, he clearly felt that he seemed to have the same shocking ability as the black-robed old man. With just a wave of his hand, he could shatter people's magic treasures and erase the Tao laws. At the moment when he turned into black robes, there was a trace of void returning power between his fingers. It was one of the 3 greatest divine abilities of the Fuli clan, void returning finger. Void returning makes all cultivations vanish and return to nothingness. Ning Fan closed his eyes and continued to meditate under the void penetrating stone. Mounz's expression kept changing. He did not know what Ning Fan was comprehending, but he did not dare to disturb him. After another hour, an extremely disheveled figure suddenly flew out from one of the gates of death in front of him. That person was an early thought fragmentation realm old monster when he was at his peak. Due to a moment of carelessness, he accidentally entered one of the gates of death. Fortunately, just as he took half a step into the gate of death, he sensed that something was wrong and immediately escaped. Otherwise, he would have most likely lost his life in the gate of death. Although he fled extremely quickly, he still suffered many injuries on his body. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Once the old monster escaped from the death gate, he immediately started cursing. Suddenly, he saw the spirit boat flying toward him. When he scanned the spirit boat with his divine sense, he was immediately overjoyed. Haha, isn't this the Devil Essence arc? Old man Moun, you don't mind me healing on your spirit boat, right? The old man was originally very far away from the spirit boat, but in a flash, he had already flown onto the spirit boat. On the spirit boat, many cultivators recognized this old monster. He was the patriarch of the Northern Heaven Ku sect, Patriarch Jinhua. Mounz narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he saw that Patriarch Jinhua had come uninvited. However, when he saw this person's miserable appearance, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. Humph. Old man Jinhua, this old man has never had any friendship with you. Why should I let you stay here and heal your injuries? Hee, now that the wilderness is facing a calamity, we human cultivators should share weal and woe together. Even if we don't have any friendship, I don't think you will chase me off the boat, right? With this old man here, isn't your broken boat a little safer? Patriarch Jinhua chuckled and was about to meditate, ignoring Mounz's slightly ugly expression. However, before he sat down, his eyes lit up when he saw the sky-piercing stone at the bow of the ship. It's the sky-piercing stone. Hee hee, old man Moun, you're really lucky to have obtained such a supreme treasure. 500 billion Dao crystals. How about you sell half of this stone to me? To thought-shattering cultivators, Dao crystals were no longer of much use. Many things needed for cultivation couldn't be bought with Dao crystals. It was simply wishful thinking to buy half a sky-piercing stone with 500 billion Dao crystals. This price wasn't high at all. Old ancestor Jinhua licked his lips and looked at Mounz threateningly, as if he would rob him of the stone if Mounz refused to sell it to him. Mounz's eyes immediately turned cold. However, he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he let out a wretched smile and pointed at Ning Fan while saying to old ancestor Jinhua. Hee hee. I'm not the owner of the sky-piercing stone. The owner of this stone is fellow Daoist Zhao. If you want the sky-piercing stone, don't come to me. Fellow Daoist Zhao? Which fellow Daoist Zhao? Old ancestor Jinhua was stunned. Only then did he notice that there was a cultivator with a ghost mask sitting cross-legged at the foot of the sky-piercing stone. He was facing the stone and seemed to be comprehending something. Even though Ning Fan's injuries had healed, the chi that he was emitting right now was only at the mid-crossing truth realm. Old ancestor Jinhua's heart pounded. He thought to himself that Ning Fan was at most a mid-shedding void cultivator when he was at his peak. Why would Mounz address him as fellow Daoist? With Ning Fan's cultivation base, how was it possible for him to have a supreme treasure like the sky-piercing stone? Could it be that Mounz is lying to me? Old ancestor Jinhua asked doubtfully. Does this sky-piercing stone belong to little friend? So what if it does? When Ning Fan answered him, he did not even open his eyes. He did not even turn his head around. It made old ancestor Jinhua displeased and his tone became a little hostile. May I know your name, your excellency? Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian? I've never heard of you. Old ancestor Jinhua frowned and smiled coldly. Then, he said to Ning Fan in a tone that left no room for rejection. 100 billion Dao crystals. Sell this stone to me and I will give you a great fortune. Old ancestor Jinhua stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was like that of an old man. Seeing that Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high, old ancestor Jinhua not only lowered the price but also planned to forcefully buy the entire sky-piercing stone. If it wasn't because this place was Mounz's territory and he needed to give Mounz face, old ancestor Jinhua would not even pay 100 billion Dao crystals and would directly snatch the stone from him. He did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. I'm not selling it. Ning Fan answered coldly. He continued to treat his injuries and ignored old ancestor Jinhua. Humph. It's not up to you whether you want to sell it or not. Old ancestor Jinhua's eyes darkened. He did not expect that he would be rejected by a junior. Just as he was about to lose his temper, his expression suddenly changed. All of a sudden, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were originally scarlet but they suddenly turned into purple demonic pupils. At the same time, Ning Fan's hair and robes turned black. Even his ghost face turned black. He stood up abruptly and turned around. Rolling black mist flowed out from Ning Fan's body and rolled towards old ancestor Jinhua. As it rolled towards him, old ancestor Jinhua's cultivation base was weakened at an insane rate. One breath had reduced 1,000 years of cultivation base. After 3 breaths, old ancestor Jinhua's cultivation base had been reduced by 3,000 years. Such a strange ability was simply unheard of. It caused old ancestor Jinhua's expression to change drastically. His heart raced. In shock and anger, he flipped his hand and took out a small golden mountain and threw it at Ning Fan. That small golden mountain was old ancestor Jinhua's Dao weapon. It was called Ku because it was missing a corner. As soon as it soared into the sky, it immediately expanded against the wind and fell from the sky. The momentum of its fall was enough to smash any cultivator below the sky-piercing technique into minced meat. Get lost. All of a sudden, a purple-black halo of the Fuli spiritual wheel appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet. The halo rotated with a hissing sound. However, the direction of its rotation was in the opposite direction of the great Tao. He pressed his 5 fingers against the sky. Black mist immediately soared into the sky. As soon as the golden mountain came into contact with the black mist, it immediately let out a series of rumbling sounds. Countless black cracks appeared on its surface. Its spiritual power was greatly reduced. With a loud bang, it directly exploded into countless golden broken rocks. The rolling black mist then pressed down on old ancestor Xianxia. Looking from afar, it actually gave off a heavy feeling as if black clouds were pressing down on a city. The black mist instantly closed in on him. Old ancestor Xianxia had nowhere to run. Immediately, he let out a series of muffled groans within the thick black mist. His cultivation base was being devoured by the black mist at a crazy rate. 1,000 years of cultivation base would be erased in every breath. Mounz was greatly shocked. He originally wanted to see old ancestor Xianxia being humiliated in front of Ningfan. However, he did not expect to see such a terrifying ability that could actually erase one's cultivation base. Old ancestor Xianxia, who was inside the black mist, seemed to be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. He could not move at all. His cultivation base was constantly being erased by the black mist. That kind of feeling was like he was losing his cultivation base step by step and was walking towards death. Inside the black mist, old ancestor Xianxia suddenly turned his head. To his surprise, he realized that there were actually 200,000 killing intent locked onto him from the dark clouds behind the spirit boat. Old ancestor Xianxia scanned the dark clouds behind the spirit boat with his spirit sense. Immediately, his body trembled. Inside the dark clouds, there were 200,000 savage beasts prostrating themselves. All of them were kneeling in Ningfan's direction with extremely respectful expressions. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Xianxia's heart pounded madly. His face immediately turned pale. How could he not know that other than Ningfan's powerful abilities, he also had several 100,000 savage beasts as his subordinates? What is this Zhao Jian's background? His abilities are actually so terrifying, and he even has 200,000 savage beasts protecting him. Thought fragmentation realm. This person must be at the thought fragmentation realm without a doubt. He must have concealed his cultivation base. We must never offend this person. Mounz, you're despicable. You clearly know that you can't offend this person, but you didn't tell me and allowed me to provoke him. Your intentions are really vicious. Old ancestor Xianxia's face turned pale. In front of Ningfan, he found it hard to keep his mind calm. Under such a dangerous situation, old ancestor Xianxia gritted his teeth and patted the top of his head. He actually wanted to use his last life-saving method. However, at this moment, Ningfan withdrew all of the black mist with a thought and spared old ancestor Xianxia's life. He did not intend to kill old ancestor Xianxia in the first place. Keeping this person alive could also be a great help to rescue venerated Miao Yan. If you provoke me again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ningfan withdrew from his black-robed and black-haired form. He faced the space-penetrating stone and sat down again to continue his comprehension. The black-robed old man who was called Nifan could erase 100,000 years of cultivation base of his enemies with a single finger of the returning void finger. As for Ningfan, he could only erase 1,000 years of cultivation base of his enemies in a single breath. Moreover, after 10 breaths, his divine technique would be broken and he would not be able to maintain it for long. His comprehension towards the returning void finger was still far from enough. Old ancestor Xianxia looked even more miserable. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Ningfan. He understood that Ningfan had shown him mercy. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive today. He did not dare to resent Ningfan. Instead, he vented all of his anger on Mounz. Mounz, you better remember this. Today, you've schemed against me. When I return to the northern heaven in the future, I will certainly not let you go. All right. I'll wait and see how you're not going to let me go. Mounz smiled wretchedly. His expression was filled with schadenfreude. Ningfan's divine technique and strength had truly shocked him. However, he felt that everything was reasonable. After all, he had already noticed that Ningfan was not someone he could provoke. Old ancestor Xianxia glared at Mounz again. Then, he found a spot at the bow of the ship and began to heal his wounds. When he recalled the divine technique that Ning Fan used to erase his cultivation base, he still felt a lingering fear. Such a terrifying divine technique was almost on par with the heaven-suppressing treasure of the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, the Melting Pearl. Inwardly, he had made up his mind that no matter what, he must not provoke Ning Fan again. In the future, he must also take a detour when he sees Ning Fan. The spirit ship continued to move forward. After passing through several life gates, many exhausted human cultivators suddenly appeared in front of them. These cultivators were wearing the same attire. Obviously, they belonged to a combat division of the human race. They were heading in the opposite direction of Mounz and the others. Those cultivators were fleeing in panic. When they saw Mounz's spirit ship, they were overjoyed. Mounz stood majestically at the bow of the ship. Some cultivators who recognized him immediately asked for help. "We are the combat division under the command of a 6 Unity Immortal Venerable. We are being chased by a blood-soul ferocious beast. 100,000 battle guards are fighting to the death. 2 thought-shattering commanders are risking their lives to kill that ferocious beast. We have to search everywhere for reinforcements. Senior Mounz, please say the 2 thought-shattering commanders." Another cultivator saw old ancestor Xianxia, who was standing at the bow of the ship. He was overjoyed. "It's old ancestor Xianxia. There are actually 2 thought-shattering seniors on this ship. With them around, we can definitely save the 2 commanders." When the cultivators on the Demon Essence boat heard the words of these cultivators, all of them sucked in a cold breath. What kind of blood-soul ferocious beast is so powerful that it could actually make 100,000 battle guards flee at the sight of it? Moreover, it could even make 2 thought-shattering commanders fight to the death. Mounz's face twitched. Even though he had saved a lot of people along the way, he was not a kind person. That blood-soul ferocious beast sounded extremely powerful. He was too lazy to get involved in it and save some thought-shattering commanders whom he did not know. Wouldn't it be a waste if he lost his life just to save them? Old ancestor Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. He was also unwilling to put himself in danger for unrelated people. Only Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He stood up and asked those cultivators who were asking for help through telepathy. "Where did you encounter the ferocious beast?" Those cultivators did not know who Ning Fan was. However, when they saw Ning Fan standing together with Mounz and old ancestor Xianxia, they assumed that he was also a legendary expert of the human race. Thus, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They respectfully took out a jade slip with a map and answered. "The place where we encountered the ferocious beast has already been marked on the jade slip. Senior will know after taking a look at it." Ning Fan received the jade slip and scanned through it with his spirit sense. His face immediately darkened. The place where the group of human cultivators encountered the blood-soul ferocious beast was on the way to rescue venerated Miao Yen. Ning Fan was not concerned about the 2 thought-shattering commanders who stopped the ferocious beast. What he was concerned about was the safety of Zhao Dai and the others. The broken continent that Zhao Dai and the others were on was flying in that direction. "If they encounter that blood-soul ferocious beast, when you came here, did you see a broken continent that was covered with golden light?" Ning Fan suddenly asked. "Yes. The 2 thought-shattering commanders led the army to fight the ferocious beast to the death in order to protect the cultivators on that broken continent." Those cultivators answered respectfully. Upon hearing their words, Ning Fan's expression immediately changed. With a tap of his feet, he directly disappeared from the bow of the ship with the void-piercing stone. Stepping on the stone, he flew into the void. The massive dark cloud behind the spirit ship suddenly dispersed. 200,000 ferocious beasts flew out under Ning Fan's will. They were densely packed like a swarm of locusts. He did not care about the lives and deaths of the others. However, he must save Zhao Dai and the others. Before he left the broken continent, he had left an imprint of the reverse spirit technique on it. Until now, that imprint was still intact. Presumably, their lives were not in danger yet. However, now that the blood-soul ferocious beast had set its eyes on them, Heaven Barbarian City was probably not safe at the moment. Carrying 200,000 ferocious beasts, Ning Fan stepped on a golden rainbow and dashed forward. The 10,000 ferocious beasts followed closely behind him. They broke through the sky and dashed forward. That scene was just too shocking. be it the tens of thousands of cultivators on the Devil Essence ship or the lone cultivators who came to seek help, all of them were tongue-tied and speechless. When they saw the 200,000 ferocious beasts again, Mounz and old ancestor Xianxia's hearts beat wildly. However, because they had seen it before, they were much calmer than the others. What should we do? Should we follow them? Old ancestor Xianxia asked Mounz with a solemn expression. Let's follow them. Since fellow Taoist Zhao wants to go, it's better for us to follow them and have a look. No matter how strong that blood-soul ferocious beast is, with fellow Taoist Zhao's 200,000 ferocious beasts at the front, we should still be very safe. What else can we do if we don't follow them? Mounz looked at the map jade slip. The direction indicated by the jade slip was exactly the route to find venerated Miao Yan. They had no choice but to follow them. Speaking of which, if venerated Miao Yan is really in front of us, why didn't these people ask for help from venerated immortal but me instead? If venerated immortal is really in front of us, that blood-soul ferocious beast wouldn't be able to act recklessly no matter how strong it is. Is venerated Miao Yan really on this route? Mounz once again doubted the authenticity of Ning Fan's information. However, he had no choice but to believe it. He activated the Devil Essence ship and carried the cultivators on it, following closely behind Ning Fan and the group of ferocious beasts. Inwardly, he could only pray that he would be able to find venerated Miao Yan and save his life. 2/3, to be continued. As soon as he learned that the Heaven Barbarian city was in trouble, he immediately rushed towards the city without stopping. His face was filled with worry. He was worried about the safety of the people in the city. At the same time, in different locations, there were also people in other areas of the wild broken world who wore the same worried expression as Ning Fan. Old ancestor Poisonous Dragon's face was filled with worry. Currently, he was sitting cross-legged on a continent filled with demon cultivators, trying his best to heal his injuries. Venerated Ao Xian was sitting beside him. He was also healing his injuries with a gloomy expression. It had been more than a day since the blood sacrifice ceremony began. Both of their injuries were caused by entering the gate of death by mistake. Their injuries were extremely serious and they could not use their demon power recklessly for the time being. Every once in a while, a report would be sent to the two venerated demons. Before they read the report, their faces were filled with anticipation. However, after reading the report, they were always disappointed. Still can't find them? Can't we find any of the 7 barbarian statues? Another disappointing report was sent back. Venerated Ao Xian's face was filled with anger. He directly crushed the jade slip that contained the report. His face immediately turned abnormally red due to his anger. Old ancestor Poisonous Dragon's expression was extremely unpleasant. He kept activating the compass in his hand. The needle of the compass spun randomly but it could not point to a certain direction. I still can't find them. I can't sense anything at all. Damn the human race. It's all because of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. Old ancestor Poisonous Dragon said viciously. In the minds of the two venerated demons, the blood sacrifice ceremony was supposed to be a success. However, they never expected that the human race would activate the heaven-sealing immortal edict at a critical moment to resist. In order to awaken the passage to the ancient realm of heavenly desolate in the wild world, the demon race prepared 7 ancient statues which corresponded to the 7 barbarian ancestors. Each of the ancient statues was indispensable to awaken the passage. However, as the heaven-sealing immortal edict sealed the wild world, the 2 venerated demons and the 7 ancient statues fell into different gates of life and were separated from each other. One day later, Ao Xian and old ancestor Poisonous Dragon reunited. However, they had lost the 7 ancient statues and had yet to find them until now. In another 6 days, the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict will be exhausted. At that time, I'll need at least 1 ancient statue in order to carry out the 3rd revolution of the ancient statue and summon the ancient passage of the ancient desolate ancient realm. I'm afraid it's impossible to find all 7 ancient statues. We have to find at least 1. It would be best if he could find the 7th ancestor's ancient statue. The 7th ancestor's blood soul had been condensed for a long time and was the strongest. Before the other 6 ancient statues were lost, their blood souls had yet to condense, so their power was too weak. but judging from the time, the other 6 ancient statues should be condensing their blood souls by now. Just as Forefather Poison Dragon was worrying about the ancient statues, his subordinate suddenly sent another battle report. The content of this battle report had nothing to do with the ancient statue. It said that the life token of the true dragon clan's elder, Xianxia, was shattered and he had most likely died in battle. Xianxia is dead? With 200,000 savage beasts by his side, who in the wilderness could possibly kill him? Could it be a human immortal venerable? Forget it, Xianxia's life or death is only a small matter. The most important thing now is to retrieve the ancient statue. The only fortunate thing was that the 7 rubies embedded in the compass were still shining. The 7 rubies represented the safety of the 7 ancient statues. If any of the ancient statues were destroyed, the corresponding rubies would dim. As long as the 7 ancient statues were not destroyed and were still in the wilderness, there was a high chance that they could find 1 or 2 of them within 6 days. Forefather Poison Dragon threw the battle report down and said coldly to the demon cultivator who came to report. Continue searching. If you can't find the whereabouts of the ancient statues, you don't need to come back. Yes. On a certain broken continent that was covered in flames, spirit boats were entering and leaving the place. The flames were a defensive grand formation that was personally set up by 6 combination immortal venerable. A day had passed since the blood sacrifice ceremony in the wilderness. 6 combination immortal venerable was severely injured and was currently recuperating on this broken continent. He would activate the communication jade slip from time to time, hoping to contact Wise Words immortal venerable and meet up with him. However, a day had passed and he was still unable to contact Wise Words immortal venerable. This is troublesome. Fellow Taoist Wise Words' whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to protect the cultivators of the human race to survive this calamity. From time to time, battle reports would be sent to 6 combination immortal venerable. Every time he received a battle report, he would know that another almighty cultivator of the human race had fallen in the calamity. Report. Fairy Luo Ling Suluo has fallen in battle. She is the 4,874th life immortal cultivator to fall in this calamity. Report. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon has fallen in battle. She is the 216th crossing truth cultivator to fall in this calamity. Report. Forefather Tian Yuan has fallen in battle. This is the 6th thought-shattering forefather to fall in this calamity. Report. 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 Not a single battle report was good. All of them were bad. Occasionally, there would be battle reports of searching for Wise Words immortal venerable. However, those reports were all about not being able to find him. I've received reliable information. Those damned demon cultivators have already colluded with the savage beasts. During this calamity, the entire wilderness was affected by the forbidden immortal force. All the cultivators of the human race had their cultivation base suppressed. Although the cultivation base of those demon cultivators was also suppressed, they could use the blood restriction to control the savage beasts. However, the cultivation base of those savage beasts wasn't suppressed at all. With the help of the savage beasts, the demon race is almost a one-sided massacre against the human race. This is extremely detestable. 6 combination immortal venerable's eyes were cold. He had already become numb to the bad news from the battle reports. Suddenly, a different battle report came, which surprised him quite a bit. Report. Tablet Guardian Commander Qin Fei has something to report. On the battle service tablet, there's a senior who killed the enemy demon Xianxia. He has been promoted to a 5th grade low-grade golden immortal. Upon hearing the battle report, 6 combination immortal venerable exclaimed softly. Xianxia? Is it that Xianxia who is an elder of the true dragon clan? 6 combination immortal venerable asked in surprise. Yes. Lai Xiao reported respectfully. 6 combination immortal venerable's eyes flickered. Based on what he knew, the experts of the true enlightenment realm and above of the demon race had a large number of savage beasts following them during this calamity. The higher the cultivation base, the more savage beasts would follow them. For example, Xianxia, the thought-shattering old monster, had at least hundreds of thousands of savage beasts following him. Under such circumstances, the fact that someone could kill Xianxia was enough to prove that the person was extraordinary. What's the name of the new low-grade golden immortal? 6 Combination Immortal Venerable asked with slight interest. In reply to Immortal Venerable, this new golden immortal is the nameless senior who killed the poison dragon guards back then. Oh? It's him? 6 Combination Immortal Venerable was moved as he recalled the past. Back then, he had also paid attention to that nameless cultivator. He remembered that the nameless cultivator had been shot by Patriarch Poison Dragon with the 7 Truths 7 Illusions arrow, but was not killed. What a pity. If it wasn't because of the changes in the wilderness, I would be very interested in finding this person and recruiting him for my own use. Forget it, forget it. Now that the human race in the wilderness is facing a calamity, I can't even protect myself, let alone expanding my forces. By the way, where are the 6 combat divisions under me? 6 Combination Immortal Venerable suddenly asked. The reporting cultivator stuttered. In reply to Immortal Venerable, among the 6 combat divisions, Yin Hai, Mao Su, and Qin Yu have returned 2 hours ago. Shen and Wu Wei are also on their way back. Only Zichou Combat Division. How is Zichou Combat Division? Finish it at once. 6 Combination Immortal Venerable's face darkened. In reply to Immortal Venerable, according to Zichou Combat Division's report, they are currently fighting with an unknown savage beast in order to rescue a small group of cultivators. They have suffered heavy casualties and are unable to escape. Nonsense. They are sacrificing so many lives just to save a small group of people. When did Tingnan and Tingbei become so stupid? Quickly contact the 2 of them and order Zichou Combat Division to return immediately. Give up on rescuing that small group of cultivators, no mistakes are allowed. In reply to Immortal Venerable, something happened to Zichou Combat Division half an hour ago. We can no longer get in touch with them. What did you say? 6 Combination Immortal Venerable was enraged and smashed the jade table in front of him. After a long silence, he finally said coldly to the reporting cultivator with a gloomy face, forget it. The matter regarding Zichou Combat Division can no longer be salvaged. You can leave now. 6 Combination Immortal Venerable dismissed the reporting cultivator and continued to treat his injuries without saying a word. However, any cultivator accompanying him could tell that 6 Combination Immortal Venerable was in an extremely bad mood. There were 6 elite combat divisions under 6 Combination Immortal Venerable's command. They were named after the 6 combinations of the 12 Earth branches. Zichou Combat Division was the most elite among the 6 combat divisions. It had a full complement of 120,000 people. Although it was not full, it still had 100,000 people. The commanders of the combat division were 2 early thought-shattering old monsters. The left commander, Tingnan, and the right commander, Tingbei, were both experts from the southern heaven immortal world. They were twin brothers who were proficient in joint attacks. In the southern heaven immortal world, they were known as the second patriarch of the Ting family. In the previous realm war, Zichou Combat Division, under the leadership of Tingnan and Tingbei, specifically killed the powerful figures of the demon race. On the day of the battle, the skulls of the second-step demon experts they killed were piled up into a tower of human skulls that was hundreds of feet tall. Once the news spread, the demon cultivators of the wilderness were terrified. It was such a powerful combat division. However, at this moment, Zichou Combat Division was completely defeated by a bloody ferocious beast. In the void, more than 100,000 cultivators in rattan armor kept activating their talisman swords. With the power of the sword formation, they fought to the death without retreating. There was only one enemy. It was a strange-looking bloody ferocious beast. The ferocious beast had 2 heads and a huge body. From afar, it looked like a small cultivation planet. Its body was illusory and transparent. The aura of this ferocious beast wasn't very strong. It was only equivalent to the mid-stage of shedding void. However, with this level of cultivation, it was able to defeat the 100,000 cultivators of Zichou Combat Division. The 100,000 cultivators activated the sword formation. A huge formation diagram appeared in the void. Countless sword lights slashed down. When the sword lights hit the ferocious beast, they directly passed through the ferocious beast's body. They didn't leave any injuries. Tingnan and Tingbei, the 2 commanders of the combat division, were thought-shatterer cultivators. Although their cultivation levels were suppressed by the celestial seal, their spells were not to be underestimated. The two of them kept activating their spells to attack the ferocious beast. However, even their spells would pass through the ferocious beast's body. They couldn't cause any damage. Where did this ferocious beast come from? Why can't all our spells hurt it? Ting Nan and Ting Bei's expressions were extremely ugly. Suddenly, the ferocious beast's tail swept toward them. The two of them tried their best to block it, but they were still swept away by the ferocious beast's tail. They coughed up blood and retreated. The ferocious beast opened its mouth and spat out a brutal flash. The purity of the brutal flash was much higher than that of a normal ferocious beast. The black and red brutal flash continuously tore through the sky. Each of its attacks would pierce through the sword formation and take away the lives of hundreds of cultivators. As time passed, the casualties of Zichou Combat Division had already reached 30%. Those who were fighting against the ferocious beast were not only the cultivators of Zichou Combat Division but also the cultivators of Heavenly Barbarian City. Far away from them, there was a broken continent that emitted golden light. It was the continent where Heavenly Barbarian City was located. In the sky, Earth Devil and Iron Crow Daoist were constantly attacking the Blood Soul ferocious beast with their spells. Both of them used to be immortal venerables. When they used their spells, they were extremely profound. However, they couldn't hurt the ferocious beast at all. Fairy Han Wu, Four-Eyed Devil Monarch, Tong Er, and thousands of cultivators who were saved by Ning Fan were currently fighting against the ferocious beast. Even though there were a lot of them, none of them could hurt the ferocious beast. This scene was too strange. It was as if the ferocious beast was immune to all damage. On the broken continent, immortal concubine Zhang Yu's face was pale and bloodless. Watching the battle in front of her, she was inwardly shocked. When she was at her peak, she was once a 9-tribulation immortal emperor. However, even with her eyesight, she could not see through the origin of this ferocious beast. She did not understand why this beast was immune to all damage. Currently, because she had used the piercing golden light too much, her broken divine body had already suffered a severe backlash. Her chi was as weak as a candle in the wind. Thus, she could not participate in the battle. A few hours ago, Ning Fan left the broken continent in order to snatch back the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. Before he left, he ordered her to use the piercing golden light to fly with the broken continent despite the backlash. Of course, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was unwilling to carry out this order. How could she bear to hurt herself for Ning Fan? Unfortunately, her body was under the tribulation restriction and she could not control it. Thus, she carried out Ning Fan's order loyally. Damn it. After using the piercing golden light for a few hours consecutively, my primordial spirit's backlash is extremely severe. I almost can't use any magic power anymore. It's all that little thief's fault for giving me such an order. Hasn't that little thief finished his business yet? Why isn't he back yet? I hope he doesn't die outside. There was only one reason why immortal concubine Zhang Yu was concerned about Ning Fan's life. There was one thing about the tribulation restriction that was very similar to the ordinary mental restriction. If Ning Fan died, she would also be implicated and die. She did not have any feelings for Ning Fan. Naturally, she would not really care about him. In this place, only Zhao Dai Lu Yan, and Fairy Han Wu would really worry about Ning Fan's safety. Uncle, where did you go? Will you be in danger? Uncle, why haven't you come back yet? That ferocious beast is really scary. No one can hurt it. Perhaps only you can hurt it and save us. Zhao Dai had an almost blind trust in Ning Fan. She was not a cultivator and did not know how to judge the level of one's cultivation realm or the strength of one's abilities. What she saw was that even the combined forces of more than 100,000 cultivators could not hurt that blood soul ferocious beast. She stubbornly believed that as long as Ning Fan returned, he would be able to kill the ferocious beast and save her time and time again. In her eyes, Ning Fan was always omnipotent. Senior, did you go to bring back Xianxia's primordial spirit? Why aren't you back yet? If you come back and find me dead, will you shed a tear for me? Lu Yan looked at the sky blankly. In her mind, she could not help but recall the scenes when she met Ning Fan. That year, he brought her away from the 3000 Thunder Realm. Her identity was his weapon spirit. That year, she accompanied him to comprehend the Tao in the desolate land. Her identity was his Tao companion. However, that Tao companion was fake. She had already completed the harmonious spirit star plate. To Ning Fan, she was probably no longer of any use. If she dies, would Ning Fan care? Would he? She did not have the confidence to make Ning Fan shed a tear for her. Neither did she dare to hope for it. Her heart that was filled with thoughts turned into a faint sigh. Fairy Han Wu kept waving her moonlight rays to attack the vital parts of the blood-soul ferocious beast. Unfortunately, all her attacks passed through the beast's body without any exception. She could not cause any substantial damage to it. This ferocious beast was actually immune to all kinds of damage. It gradually made her feel helpless. If fellow Taoist Ning is here, he might have a way to deal with this beast. The things that he does are always unexpected. Unknowingly, Fairy Han Wu could not help but think of Ning Fan even though she knew that she could not be distracted while fighting the ferocious beast. When she thought of Ning Fan's solemn expression when he left in a hurry, her eyes could not help but be filled with worry. That worried expression was woken up by a beast roar and she came back to her senses. She bit her lips and continued to wave her moonlight rays to attack the ferocious beast. She still could not hurt the ferocious beast. No one could hurt it. The blood-soul ferocious beast would not get hurt. However, cultivators of the human race were dying continuously. The casualties were getting heavier and heavier. This battle seemed to have become a one-sided massacre by the blood-soul ferocious beast. When the number of cultivators who died was less than 60,000, the cultivators finally became timid. They no longer dared to fight the beast and wanted to retreat. At this moment, Ting Nan and Ting Bei's faces were filled with regret. If they knew that this ferocious beast was so strange, they definitely would not have been so careless to save the cultivators of Heaven Man City. In the beginning, the ferocious beast only noticed Zhao Dai and the others. It chased after them all the way to Heaven Man City. Ting Nan and Ting Bei happened to pass by with Zichou Combat Division. When they saw that there was only one ferocious beast and its chi was only at the mid-void shedding realm, they decided to save them. Who would have thought that this ferocious beast's ability was so strange that it could be immune to all harm? In this way, the cultivators had no chance of winning against the ferocious beast. If they continued to fight, they would only increase the casualties. Retreat. This beast is too strong. If we continue to fight, we will only increase the casualties. Ting Nan gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Ting Bei. As soon as he heard the message, Ting Bei immediately nodded in agreement. He had been fighting with the ferocious beast for a long time and his injuries were not light. If they continue to fight, not only would Zichou Combat Division die, even he himself might die. Before the two of them could give the order to retreat, the blood-soul ferocious beast seemed to have seen through their thoughts. It sneered like a human and actually spoke human language. Hee, foreign cultivators, don't you think it's a little too late to leave now? Today, no one is allowed to leave. All of you will become my food. The blood-soul ferocious beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a blood-colored ball of light that was the size of an inch. As soon as the ball of light appeared, it immediately grew with the wind and directly enveloped the battlefield within a radius of 100,000 li within a blood-colored light screen. Even the broken continent where Tian Man City was located was enveloped within the light screen. Some human cultivators didn't know that the blood-colored light screen had left and wanted to break through it to escape. However, once they touched the light screen, they all turned into ashes and dissipated. Not good. Don't touch this light screen, it's a barrier. Ting Nan and Ting Bei gasped. The barrier in front of them was too powerful. Even with their cultivation, they couldn't break through it and escape. The two of them immediately gave the order for all the combat divisions to attack at the same time and create an opening in the barrier. 60,000 cultivators attacked at the same time. Waves of divine abilities struck the barrier, but without exception, all the divine abilities passed through the barrier and were unable to damage it. This barrier actually didn't have a physical body. If divine abilities couldn't hit the barrier, and if magical treasures hit the barrier, they would immediately turn into ashes. If a person touched the barrier, they would die for sure. Everyone was trapped in the enchantment. No one could escape the enchantment, and no one could hurt the blood-soul fierce beast. A portion of the mortals in Tian Man City knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the beast because they were afraid of death, continuously begging for their lives. When the beast heard the pleas, it only made it smile even colder and more impatient. Humph. Whoever cries, I will kill that person first. You barbarians, it is your honor to die in my hands. Why are you crying? I am Fan Lianxiu, the sixth-generation barbarian ancestor of the Boorish land. Barbarians are born to be the servants of the barbarian ancestors. When the master kills the servant has no choice but to obey. When the servant dies for the master, it is an honor. To be able to become blood food for the ancestor, all of you should smile in the underworld. Fan Lianxiu's cold and emotionless voice traveled into Tianman City. All the barbarians were stunned. The human cultivators might not know what the name Fan Lianxiu represented, but as barbarians, who didn't know who Fan Lianxiu was, the sixth-generation barbarian ancestor, Fan Lianxiu. He was known as the most benevolent barbarian ancestor in the history of the barbarians. According to the Boer Ancestral Sutra, the sixth Boer ancestor was benevolent and was a role model for all living beings. According to the Boorish Ancestor Sutra, the sixth Boorish ancestor had once encountered a starving beggar. He pitied the beggar's suffering and cut off his flesh to feed the beggar, saving him. The Barbarian Ancestral Sutra recorded that the desolate lands had once faced a calamity. It was attacked by otherworldly beasts, and the sixth barbarian ancestor sacrificed his life to save the people. He died in battle for the desolate lands. According to the Boer Ancestral Sutra, the sixth Boer ancestor had made a vow to never harm a single barbarian in his life. I don't believe it. How could this beast be the sixth barbaric ancestor? The sixth barbarian ancestor died fighting for us barbarians a long time ago, and he would never bear to harm any of us. This beast is definitely not the sixth barbarian ancestor. The barbarians raised their heads in anger. They did not believe that the cold and heartless beast in front of them was the most benevolent ancestor in the history of the barbarians. They had read the Boer Ancestral Sutra from a young age and believed that everything recorded in it was true. They did not believe that the real sixth berserker ancestor would do anything to harm the barbarians. They didn't believe it. The blood-soul beast snorted in disdain. With a sweep of its mouth, it repelled the attacks of the cultivators. Then, it activated its divine power and a blood-red light immediately appeared around it. Within the crimson light, his body swayed, and he transformed into a two-headed blood-soul elder. The elder was clearly far away from Heaven Barbarian City, but he seemed to have been born with a divine power. As long as he stood there, any barbarian who had once believed in him could see his face clearly. His appearance was no different from the statue of the sixth barbarian ancestor worshipped in the barbarian temple. In his bloodline, when he faced the barbarians, he was born with the suppressive force of a superior. The moment the suppressive force spread, all the barbarians felt a pain in their knees and knelt on the ground. In this world, only the seventh barbarian ancestor could make all the barbarians kneel down with the suppressive force of their bloodline. Countless barbarians were dumbfounded. They did not want to believe it, but they had to. The blood soul in front of them was the sixth barbarian ancestor that the barbarians had worshipped for generations. The Boer Ancestral Sutra is just a tool for us barbarian ancestors to fool the masses. It's funny that you barbarians actually believe the stories recorded in it. What a joke. I once died. I did not die to protect the wilderness, but to perform a blood sacrifice in the wilderness and to slaughter all living beings. Just this blood sacrifice of the wilderness was part of my wishes. That's why I was able to reach an agreement with the demons. Do you all know that? If I didn't say it, you might not have understood it even in death. What a bunch of pitiful ants. Fan Lianxiu sneered as he casually reaped the lives of the cultivators. The Boer Ancestral Sutra was just a tool to fool the masses and collect incense offerings. The stories recorded in it were just a scam. What they saw might not be true, and what they heard might not be false. Any cultivator with a bit of cultivation could understand that, but mortals might not be able to understand it their entire lives. Everything was just a scam. The faith in the hearts of countless barbarians completely collapsed at that moment, leaving nothing behind. Everything was just a scam. The sixth barbarian ancestor was not a kind person. Instead, he had performed a blood sacrifice in the wilderness and slaughtered all living beings. The deaths of countless barbarians were also related to the sixth barbarian ancestor. Some of the younger barbarians revealed looks of grief and indignation. They could not believe that the person who destroyed their families was the barbarian ancestor whom they had believed in for their entire lives. Some of the elderly barbarian monks in Heaven Man City began to cry with sorrowful expressions. That cry was a sign of disappointment. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart and the collapse of their dreams. What they had believed in for their entire lives was just a scam. Zhao Dyer's pretty face was pale. She bit her lips so hard that they were bleeding, but she did not feel the pain. She had been a barbarian monk for decades and taught countless mortals to believe in the barbarian ancestor. So, it was all wrong. So, everything recorded in the Boar Ancestral Sutra was fake. So, everything she believed in was fake. Fake. It was all fake. Who was the one who came to save the barbarians when they were in trouble? It was not the barbarian ancestor. Not only did the barbarian ancestor not save the barbarians, he even treated them like pigs and dogs and killed them. From today onwards, I, Zhao Dyer, will no longer believe in any barbarian ancestor. From today onwards, I, Zhao Dyer, will only believe in one person. He is more trustworthy than any other faith. Zhao Dyer made a vow on the city wall as if she was making a vow. Her words contained a trace of Joss flame power. Although her voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by every barbarian. The eyes of those barbarians who had lost their faith lit up. At this moment, Ning Fan's figure appeared in front of them. Their lives were all saved by Ning Fan. Compared to the cold and heartless barbarian ancestor, it was better to believe in Ning Fan. It's just the faith of ants. It's fine if I don't want it. Fan Lianxiu's eyes were filled with disdain. His body turned into a black-red aurora and flashed in front of the group of cultivators. Every time he appeared, he would attack violently and reap the lives of hundreds of people. At this rate, all the cultivators in the barrier would die sooner or later. Are we going to die here today? Ting Nan and Ting Bei's faces were filled with despair. Fan Lianxiu's eyes became colder and more emotionless. At this moment, his blood-soul body was extremely special. In the second step, there were only 3 types of power that could hurt him. One was the power of samsara, another was the power of tribulation sense, and the last one was the Joss flame. It must not be an ordinary Joss flame. It must be the Joss flame of slaughter, which had the strongest killing intent. Other than that, no other abilities could hurt him. Even if an immortal emperor attacked him, the result would be the same if he did not use these abilities. When Fan Lianxiu was at his peak, he was a quasi-saint realm expert. Even though he had been dead for many years and only his blood soul was left, he was still not someone that could be hurt by ordinary means. Cultivation realm was not everything. Unless it was a special ability, it would not be able to hurt him. Not a single one of these ants can hurt me. No one can stop my plan to be reborn. In the past, I failed the blood sacrifice in the desolate world. My power was able to break through the desolate world and I became a tribulation spirit of the Taitsong world. After I died, I found out that everything was a lie made by the tribulation spirits of the upper world. I lied to the mortals and ants. Those damn tribulation spirits of the upper world were also lying to me. After my rebirth, I will definitely reopen the passage to the heaven wasteland world and kill my way to the upper world to take revenge on those tribulation spirits. No one can stop my plan to take revenge. Fan Lianxiu shuttled through the crowd of cultivators. He was having a great time killing the tribulation spirits when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A dangerous figure was approaching him from a great distance away. Before the figure arrived, his murderous intent had already locked onto him. His current blood soul was only afraid of 3 different abilities. He was afraid of the power of samsara. The murderous intent contained the power of samsara. He was afraid of the Joss flame of slaughter. The murderous intent contained the Joss flame of slaughter too. Luckily, the person's samsara force and the Joss flame of slaughter were extremely weak. Even if the murderous intent managed to hurt him, it could not hurt him too deeply. However, the person also possessed the power of the tribulation spirits of the Taitsong sect. The power of the tribulation spirits was not ordinary. It was a 6-star tribulation spirit of the Taitsong sect. It was too easy to kill Fan Lianxiu with his blood-soul body at such a level. Who is this person? Whatever I'm afraid of, he has it. It's like he's my nemesis. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Fan Lianxiu was incomparably arrogant just now. However, the moment he sensed the murderous intent of the person who was approaching him, his face turned pale with fright. He immediately removed the blood light barrier and turned into a ray of blood light, fleeing for his life. However, before he could get far, a horde of wild beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already arrived at this place. Each of them was extremely ferocious. In front of the horde of wild beasts, there was a cold and indifferent figure who was clad in white robes and red light. Without any unnecessary words, Ning Fan immediately dashed towards Fan Lianxiu as soon as he appeared. This Fan Lianxiu had cultivated the ominous cultivation method. After killing someone, he wanted to run away. How could there be such an easy way in this world? 3/3, to be continued, it's Uncle. Uncle is back. Zhao Dyer loosened her tightly clenched lips and shed tears of joy. Lu Yan looked at the sky in a daze. When she saw Ning Fan's figure, she immediately felt relieved. Senior is back. The long street of the heavenly barbarian city was filled with barbarians. All of them were extremely excited. When they were being chased by the 6th-generation barbaric ancestor and were on the verge of despair, Ning Fan returned. Ning Fan had returned with an army of 200,000 savage beasts. The roars of the 200,000 wild beasts were as loud as thunder. Ning Fan stepped on the space-piercing stone beneath his feet and immediately leaped up, flying straight towards Fan Lianxiu. Fan Lianxiu, who was initially extremely arrogant, actually fled in panic. This scene was witnessed by all living beings, and no one wasn't shocked. In the sky, the cultivators who were fighting against Fan Lianxiu exclaimed. Who is this ghost-masked cultivator? He actually brought 200,000 savage beasts to this place. Could he be a powerful expert of the demon race? No, he's not a demon cultivator. He's a human cultivator. I didn't expect that there would be a senior who could command savage beasts in our human race. Moreover, there are actually hundreds of thousands of savage beasts under his command. Why did that ferocious beast run away? Could it be that it's afraid of this ghost-masked senior? Exclamations of shock could be heard everywhere. Ting Nan and Ting Bei's eyes were filled with shock, but they did not say anything. They just quietly watched the scene of Ning Fan and Fan Lianxiu running away. Both of them were at the thought fragmentation realm, but they could not hurt Fan Lianxiu at all. They wondered what kind of cultivation base this person has to be to actually scare Fan Lianxiu away. Could this person be an ancient immortal venerable? No, it's obviously not. The chi that this person exudes is far from the thought fragmentation realm. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion. However, those confusion turned into shock the moment Ning Fan made his move. Freeze! Ning Fan's speed was too fast. In just a flash, a golden light pierced through the sky and appeared 1,000 zhang away from Fan Lianxiu. He pressed his index finger forward and all the void storms within 1,000 zhang were immediately frozen. The space seemed to be frozen and time seemed to have stopped. Fan Lianxiu's expression suddenly changed as he was unable to move. He was actually frozen by Ning Fan's finger. The Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor's Heaven Sealing Technique. Where did this person come from? He actually knows this technique. Ting Nan and Ting Bei were both shocked. Any cultivator who had the slightest bit of insight and recognized the heaven sealing art would be greatly alarmed. As soon as he pointed at Fan Lianxiu, he suddenly raised his hand. The 5 rain swords were already hovering in front of him. He could tell that the blood soul technique was strange, so he didn't hold back and used his strongest technique right away. With a tap of his index finger, the 5 swords immediately drew in the will of heaven and earth, whistling out and directly slicing Fan Lianxiu's blood soul body into 6 pieces. Sword of Tao Laws. This kid's 5 swords actually have a trace of the power of Tao Laws. Ting Nan and Ting Bei weren't the only ones shocked. Even Earth Demon and Iron Crow, the 2 celestial sovereigns of the past, were shocked. Ever since the 2 of them became Ning Fan's slaves, they could be considered to have seen quite a number of astonishing feats from him. However, when they saw the sword light of Tao Laws at this moment, they were still a little shocked. After the initial shock, they felt that it was a pity. Both of them were once celestial sovereigns of the past. Even though their strength had declined, they could still use a little bit of the power of Tao Laws. When they fought against Fan Lianxiu just now, both of them had also tried to use the power of Tao Laws. However, they could not hurt him at all. From their point of view, even though Ning Fan's 5 rain swords were powerful, it was still not enough to hurt Fan Lianxiu. Sure enough, Fan Lianxiu's body was sliced into 6 pieces, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. A blood-red light flashed and his body was directly reconstructed in the blood light. Even the technique of Tao Laws can't hurt this ferocious being. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious and he withdrew the 5 rain swords. Fan Lianxiu harumphed disdainfully and said coldly. This kind of ability can hurt others but it can't hurt me. Barbaric Bull Collapsing Mountain Technique. Fan Lianxiu narrowed his old eyes. He actually stopped running. He waved his hand and summoned a blood mountain and thrust it towards the sky. The blood mountain had already risen into the sky. Immediately, tens of thousands of flaming bulls rushed out from below. All of them were the shadows of barbaric bulls. Their iron hooves stepped on the sky and charged towards Ning Fan. In the beginning, he ran away as soon as he saw Ning Fan because he was afraid of the 3 types of power in Ning Fan's body. Now, he stopped running because he could tell that Ning Fan did not know his weakness. It seemed like Ning Fan did not know how to use the 3 types of power to hurt him. In that case, he only needed to kill Ning Fan before he could see through his weakness. There was no need for him to run away anymore. With Fan Lianxiu's current cultivation base, a single flaming bull was enough to kill Ren Xian. If tens of thousands of flaming bulls were to charge at him at the same time, the tremendous force would definitely be enough to easily kill Shikong, who was slightly weaker. Previously, when this ferocious being saw me, he immediately ran away. His eyes were filled with fear just now. But now, it has changed. The 5 rain swords can't hurt him. I'm afraid even if I summon the 5 sword of war and use all 10 of them at the same time, they still won't be able to hurt him. This ferocious being's ability is really strange. It can ignore the damage of Tao laws. No wonder even 100,000 cultivators couldn't take him down in the past. I wonder if I can hurt him with this ability. Ning Fan's scarlet eyes suddenly turned purple. His silver hair turned black and his white robe turned black. His ghost face turned black bit by bit. At the moment when his face turned black, he suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the 10,000 flaming bulls. Then, he uttered 2 cold and emotionless words. Sha Gu. Ever since Ning Fan returned, Fairy Han Wu's beautiful eyes had always been fixed on him. She was the one who was the closest to Ning Fan among the group of women. The moment Ning Fan turned into black robes, she clearly saw his eyes turn as cold as ice. That kind of coldness made her feel as if he had completely turned into a stranger. It was so unfamiliar that she did not dare to recognize him. If she did not see Ning Fan turn from white to black with her own eyes, she would almost think that the black-robed Ning Fan was another person. Mounz and old ancestor Jin Hua arrived late with a group of cultivators who were in distress. As soon as they arrived, they saw the scene of Ning Fan turning into black robes. Both of them were filled with fear. Old ancestor Jin Hua, in particular, had the most fear on his face. He had been injured by the black-robed Ning Fan before. Thus, he knew very well how terrifying Ning Fan's ability was in this state. With just a finger, he could even erase a cultivator's cultivation base. This is the returning ruined finger. The returning ruined finger of the Fuli clan. How can this little thief display this technique? Immortal concubine Zhang did not say a word, but her heart was filled with astonishment. The Fuli clan had long been destroyed in the ancient times. In this world, there were very few cultivators who were qualified to know the name of the Fuli clan. As for those who could recognize the returning ruined finger, there were even fewer of them. As for those who could display the returning ruined finger, they should have all died, the Fuli clan should have all died. Could it be that this little thief possesses the bloodline of the Fuli clan? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to display the returning ruined finger. In the dictionary of the Fuli clan, the 2 words Shaga meant returning ruin. The ability that Ning Fan was displaying now was also what immortal concubine Zhang thought of as the returning ruined finger. Ning Fan had comprehended this technique from the black-robed elderly man. His understanding of this technique was extremely shallow. Even so, the power of this technique should not be underestimated. The returning ruined finger was to return everything in the world to nothingness. The power of this technique was the opposite of the great Tao. Suddenly, billowing black mist appeared in front of the herd of 10,000 bulls. When the black mist rolled towards the herd of bulls, the flames on their bodies were immediately extinguished. In 1 breath, the flames were extinguished. In 3 breaths, all the barbaric bulls wailed miserably. Their bodies began to rot. In 6 breaths, all the barbaric bulls' skin and flesh had decayed and fell off, leaving only their skeletons. In 10 breaths, the herd of bulls including their skeletons turned into ashes and vanished in the void space. In 10 breaths, the technique was broken. 10 breaths was also the limit of Ning Fan's current returning ruined finger. He pointed his index finger at Fan Lianxiu again. Countless black mist rolled towards him. Being engulfed by the black mist, Fan Lianxiu's cultivation base actually showed signs of falling. In 1 breath, his cultivation base fell for 1,000 years. In 10 breaths, he fell for 10,000 years. His blood-soul body was being destroyed bit by bit in the black mist. In just 10 breaths, his cultivation base immediately recovered to its original state. His body also recovered. Hiss! What a strange ability! Fortunately, this young man didn't comprehend this technique. Otherwise, he would certainly be able to injure my blood-soul body. I didn't expect that this young man has 4 types of power that can injure me instead of 3. No, judging from this young man's strangeness, there might be a 5th and a 6th type. I might not be able to kill this young man even if I continue to fight him. It's better for me to run away. Fan Lianxiu's expression changed again. With a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of blood-red light and ran away. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He chased after Fan Lianxiu while his mind was filled with thoughts. When this ferocious creature first saw me, it immediately ran away. It must be because I have something that he is deeply afraid of. Later on, he stopped running because he saw that I didn't reveal any means that he was afraid of. He knew that I didn't see through the weakness of his blood-soul body. That's why he wanted to kill me before I realized it. With my current understanding of the returning void finger, I can't injure this ferocious creature, but I must have some means that this ferocious creature is extremely afraid of. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he immediately deduced this point from Fan Lianxiu's various actions. The 5 rain swords wasn't just his strongest ability. Among the 5 swords, there was also the separation and reunion sword, which was a 12 Nirvana-acquired magical treasure. If this technique couldn't injure Fan Lianxiu, it meant that ordinary divine abilities and magical treasures wouldn't be able to hurt him. Among the many means that I have, which one is the one that Fan Lianxiu is most afraid of? Suddenly, Ning Fan's mind recalled a verse of the barbarian ancestor scripture that he often heard when he was transforming into a mortal and comprehending the truth. Barbarian is the ancestor of nature, the great sect of myriad domains. Barbarian is born in the mortal world and dies in the tribulation. Everything can't be clung to. Perhaps, this person is afraid of my tribulation blood, or perhaps, he's afraid of my Tao of obsession. Ning Fan's figure flashed once again and appeared in front of Fan Lianxiu, blocking his path. This time, it wasn't the tribulation sense technique but the Tao sense technique. As soon as he pointed his finger, the west wind appeared. Immediately, the strange scene of thousands of leaves fluttering in the air appeared between heaven and earth. Humph! This brat is really stupid. He actually hasn't discovered what I'm afraid of. It's just a Tao sense technique. Why would I be afraid of it? Fan Lianxiu sneered. Without the slightest fear of the thousands of leaves in front of him, he directly dashed forward, attempting to break the seal of the technique. However, as soon as he entered the range of the technique, the west wind enveloped him. Fan Lianxiu's expression immediately changed and cold sweat flowed all over his body. The west wind technique was a Tao sense technique that Ning Fan had created. It contained his Tao sense of obsession. Even Fan Lianxiu himself did not expect that under the corrosion of the Tao sense of obsession, his blood-soul body would crumble along with the shadows of the thousands of leaves, turning into ashes bit by bit. The 5th type. This brat actually has a 5th type of force that could injure me. It's obsession. Damn it. This man is actually an obsession cultivator. It's actually an obsession cultivator that only 1 out of 1,000,000 people in the Jialing clan possesses. Damn it. Damn it. The destructive power of obsession to savage beasts is much more terrifying than the blood of the beast. Ancient statue, protect me. The west wind was like the Tao. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was going to kill Fan Lianxiu on the spot. At the moment of certain death, Fan Lianxiu shouted loudly and summoned an ancient statue from the depths of the void. That ancient statue was one of the 7 ancient statues that Ao Xian and Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon used during the blood sacrifice ceremony in the desolate land. as soon as the ancient statue appeared, Fan Lianxiu's blood-soul body directly entered the ancient statue and possessed it. All of a sudden, an aura force that was comparable to an ancient immortal venerable was awakening on the ancient statue. With the power of the West Wind technique, it could no longer hurt Fan Lianxiu, who was inside the ancient statue. Once the blood soul enters the ancient statue, it can't be separated anymore. Initially, I planned to devour enough flesh and blood to improve my blood soul's cultivation base before merging with the ancient statue. Now, it seems like I have no choice but to merge with the ancient statue in advance. However, even if I successfully resurrect after 6 days, my strength will certainly be much weaker than before. It's all this brat's fault. He forced me to hide in the ancient statue. This brat deserves to die. Billions of barbarian souls appear. The ancient statue was like an incomparably huge stone puppet. Step by step, it slowly and firmly walked towards Ning Fan in the void. Fan Lianxiu was not going to run anymore. He wanted him to pay the price. With a point of his finger, a huge pool of blood appeared in the air. Bloody souls flew out from the pool of blood. Each of these souls belonged to the barbarians who had died unjustly in the blood sacrifice ceremony in the wildlands countless years ago. As soon as those souls appeared, each of them glared at Fan Lianxiu with unforgettable hatred. It was unknown how many souls there were. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion or even more, uncountable. In the past, the sixth barbarian ancestor Fan Lianxiu disdained to sacrifice all the living beings in the desolate land in exchange for a chance to cultivate the tribulation blood and become the tribulation spirit of Taitsong. The barbarians did not enter samsara after they died. Before their souls dissipated, they were all taken away by Fan Lianxiu and refined into the blood pool. Each of the dead barbarians had an unforgettable hatred towards Fan Lianxiu. That hatred turned into endless joss flames of slaughter and accumulated in the blood pool for countless years. It was obviously the joss flames of slaughter that were used to kill Fan Lianxiu. However, for some reason, Fan Lianxiu could use them instead. This simply defied common sense. I don't need your faith. I only need hatred. The more you hate me, the better. My Tao is hatred. In this world, only cultivators who cultivate the Tao of hatred can use the joss flames of slaughter at will. And I am one of them. Bloodbow spirit, appear. Barbaric slaughter arrow, condense. The ancient statue sneered and grabbed forward with its stone hand. Immediately, a young archer appeared between heaven and earth. The young archer's eyes were cold and emotionless. With a shake of his body, he turned into a blood bow and fell into the ancient statue's hand. The ancient statue grabbed at the blood pool with its huge hand. The endless joss flames of slaughter immediately turned into a blood arrow and fell into the ancient statue's hand. His left hand drew the bow and his right hand released the arrow. As soon as the bowstring was released, the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He wanted to use this arrow to kill Ning Fan and eliminate the hatred in his heart. Now that his blood soul had possessed the ancient statue, his strength was close to that of an ancient immortal venerable. With this joss flames of slaughter arrow, he could kill any cultivator below the immortal venerable realm. This was an attack from an ancient immortal venerable. He firmly believed that no one in this world could withstand it. He recklessly collected the hatred of the people and ignored their anger. He did not need their faith. In the blood pool, the remnant souls of the barbarians who had been dead for many years could not bear to look at Ning Fan. They were unwilling to accept this. They hated Fan Lianxiu and their hatred had turned into the joss flames of slaughter. They only hoped that one day, someone would take away the joss flames of slaughter and kill Fan Lianxiu. However, what made them sad was that even the joss flames of slaughter that were born from their hatred had become a tool that Fan Lianxiu used to display his abilities. Is this the sorrow of the weak? At the moment when the ancient statue drew the bow and knocked the arrow, countless living beings in this world instantly felt a sense of impending doom. That arrow was clearly aimed at Ning Fan, but its attack range included all the living beings in this world. The higher the cultivation base of a person, the stronger the sense of danger they felt. They would die. They would die. They would die. Mounz and old ancestor Jinhua were filled with remorse and hatred. They had never thought that the outcome of following Ning Fan to this place was to be killed by an arrow from a peerless ferocious creature. If they had known this earlier, they would certainly not have followed Ning Fan to this place. It was already too late for them to escape now. Both Earth Devil and Taoist Iron Crow wore unwilling expressions. The reason why they lowered their status and became Ning Fan's slaves was to save their own lives. How could they be willing to die? However, the destructive power of the ancient statue's arrow was too strong. Perhaps only the two of them could withstand it with their immortal venerables' cultivation bases when they were at their peak. Now, if they are hit by the arrow, they would certainly die. Immortal concubine Xianxia was so anxious that she almost cried. She was not afraid of the arrow. If she is hit by it, she might be the only one in this place who would not die. When she was at her peak, she was a 9 tribulation immortal emperor after all. No matter how weak her broken spirit was, it would still be very difficult to kill her. Even if she is hit by the arrow, she would at most suffer more serious injuries. Her life would not be in danger. However, she was afraid that Ning Fan would be shot to death. She had been struck by Ning Fan's tribulation restriction, right? If Ning Fan dies, the tribulation restriction would kill her as well, right? The only thing that could kill her in this place was that damn tribulation restriction, right? I'm going all out. Even if I have to use the last of my broken spirit's power, I must protect this little thief's life. Immortal concubine Xianxia gritted her teeth. Without saying a word, she wanted to fly out and protect Ning Fan with her life. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, a giggling little loli appeared in a flash. Silver lightning crackled around her body and blocked Ning Fan's path. She was the primordial spirit of immortal loli who ran out of the lightning-capturing banner after eating and drinking to her heart's content. Currently, the golden color of immortal loli's primordial spirit had completely disappeared. No one could tell that it was the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor. Unless she was willing to, after eating and drinking to her heart's content in the lightning-capturing banner, immortal loli still had not recovered her memories nor completed the evolution of her lightning body. However, her chi had already skyrocketed to the early thought fragmentation realm. Even though she was just at the early thought fragmentation realm, her aura made her fearless even when facing the current ancient statue. Father, don't be afraid. Xianxia will protect you. No one is allowed to hurt my father. 1/1, no more updates. Wash up and go to sleep. To be continued. The ancient statue held a blood bow in his hand. The slaughter blood arrow on the bowstring was glaring, and the arrow was burning with a bloody fire. As soon as the arrow left the bowstring, the entire world was torn apart bit by bit. It was almost split into two under the power of this arrow. When the arrow approached him, Ning Fan seemed to have an illusion. It was as if he could sense the undying hatred of the billions of barbarian souls in the blood pool. This arrow was condensed from Joss flames of slaughter, drawn with a blood bow, and shot out with the full strength of an ancient statue. Its might was so formidable that it was sufficient to annihilate any living being beneath the immortal exalt realm. We can't block it. However, we can't retreat. Ning Fan was clad in black robes. His eyes were always cold and emotionless. It was as if nothing could affect him once he turned into black robes, not even the arrow. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of human cultivators, as well as the creatures of heavenly barbarian city. If he retreated, this arrow would immediately kill everyone. I can't retreat. The enemy's strength was close to that of an ancient celestial venerable. Although he was already a powerhouse after cultivating for so long, there was still a huge gap between him and the celestial venerable level. Comparing the two, the opponent was like a huge tree, and he was like an ant under the tree. Wanting to shake the tree with the strength of an ant was difficult, but even an ant would have the wrath of an ant. Moreover, it wasn't that this arrow didn't have any weaknesses. Its power was all concentrated on the Joss flames of slaughter, and its weakness was also the Joss flames of slaughter. At the moment when the blood slaughter arrow was about to hit him, his innate ghost face was slightly trembling with excitement. That kind of excitement was like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. That kind of excitement was like the innate ghost face, which was born to restrain the killing Joss flames. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. When he felt the trembling of the innate ghost mask, he suddenly had a strange thought. It wanted to rush towards the blood arrow, grab it, crush it, and devour it. Without waiting for Ning Fan to understand the origin of this feeling, a lightning suddenly flew out from the storage pouch. It was the immortal loli who came out from the lightning-capturing banner. The celestial loli here only had her primordial spirit. The primordial spirit's power transformed her body, but she still had a short and cute appearance. That adorable face of hers was still smiling foolishly at first, But when she saw that the ancient statue was audacious enough to shoot an arrow at Ning Fan, she was instantly enraged. Who was Ning Fan? That was her father. This ancient statue was really bold, actually daring to shoot her father with an arrow. Too abominable. Father, don't be afraid. Xianxia will protect you. No one is allowed to hurt my father. Once again, she stood in front of Ning Fan. Her small hands seemed to be forming hand seals randomly, but they immediately activated the lightning power and formed a divine ability. The arrow was extremely fast, but Immortal Loli's technique was even faster. In a split second, an incomparably huge silver lightning diagram appeared in the air. Cold chi soared into the sky from the center of the lightning diagram. A lightning war chariot emitting surging cold mist suddenly appeared. Once the lightning chariot appeared, millions of frost lightning runes began to revolve around it. The lightning cannons on the carriage surged with power. With a loud boom, a dark lightning cannon shot out, piercing through the sky. There were 9 lightning runes on the lightning cannon. This thunder chariot was the dark thunder chariot summoned by the Extreme Thunder Palace's secret technique. In the past, the Immortal Loli could only summon a level 8 lightning chariot. Using a level 9 lightning chariot was too much for her. However, now that her strength had increased significantly, it was much easier for her to use it. An 8th grade lightning chariot could kill most of the old monsters at the void-shedding realm. A 9th grade lightning chariot's destructive power was infinitely close to that of an immortal venerable. There were not many old monsters at the thought fragmentation realm who could withstand the destructive power of this cannon. Wherever the lightning cannon shot passed through, heaven and earth were immediately frozen. The blood arrow was originally coming at an extremely fast speed. However, as soon as it was hit by the lightning cannon, its entire body began to freeze bit by bit. The slaughterjoss flames inside the arrow also slowed down. 40% of its power was directly frozen. The first cannon shot failed to stop the blood arrow, but it managed to weaken its power by 40%. Immortal Loli raised her small hand. Rumbling lightning power formed a divine ability. The Dark Thunder Chariot did not stop at all and fired the second cannon shot. After the second cannon shot passed through the arrow, the power of the blood arrow was reduced by 40% again, leaving only 20%. At this critical moment, the third cannon shot arrived. The third cannon shot directly shattered the blood arrow, turning it into specks of slaughterjoss flames that filled the air and gradually dissipated. After 3 consecutive shots, the Immortal Loli directly blocked the blood arrow that was close to the power of an Immortal Prime. This scene shocked countless people. Countless exclamations came from the crowd of cultivators. When the Immortal Loli's figure landed in everyone's eyes, she immediately became a senior expert. Early thought shattering. There's no mistaking it. This senior has the energy of the early thought demolishing stage. Strange. Under the suppression of the forbidden immortal force, there's actually someone who can maintain the cultivation of the thought fragmenting realm. That's the Dark Thunder War Chariot, the secret art of the Eastern Extreme Thunder Palace. This senior is undoubtedly a cultivator of the Extreme Thunder Palace. The might of 3 cannons blocked the attack of an immortal venerate. This senior's lightning war chariot is definitely a grade 9 war chariot. The might of a 9th grade war chariot is truly terrifying. It is said that there are only a few 9th grade war chariots in the entire Supreme Thunder Palace. Even Mounz, Patriarch Jinhua, Ting Nan, and Ting Bei felt their scalps tingle after witnessing the might of the Class 9 war chariot with their own eyes. The most inconceivable thing was the way Immortal Loli addressed Ning Fan. Daddy, an old monster who could activate a 9th grade lightning war chariot and block the attack of an immortal venerate actually called Ning Fan Daddy. What kind of person could have such a violent daughter? Could it be that Ning Fan is an ancient immortal venerate? Fellow Taoist Zhao Jian. Could he be an ancient immortal venerate? Mounz and old ancestor Jinhua exchanged glances with each other. Both of their hearts were beating wildly. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was likely to be true. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment, dispelling the thought of saving Ning Fan. With Immortal Loli's help, Ning Fan would not be in much danger. Fan Lianxiu was inwardly shocked when the blood arrow was broken. He really did not dare to underestimate the might of a 9th grade lightning war chariot. His heart began to race again. He thought to himself that Ning Fan was indeed his nemesis, Before he merged with the ancient statue, he was not a match for Ning Fan. Thus, he could only run away. Now that he had merged with the ancient statue, he had gained an extremely violent daughter who could even block the attack of an immortal venerate. In that case, even if he continues to stay here and fight Ning Fan, it would be difficult for him to kill Ning Fan. Troublesome. This is really troublesome. Even though I have merged with the ancient statue, the power of the ancient statue is not inexhaustible. It seems like it won't be easy to kill this brat. Forget it. Let's leave this place for now. Once we find the ancient statues and blood souls of the other barbaric ancestors, we can join forces and seek revenge on this brat. Fan Lianxiu made up his mind. He immediately controlled the ancient statue and made a grabbing motion. Countless amounts of Joss flames of slaughter were drawn out from the blood pool. He condensed them into arrows and shot them out. Then, he stepped on the sky and left with huge strides, bringing the blood pool with him. Every step he took covered an immeasurable distance. Humph. I won't let you run away. Immortal Loli activated the Dark Lightning War Chariot again and fired 3 shots consecutively, destroying the second blood arrow. With a tap of her feet, she directly stood on the chariot. She drove the chariot with a slight smile on her face and chased after the ancient statue. Streaks of lightning cannon fire blocked the path of retreat of the ancient statue. Fan Lianxiu was so angry that he laughed instead and stopped running away. Like father, like daughter. Ning Fan pursued me relentlessly and now his daughter also dares to pursue me relentlessly. Does she really think that I, the 6th generation barbaric ancestor, am a herbivore? Since they didn't want him to leave, he wouldn't escape. He wanted to stay here and fight it out with the immortal Loli. He wanted to see if his ancient stone statue was stronger, or if the immortal Loli's war chariot was stronger. Aren't you going to run away? If you aren't going to run away, I'm going to use my ultimate technique. Hee. Unseal, 10th grade lightning chariot. Immortal Loli's voice was very soft. However, as soon as her voice fell, the scene of tens of thousands of lightning rumbling appeared between heaven and earth. Her voice, amidst the rumbling thunder, was transmitted into everyone's ears exceptionally clearly. She stood on the lightning chariot and the lightning diagram covered the entire void. The direction where the lightning struck was actually moved according to her will. It was as if she had become the Lord of Lightning in this place. Her small face was filled with pain. She gritted her teeth. More and more runes appeared on the dark lightning chariot. The 10th lightning mark appeared beside the 9 lightning marks on the lightning cannon. However, summoning the 10th grade lightning chariot was obviously too much for immortal Loli. Only half of the 10th lightning mark had appeared and it could not be condensed anymore. As for immortal Loli, her face was already slightly pale. What? This lady can actually summon a 10th grade chariot? This can't be real, right? It's said that a 10th grade chariot can kill an immortal venerable and severely injure an immortal king with a single blast. Isn't it said that only the past extreme lightning palace lords could condense a 10th grade lightning chariot? How can this lady do it? No. It's not a real 10th grade lightning chariot. However, its power is incomparable to any 9th grade lightning chariot. The crowd of cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the exclamation, the immortal Loli suddenly turned her head and smiled sweetly at Ning Fan. Even though it was a pity that she could not summon a real 10th grade lightning chariot in one go, it should be enough to deal with the ancient statue. Father, Xianxia will protect you well because you are my father. Immortal Loli endured the pain in her chest and the incomparably huge burden to activate the dark lightning chariot. Once again, she fired the cannon at the ancient statue. Even though the current dark lightning chariot was not a real 10th grade chariot, its power was enough to severely injure an ancient immortal venerable whose cultivation base was slightly weaker. Just as Fan Lianxiu was about to retaliate against immortal Loli, his expression suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he activated the body of the ancient statue and turned around to flee. He fled extremely quickly, but the lightning cannon's attack was even faster. It even triggered the response of the lightning in heaven and earth. Fan Lianxiu felt like he was hallucinating. Every single lightning in this world was the cannon fire of immortal Loli's lightning cannon. This world was filled with lightning. There was no way for him to avoid it. This ancient statue's strength was originally close to that of an ancient immortal venerable. However, the moment the lightning cannon struck it, its stone body was immediately frozen. What was the so-called dark lightning? It was the coldest lightning in the world. It could freeze and kill everything. Fan Lianxiu's ancient stone body shattered inch by inch in the ice, revealing the bloody soul underneath. The bloody soul glared at Immortal Loli with hatred. It actually ignored the power of the lightning cannon and fled. His ancient stone body could not withstand a single attack from Immortal Loli. However, his bloody soul was not afraid of any of her lightning abilities. Countless cultivators sucked in a cold breath at this moment. They could not imagine that an ancient statue whose strength was close to that of an ancient immortal venerable would be destroyed by the lightning cannon of the war chariot. Eh? Why is there an old man with a bloody soul hiding inside the stone statue? The war chariot that was close to the 10th grade actually failed to kill this old man? On the other hand, Immortal Loli was a little surprised that Fan Lianxiu could survive the attack of the lightning cannon. She wanted to risk her life to attack Fan Lianxiu again. However, she suddenly realized that a golden light flashed beside her and Ning Fan's figure appeared. "Thank you for standing in front of me when I was in trouble." Ning Fan patted the head of Immortal Loli's primordial spirit. His smile was very warm. His black robes had already faded and turned back into white robes with silver hair. Every time Immortal Loli stood in front of him to protect him, it touched his heart and made him value his relationship with her even more. Even if that relationship was just a fictitious father-daughter relationship. "You're tired. Let me handle the rest of the matters." Immortal Loli could not see Ning Fan's smile because of the ghost mask. However, she could see the smile in his eyes. It was extremely gentle, as if it could melt away all the coldness in the world. It was her first time seeing such a gentle look in Ning Fan's eyes. She could not help but nod her head obediently and giggled. "All right. Let father go and catch that old man Shui Hun. Xianxia just wanted to rest. Wait for me to come back." Ning Fan's body flashed and turned into a golden rainbow, chasing after Fan Lianxiu. Fan Lianxiu, who was running tiredly, suddenly realized that Ning Fan was chasing after him. He immediately complained. Since his stone body was destroyed, he had almost no chance of winning against Ning Fan now. He carried the blood pond and continued to run while holding the blood bow spirit in his hand. Seeing that Ning Fan was getting closer and closer to him, Fan Lianxiu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He was like a lone wolf that was going to fight for his life. He suddenly stopped and turned around. "Even though my stone body is destroyed, the power of this arrow is still not something you can withstand. Turn the hatred of all living beings into my arrows. Kill. Kill. Kill." Fan Lianxiu's eyes were filled with madness. He waved his hand and drew out a large amount of joss flames of slaughter from the blood pond. Instantly, he shouted the word "kill" 3 times. Each time he shouted a word, he would shoot out a slaughter blood arrow. 3 slaughter blood arrows pierced through the sky and went straight for Ning Fan. Since Fan Lianxiu had lost his stone body, the power of the slaughter blood arrows was not as strong as before. Even so, the 3 arrows still had the power to kill a peak Shikong realm expert. They were not to be underestimated. Facing the 3 arrows, Ning Fan neither dodged nor evaded them. His eyes were deep and emotionless. The innate ghost mask kept emitting excitement. That excitement gradually infected Ning Fan, as if it had fused with him. To Ning Fan, the slaughter blood arrows were like a delicacy. Although he had refined the innate ghost mask in the past, he was still unable to control it perfectly due to his limited cultivation base. But at this moment, the innate ghost mask was willing to be perfectly controlled by Ning Fan just to get the delicacy that was about to enter his mouth. It was as if there was a voice that kept bewitching Ning Fan to devour the joss flames of slaughter in front of him. It was as if there was a voice that kept urging him. Devour, devour, devour. Gradually, Ning Fan's body was filled with an unknown confidence. This confidence made him take a step forward instead of retreating in the face of the 3 slaughter blood arrows. Closer, 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 the 3 slaughter blood arrows pierced through the sky. Ning Fan borrowed the power of the ghost mask and shouted a word. Bang! This word contained the power of the innate ghost mask. This word seemed to have a natural suppressive effect on all the joss flames of slaughter in the world. It was as if all the killings in the world had to listen to Ning Fan's command. It was because he was the owner of the innate ghost mask. It was because he was the new young emperor of the Slaughter Palace in the last 6 million years. He was the master of all the killings in the world. As soon as the word fell, it was as if his words were the law. The 3 blood arrows that were flying towards him were actually shattered just like that. How is this possible? Fan Lianxiu was shocked. He attacked again and shot 7 arrows at Ning Fan. As the 7 arrows approached, Ning Fan's expression became even colder. He suddenly patted the top of his head and a primordial spirit flew out. That primordial spirit was Ning Fan's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit looked at the 7 slaughter blood arrows with a cold and emotionless face. It used the power of the ghost mask to directly open its mouth and swallow the 7 arrows. Impossible. Even I can't ignore the damage of the Joss flames of slaughter. How could this kid swallow the slaughter blood arrows without suffering any damage? A feeling of shock instantly shrouded Fan Lianxiu's heart like a shadow. However, in the next moment, all the shock in Fan Lianxiu's heart froze. Ning Fan's primordial spirit returned to its original position and pointed his finger downwards. With just a finger, the west wind blew. The west wind was like the Tao and the death of a cultivator was like a leaf. Ning Fan's expression was cold. He looked at Fan Lianxiu like a decayed leaf. For a moment, Fan Lianxiu could not tell whether he was the dignified 6th-generation barbarian ancestor or an inconspicuous withered leaf. I think you are like a leaf. When the wind blows, the leaf is extinguished. As soon as Ning Fan uttered those words, the shadows of the leaves in the void turned into ashes and dissipated. Fan Lianxiu's bloody soul body also crumbled at the same time and vanished into thin air. What was left in this place was a blood pool that contained countless barbarian remnant souls and a young archer with ferocious eyes. The young archer's eyes were cold and emotionless. When he saw that Ning Fan had killed Fan Lianxiu, he directly flew towards Ning Fan. This archer was refined by Fan Lianxiu sacrificing countless lives when he was alive. It was extremely ferocious. No one could subdue it other than Fan Lianxiu. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to kill this archer, an extremely excited voice suddenly came from the profounding world. Master. The little Bao sensed that there is an archer with a high grade in the outside world. It just so happens that it can devour it. Master, quickly release the little Bao and devour that archer spirit. As long as Master allows me to devour that archer spirit, I will be absolutely loyal to Master from today onwards. I will never have any thoughts of betrayal. I am willing to guarantee this with my Bao. The excited voice came from the archer spirit of the candle Bao. At this moment, the archer spirit of the candle Bao was sealed in the profounding world by Ning Fan. Even though it was separated by the profounding world, the archer spirit could still sense that there was a great tonic approaching from the outside world. Master. I beg you to let me devour that archer spirit. That is the legendary inferior innate archer spirit. At the same time, old ancestor Poisonous Dragon who was far away suddenly became furious. He was holding the compass in his hand. Out of the 7 rubies that were inlaid on it, the 6th one was broken, damn it. The ancient statue of the 6th-generation barbarian ancestor has been destroyed. 1/1, there are no more updates. Let's wash up and sleep. To be continued. End of chapter 892. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.